Red Bull gives you wings.
What? This is it. I'm a little early, but whatever.
I got this old thing.
I would have just been sitting around sulking.
Where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big
Moaning.
boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series has taken a turn, and he still lives on! The stage is set, the curtain is drawn. Through all the doubt, through all the disbelief, they
Yo, Simpy Gwen, what's up?
Winning is not a matter of chance. It's a choice. It's Jin! He's in the base! Jackie Love just found everybody! Body block kicking Warren! Who's he called? Pick it up! The new kings! Samsung Galaxy! Double circles, double galleons! Pain Gaming have done it! Look at the teleport! He stopped him! These guys came to fight! What's a god to 5 non-believers? Oh! Are you ready?
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is it, man. CFO either wins or loses. Win and move on, or lose and go home. Oh, fuck, dude. Another 20 minutes? Are we waiting for you to start streaming? Really? Hey, I really think CFO's gonna win. Yeah, Suri's here. Suri's been here the whole time. It's just that I don't know. Oh, it gets rid of like spam bots. Oh, CFO win? Yeah, I really hope so. After all the shit I talked last night. NA fans are fucking sensitive. You know, like, I always thought NA fans are like more like toxic and crying. Oh, 100%, dude. I wouldn't miss this for the world, dude. I could be like, dude, at MSI, I couldn't even talk, and I was there for CFO matches. Like the T1 series, I legit lost my voice. I legit cannot talk. Going through my tweet on Reddit? It could have been on Reddit. I mean, what's it called? Shynock, you know, he quote tweeted. He was just like, "Yo, talk your shit, man. Let's go." And I was like, "Yo, okay, dude, let's go. I'm down for that." I mean, I would make an apology video to Shynock if CFO lost, but hey, that's not happening. So CFO's gonna win, and then you know you just talk more shit. Any chance Inspire comes with his cheesy picks? I mean, he hasn't really done anything cheesy, right? Ready for another day? Damn, dude. Dude, we must complete it. We must watch CFO win. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, I feel like FlyQuest hasn't really done much this Worlds. Cause like, yeah, he had the Wukong game against G2 where he like, actually had that terrible Bard game. But then after that, it was like, I don't know, Inspire couldn't like get in. Zinzao vs Trundle was tough for Zinzao, and then he played Sejuani into like Bon Mundo.
Welcome everyone
He's
to
like,
Worlds
what the
2025,
fuck?
where it is the last day of the Swiss stage, meaning 3 matchups, all full of possibly
Yeah,
huge
actually, he's
heartbreak
only
for one
won
of the
on
teams. I didn't
Wukong.
time that because of this
Wukong
shot.
Alistair.
I didn't know what was going to come first. It might be CFO.
Okay,
it might be
okay.
FlyQuest. And for the other, Elation, as they would be able to book their ticket to the
So, as long as we don't
quarterfinals.
get
It
both,
is
if it's
the day
good.
with the most stakes. We'll
Yo.
see if Bin makes it over his brethren of the LPL.
Vesh, I'm
and
counting on you.
TBS, or
Go,
if
go,
Jackie
go.
Love will reign
Represent the
supreme. What
LCP.
beautiful fan art as well.
Let-
Those are
let-
all of
let
the
them
questions
know.
and
Let the
matchups that we
NA
see
fans
today.
know.
And our very first match today will decide which region.
The announcer buys for
completely knocked out
FlyQuest
the
and don't care for
first.
CFO?
Yeah!
No.
How's the stress
Dude,
levels,
Shocks
Israel?
and Chronicler? Dude, they're not gonna sign with NA.
We're here. Yeah.
You wanna delve into it?
No, you know, we'll see. We're doing
Dude, his nail's like not even
Talk
saying
about it
shit.
later. Okay, take
I
it
could
deeper.
talk about my mental state. I'm doing great.
For T1?
I'm feeling good. Of course.
Oh,
There
no,
was a
not
little
today,
bit
not
of ups
today.
and downs, but come on,
I
it's
don't talk to them
T1.
before a game day.
I trust my team blindly, even though they have been, you know, a little bit circusy. They've been doing that for the whole year.
Yeah.
Fine.
You've still got some time.
It's fine.
to
Yo,
play on this
lazy
according to
feel,
last
let's
matchup.
go.
But first, to let everyone catch their breath a little bit, of course, we've been
Please,
celebrating
CFO, you
15
got this.
amazing
Chronicler's my
years
go. I
of
love
League of
Chronicler.
Legends, and Riot has been posting a bracket of the most memorable plays from World's history. And this one, and we have DRX's Last Stand from 2022 and Tien's Lee Sin double kill from 2019.
That. Gonna come down to a smite fight. King into the
Yeah, I will. So, like, okay, so there's one time, right? I usually don't talk to them before game day. There's one time I did, and that was the time where CFO was down 2-0 against PSG. And I was like, oh shit, and then they did their reverse sweep to go to MSI, right? Ever since then, we're like, yo, you're not allowed to talk to people before the game match. And I'm like, yo, that's how it is, man.
Infernal could be very valuable. Dredgeline is dodged away from as the Drake is secure, but now G2 are split. That's at least some
No.
CC to
I
interrupt.
think
The chain of
quarterfinals,
will
like,
start to
whoever we
spread,
get will
and
be
it's
good.
Mickey that gets tagged. He's locked down. He's knocked up. He's dead. LWX is on a rampage. The Siva is terrifying. There goes the teleporter.
Oh.
Tian, you beauty, gets the double kill.
There we go. Here's the bracket. I know who I want to win, and luckily it won because I don't want to see that Tien double kill ever again.
I think it's so hard to beat DRX. That still is my favorite Worlds of all time. The entirety of that storyline feels like it was custom written. If that was a movie, you'd be like, it's a little cheesy. I don't know. I don't know if we can pull that off.
This can't happen. I remember being in the room where it happens. Like, you just feel it, don't you? And you feel it when you see that clip again. I think it'll be very hard to beat. Perhaps maybe a Zero Shuffle versus that one.
Could be.
Oh,
That
man.
could be indeed. So we have the Swiss stage
I don't know,
coming to a
man.
close. It's the third time we had our Swiss stages, and there's been a lot
It
of
being
talk
the
about
first match of the day.
groups and the draw and how
I couldn't
everything's
sleep
played out.
properly.
So we put together a little
Yeah, I
quiz
did.
to see if you mayhaps have remembered some of the iconic groups or iconic draws. So guess the world's run. Which team drew these teams and did this? OG.
This was before my time, so I'm gonna.
This was
This
2015
feels like-
Worlds.
My time.
Doesn't this feel like if OG's in it, it can only be like 15 or 16, right?
So.
Yeah, it's,
Right?
it's gotta be
15.
like 2015 or 2016.
Well, especially because LGD is getting 2-0, so it has to be the
Oh,
run.
is it
The
that?
Worlds. It has to be that run.
It's that group.
It's that
I don't know, I'm
group.
guessing like T1 or something. T1.
T1? Let's see.
KT.
Oh, it's KT.
Yesterday's desk would have known that one.
Yeah,
But,
they're molding backstage. Okay, let's take a look at the next one. That is actually looks pretty rough. Versus Rock Tigers 1-1.
Oh, that's
G2
easy. That's
1-1,
2016
CLG
Albus
2-0.
Knox.
free zeroed by H2K.
Yeah.
That's
Albus Knox
easy.
Luna. No?
No, because that's what they played
No.
in the.
Oh,
That's what
right,
they played
right,
in the
right.
knockouts.
That's true. So, oh yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Oh
what?
yeah, because
because it's the
it's the
the
run.
free
It's the
zero.
run,
Oh,
it's
it's
the
counting
run.
the quarterfinals. I was thinking this was their group stage. Yeah.
Never forget Albus Knox Luna. Let's
That
go.
was easy.
This is some far history. People may not be aware of
Yeah.
that. The World's Run versus Mad, LNG, TL, Mad, C9, EDG.
Oh.
DLC9.
Oh, I know this one.
Oh,
Fuck.
is this?
I know this one.
2021.
I know this one because of
World.
the loss to EDG. This is Worlds 2021. I think this is Gen G.
Gen G.
Because
fuck,
they
is
got
it-
that EDG, what was it, semi-final was kind of a mess. And I know everyone was saying that the dumb one versus
see.
T1.
Was it Gen G?
I think it's Gen G, 2021.
Oh, what
Yeah,
Gen
There
G?
we
nice
go.
one. Great job. What do you think? That seems doable. I think they dropped the ball there.
No, because EDG did win Worlds, so I
That's
didn't feel
true,
that
actually.
bad.
Good point.
That's
Good
just-
point.
Your
that
message
was
to Honky
what I
Mobian,
took
but I
away
didn't
from
want
that,
to
'cause I
disturb
was
him.
the dumb one fan back then, and my expectations
Well,
were too high.
they're about
at
to
least,
start,
and
so
that
it's a
didn't
little
end
bit
up
late, but
coming
yeah.
through. So EDG did win.
Oh,
what's
I think
this?
This might
Wait,
be Mad
Worlds?
Lines.
It,
Just
Yeah,
because
Oh,
of
this
the
is Mad
Gam
Lines.
one,
This is
too.
Mad
The
Lines.
Gam
This is
one,
Mad
too.
Lines
I think
last
it is
year.
Mad Lines.
I was expecting a Mad Lines.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, last year around, they didn't make it.
I think
thought we did pretty
BLG.
well.
as a
Yeah,
team,
we did okay. Is that everything?
Okay.
We did okay.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't gonna be that good at this, to be honest.
No, I thought it was going to be the draw of the group, actually.
I'm
Yeah.
just happy that we skipped DK stamping tickets for everyone last year. I'm not over that
unfortunately.
yet.
But this is
Like,
our
I don't
Swiss stage
know.
and how everything is
I
playing out.
predicted
How do we feel about the
BLG, but
matchups,
it
and how
could go
about the
TES.
upside down draws from yesterday.
Yeah, really the main takeaway is obviously, for me, whether you're happy with this, is how do you feel about an LPL team kill? I think the other matchups, there is a lot there. I think both in terms of level of team, where you can really look at it either way when it comes to C4.
Yo, what's up, man?
T1 MCoy has a lot of history. But I
Like-
think LPL fans, from my
Oh, the
understanding,
dive.
always
Oh,
just
I mean,
would have
they
rather
play
had the
like-
chance to get two teams
I don't
out.
know. I was in the room and I feel like
It's
there was
hard
an
'cause,
air
like,
of none
TS
of
lost
these
to
teams.
KT,
So,
right?
I gotta say,
Well,
with the way they've been
BLG
playing,
lost to
and I
BL1.
gotta say from
I
the
mean,
level of
I don't
play
know, dude.
itself,
It's hard.
you
It's hard to do
know,
like that
it's
kind of math.
Not as evident, I think, that you would have all those teams in the knockouts. We'll see what happens, but we're gonna start out
Top
with
winning?
CFO versus FlyQuest. Let's start with
I
Flying
think Cream
Oyster.
just got
They have been
fucked,
present
dude,
at
by,
every single international tournament this
Hey,
year,
Jinx
and I
is
feel like
asleep.
I'm really waiting for the next
Oh, wait, this is that's
step,
first then.
because they,
I was
similarly
like,
to
what
Fly,
the
they'll have
fuck?
had good performances.
Yes,
versus
W
these,
is
but
out, so
they
now
need that
CFO,
final
CFO. Yeah, let's
exactly.
go.
I mean, I think to take you from like an outside
Oh, my bad.
competitor, a dark horse, you have to win like a big series against one of these LCK LPL teams. You know, they went 5 against some really tough competition at MSI. You know, we saw them play really, really well. They won a best of 1 here against T1 as well. This team has been super impressive, but to make that leap to where you actually believe they could win a tournament, they have to get to quarters, and then they have to win against LPL or LCK in a best of 5. Then you can really start talking about, okay, how good is this team compared to the very best?
The tragedy is, as Azil was saying, getting close so many times will get you a lot of fans, will get you a lot of
Dark
hype
Horse?
behind you, but
These are
unless
saying
you
Dark
actually
Horse
cash
for
in on
winning
it, people
worlds,
will forget
dude.
very quickly.
True.
Right? This
That's
was a breakout
fucking
year for them, as you're
crazy.
highlighting. They got so close so many times, but an actual win,
Oh,
getting
fuck,
into
Driver.
quarters, would be
Let
such
it all
a big
out, let it
story
all
for
out.
this team here today.
It seems like that's the path they're going on, but of course FlyQuest is also a difficult opponent, and the question is, will they get Scion?
I think they absolutely should not, and I wanted to talk about Sion because I think it's such an incredibly important pick for them as a team. Early on in the tournament, obviously it was getting a lot of picks, not as many bans. You know, towards the later stages of the tournament, it's been getting banned more and more
It's like
and more and more.
permaban.
And it is actually the only champion with which they have a win at Worlds so far. All of their wins are with Sion. I feel like it is incredibly important for them.
But
not
all of
just as far as
FlyQuest
how
wins
the
is
top
with
lane goes,
Alistar
but
and
because of their
Wukong.
objective setups are a bit weaker, this allows them to retake space. You have an ultra tanky champion who can just walk in late to a fight, you know, soak damage. You can't really hard engage on Sion. It allows
BKS,
them to paper over, I think,
TSW,
a lot of
and
weaknesses
G2
and
was
to create
all
a ton of
Wukong
space for their
Alistar
carries,
games.
Hongq and Doggo, who have been absolutely stellar.
I feel like you would be full of despair if they let Scion through for the side of FlyQuest. So let's talk about FlyQuest then. Isaac, I'll go straight to you again. I'm sorry, Mo, because
Oh, you're good.
they didn't manage to win versus G2. In the post-game interview from Inspired, it basically came out of nowhere for him. They had full confidence. They didn't even think that would be a hurdle, right? What do you think that does to the psyche and the mental of this team?
I mean, it sounds a little bit rough when you're reading between the lines. And Inspired was obviously pissed. He was emotional after that loss. But we also had Masu, you know, giving this interview where he's saying it's really easy to lose confidence, not only yourself, but also your teammates, which is the part that I think a lot of people are like, ooh,
Driver.
that doesn't sound
Driver
good.
starting.
Because when you lose faith in your teammates, it changes the way that you play. You no longer want them playing these hard-to-execute comps.
I don't
these
know what
hard-to-execute
side we're on,
picks.
though.
You don't even necessarily want to play towards them in game.
I think it was blue
And
side.
for me, FlyQuest, it's going to be a test of how they can bounce back, because this is not the team, even though the lineup has stayed the same, that gave me nightmares last year at Worlds, right? And I think they are at the risk of kind of having the issue we talked about with CFO, where you can get close many times, but if you don't actually take that final step over the finish line, you're going to be looked at in a very different way.
And nothing matters, right? And it's up to the coaching staff to really get that team together. But we also have, here, he's on screen right now, and earlier Lord was able to catch up with Busio to get his thoughts in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Today's matchup, big day. But before we talk about this, I want to quickly follow up on the Inspired interview we had on broadcast last time. A lot of frustration on this side, but understandable. I feel,
I don't know
how
if you
did
should
you
ban
talk
Bard.
about this with your teammates to make sure that you're all in the
Yo,
greatest
what's up,
mindset
Dreamer?
coming into today?
Yeah, we all have pretty
Yo,
high
good morning. It
expectations
is.
of
I
ourselves,
didn't sleep
and,
well.
In our last match, we did not meet
Bro,
those expectations.
why
so
my timeline?
It's very valid for him to be frustrated, and we all
Are you
were very
drama? What are you,
frustrated, so
drama
the thing we can do
frog?
is rewatch the games, and now we can.
Dude,
prove
I
that
called
we
out fraud
Okay, good.
NA
And
fans,
Masu
and
was
people got
saying
fucking
in an interview with
pissed.
Sheepy's
My
points
bad.
that
I don't know how
when
many
it comes to
fraud
these
fans
moments
there were
at
in
the end of the
NA.
season, you can't really fix
What is
them.
a
So it's more
fraud
about,
fan, you
like,
ask? I don't
templates
fucking
and the
know.
more urgent issues. What were the most urgent things that you guys had to fix coming into today's matchup?
Yeah, I mean, Moss is right about that, and probably one of the most urgent things is just when we're in the game, understanding what's important and what's a risk worth taking.
Yeah.
And when it's not, and the
David was cool. David just thought it was trash talk. I was like, yeah, this is talking shit, dude. Like, I don't understand why people got so butthurt.
Playing properly.
I think it's fair to say that you guys maybe, and you echoed that as well, right? That you haven't been playing at the expected level, especially thinking about
Why
what
they
you guys
schedule
have been
CFO
achieving
first?
last
I
year
don't know,
against
man.
Genji.
Oh, maybe because
What
of
is gonna be
NA?
something you really want to focus on today when you think about CFO?
I just want to make sure we're focused on the game and not thinking too much. Just play naturally. Don't get excited. Also, don't be scared. Just
2-1.
Just play well. Yeah.
But
Okay, one player
we'll
to
have to
keep
see
your
for
mind
draft. We'll have to
on
see
our
for
team?
draft.
No,
Or
on
on
the
the
opposite team. Yeah, of course.
Because, like, Inspired without Wukong
I
did
don't
not look
know.
impressive.
Definitely, Doggo's been getting a lot of hype.
Okay.
But yeah, we shouldn't think too much about the enemies. Let's just think about ourselves and the champions in the game.
All right, focus on yourself. Thank you so much. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
True. So
Oh, yeah,
only you
you're
can
right.
do also rightfully calling out Doggo. He's going to be in the lane versus him. It's really interesting to me, this matchup also, Azale. We had a lengthy discussion on the shuttle ride home the other day, because for me, I feel like for both of these teams, they're on the brink of something. And I actually put them on the same level currently.
Dude,
I'm
I
not saying
already
that
feel
maybe
sick.
FlyQuest last year at this time was
I already feel
definitely
like I'm
better.
about to shit my
Perhaps that's
pants
true.
on
I don't think
stream.
that's true today.
Yeah, I think coming into this tournament, I would have had them, you know, on a similar tier. I think based on the games in the tournament, CFO is definitely better. I think you can't
Doggo's
really
been playing
argue that.
really, really
FlyQuest has
well.
not shown up thus far, but you know, when you talk about bright spots, Busio has been that for me. This guy has been stellar. This is some of FlyQuest's recent international history. A couple of the ones that really stand out, obviously, went 5 games against Gen G, went 5 games against
CFO.
BLG, 3-0 against G2. Those were the kind of series that gave a lot of hope for North American fans that, hey, we're on the precipice of something great. But it's also very reminiscent of a similar run that TL was doing, where they were going, you know, close series against T1, almost taking series, almost taking games, and then the roster's gone, and all of a sudden no one cares, right? So you have to take
I'm ready.
advantage. You have to strike when
2
the
more
iron's hot,
minutes.
because you don't get very long in modern League of Legends. Rosters break up. They don't last forever.
And for both teams, this might be the final opportunity, right? As you were highlighting, we don't know if the team's going to be able to stick together, if these players are going to play in the same configuration. And I think that even though what Busio was saying is what I think every player is aspiring for, right? You want to be in that flow state, you want to be able to trust blindly, you want to be able to follow up together without overplaying.
I'm going to be looking at the jungle
With all
matchup.
that pressure coming in, and this being the final series of Worlds for these teams, that's a lot to ask.
That's a good point. It would also be whoever loses is the one region that's not represented in those quarterfinals. So let's dive into our predictions. I can kick it off. I'll hold the best for last, which is usually Azale. But I am giving it to FlyQuest a 2-1. I just want the dream draw of G2 versus FlyQuest in the best of 5s. I'm just going to say it. And I think they can recover, because I don't believe that the FlyQuest we saw versus G2 was the level that we should expect from them.
It's
I think
okay.
they're better.
I am
My
going
boy
to choose
Chronicler.
to trust Junja in particular. That guy for me has been crazy this tournament, and I think if Hongq gets closer to the level that we've seen him throughout really the entirety of the year, because I think he's been struggling compared to expectations, that between Junja, Doggo, as well as Hongq, I think CFO have got it. I think they're going to be able to make quarters.
Where's your prediction?
So I prepared a lot for this. You know, I went back, I watched the games, and I watched the games in 3 different ways. I'm going to give you my predictions. So first, I just watched the games. And based on the games I've seen at Worlds, let's be honest, it's a 2-0 for CFO. I didn't really like what I came away with. So then I only watched Busio. I started to get a little bit more hyped. It's 2-1 Fly. Then I realized if I just don't watch the games at all, I can just say it's going to be 2-0 FlyQuest. Let's go!
Let's go! Woo!
Hey.
It really takes a lot of maturity and self-reflection to reset quickly.
It was going to look like North America could deny them one more time, but it's G2 as they look to take down these Nexus turrets.
This is our last chance to qualify for the bracket stage. There's no more room for regrets.
以往我们赛区打世界赛都会打得绑手绑脚，然后被碾压的感觉。然后今年的CFO带给大家有来有往，感觉都是军事的样子。
CFO smacking down the LCK's T1.
Both of us are at a point of no return. FlyQuest won't be leaving anything behind.
Gen G made quick work of top esports. A lot of people will wonder, could this series have just been an email?
目前我们来说，现在成绩是2杠2吧，然后
It'll be 3-1.
所以说我们最好
Yeah,
把好这机会。
true.
S13和 S14 BLG 都在瑞士轮打到了最后一场 BO3，最后都进入了8强。觉得今年也不例外。我们会去上海，我们会去成都拿到最后的冠军。我们的故事还没结束，我们会赢下这次生死战。
These worlds have been really challenging. It's the first worlds
That's
I really have a chance to win
KT.
it all.
KT's just kind of fraudulent.
Series away from being able to make it to playoffs.
I want everyone to remember these worlds as the introduction of MK.
저희가 4시드부터 지금까지 많은 경기를 했는데 아직까지 좀 제대로 된 기량이 나오지 않은 것 같아서
When we started, we were 0-2. Then, we lit a fire.
These hounds are hungry. A triple for Alioya.
Now, We are one win away from greatness.
You don't like the purple? I think it's good. Different color. Instead of always like white or black or white.
In the history of the game will not be stopped here.
I wish T1 had more red.
아직 멀었습니다.
Oh! Hey! Ricer, let's focus on CFO. You gotta focus on CFO and Fly. We gotta give CFO our energy.
Welcome, ladies
CFO!
and gentlemen, to the caster desk of Worlds 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Kobe, who is not nervous, right? We're not nervous?
I'm glad that you are joining me today, Atlas, because this is an elimination series. It is elimination day, the final day of Swiss, and nobody is nervous at all.
Nope, no one's nervous. We're all safe. Everything is just fine as we introduce the teams. It's FlyQuest taking on CFO here to see who is going to make it to the top
ancient
8. It'll be
technique.
historic on either side. But my heart, I'm sorry.
I don't know, dude. I'm just like, whatever they can.
Kind of stolen at this.
Please,
No
just
need
win.
to apologize. I think a lot of fans will agree with you. The Flying Oysters, making every international event of the year, have really impressed and gained a lot of fans. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, they have built up so many expectations, and now is the time where they have to live up to them if they want to keep those hopes and those dreams alive.
Yeah, and things looked a little bit rocky the last time we saw them. It was theoretically a close series, but I was just kind of baffled during it. You know, normally I have pretty good attunement to the tempo vibes of the game. That one, 2 Barons, and then the game was over. And it was G2 that was heading to the top 8 and not FlyQuest. Feels a little bit
Dude,
like they
I
could
eat a little
rectify some
bit.
of
I
that,
feel
but
so
think
sick,
mentally,
dude.
It's going to take a lot.
Yeah, I really like the interview with Busio, you know, ahead of the match where, you know, he was talking about how
If I
they
shit
really
my
have to
pants
clear
on
their
stream,
minds and how they think about the game.
clip it.
Focus each game one at a time, and do not make any more mistakes. Both sides. I mean, the tension is always crazy on the last day of Swiss because the rewards are huge. You can see huge elation on stage.
I'm like, yeah! And I stand up and like my lower half is all brown.
Your entire year coming to an end, and you will be eliminated if you lose.
And also, all of these teams are coming off the back of
fucked up,
best
dude.
of 3s as well that they've had to win. And so it's a lot more that you've had to prep for and be ready for in previous
damn.
days, and then to immediately come back and do it.
It's
all
weird because
again.
I'm like
It is a big
constipated, but I feel like I'm
expectation,
gonna
and it
shit
all
my
starts
pants.
in the draft, Kobe, because there have been some mishaps, perhaps, if we look towards the very first game that FlyQuest went
These
into.
games are always rough,
when
man.
it comes to making sure they get rid of the
Please,
pocket
CFO.
Are you perhaps
I was insinuating. I was
alluding
insinuating.
to a certain Bard player's Bard that
have
was
done that.
let through by FlyQuest? Okay, yes, FlyQuest, they let Bard go through to Carria, a cardinal sin.
Much
The
fried
question is,
food? No,
will
no.
they
I
let
had like
Sion go through to CFO?
that chicken
Because
and
I feel
rice.
like that is almost equally as horrendous of a draft
I
mistake.
just like
So hopefully,
I
know,
don't
we'll
do
see
well
the
on CFO
respect
days. I
given,
always get so
between
fucked.
these two teams, and for CFO themselves, they started the tournament.
I've been like
with
farting and
back-to-back
shit.
wins, getting themselves up into the upper bracket there, and then having to play the best of 3s versus AL and then HLE. And getting now knocked down to 2-2, and it all coming down to this final best of 3 really does bring the rest of the pressure home.
Yeah, and it is kind of difficult.
Okay, we're in
because
draft.
It is the reverse sweep mentality. Once
Oh.
you get to that 5th game,
CFO's
if
blue
you're
side.
about to get
Mordecai's
reverse
banned.
swept, it is quite difficult. And let's see how this one's going to go as we get into the picks and
Okay.
bans for game number 1. And this is, you mentioned this already. Wasn't this
Is it
Seed
Sign
of the
ban?
Stars? This Mordekaiser situation?
Yeah, so Bwipo, again, you know, he showed early on in the tournament. He
Wukong
really likes
ban.
Mordekaiser. He wants to pick it into people's Scions. So since you blue side, ban that Mordekaiser. Atlas, all the North American fans breathing a sigh of relief as the Scion is then answer banned.
Hey, how you doing, Ursa?
Everyone loves a bit of
This
character
is time, game
development
1.
They're League of Legends, Kobe, and we get it right here. One more band to come on through, and then we'll see what's going to be left up. But there is a certain pigeon and a lady that does pirouettes with an orb
that I'm a little bit worried about. Never mind. No, she's still up. That was a test. Passed it. Absolutely nailed it. Aurora, though, and the Rye is going to be a big deal, but instead, I think
Gianna ban
gets snapped up here by Honky. We'll see where they do decide to go.
Yeah,
they first pick
the
Azir?
power of the Azir is definitely worth investing in. It does mean that you have to play a little bit slower and invest in that Azir and get money into it. So I want to see if CFO want to grab that early and do a scaling composition around an Azir. It's definitely a tried and true strategy. Some teams have been hesitating a little bit if they want to do that, or maybe a more early game focused setup for themselves, but FlyQuest knowingly give that up to CFO. So this will be interesting to see the response here from FlyQuest. You know, what kind of counter do they have to the Azir? Typically, Quad.
I'm not sure about the Mordekaiser ban.
He has not.
Because I don't know if Bwipo ever
played,
picks
like,
it
a
1, 2,
Kali
3.
spicy pick into it.
I was thinking this because you've got Talia Pantheon up if they'd like to pick it. And I know Talia Pantheon, a thing in the past that we may have been waggling our finger at, but this is not a bottom lane duo. This is very powerful mid-jungle.
100%, and Inspired has really loved that. There's also the Vi that also pairs really well.
Wait,
Point and
there's
click
Vi.
CCs with it, so
one
of those combos, and the Vi does
There's a
get
lot.
locked in,
I mean,
so
jungle
you have
options
that
is still pretty
guaranteed
good with
setup for the
Xin Zhao,
seismic
Trundle.
shove for sure. We'll see if they can actually.
They always go
punish. Now, on
Corki
CFO's
here.
side,
Just give Doggo something
let's see
strong,
the
or they can
response
blind
here.
pick something for
Obviously,
Driver.
Are we just
and
going
like
as
Ornn.
stock standard as possible?
At least the Xin for Driver here. Do they want a bit more structure to a scaling 5-on-5? Maybe Driver they probably still want on a like frontline CC heavy champion, and he doesn't have to pick it early on, but he very well could.
Well, they do it.
Oh, there's Rumble.
Sometimes if you manifest
I mean, like, they could have also gone Alistar here instead of Rumble.
Stop doing that, Kobe, because I didn't really want to see it. But we do see it anyway in the end.
All right, well, this makes me think, is Bwipo just going to go the Ornn or the Galio then? Bwipo has preferred the Galio as far as those super common answers into the Rumble, but he could spice it up a little. You know, he always does have a very deep champion pool for counter picks. And
there's
because he
Alistar.
has a deep pool for counter picks, he could actually let the pick for Bwipo drop all the way to 4 or 5 here.
I think Busio has been absolutely amazing on this Alistar. He played so many games on this champion, managed to pick that one up in a lot of the best of ones that they were in earlier on. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here. And I think if there's ever a way to get back on the horse, or the cow, I guess, if we're going to stick with the metaphor, then this is the way to do it, because he's been so reliable.
Get
I mean, he
back
did well
in there.
against
I mean,
T1,
he has
though.
been a huge playmaker for this team. Really has been the star for the team, honestly, in summer, in the second half of the year. So Alistar never likes playing into Poppy. Neither does Vi to some degree. So the Poppy ban is very well deserved. Support Poppy has really been crazy thus far at the tournament. For CFO,
I mean, they should probably ban Galio at least.
Of the Ornn Galio that we talked about, and then force Bwipo to do something a little bit more creative.
I don't mind. I feel like the Galio is kind of awkward in the composition. So we'll see whether they do decide to get rid of something else. They take away the Ambessa first, and now we've got one more ban to come on down here. I think Kaiwing wants to play an engage support, because otherwise CFO aren't going to have very many reliable ways to start a fight.
I mean, I'm really liking Aurel here for CFO.
Worked somewhat well, but I don't know whether I'd recommend it. So maybe a little bit of another option. So they don't need to worry as much about there being like a Siva Karma coming in on that bottom side of the map. And I think that that's pretty smart, given the fact that they've already locked in the Alistar, which can leave your bottom lane a little bit susceptible. Caitlyn already taken away though.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they definitely need something to keep people on a Rumble Ultimate.
Yep.
And that's going to be Kaiwing's job.
It's Leona, isn't it? They're just going to play Leona.
Yeah, definitely a possibility there.
Leon wouldn't be bad.
See about the protection bans here again for the Rumble. Is the Ambessa all that they're really worried about Bwipo going to? Okay, so they
Galio comes in. So is it just Ornn for Bwipo? Does he do that? Or are we going to see Urgot? Like, what's happening here?
Direct would be good.
We're electing
I'd be down for that.
Or whether we're just going to keep the kitchen clean.
I would prefer the Ornn because Ornn plus Vi plus Talia, has a lot of combination possibilities there. But Bwipo probably prefers something a little bit more mobile. Okay, yeah. K'Sante is more mobile. I know.
Middle ground?
K'Sante has not had a lot of success at the tournament thus far, though. So definitely is.
I mean, there's a
little
lot
bit
of AD carries and
contentious there.
supports, you know?
And it doesn't really like, it's not a hard counter or anything to Rumble, so it's not it's not too much spice.
I feel like it just exists in a lot of these drafts. You don't feel good, you don't feel bad, which, knowing Kasante's past, maybe that's a good thing. So let's see what Doggo's going to be playing here. Just need to round out the bottom lane here for CFO as they've basically just taken away their top side, and will now just lock in some picks for Doggo and Kaiwing. There's that Leona that I was talking about. See, I'm not going to make a suggestion for what Doggo's going to play, and therefore we can keep up the suspense.
Yeah, they love
manifested the whole draft.
Yeah, it's
for CFO,
problematic. It's really problematic. If they lose, I will have to apologize to everyone. Vetch's going to be like in my DM saying like, dude, please stop.
Fuck,
I
man.
mean, honestly, this is the meta, though. This is the straightforward meta here for CFO, and that's a good line to take for game number 1 of a series. Doggo, of course, I feel like just has been such a star here for CFO. He's been playing very aggressively, and I really like what I've seen from him.
Okay.
When
I'm
he
fine
does
with that.
have advantages, presses
It's actually
them
not bad.
really effectively.
Double equalizer comp. I know package isn't there anymore, but Valkyrie still kind of works and well buffed since the removal of said package. It's all right. Pussy are going to be hovering a Vayne. Don't know whether that is actually going to be coming in, but it's the right era for a Corki matchup.
Yeah, I want a high DPS champ here for Masu. I think we really do need more of a hyper carry style champion for Masu here. Since we are running Kasante, Alistar, and Vi, those aren't... Jhin is definitely not a hyper carry. Okay, well...
I mean, there's no true tank, but Leona is kind of a true tank at the end of the game. Like,
exactly. So Jhin has a lot of playmaking, and FlyQuest do have a lot of playmaking. They don't have a lot of damage for super later into the game, though. Like you're saying, though, Jhin can have really good damage versus non-tanks. It's just sometimes it's hard to work around. Like a Xin ultimate, hard for him to deal with.
Wait.
Can be very
Do you
hard
hear
for him
that?
to
Wait,
deal with
listen.
as well.
Shut up.
Jhin doesn't necessarily have his own dash to get off of Rumble ults either.
Whoa!
So I prefer CFO
Dude,
side.
I can hear Bastion all the way from New Zealand.
I guess I can.
Dude, that's crazy. Halfway across the world, Bastion's screaming.
Because obviously this has been pretty standard on this current patch, and the shudder.
Do you realize how bad FlyQuest draft is? Dude, they have Kasante, Talia, Jhin.
That is largely to do with bias against the champion. It just isn't something that I've enjoyed seeing here. Kind of feels like you're playing. Think about this in card terms. You've got like a ramp deck, but then your top end is 2-drops. It just doesn't feel like it's working.
So I'm ramping from 1 drops to 2 drops.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh my god, what is that draft, dude?
Afterwards. I guess 4 drops is probably what I should have said because it's Jhin.
Oh, I go balcony.
But they do have a lot of stuff.
I just end stream and I just go to balcony.
Like if you can get an accelerated Jhin in this game, he will still do work. And I still have nightmares. It was T1 that was at the front of it, I'm pretty sure, earlier on in the year. Or was it last year? I'm not entirely sure, but it wasn't a great time. Anyway, let's get onto the Rift here for game number 1. CFO on our blue side to start us off. First Dragon going to be that Infernal. And Fly going to see whether they can get off to a good start.
Corki is really cool. Really good, I should say.
I love Gyos, by the way.
This is so cool that it's also like, there's not a,
That's
like,
for CFO? Who's the fuck the Gyos for?
Right now.
That first one was super loud.
It's just super cool.
Yeah, you can actually feel the energy, feel the excitement. Last day of Swiss, making or breaking dreams. And we are going to get the makings of a Raptor Ward.
Well, we already audaciously charging on top of Quad here. Does get taken down to half health, but he doesn't drop.
Okay.
And speaking of drops, a reminder, the drops are active all worlds long, so be sure to log on to your accounts at lolesports.com for a chance at earning some digital loot.
250 HP lead, Atlas, in mid lane. Yeah, that is a pretty good level 1. I like that. Now it's 300 HP lead. Hongq here on the Azir having a really good early start.
Dire combo knows that Doggo has played 0 games with Zaya.
Raptor Ward, and Jujja camping there with Hongq, so once you get vision of the enemy mid laner, just jumping
it depends on draft and pick order, right?
Ramifications for how this
Doggo's
lane does
Zaya's
play
really
out.
good at like
and it
LCP.
used to be such a contentious lane matchup.
I'd have to look at draft to see like, when should Doggo have picked Zaya?
Azir taking the most recent nerfs, but Talia really lost a lot of power. And so I think Honky's going to be pretty happy about how this one's going because a lot
Like
of
Corki is really strong, right? So if he wants Xayah, that's more to be defensive and safe.
Doggo topside strategy again.
You know, like because they have like a lot of engage tools, right? So if you want to go Xayah, that's fine too. But if he prefers Corki, I think Corki is stronger than Xayah.
1v1 champion here into Cassante.
Yep. You just saw there that we had a look at Honkyu and Quad as well. They're shared champion pool. A lot of control mages that both of these players do like to play, but it feels like Honkyu has been allowed to have more fun this world.
Yeah, by ult, he ults. Yeah, but that's to be more defensive, though, is what I'm trying to say.
So the fun
like, if you think you can handle that aggressiveness and counter it with, like, Corki, that's still pretty strong. Like, Corki does a lot of damage, like his rockets and his E, especially.
So is just going to have the early tier purchase. Now, he didn't have any extra
okay on
money, it looks like, for
Cassante.
any potions. So this will be a Talia with no sustain versus Azir with still Biscuit in inventory and both potions available.
Oh dear.
Wow.
Well, that is an aggressive Valkyrie here from Doggo. Remember, he's already done this to Doran. So it is going to be Bwipo able to walk his way out, but you know that he's always going to be aggressive. In goes Skywing, speaking of aggression, as Quad. You mentioned the lack
Quad
of
is
potions.
losing
I think that
so
was
much,
a poignant
dude.
thing to talk about there. Kobe, well done.
Yeah, and it gives value here to all these ganks towards mid lane, all the extra pressure.
Well, Ebapov does come on down here as Masu. Decent deadly flourish. His driver stands still for a while, but does have the scrap shield. He'll be all right. We'll just be convinced to go home.
Okay, so we have teleports available for both Driver and Bwipo. Bwipo did cancel his Rico, and he's sticking around, though, on 50% HP.
You probably can't dive this.
Decides to call off the long play there. Leona was still coming over.
Still seems to be making his way up as Junja is going to, at the last second, cancel that recall. Still looking for a way in.
Yeah, I think if you delay it too long, though, the defense gets here. Vi is on the way. Busio's actually not coming up here, though.
He cancels another one. Another audacious charge goes in. Moon becomes lightning, connects, but hasn't seen
Inspired's here.
Finally does now.
He back off.
Looks like they were still considering it. That was very CFO.
Yeah.
They are going
This
to
is
back
fine.
away in the end.
This is going to significantly cost.
We've paused. FlyQuest are like, no. CFO would go for that dive. These must be different players.
We get the sepia tone view of Summoner's Rift for a while. Nice calming view. All right, we'll update you on whatever caused that issue. But since we just saw them stick around, see, you know, the cost of sticking around and threatening a top lane dive like that for Junja.
Oh, is it like a gold debuff?
He's pretty far away from second respawn.
Is it the lane swap bug?
He actually cleared from bottom side up towards top side. He now should probably just recall so he can get his purchase off and then go re-clear from Krugs up. But he's going to lose a few seconds of tempo, and Inspired never loses a few seconds of tempo on his second respawn. He is like always like, as soon as they respawn, I am up there, I am re-clearing. This guy is always trying to keep up his own farm. So we'll see if that ends up, you know, actually deciding anything in the game, because sometimes you'll get like second respawns of Scuttle Crabs. If you're there a little bit early and Vi does have like brush advantage, it means the difference of a Vi getting a full charged Q, in which that actually does give you a chance to beat a Xin in an early scrap. Whereas otherwise, if they're just staring at each other on even timings, then you usually favor the Xin in, you know, starting and creating a lot of the plays around those early objectives.
Yeah. And I don't know whether it necessarily matters. The whole time you were talking, I was like listening and then trying to work out what this means for later on in the game, right? Because we look at these compositions, I think we've seen CFO's comp played by a lot of different teams many, many times, and we know that it does scale quite nicely into the late game, but you don't have like a true tank necessarily outside of Pseudo the Leona. Corki's more of a mid-game champion. You don't have like the hyper carries there apart from, I guess, the Azir. But I'm looking on the side of FlyQuest, and I just don't know where the damage comes from.
What is Molecule tweeting?
Unless Quad has like an incredible performance and lands a whole bunch of shoves. But we're gonna, I'm just not gonna get your opinion on that, because we're gonna get the opinion of the analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. We'll give you an update momentarily, but this does give us a little chance to hear what you two thought about the draft. We were talking about it. Do you agree with the casters? What do you think?
I mean, my main takeaway is I just didn't really love the Alistar on 3. I do think picking Galio there would have made more sense because I think since it's a game 1, like in my mind, Alistar is not so critical that you have to get it that
but
early.
I thought he was.
So much
I thought he
stronger than the other
joined
engaged
like
champs.
after
And
4
also would
minutes,
have opened
right?
up more of an opportunity to go for support counter pick on 5 and try to get a winning 2v2 bot. You know, something like a Bard angle or an Enchanter angle if it is there. So that's kind of where I was at. Is, you know, if you just go Galio on 3, Galio doesn't get banned out. It's a great answer into the Rumble. It's something that was super comfortable with. And then you go AD on 4, support pick on 5, and I feel like that could have set them up for a potential better draft. But this is not like a bad draft by any means. I don't think that they can't win or anything like that. I just would have preferred a different order.
Yeah, are you worried about the damage at all?
I think because they're pretty squishy on the other side, I don't think it's that big of a deal as long as Quad doesn't get put really far behind. Like, Vitalia is decent damage. Cassante is like... Cassante hitting a tank is nothing, but Cassante hitting squishy champions is something. Yeah. And Jhin is actually pretty bursty against these types of champs.
Yeah, I would agree. The only thing, because I think there were a couple of draft traps. Obviously, I think giving over Sire would have been a huge mistake, regardless of counter pick. We didn't see Fly do that. For CFO's end, I think their draft is just as Atlas also ended on. We've seen this exact draft a million times. Like, it really does.
But look, that's 4 minutes, right?
Decently well. You're front to back.
I don't understand. Why would that be an issue?
Thing that I was talking about with Azil backstage as well. I would have loved to see Sivir. I think that Sivir is one of those champions that would alleviate
I mean, pizza supports are just
even or ahead. I think
old experience
also,
helps, right?
I have watched Gen G pilot way worse, but
yeah, you're talking about Gen G.
Okay, I was going to say it myself, but I do think that does influence how you look at drafts, right? Like the teams that you watch on a daily basis. But I do think that this is the type of draft where as long as you don't fall behind, the amount of damage will be susceptible. If you have Sivir, though, it's a really good matchup in the Corki.
A knockout game, as long as you don't fall behind.
Well, yeah, but that's what this comp screams to me. You do have good tools to find picks from behind.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as I was going to say is that you do have Fly. Your 2 best players are on playmakers. You have Inspired on Vi, you have Busio on Alistar. I think they're the 2 stars of the team. They can find picks, they can make things happen, and I do like that they have agency here. You know, not that there was anything wrong with Sejuani in the game, you know, against G2. Like, I think he's great on Sejuani, he can play these things, but when he is on these types of picks, you just kind of have that feeling that he could make something happen for your team, similar to when Busio was playing Soraka. Soraka, I think, was great there. I think he's a great Soraka, but when he's on Alistar, it's
how bad is it?
Yeah, they could paint the picture a little bit for me because I've become a little bit addicted to his Bard because it's so good and I always want to see it. Do you think that in terms of Alistar, who of course can be a super playmaking support as well, that he's going to be able to really put a stamp on this game?
I definitely think so. I think he sets a really good Alistar game so far. He's very creative with his angles. He uses Hex Slash really well to try to circumvent vision. He's very good at tracking that. So I definitely think he can play well here. The reason he doesn't just go Bard on 3 is you're really worried about some of these lane counters that can be very difficult. I don't think if they wanted to go for a Bard angle, it would have had to be what I was talking about, where you leave it for 5th pick.
I'm from NA, but fuck Lyquist send CFO.
Since in that
world, CFO send the LTA fronts home. Yeah, there you go. That's what I thought would be the normal NA reaction. But when I made that tweet, people were fucking butthurt.
He has so much innate mobility. I think even Rumble we've seen be able to dodge a lot, and then
like I called out. I just talked shit about fraud NA fans.
You know I love me a good Bard.
Why are people so attacked? If I said like
the strengths of these 2 teams, and
if someone's like, oh, I hate dumb NA fans, I'd be like, well, I'm not dumb, so it doesn't bother me. I just move on.
Forward. I wouldn't necessarily call them as good as FlyQuest. Usually, at kind of setting up for objectives and getting those objectives, and I say that only, Isaac, because in
CFO pause.
They are the best team at that completely, and they almost never drop the ball. So how do the comps work in that regard?
I mean, I think a lot of it is just going to be about like who's getting early advantages, what sides you want to play to. Obviously,
Ellis hates fucking
not Kaiwing. I'm looking at the Corki, but Doggo went top.
FlyQuest draft.
You know, so are we going to see them
trading?
So are we going to see them contesting on the objectives? I do feel like
FlyQuest. Pussy is one of the best support players in the world with the deepest pool. Envy is already showing top. Pick Alistair for zero fucking reason, revealing a key part of bot. Pick Cassante at R4 fucking anyways. Jhin R5. FBA might want to investigate this too. That is a crazy fucking tweet, dude.
Like, yeah, you're kind of tanky. Leon can't do that. Yeah, you're kind of tanky, but if you just
like, I can't imagine ever tweeting that about CFO, dude. I get fucking fired.
Go towards the CFO win conditions. I do think
CJ enters Jhin NRG Vitality.
Doggo in the 1v1 was
United?
doing a great job, as you would in the range
Supermassive, role
Then
use?
Junja was also able to find very early damage.
Okay, so you
onto
went from
God, who actually
Korea
has,
to
as a
NA,
result,
EU,
not really, I think in this
NA,
matchup, neither player should
and
die,
Turkish
but not having lane
League.
power does make that Junja is freed up. And I do think that CFO's comps leans into their strength very heavily in that every single member of this team is able to go in very
fuck was that on NRG?
or able to assist in case of
And they do. I think
They
the
will.
cool thing
Oh,
is
they
that,
will.
and they will.
Oh,
They
is
very
it,
much will.
I
think also for Junja, we didn't get to talk about it that much either.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
I've seen some huge
I was thinking that
Xin Zhao
Korean
games the last couple of
support,
days, like absolutely
Ignar,
super
but it's
carry
not. It's
performances.
probably someone
I think
else.
in that last game versus G2, FlyQuest also went for the Xin Zhao, but just didn't get. Oh no, in the Soraka game rather. Sorry.
Yeah.
But it didn't really work out the way they wanted. Do you think Inspired has to somehow adjust how he plays or not at all? I'm just thinking about him in the sense of he was the one who was most downtrodden in that series after G2. Is he going to change what he usually does? Because I don't think he has to.
I don't think he will. I mean, I think Inspired is very consistent. He's going to prioritize his goals. He's going to prioritize his farm, and then generally he's really
I don't know who went to
mechanically
fucking
proficient
Turkey,
and he plays team
though.
fights well. And I feel like that's kind of him.
He
He kind of does the same
United?
thing every game.
Fuck
But he
me,
believes that
dude.
is the best way to play League
Wasn't
of
that like
Legends.
Mad
and to play
Life
it
or some
really
shit?
efficiently.
Dandy on
And
that fucking
it's enabled
team?
by Busio. You know, this is something I talk about a lot in NA, is that Busio is kind of their jungler often in the early minutes, right? Busio is often going to roam. He's going to leave Masu by himself.
Yeah,
to help
2015
Clark push that lane, to
NRG,
help
yeah.
Bwipo be protected on a dive. You know, not that Inspired never does it, but
Yo,
Inspired is going
Bazlock,
to
what's
prioritize
up?
camps, prioritize objectives, and really try to put himself in that
All
way
right, CFO.
ahead so that he can really kind of pay that back later in team fights.
Yeah, it's true. We don't have an
And
update
laner.
yet for you. We are still in this tech pause. I think something we didn't talk about yet, and maybe we can now, is that Bwipo didn't have a good series versus G2 specifically, right? A lot of situations where he got caught out or made the wrong decision, and I thought that was out of character because for me, Bwipo is a player who
Why can't I
sometimes
think
is
of a
tremendous
single
in lane, but
Korean
even
mid
if he doesn't,
laner?
he'll always find something to lift the team up or a positioning or a moment, and I just felt like maybe his mojo was a little off, so if he resets today, it's going to be super important, and on the Cassante, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, I was just surprised that he played Rumble. He's not known
Dude,
as a Rumble
I
player
can't
at
believe
all.
I'm
And actually, when they
blanking
had subbed
so
Gecko Sim
hard.
a couple times during the regular season, it was to
The
play
thing
Rumble,
is, like,
right?
it has to
Because
be someone
Bwipo
that's
traditionally
Korean,
doesn't play
right?
champ. He only has 10 games on it his entire
A hard
career. It is, yeah, and it's just kind of like not his style. He has his own kind of unique Bwipo picks, but there's a few meta picks that he's always kind of stayed away from, Rumble being one of them. In the Renekton game, it felt like it was a bit of hubris, like he was proxying a lot, got caught out a lot of times. But
GBM?
yeah, Bwipo is an up and down player. He's
GBM
hot
was
and
on
cold.
Vitality?
If he can come out and have a really good game one, like Bwipo at his best can challenge the best top laners in the world. Bwipo at his worst can lose to the worst top laners in the world. Like, you just have to see what you're
Calling
getting.
Broken Blade bad?
Hey, come on, guys.
I'm also not saying that the champ is too difficult for Bwipo. I just think I think Rumble is really, really
It's a
difficult
different playstyle.
to play, right? And specifically when you have these important fights, it is a split-second decision. It's hard to do that all the
Holy
time. I
shit.
think so. So I'm sure pros don't think it's
What?
as difficult. But we see a
GBM?
lot of weird lines in professional Rumble games sometimes because it is difficult.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of working alongside the self-declared best Rumble of all time.
Oh, everyone's saying
Huni.
CFO has a better draft. I agree.
No. In Huni, who always has extremely strong opinions on Rumble, for anything ranging from builds to equalize. And I think Rumble, to me, is an interesting champion because it feels like he is kind of like Xin Zhao currently, like Lee Sin was a couple of years ago, at least in the LCK, where you need to be able to play this champion. He has just been a meta staple. He will remain a meta staple because of the innate power of his kit, no matter how many mini reworks we have. What I wanted to talk about for a little bit when it comes to CFO, particularly with
Longzhu,
the Azir, which I think has been a
Fenerbahce,
crazy power
Supermassive.
pick, is that HomeQ to me thus far hasn't been able to live up to
Shut
the
up. How's that
expectations were set for it
easy?
by his previous tournaments, both MSI as well as First
What the
Stand.
fuck is
And
X10?
Azir to me is kind of, as a champion, the ultimate test of this, because Azir, the line between having a great play and having a
never mind. I
struggle
can do.
can be thin, and we'll see if he's able to clear that line this time around.
Oh, thanks, Chronicler. And here we are. We're back in. And it is just the game as we saw it before. We just got to have a little bit of a timeout and a little bit of a chat to our lovely analysts.
Yeah, and I think what the issue was is that Kaiwing
I'm busy,
went
guys.
a little
I'm
bit early to
focusing.
the top lane, thus triggering the lane swap detection punishment.
Yep.
And CFO were contesting.
We had the same pause in the LCK. Don't you worry.
Yeah, so
happens to the best of us.
Kaiwing just missed out on a bit of extra, experience and support quests there, but
ultimately it will be okay.
Yeah, I believe we're just resuming. So they just explained the lane swap detection.
Yep. And because it's now a little bit later on this patch, we are going to be paused once more. See whether it's going to be comfortable clarification or whether this is going to be something deeper. We'll make sure we keep you updated as quickly as possible. Should be over the CFO side, assuming that they feel like the issue has not been resolved.
Yeah,
What they expected.
I think all the explaining about the lane swap went down smoothly. So this probably, I would assume, is something else.
It'd have to be something else, right?
Yeah.
Unless they're like, no, but like, look, there's this thing. That's what I expected. As soon as the pause came in again, I'm like, no, they're failing to accept that that's how it worked.
And now we are well past 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So
it might be that it was the fact that you like get the debuff and then it lasts afterwards. Maybe they were still a little bit confused as to, you know, but I still wasn't getting experience immediately after. Okay, never mind.
That's not a good sign right there.
It might have been bathroom break tech pause situation. Oh, another one.
So, I mean, sometimes if there's
Where
something
they going?
more meaningful, then they're like,
They
okay,
forfeit?
this might take a while. You are allowed to get out of your seats and then go to the bathroom, and like the cause of the pause isn't necessarily the bathroom break.
Yeah, it's more like you now have a window to use the bathroom.
Because we just started, guys.
Yeah. yeah. I'm thinking like, you know, when you're nervous,
Oh, yeah, actually, a black
sometimes can just, and maybe you just forget to use the bathroom, you know? Make sure, maybe a bathroom check, guys. For everyone watching at home, take care of your kidneys.
Yeah, honestly, I think
Is it like
everyone should take this
Crash?
moment.
Yeah.
Except for us, of course.
And if you don't need to go, maybe think about the other side of the spectrum, which is hydration. And perhaps we should all have a drink of water. You know what?
True.
We should all do that. Kobe, pick up your water
Jungle?
bottle.
I don't know who else.
Yes, sir, Atlas, sir.
Middling?
I would like some electrolytes with my water, too, please.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Frozen?
That's how you truly
No,
hydrate.
Frozen.
Is that really how it works? I thought electrolytes was just a cool word.
You know, Kadriel once told me.
Is it Frozen?
When we were a couple years ago streaming.
Oh my God! I thought
you know the lead up to Worlds, which was basically like Worlds Champion Cube.
Yeah.
And so it was like super hype, and you know everybody's watching and stuff. And
I don't
we're
know what
streaming for
happened.
long
Bush
periods
just
of time.
fucked off.
And I was
Just
I
left
was
the
streaming
game
with him on Discord. And I was like, oh, I really have to go to the bathroom. And then he was like, don't go. It actually really increases your focus. It's better if you have to go to the bathroom. And I was like,
Driver?
wait a
Isn't he like
second.
22?
I mean, it does increase your focus because you're thinking about it and you're worried.
But you just focused on needing to pay.
He ordered pizza? Dude, what if he came back with like an Uber Eats bag?
That's for sure.
Yeah,
Sponsored!
Don't take
Dude, that'd be a crazy ad.
Let's steer clear from that.
But it did increase
It's
my
like when
focus.
the Team Liquid CEO was like, hold on, I gotta answer my fucking Samsung Galaxy phone. Wink.
He recommended that and matcha. He was really, really big on matchas at the time.
Okay, well, I'm not really all that big on the matchas. This is by the way, guys, just to update you, this is a different issue. This is more of a peripheral.
100 these fly bathroom. Who is it? Oh, that's a hard one.
They're solvable. You can see the
Is
thing.
it
and you can say,
Bwippo?
I'll get a different thing, or we'll fix
The
the thing.
Bwippo's on 100
Very,
these.
very
Fuck.
easy.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about stuff going on inside the computer.
Who else went from
New
100
mouse,
thieves to
new
Fly
keyboard.
Quest?
We'll figure it out.
Yep, whatever it needs to be. So now we can talk about hydration and stuff like that. And by the way, I do know what electrolytes
How do you not
but
know
I have
how
always
old your
thought
own
the word
players
is good.
are?
Like, you know, I just liked it. And,
I don't
whenever
know.
like,
I don't know
look
how
at the
old my
bottles and they have
brothers
all these
are.
really big letters. I'm like, they made that up.
Yeah, like you're gonna get some sort of superpowers.
Yeah, that's
from
what I always
electrolytes.
thought. Maybe I'll
like
watch
it'll turn you into Raiden or something, shooting electrical.
And I would have been playing Mortal Kombat at the time.
Raiden was always my favorite Mortal Kombat character, that's for sure. It's because of the electricity that like snaps on his eyes.
Yeah.
That's Mega Aura.
And he also just looked really unassuming when
That's
he
it,
was
kids.
walking
We
around
get the
and then he just
ages. He
zaps
changed
you.
all the time. Exactly,
It's,
Sip
The
and
old guy
Gwen.
that still
Thank
beats
you.
everyone up.
Yep.
That's what I'm gonna turn
Whoa,
into.
we lost our top laner now. What the fuck?
We progressed towards our Unk status.
Oh,
Yep. And
Dog,
the
just do that
Youngstars is
kite wing.
purely- It's epitomized by the fact that we're excited.
Oh no,
about the
they're
remake
fighting in the bot
of the
lane.
movie,
Oh
and
shit,
everybody else is like,
CFO.
that's dumb.
They're fighting.
Because I know I am. The first Mortal Kombat movie, oh my god.
Quality
just
movie.
Extraordinary.
Quality movie.
Your brother's soul is
I just see Driver run
Oh,
back.
Just so quotable. So many brilliant moments. And we really are deep into this pause. That's what we've decided that we want to
Misfits
Honestly, though, Alex, that's what today is all about.
Yeah.
Which of these
Phoenix
teams
Vitality?
will deliver a fatality to the other region?
Oh, see, you can always
have
tie it
brothers,
back in, Kobe.
liar.
That's why I love having you around.
Yeah,
Fatality
dude, I have
is,
two
you know,
younger
one of the
brothers.
earliest and coolest, like calls for a finish of an entire
Do you
turn.
think it got a little bit too much when they started moving on to like babalities and the weird things? They should have just probably left it as fatality.
Dude, we're getting
But it is
LCK
huge.
cast,
I mean, this
dude.
is a momentous series.
Is this a
here
PP break?
for both
I should
regions?
just fucking
for both
piss my
teams
pants.
individually, but also for both regions because.
I mean, it's massive on either side, and I think FlyQuest wanting to make it
Bet
back to
on a
that
10-minute
former glory,
tech
being able to
pauses
get
game?
to
Is
the
that an
top
actual
eight
thing?
like they were able to, and
It
got
sounds
so
like
close
it could be a
against
thing.
Gen G. If they can't even get there,
Oh.
it doesn't feel very good. But this does, because now
Oh.
we can see the video game.
Okay.
And it's all in color and everything like that. We don't need to worry about the sepia mode that we had before, and everything
Your brothers
is
watch
all
your
good.
stream
So,
sometimes.
after all these pauses and after all the swap, let's evaluate what went down with the experience. The biggest thing to me,
battle level.
Yeah, the biggest thing to me is top lane. Top lane having a full level advantage for Bwipo is huge. Cassante ultimate definitely very, very threatening, and Driver suffered more heavily in the CS.
That's
With the lane
crazy.
swap, with the 2v1s.
Oh, Empress Divide does get the
let's
flash out of quad
go.
here. Nice little attempt from Honky. That means that another visit.
Oh, for
They
Flash?
should be able to get a kill.
What the fuck happens
Wow,
with the
Inspired
XP?
got to the second Stellar
Driver's
Crab,
down
getting
like a
him to
full
the
level
6
into.
breakpoint as well.
Ginger's down a level.
So they are going to have experience, slight experience lead for the jungle, much larger experience lead for top lane.
Nothing a few pedals can't fix, right, Kobe?
True.
We'll need to get a
Was
couple
Vethio?
of those.
Was it an
Honky does
XL?
avoid the seismic shove, but he does so by hoovering up a whole bunch of rocks. So that doesn't exactly feel fantastic. This does, though, because these
That's why he joined
Sand Soldiers are really
Heretics at
starting
the
to hurt.
end
With
for like
Rika,
a
Bow and Blasting
split.
One now completed.
Yeah, I am. Inspired also showed here. So every time you show, then you give a lot of information to your opponents in the early game because CFO know that Inspired cleared up towards that side, and so by showing mid, they can now guess, all right, presumably for the next like 30 seconds, he's going to be clearing the rest of his red quadrant. Your red buff, your
Hunky's up
Krugs,
200
and
gold.
then
Not bad, not
re-clearing
bad.
down. It's not the biggest of deals because they do know what your jungle path was from the beginning, but it just makes it certain so they can.
Getting the confirmation is, I think, a big deal.
Yeah, especially when you finally have your level 6 on Vi, and you want to use what we were talking about in Champ Select. The Vi ultimate guarantees you a seismic shove play onto Azir, and so that extra threat is something that they want to kind of keep hidden in the fog of war if possible.
Yeah, I also think that fighting around now is exactly what they want to be doing, right? Level 6s are a big deal for this composition. FlyQuest do want to get themselves off to a good start to make sure that their damage is enough moving later on into the game. As Bwipo, this seems to be his new thing. It's just farming behind turrets. Doesn't look like he's going to have too many issues though doing
Void
it.
Grub
As
spawn.
you can see, still retaining decent experience.
You know, they have
advantage.
vision of
Also
it.
tempo advantage now, and we'll be able
Oh,
to
they're
move
just
into
trading.
fog war,
Vi's going to
which will
go
be
take
dangerous
Dragon.
as we do see CFO going for these grubs.
Yep, we're going to get the objective trade for the early game. So CFO, they're going to have the extra pushing power of the grubs for these turret plates. We'll see how much extra money this does result in the early game especially. And if FlyQuest focus on the dragon stacking will pay off.
I can't think
of this FlyQuest, squad is looking a lot at these mid-game fights. They want to focus on dragon stacking so that they can put that pressure onto CFO in the mid-game.
And
Yeah, I'm not going to get that.
Two of the best souls.
Because I would say
we'll
something
have to see
like
what is
Mia,
going to
but
be,
I don't think Mia.
the soul
You didn't
moving
list
later on,
TSM, so it can't
as
be
we do get
Mia.
that second Drake going down, but it's not going to be Infernal or Hextech. They could have just won the game, right? If you get them with this composition, if you can make that snowball work, it doesn't quite matter as much.
Let's summarize your cheer for today. TFO, TS, and T1. Yeah, I think that's
early.
basically
As Busio taking a lot of damage here. Pulverize onto 2 as Masu trying to get that follow-up damage. Doggo does just use the barrier to make sure that he stays as healthy as possible.
And that was after I left.
Yeah, certainly is. Get that Alistar fairly low, healing back up with the passive. A little bit of sustain there for Busio. And Inspired is trekking his way over here on the Vi. So we'll see after Krugs if he just goes back into another re-clear and heads up down towards the other side of the map. Most probably he'll just go Raptors and Wolves, but there's possible options for them to get a little bit fancy with it. They have, of course, swapped their solo laners as well, so Bwipo comes back down here. since he does have plenty of magic resist with both solo laners being AP threats.
Yeah, feels a bit good, doesn't it, to be the Cassante in this game as far as itemization?
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna lane a melee into a mid lane matchup, you know, into one of these mages, having the early phase start out pretty smoothly and getting a bunch of money to just buy a bunch of magic resist, and especially the extra regeneration that you get off of the
Inspired hasn't really done
is
anything
so
so
nice
far this
for
game.
Because even if the Azir is attacking you with soldiers and stuff, you just, you know, move on up there, and Cassante has so much survivability with the extra shield and the early itemization. But here we go, we might get a little bit of a scrap as Jinja heads up towards the FlyQuest duo.
Yeah, we do have level 6 finally hit for Kaiwing as he's waiting in this brush. Doesn't look like they really want to find too much though, and especially with the Unbreakable Will there. Busio isn't really a target. Masu's hard to get onto because of the range that he does have. So we've just got a little bit of a snare coming on through. Jinja is going to walk over that captive audience, and out he will go.
It is interesting because the experience leads still hold for all the places that we talked about for FlyQuest. You know, Whippo's still with his. Bottom side, Driver is going to be the target, though.
This could be really dangerous, right? Because he's already behind. It could get even worse. The Equalizer goes down just to clear out the wave, and that looks to be exactly what FlyQuest wanted. Now they're going to slink back towards the river, and Inspired going to see what else he can collect.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be Scuttler first, and then possibly just Gromp into clearing out as much jungle as he possibly can to continue getting himself in.
Oh my god, CFO's so far behind in terms of XP.
Pretty quiet.
Pretty quiet. A little bit of extra efficiency, I would say, on the FlyQuest side.
Yep.
You know, namely from Inspired with his jungle farm. Jinja, we've seen a couple times where he hesitates around top side, kind of wants to make a play, either calls it off himself or gets interrupted. And so Jinja is slightly behind in the jungle. But that being said, the carries for CFO have their own leads here, both Hongq and Doggo, with some slight extra gold to their names.
Yep. Hongq, of course, very comfortable on this Azir as well. His record is pretty impressive. They do a lot of winning, so it is hard to really gauge exactly what it all means on the international stage, but I think Hongq's proven himself well enough for us to be able to trust it.
Yeah,
Fuck, man, I don't like how even this game
winning
is.
This team does.
Dude,
I
I'm
mean,
about to
Jinja
fucking
has
shit
won
my
7
pants. Can
regional
we get some
titles in a
plays
row.
going?
Everyone that he has played in there in the LCP/PCS. And we'll see if they can continue on the international stage. Again,
I know, but I don't like that.
Experience is valued a bit more.
I don't
than
like how
gold.
close
So,
this
like,
game
small
is.
Gold differences don't usually result in a full item breakpoint. And so the extra value of a full
Bikla? No, Bickhole is a coach
exactly.
there.
This is the guaranteed power.
He just has, there's
that is
there's
gonna
another
be there,
guy
but
with
we
a
haven't
similar
seen
name.
anyone use it yet, really.
Oh my god, the burst damage out of Doggo. He's got that Trinity Force, and yes, now we definitely know it.
So the item breakpoints definitely do hurt when one of them is a Trinity Force.
Maybe this is one of those lessons, like AD carries really like items because they can do that with them.
Yeah, especially...
Oh, Soulflare double slow does come on through, but that's not quite enough to go for too much. Oh, I say that. Hongq's Sand Soldiers, they've been training hard.
This could be problematic for FlyQuest. This is CFO really making a good effort to interrupt the dragon stacking. Inspired is on vision.
Yeah, and Doggo saw him, immediately clicked towards him. As Inspired is going to wrap his way around. Looks like CFO
where's Bwippo?
this
There's
dragon.
Bwippo.
His
Bwippo
teleport
seeping in.
He's going to bring Bwippo in. Junja actually just going to waste no time. Flashes away, but Bwippo might be able to get on top of him.
Oh!
The ulti not going to work out because Bwippo ate the CC, and that is first blood. Over to Inspired here. FlyQuest on the board. As the turret plates fall, a 14-minute first blood is not exactly the earliest, but the fact that they get a second Drake is huge.
They could teleport Quad to go answer the top wave as well. If they don't want to drop the top wave, send the Taliyah over there.
As the flash out, Curtain Call comes on in as, Masu's just going to be able to pick that one up because Whippo is not scared of turrets.
And again, it's such a critical timing for FlyQuest because they have to keep Dragon stacking. So because bottom when wave was pushed in, they don't teleport Quad to top side. They keep Quad on bottom side to catch that minion wave. And it is going to cost FlyQuest a lot of damage on the top turret due to the Void Grubs as well for Driver. It barely stands. But again, it's so critical for FlyQuest, you know, with this comp to actually keep the Dragon stacking. So I do really like them contesting on it and forcing the play, using Blippo's teleport there. That plus the CC from the Jhin, and now...
Oh, Quad could be in a little bit of trouble because Kaiwing does have Zenith Blade, does connect, but even through the exhaust, Quad will be okay. Busio comes in and just says, get out of here, with a little bit of a headbutt, so not too much else to worry about. But CFO, they've been so good at being able to actually make things stick in the early game. They haven't been able to at all here so far. Still don't think it's end of the world. I still think their composition is going to feel just fine moving further on. But with all those experience hiccups, things like that,
what is happening?
The gold is now well and truly sitting in FlyQuest's favor, and those two dragons, man, like everything is coming up FlyQuest here in this game so far. As Quad might be the first sign of it not quite working out. It's despite the flash, Honkyu still able to pick him up. The redemption comes down as well, as we do see picture in picture that it should still be this Rift Herald going down. So they will be able to collect that one, and that is also going to be some feats of strength almost gotten towards, as well as Busio could be in trouble. Level 7 here, so he does have the unbreakable will, but he is still taking a lot of damage. These Sand Soldiers, man, they are really hurting. Not quite enough to get the kill onto the cow through the ulti.
Really good early flash from Honkyu. Preemptively flashes to gain the... Yeah, they take that one down.
Nice.
Topside's going to go to Honkyu as well. But really good early flash from him to create the play. And Quad still flashing and dying is really going to put a bump here in the FlyQuest path. I think CFO, huge gold injection into those solo laners is going to be exactly what they want.
Yeah, have a look at Honkyu's lead now. 1.3k, 1.4k. That was FlyQuest's lead prior to that play.
Holy shit,
Honkyu's
Honkyu's
now
like...
just on their superstar mid laner. A young man that has been the talk of so many.
Please, Honkyu! Please, Syndra!
Been there every single time, no matter what event it has been.
Doggo!
Still, this is only going to equalize things, right? Like 300 gold, not something that we're going to be too worried about. And there is still feats of strength on the table. Whoever makes it to that third one is going to be able to collect it here. See whether FlyQuest can just get one more kill to get some better shoes.
Yeah. Honkyu, such a promising young talent here. And he always just plays with so much confidence on the world stage. We'll see about the next Azir play, as there were a lot of people converging on mid.
Yep.
But after the wave gets cleared
I
out,
can see you were tensed up. You're like, hang on a second.
both sides.
Dude, I'm
you can
so
see
tense right now, dude. This is gonna be a
kinda spread
shit
back out to
fucking
go catch
CoStream.
their
I'm
side
just gonna be
waves.
shitting my pants the
And
whole
those
time.
side waves are going to get a little dangerous for FlyQuest. Both outer towers are down, so CFO using their extra advantage there to get the early push.
Yep. Does mean that there's some standing gold here for FlyQuest, but unless they're able to take these turrets down, they're now just helping make sure that CFO has as much control of the map as they can.
You mean Luon?
Man, this next dragon fight is going to be such a big deal. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock for that one. FlyQuest point
dude,
in their sights.
if you try to finger my butthole, dude, you wouldn't come back with a
kill
finger,
Blippo
dude.
after
You'd be
that
missing
one comes
3.
through. So, a pretty important one to fight for here. See whether CFO have any plans for it.
You should have a blood pressure monitor? What?
Yeah.
Dude,
Two
just
items
fucking
here already.
crack that
We're talking
number
about,
up,
how
dude.
meaningful is gold versus experience? Well, when gold is 2 items fully completed on your Azir, then gold
CoStream CFO matches are the fucking
He
worst,
went back and
dude.
bought a Leandri's, and Quad went back and bought a little book.
Ooh, would you rather have a book or a cool mask?
The cool mask, Kobe, every single time. Although some of the books, you know, are cool as well. There's a lot of them that you can buy.
This is a short story, though.
Yeah,
that's like a little picture book.
Yeah, this is the first. This is like baby's first book. You know, like it's not quite the fiendish.
Oh,
codex.
Driver!
Okay, Driver could be in a little bit of trouble here as Quad throws a whole bunch of rocks into his back. The seismic shove connects, and I think Quad wanted to let us know that the book's pretty good. Actually, it's not too bad.
Yeah, he rides that one all the way to the pick. CFO though, with 4 people. They're also going to answer with the last remaining outer turret that FlyQuest had standing.
Yeah. And Doggo is, of course, Valkyrieing forward into Busio as the slow comes through. Matsu is in so much trouble. He has to get out of there. Does have the curtain call to follow up if there is going to be anything more, but takes the cannon. Will now be able to head back home.
Are they able to get Dragon?
CFO, though, they are
CFO?
just tearing things off the map over and over again. And now, with the outer ring dead, the map is so dark. FlyQuest can have a real tough time at making their way over here to contest this dragon.
I think that one is gone. That is an oyster dragon.
What does an oyster dragon look like?
It looks like that.
Mountain Drake. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Very
It's ours.
Just told me what it was.
Very
Okay.
similar to a mountain dragon.
Except you have to know that inside the mountain there is indeed an oyster.
Exactly. You crack it open.
Yeah.
For some delicious meat.
It sounds kind of sinister. I don't like it anymore. I'm not going to mess with the oyster dragon. It's all right. Doggo and Masu back here in this lane. I think Masu knows now that if the Corki goes anywhere near him, it could be problematic, but he hasn't bought in quite some time. It's okay. Driver back in lane, maybe back in trouble again as Whippo. We're going to try and take him down. There's the all-out.
Oh, fucking
See whether the driver can actually survive this one. Deadly Flourish will be avoided. There's the curtain call as driver desperately trying to get out of here, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so. The last bullet doesn't connect, but Whippo does have a Q. Manages to take that one down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, because there were two that showed top, CFO have decided that it's time for Otacon, and then they decide it is too dangerous. Not a decision they often make, to be perfectly honest, as Rift Herald is going to be thrown into the mid lane. Shelly a little bit confused about where she is. We'll be able to wander towards... Okay, never mind. She is just going to be herded back down the river once again. Inspired will be able to just...
My favorite part of this...
Driving.
My favorite part of this were the blue flying oyster question mark pings that were going down on it. They're like, where is he going with this? Regardless, though, the best thing that this FlyQuest comp does is make picks on the map. CFO, though, they're starting back up the Otacon.
Is this just gone? I mean, Honkyu does need to be there if they want to have the DPS, but things are very, very dark on this map right now. Busio is going to rotate his way down. CFO have all the information they need.
Come on, Otacon.
And you were talking
about
the great experience crisis of the early game of this series. That might be mitigated as Doggo does get himself over the right side of the wall. Driver desperately want to do the same thing, but there's a little bit of brush, and FlyQuest realized that I think their only real option here is to try and push down mid.
You can tell FlyQuest were so confused there. They had no idea where CFO were. Whippo just teleported to his own secondary tower when he was split pushing on top side.
He teleported his own tower?
FlyQuest had no idea. They were completely bamboozled by that play from CFO, and then they saw them and they got the Otacon, announcement even. He still panics.
Yeah.
He thought people were coming for him.
I mean, they do have a gold advantage. Max. There's at least that. I'm trying to figure it out, Kobe, because feels like CFO just kind of got away with murder.
Yeah, FlyQuest, oh man, they are confused.
Well, Kaiwi might be confused now, because Whippo is just going to come out of the brush, but Driver comes in. We're going to slow him down with a couple of
Oh my god, Whippo has so...
enough.
Oh, 14! Wait, with Otacon as
we
well!
Manage, like, the feats of strength
Look at the XP gap.
They at least managed to lock that one in.
Fuck!
So it's not end of the world or anything like that.
It is concerning, though.
I would say so. I think this was one of the issues when we were watching them just a couple of days ago as well, is like fully understanding where to be to make sure that things could happen. But I mean, FlyQuest did manage to get 2 Barons in their last game, even though they lost, right? Like,
I don't know.
This was a weird moment. This was a very weird moment.
Because they had already started fighting them by the Otacon, seeing multiple members. Technically not all of them.
Maybe it's just like the assumed
oh my god, they have a 3K goalie. Is that even enough? For their comp to be good?
Flying Oysters, though.
Definitely worked.
In the last few minutes, they stopped the Dragon stacking, got the Mountain one first, then they got the Otacon, and they were able to get a teleport off of the Cassante here.
Maybe it was there was like a vision bamboozlement that we missed, and there's a really clever vision bamboozlement that happened as the wall is going to come on down here. Kaiwing just flashes over the top, and it's going to be able to keep him safe, but that is a big investment as far as Summoner Spell that is going to be employed. So CFO without that to engage some fights could be a big deal, as under a minute until this next Dragon.
Next Dragon. Let's see if they get back on track here, because CFO have got to be so happy with this game state.
Yeah, I mean, the boots upgrade is pretty good for them.
The Otacon with 22 petals.
Yeah.
Plus having the first of the Mountain Dragons, taking that one away, it just gives them so many luxuries here. And Honkyu was already doing well in this game. The Azir is just so comfortable split pushing, has an arm guard. We already mentioned the 2-item power spike, but this champion with flash up, he's so mobile. At CFO, have a lot of options here, and Honkyu is even going to see the approach.
Well, Sundisk is going to come on up here, and that is going to mean that Inspired will take a little damage, but not too much more. It does have the upgrade of Merc Tread.
Okay.
CFO looking to move up and protect their
Yeah.
Over as well. Teleport to bring Honkyu down as they just want to take this.
I probably would have to
move
permaban
over towards this
Aurora. I'm
dragon.
not gonna lie.
And they should be able to get this early setup. Masu already 50% of his health bar taken away as Doggo's rockets are really starting to hurt Quad. Wrapping around the side, doesn't have the Weaver's Wall up just yet. There's now Driver on that flank angle, checking for Inspired, who should be able to get himself in here. We'll see whether they want the turn or whether they want to get themselves the Dragon. FlyQuest moved their way in though, Inspired biding his time.
Here it is, here's
to
the
make
fight.
Sure he gets in at the opportune
Oh my
moment.
god, that
Soloflay
Leona
goes
all
entirely
fucking
wide as
whiffs.
Inspired gets his way in there.
Everything's
Ginger having to
whiffing!
flash his
Dude, I
way
feel like
out,
everything's
though.
whiffing.
Seismic shove
Okay,
going wide,
the
Equalizer
Rumble
is
ult,
down.
it's not
doing too
bad.
much,
It's not bad.
As we can see, as the Drake
Dude, come on, please, please, please. You gotta find some angle to win this game. Okay, here's the team fight. Here's the dragon fight. Oh, they get dragon. Come on. Okay.
They found the fight. Driver still wanting to try and burn them.
Oh my god, Honkyu's in there.
There is Whippo looking for the angle. Emperor's
Okay, Whippo's down.
Shut down.
Driver, please chase.
Look at these.
Can he?
Doggo desperately wanting another Valkyrie, but he will not be able to get in there. And FlyQuest gets soul point. And they get relatively out of there.
Whoa, what the fuck? Why'd I get...
They do. Whippo turns around
oh,
to
thank
go
Dr.
after the Azir
Sam.
to
Thanks
try
for
to put
the
a stop
10
to that
gifted.
chase, and is the sacrifice. It ends up being 1-for-1 on kills.
I'm sorry,
Critically,
man.
As you say, though,
I wasn't paying
Inspired
attention.
Able to secure the dragon. Let's look at the setup there. Junja does get focused. The Leona ult going wide there is actually quite big. That being down, Kaiwing also misses his E. Thankfully for him, he doesn't get
Dude,
shoved
ICF
in
has
by
so
the
many
seismic
abilities.
shove, but, you know, they back off.
But
from
like,
the
it
equalizer,
still looks
reset
so
with the
winnable.
redemption. Inspired
That's the
Whippo
crazy
inside
thing,
the
dude.
thing here is actually quite close.
After
because
all
Junja
this,
there,
it
they
looks
focus
so
it down,
winnable.
Get the kill, and then Inspired can smite afterwards. So they cleanly are able to focus down the enemy jungler and then get the
Holy
objective.
shit,
Here's
the
where
amount of
it gets
splashes
very
they
risky.
use.
Yeah, look at all these health bars. They're nothing.
As Honkyu dashes in, though, Whippo goes in. He dies.
Well, you can see Whippo not feeling too happy about it, but I think it was a worthy sacrifice for what they were able to pick up. 3.5 minutes until a potential mountain
Oh,
song,
of course he's
which will be a
a sub.
huge deal. Not to
Fuck,
mention
dude.
getting the Elder onto the map.
Unlucky.
Certainly does help closing out the games. Let's see.
Certainly does. I think there's a lot of pressure in the next 3 minutes.
Well, Soloflay going to slow down Inspired. Doggo is, of course, Valkyrieing over a wall, as he will be able to blast going his way to safety. Doggo only has one mode, doesn't he? He's just
I love
going
it.
in.
It's attack mode.
Yeah.
It is so fun, too.
Please! Champion can be Draven, as it turns out.
Especially when he has double summoners. He plays so aggressively with them. CFO, though, once again, they start up the Baron. They're trying to force FlyQuest into this early.
My god, Honkyu is doing so much damage to this objective. FlyQuest's going to have to make a decision. Teleport is going to come through from Whippo as they get a nice knock up onto
Okay,
Kaiwing. He's going
Doggo.
back with a shove. Equalizer
Oh,
goes down.
Quad!
Is just dead. An overextension, as we can see, is now.
Can he
Junja
fight
goes
this?
in.
Can he fight this? They can! CFO! CFO! Let's go! Let's go!
It's Whippo to go down one more time as he tries to all out his way to safety. But
Dude,
that is
Inspired's
not
still
going
alive!
to stop CFO from
Can he
taking
kill
this
Inspired?
Baron and getting a big lead. Never mind though, it's Kaiwing that's going to go down first. Inspired collects that, but
Never mind, never mind!
And they'll trade jungle for support after the end of that fight. And CFO should be able to get the purple worm
Dude,
as a
that was
reward.
a minus 3k gold
CFO.
team
They
fight.
turn around on Quad and immediately punish him for taking that wall so close to their team.
Oh,
Quad goes in, he
yeah,
jumps
Kaiwing
up
dying for that is
right
worth. It's
into
worth.
Kaiwing here, gets stunned up and immediately deleted. So CFO are very, very,
Oh, that was actually a
happy
good catch
with the
by
start of this
Kaiwing.
fight.
Holy
And then they
shit,
just run
fuck.
down FlyQuest, chasing every last member here. Huge critical moment at the Baron, and CFO destroy FlyQuest.
You can see CFO pretty happy about it as well as far as the coaching staff are concerned. That is going to finally even out the kill score here in this game. But
I don't know if Doggo being that brush mattered, to be honest.
At the neutral setting, which is 1500, the more they can get is going to be the use of the buff. As Doggo back in this mid lane once again. I feel like whenever he's on screen, I tense up. You know, there was no one else on the screen, but I was like, is he going to solo
what
kill
is
without
happening?
nothing over there?
The flowers help?
Just might.
Does it?
Dog definitely
Dude,
has bite.
CFO's down 3k
So
gold.
does Onku as well, by the way.
Yes.
The bird also has bite,
And like,
Onku still has
oh
his
wait,
flash.
actually
He
now
didn't
we're
have
kind of
to use his
ahead in
flash
XP.
the-
It's just driver
the
that's
last
kind of far
massacre that we
behind.
just witnessed, and so it's a level 17 Azir.
Okay,
with a big
Ginger's
lead.
gonna get
Ginger,
caught
though,
out.
Yeah, Ginger is in a little bit of trouble, able to flash out of the way of the seismic shove, and there's not a whole
Okay,
lot of
that's
damage
fine.
available to take
It's
him
fine.
out when his ultimate's running. Has now boosted
Oh,
likely to just
Kaiwing!
will be slowed down.
Nice!
Again!
What the
Oh, it's
fuck?
a disaster for FlyQuest. Into the
Inspire?
backline goes Inspired.
What the
But it's still
fuck?
whether that was a great idea.
Blech.
Doggo's going to be able to take him down.
Okay.
Wally's trying to ult him into the sky. And CFO, this could be them just marching up the mid lane and taking out the first inhibitor of the game.
Oh my god, dude.
I think they might destroy quite a bit of the FlyQuest base here.
Toy,
With the
toy,
Baron
toy!
still on
Push!
for a long time here. They get to continue pushing an inhibitor down. You also
Can
see
he win?
Ginger
And
pushing in on the bottom
and
side
game?
wave, but he's
Is it
gonna
GG?
run right past it and look for the end.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it right here, right now. There are 2 siege minions making it so difficult. The curtains have been called.
Can't.
I don't know whether they're for
Just take-
CFO.
just
They
take
will
2
be
inhibs?
able to stay alive. So FlyQuest, they do survive the push here, but CFO have broken open the base. They take an inhibitor turret on the bottom side as well. Honku deals with that one, and now on their way out, they'll be able to collect another Metal Drake, meaning that that soul is ever further away once again. And I would say 6k is a pretty good Rebel Baron power play. We were talking about keeping your eye on that one. Yeah, that's good. Good number.
Fuck!
Yeah, CFO here just looking dominant now in game number 1. Let's take a look at this as they try and pick off Junja for FlyQuest side.
Called it
And
nothing.
It's a good equalizer from Driver. Quad
I
then,
still
you can
hear
see how the
best
Talia
shit.
gets
Oh my
nailed.
god!
Skywing, ulti
That
him,
fucking shit is
immediate follow-up,
useless!
And they just delete that Talia once again. Nice ult there from Skywing to snipe him. Inspired then goes in at the end. They know they're just kind of throwing their bodies at CFO at that point, because having given over
That
to
shit
this
is
Decon,
suffering?
the
No, dude, that
Otacon,
shit is having
as
an
well as the
orgasm.
Baron in that last fight, and all this gold adding up, CFO have
Dude,
a chokehold on this
If you
first
ask
game.
Bastion, what is the best orgasm you've ever had? It's right here. Watching this Chin be absolutely useless against CFO.
Inspired himself has done it before. When you're feeling down and out, just find a spot to stand as Vi so you can kill the guy that does the damage.
This
Okay.
This is the pure shit
This
play.
is solo queue. You
Is
go
this
and
it?
get an enemy camp.
Well, this is going to be an enemy team.
That
that
Rumble
CFO
could have been
looking for.
better.
Lucio does have the unbreakable will, and he's going to need one if they want to stay alive in this game. And oh, not just a camp, that's a crab.
I mean, Alice, what people call it different things. To me, when I
Inspired
do that,
is
it's a bit of
farming.
Rage. I'm rage clearing enemy camps at that point.
Oh, rage clearing is
That's
so the rage counter jungle clear.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I think just rage clearing. I'm going to use that. I'm definitely going to use that. As Doggo Valks over the wall, will be able to keep himself alive. But now the wraparound has happened. It's not only a rage clear, it might also be.
They found him.
He does spot him here. Inspired, not quite with the surprise play that he wanted. But
Oh, Jinja's in there. Oh, why are we tower diving? Why are we tower diving?
Junja is going to be the
Be
first
careful,
one
be
to go
careful.
down.
Oh,
This
they knocked
Doggo's
Doggo back.
over the wall. Honku goes golden as the solar flare is going to interrupt that curtain call. My God, how did Doggo do that much damage? That was disgusting. But still, he is now dead. I think Fly is still alive.
Atlas, rage clearing is a viable strategy.
This was the best. It's a stroke of genius.
It turned into the flank of all time for FlyQuest. What they needed
Fucking knocked
to
this.
defend the base.
It set
I'm
them
not in
off,
the mood.
And then they just went.
Not
They
in the
flew
mood,
underneath the
Doctor.
inhibitor turret. Inspired didn't even really have to do anything. It was mind control. It was extraordinary.
Mind control is the best strategy. Here we go, though. You can see on the minimap, Inspired approaching, and Whippo is able to get the kidnap basically under tower.
Dude, that
And
Vi
they
ult to
basically create
knock
chaos.
Corky
When you are
back
down
over the
like
wall
that,
is
you want to
criminal.
create some more chaos.
Oh.
And so they're going to continue to do it.
Yeah, Driver could be in a whole lot of trouble. The wall comes down. I don't think this Rumble is going to survive, and he doesn't think so either as he ults the wave to make sure that he can at least get something. But these little picks, all of these dents in the tempo are getting Fly back into the game.
Exactly, that's what you have to do. Continue to try and make picks across the map. Go through the fog of war.
Do we have to have the freak conversation about you shouldn't take the mid inhibitor because you deny yourself gold and stuff? Do we need to do that?
And
It's been a while.
Well, their wave clear is not the best. We'll see about the teleport out. I say just keep on fighting.
Well, that's exactly what they're going to do as Junja, once again, potentially in trouble. Does now have Honku and Kaiwing in the area. As a knockback from
What
Bippo,
the
there is another
fuck?
kidnap, like you said before, but it's going to be flashed this time. Blast Cone makes things problematic.
Oh!
The rocks go down.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Still the damage is there because Doggo shows up. Massive amounts to come on through, but it's
No
already
fucking
two
way,
for
no fucking way, no fucking
Doggo
way.
trying to
Please,
survive
please, please,
against
please,
Bippo. He
Doggo.
punches over the wall and picks up a double, but Fly still able to win the fight, and it should be the Baron.
Baron is alive. It is. Okay, Doggo's still alive, though. You have to respect Doggo.
Driver is turning up as well, but I mean, Doggo's health bar is not exactly high. As Masu gets himself in there, it's looking like they're not going to go for this Baron, but FlyQuest, I mean, I was writing the obituary, man. Like, this is not what I was expecting this game to look like.
You have to keep the chaos going. They want to keep the chaos rolling here, forcing and forcing. They're definitely going to turn off
They're
the
waiting,
Baron,
they're
but
waiting for
They're not taking the bait here
Funk
very
you.
quickly. They know it takes FlyQuest way too long to do the Baron, so they're not running into it.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall goes down. I mean, they left a control ward there, but the Equalizer is still going to do so much work as the Baron, they're still on it. The spikes are really hurting. Inspired, still lower and lower, and Doggo wanting that wraparound. Driver gets in there with a flamethrower. Doggo, it is going to be the Baron secured by FlyQuest, but can they keep anyone else alive? The Emperor comes in, it's a double for Doggo, and so there are a few Barons left up here for FlyQuest, but there's no people.
Yeah, there's only an Alistar and a Cassante to defend the base. CFO are going to come, and they're going to try and finish.
All right, let's see whether they can make that one happen as Honku shifts some
Please,
sands.
can they not
to get
push?
himself towards Whippo.
Just Busio's gonna try to clear the wave.
Driver looking for the flanking Busio, and Junju's going to catch him because he's walking up mid lane to get back to his team.
Oh,
He's
maybe they
holding
can't
the
end.
wave. It's the Marin strategy yet again, but I just don't know whether it's really going to work.
20 seconds,
As
though.
CFO, they're going
I
to
think
move
this
back.
take-
They're going to get themselves their own soul point, but it did save the game, Kobe. It did say, never
Oh.
mind. Maybe it's just, oh my, this game, it's just ridiculous.
It certainly bought them some time,
It
Atlas.
bought them some time. They might have been coming back to do the Dragon anyway. However, it did look a little bit, I got flashbacks, you know, to that Maokai standing stalwart to stop the end of the game.
Yeah, it does buy them some time. Triple Mountain
Oh my god,
Dragons
this game
now
is
picked
so
up
messy.
for CFO, but FlyQuest live a bit longer here. Again, gotta clear out some of this vision and continue to try and make some picks. They have so much CC to try and do it.
We're not able to stop the back here as Inspired. Wanted to try and catch Driver once again, but not going to happen this time around. And yeah, this game is quite crazy.
Yeah.
Is that a flame horizon for Whippo?
Yeah, that's valid. Over 100 CS
I
lead.
questioned whether I was looking at the
I don't know,
right
man.
number.
I just
I was
wanted
like,
to
is that
end,
surely not?
please.
That's a rumble.
The second question is, does that flame horizon matter?
Probably.
Or does Doggo being full
Holy
build
fuck,
Corki,
dude. Inspires 831 on
that
Vi.
certainly is a full extra item.
He does have 9 times the amount of kills to his opponent.
All right, well, FlyQuest, they have to continue to be scrappy here. They're trying. They're trying to play in the darkness here, but the Flying Oysters are flying safe now, staying on their side of the
They
map
have
where
no
they have
vision to bot side.
And the problem is I feel now, if you were FlyQuest, you're like, well, this is definitely doable because the game was basically over. And so it feels like the tempo has kind of moved back into Fly's favor because they're like, well, the enemy team just won. We've got nothing to lose in this game. Like, it was a done deal. And so now every opportunity they get back in this one, it's kind of like a freebie. And let's see whether CFO can keep themselves in it because they have almost thrown it away.
Biggest problem to me for FlyQuest now is when you try and make a pick, there are 2 Zonias on both solo laners for CFO, and then the Guardian Angel on Doggo is already available, and Jinja's is close to being available.
Yeah,
So
the
you have
6
to be-
items on the Azir is problematic for the...
For everybody.
Well, item Azir.
Like, Doggo wants to get a pentakill, he can't because his mid laner does way too much damage. I mean, it's not just FlyQuest that have issue with it. So let's see. They are just clearing out this mid lane wave. Thankfully, it is mid lane, so it's the easiest one to cover. But we have synchronized timing between these 2 objectives, Kobe. So, quad stack Mountain Soul or a Baron. Might be the choice they'll have to make.
Let's track Inspired again, because Inspired is taking another long venture into the other side of the map.
He's feeling better though now, so I don't think we can call it the same thing.
Oh my God, Inspired.
It worked last time. He went for Raptors and then topside Scuttle.
What the fuck am I watching?
So now he takes Krugs.
Can I see the minimap?
Surely you could grab some Raptors as well.
I mean, it is golden experience that they wouldn't have been able to get before.
Yeah.
This time, they had confidence in CFO not pushing for the end. So he is able to steal that one away. He's kind of deep.
Actually cancels it here as the control ward is going to be taken down. Junja, no idea that there is a Vi lying in wait, but Kaiwing might get word of it. Will the back actually go through? It will. Nicely done. And Emote's on his way out. That's clean. This game's weird, Kobe.
Honestly, I'm having fun.
I love it. Weird is good.
All of the pressure, it kind of distracts you from the fact that this is the last day of Swiss, and this is elimination promotion.
And you can tell like there's so much more layered on top, right? There's so many reps of playing out these late game like set plays, right? But then there's also the terror of having to go home here and missing out on that top 8 for both of these teams. That is a huge deal.
Jen's actually starting to hurt now. Great.
For this team.
That's what I need.
FlyQuest wanting to make it back to that knockout stage once again.
Forky also hurt.
See whether they can get further. CFO looking to try and get a little bit of siege happening. It's not a massive amount of range for this squad, and so not quite working just yet. Solar Flare once again, just going to be a pretty circle and not much more. And Junja get knocked up. Oh my God, look at this. As soon as Honkyu does anything, someone almost dies. So they have to be so incredibly careful as the inhibitor going to be coming back up very, very shortly. As Driver, possible flank angle here, but there is a teleport back.
Dude, I'm fucking shitting my pants.
The mid lane. There it is.
Please, CFO, please, CFO.
I feel like this game has almost 100% equalized.
We'll ask Driver about that one in the next fight.
I felt it coming. And I'm glad
I know. I didn't even want to do it.
I know. It felt like you had to.
I did, exactly.
Now you know how I feel
I'm
every
about
day.
to piss myself, too.
That I make.
Biggest difference, though, of course, extra full item on both CFO carries. So they have so much power here, but FlyQuest...
Whippo going in, there's the wall as well. Quad keeping himself relatively safe this time.
They're fighting this? Wait, is this good or bad? Whipple's dead? Whipple's dead? Oh, they fucked up! Oh, Doggo flex What the fuck? Oh, yes! Oh, Honky's down! What the fuck?
Doggo's still alive as well, and the rest of CFO have dealt with the other onslaught on the other side of the fight. Down goes Inspired as Junja, with full health, is going to be able to make his way out.
Shit, they still have both carries up.
Soul might be coming in first.
That's the Soul for sure. Quad and Masu were at the very least able to take down Driver. So that is both solo laners that have been killed on the side of CFO. Now though, there's a ward behind Baron that saw FlyQuest go over to this. So this desperate play from Quad and Masu, it is known to CFO, and they're not going to let him get away with it.
Yeah, Doggo will be able to spot them out here. There is the Mountain Soul to come on in as Doggo walks on forward. Sees Quad at extraordinarily low health.
Quad's like no HP.
Themselves out. It is just one auto, and Quad will die. Gives him the thumbs up, but isn't able to kill him. And the blast cone for the disengage. But still, CFO, they don't lose the Baron, and they should be able to take it themselves here. And with a quad stack Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul, and a sweet purple buff, and an open door on the base, they should be able to finish this game. But I've said that before.
Also, Doggo Soul collector for LDR.
This time feels a little bit more true.
Well,
please.
Well.
3 holes in the ground.
Now we'll approach the FlyQuest base one more time for CFO.
This
As
game,
you said,
man.
They have everything in their arsenal just ready.
Hey, don't jinx my team, bitch!
Do I think that they are
don't
going
jinx
to?
it!
No idea. Still no idea.
FlyQuest, they really need the magic now. Can they come up with something spectacular?
Oh, Inspired was going for it again, but this time...
Oh, I'm going to
spotted by
fist
CFO,
myself
Kaiwing and
sideways.
Junja together. Ready to try and collect him. I think he's out, so it should be all right.
I will say there is now no Guardian Angel on Doggo, as well as no Flash. But I think that CFO, as long as they just play safe with their battle lines, and they don't have both carries right next to each other, then they should be okay to just slowly move it in.
And now we've just broached 10 seconds over the longest game at Worlds, which we did just have yesterday.
Great job all around, everybody.
51. The games are getting longer, as we're seeing, as these inhibitors may not have much longer, but we'll see. This bottom one's certainly going to go down as Whippo looking like he's defending
God
this.
damn,
When
dogs do so much damage.
Man, that health bar on the Cassante is so massive. But these inhibs
Did he
are
just
still going to
end?
go down the flank angle there.
Slow
from
push, slow
Inspired.
push.
He still wants to look
Play
for
safe.
it as they're under Nexus turrets
Come
now.
on.
Driver.
Wait,
To
did he
see
just
what's
see
going
him?
on. I believe spotted him just there. The first Nexus turret.
It's fine,
gonna
let
be
the cannon
lying on
minions
floor.
push.
They need to pull the trigger if they want to stop CFO from taking this. But you can see they're playing so carefully as CFO not wanting to take
God
any
damn.
undue risks. As Seismic Shop will be Sonya's.
Oh!
There's the Emperor's Divide as well.
Oh,
Keeps himself alive. They're so
debated.
desperately trying to get on top of him, but it does not work. The young player is able to say no to FlyQuest and will now be able to take down the Nexus. It took a little longer than we may have expected.
Oh my
but
God.
the Oysters strike first.
CFO finished the job in game number 1. FlyQuest scrambled and made them work for it, but in the end,
I'm gonna
CFO
fucking die
are
on stream.
victorious.
What an incredible game, and what a long one as well. Now it's time to hear from the analyst desk while we try and figure out what just happened.
What a long one as well. This is what elimination games are made of. Blood, sweat, and tears, equalizers, missed positions, turnarounds, comebacks. Oh man, I've seen it all.
We have lived eons from the beginning of this game till the end, from the draft to now. Mountains came up and down. There's so much.
I'm gonna give you some space for a crash out if you would like to take
No,
space.
don't get subs,
Can we
man.
watch Quad int the entire
Dude.
game at Baron? I just want to watch it. I felt my soul leave my body as Quad Talia ulted with no teammates around him.
Here we go.
Onto a Leona in melee range. Brother, what are you doing? We're on soul point. It's a 3K advantage. This was the game. Like, that is the game. You just can't do that at the international
Maybe
level
use up on?
and expect to win. Like, yes, there's 100 other things that happen. Yes, there's 100
Dude,
other
of
things
course
that
I was losing it. Look how close this
mistakes
game
are
was.
not equal in League of Legends. A mistake like that.
I don't need the money though. That's why I don't need you to get subs. Buy yourself something nice. Like,
and I mean, I think
I
Quad
don't
had
know.
some tough moments where he wasn't able
Something.
to flash abilities in other games and other series.
Like,
here,
I'm
you
just
know,
a
that he
shit
would be
co-streamer,
unhappy about.
dude. I
But
just
this
sit
one
on my
is just straight
app.
up
Like,
unacceptable,
okay,
and I
listen,
feel
I
like as soon
haven't
as I
done
saw that, I'm like, well,
anything
that's the game.
to
You just
deserve
lost the
your
game.
money.
And
I
the
literally
rest was
just
kinda
sat
waiting
here
it out.
But then
like
It
this,
did get crazy.
looking like I'm gonna shit my pants while also being constipated for like fucking 50 minutes. And you're like, wow, great content, man.
And they never were actually like on the front
It's
foot.
like, no,
even with
dude.
after all those times.
I
I mean,
was
think
like
Inspired
fucking
played an
freaking
incredible
out.
game. He was really, really clever. Him
Oh.
and Monster were the standouts to me.
Two pass
I
one
think
more than
really
you
did
up on?
well. I think Whippo,
Damn.
he was always up in goal, but
You're
there were some head
entertaining?
scratchers like that.
If
teleport
this
to his
is
own game
entertaining,
one.
then I don't know, man.
Super dizzy.
Dude,
That
like,
play
I
from
couldn't
Inspired
focus.
here,
I didn't know what the
fact
fuck
he's
to
able
say.
to knock Doggo over
I
the
was like,
wall, speaks to the
fucking
quality of the
frozen
game
in
that I think he
time.
played,
Like, I don't know
obviously
how the
game
fuck
as long
Doggo
as this.
flew over that
Every
wall,
one of
dude.
the
That's so
moments that make
unlucky.
you scratch your head, but really,
What'll be the tweet
what is
after they
kind of
win?
insane to me is that it feels like
I
we
think
had a
you just
flip
go with the
of
tried
what
and
we
true
praised
of
both teams for,
as
because
a
I was
Japanese,
expecting
I didn't
Fly
understand
to
the
be way
American
better
culture,
objective
you know?
control.
They keep
I
bragging
think
about their freedom.
CFO ran the early game here in tempo, even not taking into account the quad play.
After the Dragons, I think.
The fact,
the first
But I think I
Dragons.
just jinxed it
yeah,
by
there
saying
were
that.
multiple occasions where Fly would get a pick, yet
Oh!
CFO would get the objective, and that's
Will you,
something that I think
will you be
normally
like
I would
dislocating your
expect more from
penis
the
if
team.
CFO wins Worlds? Dude, if CFO wins Worlds, my penis will not be a thing.
There was the
I will fucking shit out my own dick.
Where we were just kind of nowhere to be seen at the Otacon.
Oh!
So yeah, those to me were kind of head
Oh.
scratchers, and that is like. Maybe
Okay, I'll
you're
be
just
right
sweating
back.
Too much, and you're thinking
I
about
need to
all
go
these things,
pee.
and you're losing track of like what is the obvious.
What did
play
you tell
should be
your
doing next.
barber?
That's an elimination
Nothing.
game for you, right? It's like all these
Dude, the
things
only
that
thing he's
sometimes
cutting
in
is
the
my
LTA
hopes
you
and
would've done
dreams.
17
What the
times
fuck
per
is he gonna
weekend,
cut?
You cannot do
Yeah.
here because of the circumstances.
Barber.
And then if we have to look, or if we're gonna look
Yeah,
at
he
CFO,
trimmed
I
my
think
nose hairs.
it is very impressive that they had the presence of mind to be
Is
ahead
there a
on these
barber
plays.
for, like,
Let's
your
say that. And
butthole?
also to pilot a game where
Maybe.
it is incredibly close and
Alright,
they
I'm
can
gonna
feel
go
it. They know
pee.
they cannot
I feel
take
like
one
shit.
step out of order or or they will also lose the game. I have to give them tremendous
I actually feel
praise
really
for that.
sick.
And I wanted to see more of Hongkyu. I think we saw it in this game. I think he really stepped it up compared to what we've seen so far. Giving him the Azir was a gamble. We've seen this champion, when piloted well, completely take over games. I think this was a really good example. You could see the importance that FlyQuid put onto trying to take out one of these extremely fed carries. But Hongkyu, even though sometimes I was holding my breath for him, I think was able to have tremendous impact in this game.
He really was. And though FlyQuest made some really clever plays to like make sure the game didn't end after that Baron play, the problem is when you're playing this style of composition, you know, Vi had an incredible early game, but when you lose that Baron and when you get this late into the game, you look at the people you can ult. There's 2 GAs and 2 Zhonyas and a Leona, right? Yeah. Who are you supposed to be diving?
Yeah.
Like, it's almost impossible at that point to have a successful play. And I was going to say, Doggo, this guy just plays with no fear. We already saw an incredible Corki game from him. This one, again, he's playing in the face of FlyQuest. He's getting chunks before the fights that are dissuading FlyQuest from even being able to take the fight. And I've just been non-stop impressed by Doggo. It feels like he's rarely stepping a foot wrong.
He keeps impressing, and he might have one more foot to go, and then he's in the quarterfinals. Azale, a rally cry for your boys.
I'm not going to lie, after that, I think it's a 2-0 for CFO.
If you don't even have faith?
I got no faith after that. After the last 2 series, I feel like this team is mental boom. I'm sorry to say it. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that they can pull it back. But
there's
the looks on some of their faces on the player cams after some of those plays, to me, it was like, I think it's over.
If there's one thing I've learned from G2 versus FlyQuest and MKOI versus TSW is that I'm not going to be a game 1 Andy. We'll be right back.
Teleport is going to come through from Whippo as they get a nice knock up onto Kaiwing. He's thrown back with the shove. Equalizer goes down though, and Quad is just dead. An overextension, as we can see, as now Junja goes in. Busio, the next one to fall, paying for his mid laner's sins, as Doggo is of course flashing forward. It's Whippo to go down one more time as he tries to all out his way to safety, but that is not going to stop CFO from taking this Baron.
Bonjour, merci à tous. On fait voir les champagne. 여러 같은 분들께 행복한 쌉니다. 즐거웠어요.谢谢美心，这感觉上海见。Thank you, Beijing fans. See you guys in Shanghai.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh shit! More gifted subs? Yo, thanks, man. Don't have to though. Dr. Sam with 15. Hey, Coco with the fucking 2. Whew. Dude. Toggle over whatever line. Doggo's been playing really well, dude. His Corki was fucking crazy. Ugh. Dude, if I fist my asshole, I don't think I can take a proper shit. I always feel so bad. Does Rest also play? Yeah, Rest does play Scion. He's been like secretly practicing it. He played on against AL because they're like, oh, we don't need to ban Scion against Rest, and then Rest pulled it out, and they're like, oh fuck. Did you get your piece from your barber and a haircut from Best Buy? What's wrong with my PC? It just overheats sometimes, explodes. Dude, every time CFO plays, I'm always like this, man. I just feel like absolute shit. Very late, your time zone right now? Not me, it's like 2:30 p.m. I live in Taiwan. Before that, I lived in Japan, so it's like Asia time zone. It's like normal for me. It's only rough when it's an NA. Like, what's it called? MSI start like 3 a.m. my time. Yeah, okay, same time zone.
This series, actually, I want to talk about the preparation you had coming into today with the few little time that you had.
Why do you look like a bald Teton? Dude, that's fucking rude to Teton, dude. Teton's attractive.
Yeah, obviously at Worlds, when you're this deep into the season, you're not going to be picking up a whole load of new champs. You're not going to be able to reinvent yourselves. I think a lot of people saw that
dude, you just get yourself a fucking trimmer thing. Just do yourself.
So I think a reset there was important. Now that the Best of the West side story has kind of like been shelved for now, it's very much about focusing on our opponent today. And obviously we didn't know until the last minute, but CFO is a team that we've been kind of like eyeing for a long time. They've obviously been going to internationals and performing just like we have for the better part of the year. So this is definitely an exciting game for us. And so I think our heads are on right today, and now it's about performing.
That guy's less head than you? Nah,
from being
possibly
the
has
best
more head
of the
than me.
West to a bit more struggling situation as you're in right now.
I mean, he at least has a
How did you
proper
readjust the
fucking
players'
beard, dude. I got that
Yeah, it's not
puberty
all me.
shit that
Obviously,
like
it's the
14-year-old
whole group
kids
coming
called
together,
beard.
but I think most of it is just when you're in Worlds, when you're in this like time chamber of being in one place for a long time, being in a foreign land for a long time.
Dude, the thing is with SoftBank, dude, you can't think about imports. You gotta think about the Japanese players.
Look at things you can't do.
And the
like,
thing
oh,
is, Gang doesn't take up an import slot, so you can't compare him to like a Korean. You gotta compare him to another Japanese player.
Special domestically or at other points.
Just shave and let it grow a little.
Take a step
That's
back
not how that works.
To reassess those things and to remember what the good times look like. And I think we've been able
Do you
to do
dress
that
up as an
really well.
egg for Halloween? This one?
Great to hear from Papa Smithy, of course, as articulate.
Alright, rest is in, driver's out.
ever. And we miss you on here on the broadcast, Papa. Anyway, let's see how they're going to adjust, because they're going to require a lot of that pep talk, because of course that interview was done during this game that we just witnessed, and it was messy. I'm going to go with messy.
What was the last costume we have for Halloween? I haven't gone trick-or-treating for a while, dude. But I've done like maid outfit and
honestly,
sexy
yeah,
Santa.
I mean, you know, trying to refocus after a game like that does take a lot of work.
I don't know if there's any
but you
pics
have to be
of
able to
it.
do that at the pro level. You know, sometimes, especially even just as a normal League of Legends player, there are games that I
DFM?
play.
I mean,
and I need
DFM
to
is
immediately
Aria's
cleanse my
the
brain
resident.
of what
Yeah.
just happened.
So DFM has a
they
much
need to
easier
be able to
job
do
because
that. Sometimes
okay,
you
you
just
have
to be able to
a
cleanse
Korean
what
mid,
just went down.
boom,
Of
that's
course,
good.
you still
You're
need
like
to have takeaways,
you can build around
from
that. That's why
previous
DFM should
games,
have an easier
the
time than
mistakes that were
SHG.
made. From
in
honestly
theory.
both sides, it was not clean from either side, but CFO obviously
Because the three players on SHG are like
performing
Evie,
individually,
Barble,
as
and
well as
Gang,
a team,
and like
much more cleanly.
Gang being your like Korean resident is like, oh, it's rough.
With all of the experience he's had in his life.
Can you be my Santa? Only if you've been a naughty
over the
boy.
line, but there were ups and downs.
Driver
on both
burnt
sides,
out?
right? Because of
No,
course, not quite figuring
CFO,
out
the way we do like the swaps and stuff is like
on CFO's
Driver
side,
and Rest are
behind
each other's
early,
positional
but I still
coach.
think that the draft
So
was
maybe
problematic
Rest saw
on the
something
fly
that
side
Driver
as far as
didn't,
where
and
their
they
consistent
like
damage is
usually
gonna come
talk.
from. I think
like in between the break, they'll coach each other and be like, oh, you know, Bippo, like when he was playing Cassante, he did this, you know, like, oh, when you're doing the lane swap, we should have done this.
Just go for comfort champion, so you can focus
that's
all on
why
your gameplay.
they do the swap.
Just focus all on your gameplay,
Kevin Miller,
so that
will
you
you
can
marry
reduce
me?
the amount of mistakes.
Can I see something even
and,
crazier?
You know, go
yes.
back to basics of tracking enemy champions, calculating the next possible move for them, taking into account
my life has been a
next big
series
goal
of
is.
doors in my
And for
face,
CFO,
and then
they gotta
suddenly
feel
I bump
very
into
confident,
you.
I feel like, heading into
I was
this
gonna
one.
say the
Now
same
with
thing,
some
like
extra room to
I've been
work with,
searching my whole
I
life
think
to
CFO
find
are
my
in a
own
very,
place.
Very good headspace as far as progressing this one. Of course, they have a very good setup, but they also just perform way better in the actual game.
Yeah. Speaking of setups, we have a slight peripheral issue. And so we are just delayed a little bit getting into
CFO under
Champions Select,
pauses,
which
dude.
hopefully is going to
We've
give
had-
both
I
of
think
these
CFO had the
teams
most
time
pause.
extra to settle.
That's what it was. Peripheral issues.
Yeah, we couldn't see out of our peripheries effectively. Something like that. There's certainly some.
Did he turn out to be the villain? Yeah, he did.
Here for both of these teams.
Love is an open door.
Putting their best foot forward until the one big whoopsie that we did see out of that gentleman on your screen right
Is Yuki an upgrade or side grade for Kakun? I think side grade. I think Kakun's improved quite a bit. And Yuki, like, he looked really good in LGL finals. And then if you saw, like, game 1 of DCG versus QT Day, he was playing well, but then he got caught out and then he just lost the whole game. And then it was over after that. Like, the whole series was done.
I mean,
like, he just didn't play well.
What are you doing?
Exactly.
Like, Yuki's been playing for a while now, and I don't know. I don't think he's that good.
So, let's see who will be able to perform under pressure. Always talking about the poise on stage here. This big stadium.
Japanese Eddie. Eddie's been pretty good. I liked Eddie.
Filled with cheering fans, putting the extra passion into the day that we are seeing. And
he wasn't even there for pussy. What a loser.
Remember, this is just the first of 3 best of
Crazy.
3s.
That's such a wild statement.
And we're going to be casting all of them because it's
that is such
like,
a wild statement. Oh, look at this villain. If he was only after pussy, I could respect him. But what? He wanted money and power? What a loser.
Silly commentary, and we do
I fuck with Cosmic Brownies, dude. Dude, one time, one of my friends got me a Cosmic Brownie, and I ate it. It was the most great. It was the greatest thing ever. I was like, oh my god, dude. I would legit suck dick for some Cosmic Brownie, dude. Dude, if penises taste like Cosmic Brownies, dude, I'd shove 3 of them into my mouth at the same time. Cosmic Brownies are some of the best things I've ever had. Oatmeal cream pies are also amazing, dude. If that was what cream pie was, dude, I would be getting cream pied all day long. Holy shit. Dude, I can't. That's, dude, what is it? Little Debbie, what the fuck, right? The fucking, like, little girl on those things, like the Twinkies and stuff. Oh my god.
This world's as well.
Dude, Cosmic Brownies was some of the most, it was one of the greatest things I've ever had. I legit was just like, dude, I don't care if I get diabetes. I would take all of it, dude. I would take all of it.
Just deny them the Orianna as well as the Wukong.
Yep.
Those are 2.
That's easy. That's fucking,
something that FlyQuest really do
Corporal.
create their own structure around. This FlyQuest team, they're at their best when they form.
Let's stop talking about Cosmic Brownies and how many I put in my butt.
Mid and late game 5-on-5 team fights, you know, front to back structure. I feel like they do other strategies, of course they do, but I simply feel like that is their most comfortable approach. Meanwhile, FlyQuest,
baby.
Unless you,
Ace Slayer, why would you ask me that?
The Scion,
if I win Worlds.
I mean, you want to first pick it, but then I guess
they can trundle you. They can trundle you, and Junja is
I would give up Cosmic Brownies for CFO.
Dude,
that's so fucking hard, man.
And then get yourself something that would otherwise not be banned. Okay, they're looking for a Rise angle potentially. Of course, Quad is just a really good Cassiopeia player.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Corporal's the only OC player that I know of that went from OC to LGL, then back to OC, then back to LGL.
As well.
He counted as a Japanese, so he didn't take up an import slot.
Yeah.
He was on like the SoftBank team that had like 3 Koreans. I think it was Tussle was like the resident Korean, and then they had Corporal support.
Priority here. Like,
I think the top lane was just Kinatu. That was it.
the Trundle proposition.
That's the only Japanese player on
Mbessa
that
is
team.
banned, and Mbessa is banned.
Yo, you Bernie, what's up? Welcome back.
You know, answer into the Scion. So that puts a lot
Winning
of pressure here
over
on
friendship?
first pick Scion.
Nah, I would sell my
to the
friendship
photo
out for
ban.
winning.
The problem for me is if they don't first pick it, then I mean, if Rest picks that up and they
God?
get something else, because like you
I
leave
would say-
Wukong up,
I
I
would say
imagine Wukong would also be very high priority.
If you're banning Mbessa right now,
Team
you have
Bliss?
to. you
Oh,
gotta
yeah,
first
that's
pick
probably
the Scion,
Scott,
even
right?
though they can Trundle you.
Yeah.
I think you still do it.
And we have seen the Trundle pick even
Yeah,
though it's
CFO 1 game 1.
it's, Trundleable.
Okay, we're banning Wukong. I'm fine with that.
As we'll see whether it is actually going to be the decision. Obviously, the Kaiser Hover is going to come in first, but then Whippo, will it just be... Okay, is that the little grin is
He know,
worrying,
you
but it's
know,
gonna be the
yeah,
same.
you know. Okay, yeah.
It's like enough funny business, enough funny business.
Trundle,
I was
Trundle could be a
sweating
good pick
little,
here.
You know, they did give the carrier Bard to T1, but let's see what the answer. Okay, here the
Oh my
cheeky
god.
hover, cheeky hover.
Imagine if he did it though.
Yeah.
Imagine if he did it.
Right back into Bwippo, who has.
I don't know
been
what
a
he would
fan
like
of this
versus
champion.
Scion.
Isn't it ridiculous? They're not even smiling, you know?
Yeah.
It's like...
I mean, should be Rise.
Did you go Trundle
right?
Rise?
Rise Trundle feels pretty good. Gonna be a lot of, like, pretty short range.
What's
so
good into
might be an
Scion?
opportunity for Fly to be able to capitalize.
What should Rest pick into Scion? What guys doesn't see that bad?
Expecting the Troll King.
Expecting it, but what would they then be worried about Inspired doing? Like, theoretically here. Okay, yeah. just do it no
Cho'Gath?
matter what anyway.
Zed.
Yeah.
I don't think Rest will play
Zed
Cho'Gath
Trundle
here.
angle.
Rek'Sai.
I don't know. Inspired, of course, has a lot of other things that he could do if we go back.
I mean, he
into
could
some of the old
Ivern. So,
playbooks, yeah.
if I'm thinking about it theoretically, he could Ivern. Ivern is quite good into Trundle because you make it hard for the Trundle to move around the fights, and it would be a FlyQuest classic of doing the front-to-back team fights I was talking about, where they build for just a crazy 5-on-5. Okay, Kiana is the other way. You can go for the extra mobility here, try and dance around him and burst him instead.
FlyQuest plays
This is a
Kiana?
pick that I imagine LPL commentators would be like, oh wow, this is such a really good Kiana angle. I, on the other hand, and I've been talking about it all worlds, I'm sorry if I'm a broken record, I'm terrified of Kiana. I think the champion doesn't necessarily work all that well, but let's see whether Inspired can teach me otherwise. Is Quad going to go back towards the Annie? Certainly a lot of comfort here for him.
Yeah, I feel like if you're not Kanavi or
The actual
Yen
Annie?
or Tarzan, then it does reduce a little bit of the excitement. But we've definitely had other good Kianas as well. So,
Inspired
all right.
pretty good at the video game too, so I think that we could probably
I mean, girls get it done, right? That's why you gotta ban all the girls.
to make it work out. Honky, let's see what he's going to be picking up here, whether it's going to be something for Rest or whether it's going to be something else. Rest looking for his Rek'Sai license. There have been only a couple of players that have made this work.
Okay,
As,
Rek'Sai,
Keen
there it
did
is.
managed to pick up another win outside of just Flandre.
It was not
I
scary.
mean, Keen was brutalizing that lane. Like, Keen got massive talent play
Okay.
advantage. Absolutely made the Rek'Sai counter into Scion really worth it. Got huge
I thought that
extra
would be
gold value.
Scott.
Played the lane really well, so
That seems makes sense
we'll
for
see
me.
if Rest can replicate that success into
But I don't know who's on
Scion.
Pentanet and shit like that.
Now
or-
some bans to come on through.
Oh,
here.
INTZ's there. Never
CFO
mind.
Want something with a bit of range, something with potentially. a bit of
Decoy was on
safety, like,
INTZ?
I'm thinking either you go like max range artillery type.
Destiny
style,
was
like
the other
Varus or something
support
like
that went
You could also
overseas.
Ezreal
Okay.
this if they would like
Fuck
to.
me.
But first, going to be focusing on banning away some support, so the Busio isn't going to have anything that he likes. Of course, Annie Rakan, fantastic combo.
And FlyQuest
Yeah,
already
but
have like
Vale,
really straightforward.
FlyQuest
explosive
hasn't won a
engage,
game
you
without
know they're
Wukong
gonna try
and
quickly
Alistair,
engage on
and they're
you.
both gone.
So the other possibilities of counter engage for CFO.
If you look at FlyQuest's history,
are
they've
things
only
that you also
won
have to worry
like
about, but the Kai'Sa
with those two.
possibilities
That was the
no
mid jungle
longer
combo
here.
or
FlyQuest
support
will
jungle
deny at
combo
least
every
that
single time they
from
won.
Doggo bottom lane. Maybe they were thinking like a Kai'Sa Nautilus or something was.
Like they
gonna
lost
show
to
up.
T1. They didn't have. They used Jarvan, Nico.
Kai'Sa would also
Then they won
actually, work out
VKS,
the
TSW in game 1 of G2 with
manage to get
Wukong,
their hands on it,
Alistair,
but they
and then they
don't
went
necessarily
Zop.
have the most
Then they lost every time
advantage
after that.
position, and Kiana does have a fair bit of damage herself. Does make you less incentivized to build armor if you're going the full hybrid build, but the Ezreal actually going to be.
Well, I never
banned
lost a game
on
that they wanted to,
CFO's
that's
side.
true.
So maybe my manifestation has actually turned into champions that are
Will
going
you
to
solo yourself if CFO wins? I might pass out on stream.
FlyQuest with
Brown ban.
takeaway.
Okay.
Going to get rid of that one. So
do they go
Donovan, what's it gonna
Xayah
be?
here?
I expect he's going to lock in an AD carry here.
Yeah, and then you're looking at the engagement.
Either that or
supports,
Sivir.
Like Rel. You know, some of them have been whittled down here.
You can pick a support.
Rel is pretty good because there's.
But I feel like you don't want to pick
no
support.
More Braum or Alistar or Rakan.
I mean, they might pick a Bard. I
So
mean,
we'll see. Maybe
Bard wouldn't be that good.
counter-engages as well. Extra safety there if you don't want to like pick a Xayah or something. But
oh, Nico's still up. That is kind of crazy. This champion has been picked or banned throughout most of Worlds, but kind of slipped under the radar in this
Kevin's
one.
already
I guess
passing on
that
the
does
T1
make
game, yeah.
sense. A bit of a shapeshifter.
I don't last long, as you all know.
Masu, let's see what we're going to be rounding out this fly composition with.
and they have the radar on their team with the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, true.
So they control the radar as well as the one that will slip by it. Okay,
Lucian.
here we go. Elimination, your entire year on the line, and we get North American Lucian Nami. This is backs
Has a
against
ban?
the wall elimination
yeah.
game from Worlds 2025.
I was thinking Xayah would be better.
The
Dude, they're really
entire
short
year
range.
for
Isn't
FlyQuest
Xayah like
here,
Omega
such
OP
high
here?
Expectations. They are going heavy engage, and they are going Lucian, Nami, must win into CFO.
There is so much follow-up as well from all
Is
of
Sivir
like,
the
the
answer?
CC that can land, right? You get an unstoppable onslaught. Supreme
I guess
display
it would
of
make
talent,
sense for
Tivers,
team comp-wise.
Wave, everything comes in as Doggo's Draven. Okay. Oh no, if I'm Busio right here, I'm like, oh, Nami, Lucian, this is such a powerful lane. They're gonna be great.
Damn,
Then you see
Draven.
The like, those axes, even at Fields level 2, take half of your health
CFO
bar.
drink draft? What?
Doggo
Lacey, what does that
Draven
mean?
is fearsome. All right.
Well, it's probably going to be a lane swap again. And that makes me feel even more worried because we saw what he did there on the top side of the map. We'll see whether it can be another early cash in here for Doggo. As CFO, they are not messing around. They want to finish this up 2-0 so they can focus on the best of fives.
Oh man, so much extra pressure too on the scouting for level 1 to play the guessing game. Who is going to go top, and are you going to guess that they're guessing that you're going to implement the
CFO,
How
Jayo!
far deep do you go on guessing? If
Poland, combatte, fighting!
Don't go top before 4 minutes. Do not
I
get
think
detected.
he may have had some discussions with the coaching staff in between the series, so I think that one will be shored up, and that's if indeed we do get a lane swap scenario. It could just be that they're willing to go toe-to-toe and see whether they can win out in the early stages of the laning phase. But I kind of like FlyQuest composition a little bit more than last time around.
You don't like CFO draft? Really?
Late game.
I don't like fly draft.
There's 3 threats that are legitimately
Like,
terrifying on this
I mean,
squad,
like,
and then a lot of CC.
Quad
to back it up. And here we
Annie?
are. Onto the Rift for game number 2. Fly
Dude, they have such
desperately
short
trying to
range,
stay alive here
and they're
at Worlds
playing against like
2025.
Draven, Nico, like Ryze is
CFO
short range.
Looking to knock them out right here, right now.
Isn't it like really tough?
And the lane that might determine it.
You should learn how to cheer in Thai
very
Filipino
well be
when
that
you
mid
watch
lane.
those leagues next year.
18-year-old
Yeah.
Hong Q.
But yeah, it'd be
year
cool to learn
for
like
him.
Thailandese
So much
and
hype
like
behind him. And you
Tagalog.
can see the progression from him over every
You know, just like
international
just
event
like a few
that
phrases
CFO
would be
have been
cool.
to this year. Meanwhile, Quad really had some really bad plays, honestly. I'm just gonna, in the previous game.
I was
and
waiting
has
for you to
lock
sugarcoat
in.
it, and you,
yeah,
and you didn't.
I was thinking about it. And
I mean,
it
Trundle's really good here.
bad,
I
but
feel.
we'll
Like I don't
see.
think Whipple's gonna be like that
Here,
tanky.
Doggo is deep. Doggo's behind enemy lines.
The axes are spinning as the Blooming Burst comes on down. This is a flash, definitely. Does have a blast cone there.
Oh,
as well
and
as the
heal.
CFO. I mean, if you knew that they were looking to get as much information as possible, maybe you weren't expecting
flash
all
and
of
heal
CFO
you.
just to be hanging out here in the jungle. But now, Busio's come back to lane with
Kozmik brownies!
Be able to heal himself back up again, but that's going to eat through a lot of his mana at this stage of the game.
And it's just what you want to do when you have a Draven lane for bottom side. You want to split jungle pressure. That's the huge reward here. They're trying to go for invade and splitting jungle, all for Doggo and Kaiwing here. You want to isolate this lane, especially with the early damage that you're talking about. Burning through both of Busio's potions and summoner spells already.
Okay, Juzor making his way bot side. Making his way
well
bot side.
for CFO
Farming
and their bottom
camps,
side of the map
ganking
to
lanes. This
snowball
is shoe
here.
jump, bitch.
Inspired on the Kiana, you is he just gonna accept the split map here and
I think
just
he
say
has
Masu
to,
and
right?
Busio, you just have to defend for yourselves?
And right now, they do have a lot of vision around this area, so no dive is going to come in. But as you say, it's not about the dive. It's about just making sure that this 2v2 will always exist without CFO needing to worry about any
Oh, my bad.
Kiana making her way down.
I got excited.
It's going to remain the case here as Doggo and Kaiwing continuing to lay down the pressure. Inspired now on those Raptors and is at a decent clip as far as clearing out the jungle.
Yeah, and you kind of just have to accept it because it is a Trundle. So
Jungle accolades
in the early stages. Both those junglers though have really dominated their regional leagues, as you can see.
Oh, now they don't want to include that Jinja's a world champion. Okay. Dude, they're so inconsistent, dude. They're like, oh, Jinja's a world champion, but they're in that graph. They don't mention that. They don't mention he's a world champion there. I'm like, what the fuck? Whatever.
But certainly, they need to come together so they can
Sakerugumi's? Probably Sakerugumi's. Chupa Chups is like whatever.
From Inspired to make things happen, because Kiana, if she's gonna work, she needs to do stuff. You know, you need to get that ball rolling. As Ardent Blaze, with a little bit of a double tap there, is going to soften up Doggo momentarily, but Jinja still here towards the bottom side after taking down that crab.
And it's always interesting, too, with split maps. Okay, Honky's going to roam over really early.
What the fuck? I mean, Inspired knows. Inspired's here.
They're going to try and counter.
You can see they can actually see the rise as well, as the bubble is going to go wide. CFO, I don't think this is a dive angle, as they did want to utilize some of the cannon tech, but it's not quite going to work out. Inspired, good defensive play to make sure that his bottom lane stays alive. But as you can see, as far as the CS numbers, it's almost 2 waves that Doggo has.
Dude, I'd put a classic running on my butt for like shits and giggles, dude.
On to Whippo. The Soul Furnace is going to be there, but not for too much more than just keeping himself alive.
I do it for the game.
Right side sustain, really, really advantageous up there in the isolated lane.
Ooh, Tangle Bob's going to miss. Probably keeping Masu alive there, as we can see.
Okay, Ambussio's flash and heal are almost back up.
Not to as good a start as he got last time around. His squad taking a lot of damage here from Honky. Landing that last Q was actually a big deal, as level 6 is ticked over here for Quad. And Sifo, I feel, just
Rest is doing a good job punishing Whippo.
They're going to try and spill their advantage over to top lane and go for a dive possibility here. Honky helping with the invade. Jinja at least going to steal away Gromp. Just get guaranteed value there.
Yeah, Pillar goes down. Inspired trying to dance his way out of here. Going to pick up some terrain, but reset on the Gromp. This might be a little bit over-enthusiastic here by Jinja.
Jinja might be overstaying.
For smite fights, rock Q for Kiana is very good.
Dear. Here's the dive, 2v2, the flash forward from Doggo, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Masu, he flashes away. There's the stand aside.
Doggo!
And there's also a kill in the mid lane. What the heck is going on? It's another one as Rest gets the feats of warfare, and CFO just won everywhere on the map.
Yeah, it's a 1,500 gold.
I didn't even see what the fuck happened.
Once again, then Nico can always just turn into a cannon minion and tank tower shots for days.
It was actually days. It was ridiculous the amount of time that he ate.
Dude, Doggo just fucking did a 1v2. What the fuck happened? I was watching bot lane. Doggo just fighting 1v2.
Doggo does get the kill.
How the fuck did Quad Inspired die?
Masu before it goes down, so he got the kill before losing stacks, so he was able to cash in.
Like legit, I was not paying. I was just like in shock, like
leading to
when the cast was going nuts. I just froze for a second.
Also in mid lane.
What the fuck?
Just flash forward from Honky when he just killed
him.
Great punishment, and he truly has been outperforming in the mid lane. Continued on, so we get another look at this. So 1 tower shot with the heal, and good dodge of the bubble, by the way, from Kaiwing. I actually stopped counting because
6 turret shots, I'm pretty sure.
He got an extra 200. He got 577 gold from that.
The Draven already cashed in. You don't have a tremendous amount of stacks super early.
Yeah,
on,
Bloodthirster.
Is really nice there for Doggo. 700.
Right? It's Bloodthirster.
Gold lead for him.
That is a big deal. Be able to potentially see where the adoration stacks
for Draven
as far as the amount of money, but that is feats of warfare also over to CFO. We haven't seen a dragon taken just yet, but you can see
he's up 800 gold now. Oh my god, Doggo.
We're looking 50 seconds until the grubs are up as well, but Fly well and truly on the back foot in this game. They are going to be swapping Masu towards that top side. The train, the port of call going to be this bottom lane out of turret.
So CFO winning every single lane in this game and affords them the luxury of controlling the early game map as well. So constantly having priority there to move in.
But how the fuck did
and make
Inspired
the
die?
Extra move on FlyQuest.
I guess Rest
We'll
and
see
Ginger just
how
fucked
this
him?
continues towards Grubs.
I didn't
We're
even
approaching
see
the
it.
8-minute marks here. So this is kind of the break point of, do FlyQuest actually get to change something since they have a Scion, but no ultimate. As you called out, the ultimate was used to get back to bottom lane. So Bwipo's actually just using his time to walk up.
Ooh,
Zeros
Zeros at day one?
There's no teleport either for Rest, so he's in that bottom lane as well.
Zeros has the better
fact that the
accolades.
Scion
In
is
terms
here,
of pure mechanical
FlyQuest should
skill,
be able to guarantee these grubs, and that will be exactly what happens.
So they're going to sacrifice bottom side turret plate money to the
that's
right
really
side
tough.
then.
I think I gotta
Ginger
give to
wants
Zeros. I
to
think he
come
played
in
much
and use a
better
smite.
than
Oh,
day
they're
one.
looking for an angle. Supreme display of talent does come
Junja?
down. As Junja
That's
keeping
flash
himself
out.
alive there with the ulti.
Dude, this is a
Rest of
4v5.
CFO
This is
move
a
over, and that is gonna be
4v5.
all three of the grubs in the hands of FlyQuest. Nicely done. Standing their ground, making sure
Okay,
that
they miss
CFO
out on a
don't do
lot.
anything that they're not
Ginger
allowed
has to
to
flash.
have.
That's it.
As
Not
you
bad,
say,
not
though,
bad.
Rest is able to answer with that
Rek'Sai
cross
is
in the
free
bottom
farming
lane.
bot side,
Yeah,
so
that
it's
was
worth.
2 turret plates that the Rek'Sai is able to earn, as
Yeah.
well as minions that were denied as the tower killed them off with nobody around. So FlyQuest investing decently heavy into getting these Void Grubs.
Well, Doggo still trying to fight here as the Blooming Burst comes on down. Tangle Barbs is decent on Debussio, but Asu throws down the culling. That is going to allow FlyQuest to stay.
Mechanically speaking, Marvel is better. In terms of accolades, I think Zeros still
They
did
could do a
really
realm
well
from mid.
for his
Honky
career.
has realm warp. If they realm warp over, that could be 4 people.
But his
diving FlyQuest,
accomplishment's
and
supposed to
they're
come
gonna
from
do it.
Yeah,
DFM.
Realm Warp is going to come in. Junja looks to turn up. Honku. That's so much damage
Oh,
already.
back.
Why is this Rise doing so much
Dude, they just
work?
tanked so much damage for no
Asu
reason.
in so much trouble. The Pop Blossom is going to connect on Debussio. Another
Oh, never
catch in,
mind.
And it's a double for Doggo.
Wait, what? That was clean.
5-1 the kill score, and with 3 of those kills on this Draven, it's looking real good here in game 2 for CFO.
Very successful play. They're able to make it before Busio can soak level 6. Busio on the Nami, still no ultimate. So he didn't have that to create the extra time for the teleport from Quad to come in. Quad's teleport
Now
gets
there's the
nothing.
Bloodthirster.
Inspired trying to finish off the Dragon in time, but
Yeah, it's a 2v2 here. Dragon and Rest against Inspired and Bwipo, and it's
Wow,
the flash out from
Inspired has
Inspired
flash
to
out.
get him to safety.
Dude, Rest is fucking
Rest just
running
feeling like he can
Bwipo,
do
dude.
anything
What
that he
the
wants
fuck?
Here in this bottom lane on this Rek'Sai. Tunneling around. I really like this skin, by the way. Full party Rek'Sai. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, I mean,
same. That is
Zeros
the
also
best
won
one,
only
right?
on
That is the best
DFM.
one.
Like he never
Regardless,
won on any other
CFO
team,
are
and
very
every
rich.
other team he joined, I think it was always like
CFO,
last place,
you know,
like
investing a lot in
Scars.
money,
I think Black Eye, he was also on
some of these early
last
game
place.
objectives
Whatever,
that
I think
don't
that's what
give
it's
you
called.
much power
Monster Eye.
outright. So CFO are really well positioned to just steamroll over the rest of this game with keeping up the pressure on every single lane, and they do just that. They're going to push in towards this tower. More turret plate money.
Oh, no.
Stop the recall for extra tempo advantage. It is just so well done here for CFO in the early stages.
And that should be this outer turret falling down here on CFO's side. Unless Quad is going to be enough to deter them. It's a large wave coming on in.
Oh.
Might be able to deal with this, but Doggo gets another 2
Oh my
actions.
God, wait. Did Tonku get a 10-minute Roa?
So just
Because he already has one stack.
going to be allowed to live for the
Holy
moment.
shit.
On this wave,
Wait, this is 11
Turret
minutes
is going to
in.
be dead, and I don't think you'd want to push your luck, and that's exactly what he considers as well. So that should be that first turret falling. The last plate picked up as well here by Doggo. And it's already a 2,000 gold lead. Make that about 2.2. Just for the Draven alone.
2.3k gold lead for Draven!
All over the
Oh my
map
god, another plate mid!
I think it's a garage sale or something like that. All right, there's another one here, but maybe they can kill Bwipo at the same time. He gets knocked up. Junja turns up as well. And now, Killer is going to be put down, and the ulti comes on through for Rest. Tries to get himself out of the way. Junja was tanking the turret. Bwipo is pretty tanky. So they're not going to be able to kill him. Great Bubble is going to catch the Rek'Sai as he tries to flee. And this time, Busio has the wave and takes down the Rek'Sai. FlyQuest answering back.
Putting a stop to this snowball that CFO
Min
had
Min,
been
if you jinx my
creating.
team, I will fucking
They
ban
do get
you.
the extra money countering the dive here after it is unsuccessful onto Bwipo. Also allowed them to push out on the rest of the map. So
0-0-10 on BC. Yeah, he was. That's what I mean by watching him individually play. He kind of felt like Reckless Light,
but it is still
where he was just like KDA farm, but wasn't good enough to like actually carry.
As well, so they catch the mid wave.
Not while
well as
the game is still being played.
The thing is that it's Master that's able to benefit, right? And so that gold lead we were just talking about has shrunk about 500 gold.
Flying Oyster!
Still big,
yeah. We're still at the Garo sale, as it turns out. There's just
okay, more gold for Doggo.
Summoner's Rift at the Garo sale. And Doggo wants to collect some more plates. He's got a very busy dinner party coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing one of the reasons why, if you're a team like CFO that had all 3 winning lanes, you are fine when FlyQuest basically sell out, sending everybody to get Void Grubs, because they're not going to get much money out of those Void Grubs attacking turret plates, because they're almost never up at the turret plates. CFO are the ones with no Void Grubs, and they've taken complete towers in addition to turret plates on all of the other towers as well.
Plus Nico, okay,
the turret plates still have 30 seconds, right? So it's just mid lane that is really still with a whole bunch of them there. Doggo is, of course, now parked in said mid lane. Looks like the defense is going to come on through. Stand aside comes down.
Oh my god, that damage.
Doggo able to press W. He flashes the Flash Wolves sign as well, as it could be on the 10th year since it was the LMS at the time, but an LCP team has made it to the top 8. It could be CFO making it back. It would be such a huge thing, because in that year, it was AHQ and Flash Wolves. They were both there, as the culling is going to come on through here. Now with no turret plates, this turret is under a lot more threat. And especially with a big old Draven there, they will be able to take that one down.
Doggo watched Tyler 1 VODs. Dude is so good at him. I think Tyler 1 watched Doggo VODs, if anything.
A little trouble. You can see Rest looking worse.
People clearly didn't watch Driver VODs when he's playing Scion.
The defense going to continue.
Or even Rest VODs for that matter.
These holes that this Rek'Sai is digging.
Yeah. Well, he's also digging the graves of FlyQuest, it feels like, with this massive lead. And I do love that Doggo is showing, you know, the history here of this region, and it's being so proud of Flash Wolves. Wait a second.
Yeah, the flash in from Inspired still gets the stun onto Honkyu, but the phase rush as he gets out of the way. Great display of talent is what he's looking for. He fails to dodge it, and the shutdown money goes to Inspired.
FlyQuest scraping together some mid-game kills. This does not close the gap, but it does get them some money to work with.
And the door was opening, and now at least they've moved it into the direction of starting to close. As Rift Herald immediately going to get started up as well, trying to snowball the play into something else. Without Honkyu,
oh, okay, they know where quad is. They know where quad is.
They are going to fight, because they have a very large Draven and the will to do so. Should be this Rift Herald going down, and that is the eye collected by Inspired.
Fuck!
The pendulum swings once again. Now back towards FlyQuest.
Fucking Inspired, dude.
CFO, I feel like they are just, they know what this comp wants to do, right? They are playing with so much gusto. Everything needs to be, we're moving into the enemy jungle, we're ready to dive, we're ready to try and get kills. Understanding the longevity of the comp isn't necessarily what they're thinking about.
Okay.
It's going to be Junja able to even out these dragons.
Cloud Soul, Cloud Soul.
That is so much money. Over to CFO, it's a Cloud Soul this game as well. We love
another
to see that.
tower. Holy fuck, dude.
FlyQuest unable to defend. I'll just leave.
FlyQuest hasn't even gotten one yet.
Yep, CFO keeping up the pressure.
They are closing the gap
nice
a little.
Rotation from them, seeping
it's not
into
over.
the
It's not over.
side.
Please,
Again,
CFO, please.
The Rek'Sai answer
CFO,
this time
Jayo.
around. Constant harassment, constant pressure on the Scion. We'll see about FlyQuest's response for the other side, though.
And Kobe, are you sick of seeing stats that come up and we're like, oh, this player has great stats? I'm kind of sick of that.
You want some bad ones?
Like, because we get Junja is like 19 and 5 on Trundle. Man, he's so good at Trundle. How about this one? Doggo's Draven, 4 and 10 over his career.
Nice.
And guess what one of those 4 wins was recently? And he looked pretty good on that one against a team that I think are pretty good as well, if I remember correctly.
It's 4 and 10?
Yeah. He did get that win over T1 with the Draven, and it was in spectacular fashion. Solo killing multiple people in that game. We'll see this time around. It wasn't a solo kill, or they haven't been solo kills for him so far. They were assisted. But it was constant pressure from the opening of the game, and that has been true for CFO as we see them take another tower here. Again, pushing
those flower
with
petals
all
rest
lanes.
next to.
They are not relenting.
Yeah, it's the power identification from this team that is pretty impressive. This,
Oh my
not
God.
so much as a supreme display of talent and just a cheeky Q from Inspired, and he will be able to just kill Honku. That was a choice.
Another quick kill for
Very nicely done.
FlyQuest. While CFO have kept up the pace and have cashed in, taking all of these towers. 4 towers for CFO, 0 for FlyQuest. FlyQuest are, well, now Bwipo is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Kaiwing is going to be able to find him here, but it's a fight on multiple fronts. Pop Blossom invested, and the Flash and ulti will be in exchange as Bwipo is able to make his way to safety. The fight didn't eventuate anywhere else around the Raptors, and so we are going to have a bit of a stalemate. But
Bwipo
still
bought
4,000 gold to lead for CFO.
Deadman's
They
place
need to keep their
first?
foot on the gas.
Oh my God, how many
this
times are going to
two-item
gank
Kiana. Inspired has a lot of
Honku?
burst damage. He has no more ultimate now.
I've seen this movie before, the one that's happening in the top lane, so we are going, no, we are back here, and he's dead again. It's the same movie. It's on repeat.
Profane Hydra, baby. 2-item power spike for Kiana.
What the fuck?
That plus the Umbral Glaive. I mean, these are some cheap items. Profane Hydra was reduced in cost, so even though, FlyQuests have been behind, Inspired individually has the sole gold lead for the team. Level 12 on the Kiana as well. And if you make these quick bursty plays, is exactly how you want to try and abuse this champion. Of course, they also have the Rift Herald
Otacons up in a minute.
So next time when they make one of these quick bursty plays, they could
Like
cash
Honku
in
kind of falling
on their
behind
first
right now.
turret of the game.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
start
he's
to
still ahead,
make
but you get
more
the
and
point. Like
more
he's not as
headway
ahead as he
towards
once
closing
was.
this gold lead. They have taken little chunks out of it.
Yeah, every little by little. And it could also be another
my
opportunity
God,
to pick
Inspired's
themselves up
playing around
another
Bwipo.
dragon, right? It's currently even, so it's not like a race to get themselves a soul or anything like that, but having a dragon advantage
Is this free Otacon for CFO
so
though?
incredibly valuable.
If he overstays?
You see CFO though all grouping towards his top side, looking to steal away this blue buff for now. Honky's decided that he just wants some bodyguards, and I do not blame him based on what has happened over the last 6 or so minutes of this game. I think his Azir was absolutely phenomenal in the last game, but this Ryze has been targeted. See how he manages to cope with this. As once again, they're just running towards him. Does get stunned up as the tidal wave comes in as well. There's a great knock-up flash out of the way from the bubble. That is still Honku once again under a whole lot of threat as Masu with the cleanse. As Kaiwing needs to get himself out of that situation. I don't think this Otacon is going to be an option
this
for him
Otacon's
as
out.
Masu dashing in. Supreme Display talent goes
Inspired fucked up. Inspired fucked up.
also able to get into stealth. That will be able to keep him alive against Doggo and Rest, but you can see that CFO, they want nothing to do with this fight.
Yeah, that is flash on both Honku and Doggo. So FlyQuest actually get value out of it.
And it wasn't actually the dragon that they were looking for. It was the Otacon instead, down to 50% here as Junja puts his own pillar down as they want to take out Tibbers before this fight is going to break out. But I mean, there just aren't very many people here for CFO. It'd have to be a steal as now Rest looking for that angle, trying to find the knockups here as he goes as
look at that combo! Holy shit! Let's go, boys! Oh, Doggo! Oh, another one! Another one! Another one! Get him, boys!
As he looks to chase out Masu.
That's a triple kill, baby! Holy shit! Dude, that Ryze Nuka combo actually went
Beautiful engage from CFO. Honku is able to get Kaiwing right on top of FlyQuest.
That was clean!
And they take down every last member.
God damn!
Oh my goodness, CFO.
Oh, that's 2 towers as well, Otacon and 2 towers?
They might be able to make the play, but it wasn't the case, and CFO
Holy shit!
8,000 gold.
Look at this, look at this, look at this!
Look at it again.
No, show me what happens now!
More ping in the Pop Blossom. Here comes Kaiwing. They get the lockup onto the front line.
And the Doggo just gets a fucking kill on Andy first!
Before the Otacon is within stealing range. And Doggo's just
Oh,
chasing down
Doggo.
all of the extra members. Once again, he did go with the same experimental Hexblade build that he did versus T1. And he chases them all down.
Okay, well, we have been in this situation before, Kobe. It was the last game.
League of
This is CFO with a
Dreaming.
huge advantage here. 7.5 thousand gold. They're going to grab themselves this next dragon as well as Honkyu.
Honkyu?
Gonna try and get some revenge here as Inspired is lying
Please,
in wait.
be careful. My guy, they're targeting your ass.
That's a lot of gold there for that Draven. Now with a 4.5.
I don't know what the fuck you did to Inspired to make him this fucking pissed, but Inspired is just tunneling on your ass, Honkyu. Please, be careful. Please.
Miraculously find themselves a way back into this game.
What the fuck?
Historical game this is going to be for CFO.
That Otacon fight was actually so fucking clean, dude. The fucking Rise ulti to deliver the Nico in the middle of everyone, and then the ult timing to slam everyone instantly.
It seems so right for this CFO team. The progression that we have seen from them at international events over the year.
Nah, really not enough info. Tell me more about your erection, boy.
Really deserving these carries.
Please, CFO, please, come on.
For the team to move on and to try and impress.
I think it's so cool that we've got such a mixture of like veteran talent and brand new players, and then players that have been some of the best over the last few years. It's not like you've got one age group, then an old guy, or just a few veterans and then the young gun like carry. Like it's, you know, you've got Genji with Duro as the little baby, but then everybody else is old, and then you've got T1 with Faker as the old guy, but everyone else is young. Yeah. This is, I feel like, a mix of a whole lot from CFO. But all of them just work so beautifully together. All 6 of their players on this team.
Fuck, dude, I'm sweating.
As Rest has come in now on the Rec side and looking to play.
Also, apologize to my boy Rest, bitch.
We have seen a few different builds. So
motherfuckers talking shit about Rest.
A little bit more popular as far as the second item.
Talk shit about him now.
More tanky options. I do kind of like being able to just try and assassinate your target while still being a bruiser.
Fuck you,
I
Ace.
think it is important.
Driver's good as well. Did you not see him dicking on? Oh my god. Whatever. My chat's filled with morons.
Definitely a big
Shave? Man's already bald. Hey, I'm not bald, crazy. It's fucking rude. I just have a very, very, very large forehead. Okay, crazy. Thank you very much.
At this point, you are so outgunned.
If you had a large forehead and I called you bald, you would not be like. You would find that very rude and offensive. Okay.
Curios that was picked up here by Doggo as well. So it's not. And people say this all the time. Right? It's the defensive items that you get to build as a luxury item.
The hair on the back
really
of your head.
Maker because you already have the damage. We saw he already has the damage, and now you can't see.
I just shaved it like a day or two ago.
That's going to make things really, really rough. Obviously, they have a whole bunch of knockups as well, so it's not just
bald.
like
His hair just goes to his ankles. Thank you, thank you.
I don't think Doggo is going to be too concerned about that one.
Yeah, and he's very tanky with this
burping
build.
And throwing up.
The like bruiser rebuild.
Yeah.
With the Bloodthirster and the Hex Plate. So we'll see.
Split push.
Yeah, the split push is correct here for CFO.
No, I mean, like, listen, you can say, like, you know, oh, I think Driver's better than Rest or whatever. That's fine. I was just getting butthurt because everyone just thinks that Rest is some bum that doesn't deserve to play League of Legends. I'm like, Rest is still pretty fucking good, dude. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
In their own territory at the moment.
It's the same with like Kaiwing. Like, yeah, you can say like, oh, I think Busteel's better than Kaiwing. That's fine. Just don't act like Kaiwing is some like fucking armless bum that doesn't know how to play League of Legends. He just has arthritis and he can't use his hands. He has to play with his feet.
Underneath the turret to avoid that one falling down to the Rek'Sai. And CFO just moved back towards this Baron. Cheeky little ward there is actually unseen, as now the Pillar is doing great work.
Okay.
Whippo once again, good double knockup.
Oh! Whippo flashes in like that? Oh, Nico! Huge counterplay! Okay. Draven ult? Oh! Rest in the back line! Rest in the back line! Boom, 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 boom! It's over! End him! Nice move!
Fish food, it's another
oh, that's an ace! It's a clean ace!
CFO, and it is clean once again.
Let him know!
And they are looking to finish their
okay, I don't know why Honky flashed and teleported bot side. Guys, yep. Okay, fine, whatever. I'm like, do you have a wave mid?
Like that before. Here is another one as CFO are going to do it after 10 years.
CFO!
Making it to the top 8 here in 2025 after their extraordinary years so far.
Let's fucking go, boys! Top 8! Let's do it! God damn it, man!
that. Deserved celebration.
Oh.
Smiles all around.
Nye.
This team has been an absolute breath of fresh air. And now it's with some trepidation that we throw it back to the analysts.
No trepidation needed. No trepidation needed at all, because we are going to start with the celebration of CFO. As you said, a decade in the making for this region. And
dude, Rast, what a homie, dude. He pulls up driver as well. That's right, baby. That's a 6-man right there.
You can see their grit and their resilience,
dude.
and it has all led to this victory.
And I mean, they just played an incredible series, you know, especially game 2, so dominant. I love the early game plan, the confidence for Doggo to bring out the Draven. They force into a split map situation right off the bat. Get
Look
the
at them.
You know, off of Busio, pushing him out.
I mean, yo, you know what, NA, you did well.
But to me, the story is all about CFO and their incredible tournament.
Yo, GG, man. I mean, dude,
they've earned themselves this berth in the quarterfinals, and now
they did have a crazy run, like FlyQuest,
to deal some damage here, to take
I mean, this year, not Worlds specifically, but I just mean like the whole year.
Among the very best in the world.
And the poignancy of both Rest and Driver getting their win, right? This team that I still think has been...
Against Sion.
I know!
Without Sion,
the best example that we've seen of a 6-man roster actually working. Both these players clearly full of respect for one another. So many close calls for CFO, but finally, and I'd say decisively, they actually make it work and are in the quarterfinals.
The first LCP team to qualify for quarterfinals since AHQ and Flash Wolves in 2015. Some of the newer viewers might not know this lore, but this was a region that everybody was afraid of. We used to call them the OG Korea Killers.
Oh, there it comes.
And now they're back.
Dance.
Let's go.
Dance on the boy.
I don't know, is that like a champion dance? I'm not sure what that was.
What the hell?
I'm not sure. Are we
Fist bump the camera, man, dude.
Maybe it's a death animation or something. I'm not sure, but that was fun. Yeah,
my LCP cast are in tears. Oh my god, dude.
The LCP, I think, you know, if we go back and watch the VOD, which I'm gonna do for sure, we're gonna see that for them, because you know what it feels like, right? As someone who works for the region, that watershed moment finally comes.
Absolutely. I mean, we live and breathe this stuff, and I know, and that's kind of what gives me solace in these moments. Like when I watch a series like this and I'm feeling heartbroken, I know that someone on the other side is feeling that
laughing
emotion,
Korean.
right?
What
That is the beauty of competition,
Oh.
is that FlyQuest failure is the success for CFO, is the joy for CFO, for these people that live and breathe the LCP, that have dedicated their lives to covering and cheering for these teams. I think it's just a beautiful moment.
It's beautiful, and what is also monumental is the way Doggo stepped into this game.
Oh.
I mean, he just slams the Draven in this.
He strutted into this game.
The most important match of his career, mind you.
Nico is cheap. Let's just get that out of the way. But this is a great play, and they played it
Fuck
so
me,
well.
dude.
I mean, honestly, not a lot of people would have even gone for this. They use the
Oh,
Nico cannon trick,
CFO.
which you can tank 10+ tower shots.
thank
He uses heal for the
fucking
move speed to
Christ.
dodge the bubble. If you don't get CC'd, it doesn't break the cannon. So that allows Doggo to basically just 1v2 them under the tower. And then it was just off to the races. In this moment, that engage is sick. Realm War, Pop Blossom. All the key cooldowns were missing from Fly. You could tell they knew they were so far behind. They're like, you know what? We just forced a bunch of flashes. This is as good as it's going to get. Let's just flip it.
Definitely so. A huge,
Dude, I'm
huge,
so
huge
fucking happy,
result here
dude.
for Doggo and for CFO. It's honestly
These guys have the worst results here, and the best result. Well, technically best would be 3-0.
It just
did.
Exactly.
But it
God
was the story of
damn.
the year for me, and that discussion of can they really do it that step further, and I think on their minds it's just like, let us get T1 again, let us get to that game 5 again, perhaps a job we could not finish. I'm not saying their play was perfect here, they have a lot to work on, but now they've given themselves a chance.
Yeah,
this FlyQuest to go down as the best in the West team that never managed to take down the Eastern team in a series,
no one is
not
gonna
even
give
a
them sign. I think
BO1.
that is going to remain true for the rest of the event, but they have proven that they can win against it, against FlyQuest at the very least without it.
It's true. Final words on FlyQuest.
I mean, I'm sad for FlyQuest because I think I have this feeling this is the last time we're going to see these 5 players playing together, and it is absolutely not the way I want to remember this roster. You know, I want to choose to remember some of the incredible series that they've shown us at MSI at last year's Worlds. They couldn't bring it together here, and it's definitely a huge disappointment. No one is going to be more disappointed than them.
Yeah, on the other side of the break, I'm going to try to talk to one of them, and then
Fuck me, man.
we will have TES versus BLG, which is going to be an absolute banger. We'll be right back.
Looking for that angle, trying to find the knockups here. As out he goes as Doggo just takes down Quad. They're all starting to explode. And now he presses W, runs forward. Masu trying to get out of there.
Show us your butt. Dude, I can't. I think I actually... Dude, like, listen, my pants is brown and white. I just have, like, semen and, like, shit stains everywhere. What the fuck? Oh. I was like, what the fuck? My phone's blowing up. I'm so fucking tired, dude.
Red Bull gives you wings.
How do you get into the room with the coaches for next year's World? I would have to stop co-streaming. Just say you hate my co-streams. Hey, you want me to fuck off? Oh man.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Oh.
How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Do you think G2 will draw CFO? Okay, out of the group draws that I think, I mean, that's possible, right? I mean, KT and G2 are by far the weakest. Genji, Hanwha, and AL. I mean, Genji, Hanwha, I think is like pretty hard. I want to say AL's weaker than them, but I don't know, dude. Not by much, if at all, right? E1 BLG top? No. It's 3-0 or 3-1. Because there's 3-2 teams, right? So one of them, 2 of them will play 3-0. One of them will play 3-1. I want the VOD. It's on YouTube. Yo, Vestian, man. Holy shit. Dude. I mean, like, I could probably pull it up, right? It's 1080p. Oh, no, it's not. What the fuck?
要拼一波吗？结束了吗？30秒，有机会，因为特朗德拆很快啊。一波吗？如果要一波，好像5个人一起推，5个人一起推，要一波的话，有特朗德很快啊。开拆，CFO 可以吗？10秒，可以。10年的魔咒要破除了，可以哦。10年停止的时光开始转动，8强，我们回来了。哦，恭喜 CFO， 恭喜 CFO， 哇，这把打得太好了，这把真的是前面哦 Dogo 跟凯文的这个下路线打得太好了，就是他们前面。
No, I think this moment, dude. I think this moment is so beautiful, dude. Look at Rest. Look at Rest, dude. He pulls Driver over for the 6th man, dude. Because this dude, I'm gonna cry, dude. I'm gonna cry if I see this. Oh, I need to stop. I need to stop. I need a break.
Welcome back,
oh,
everyone, to the Verizon
my eyes are watering, dude. My eyes are watering. I'm not gonna cry.
For the end of the run of FlyQuest this tournament. Let us start maybe by the match today, that all-important match versus CFO. Where do you think it ultimately went wrong?
I feel like in game 1, they messed up their swap pretty badly, and we got a decent early advantage. And I feel like we just didn't execute well in the team fights.
Oh my god, I need a quick break, dude.
Yeah,
holy
fuck.
fuck.
Just not very good. And I feel like the Azir got too far ahead, and then it was pretty hard to beat them. And then game 2, I think their early plan was just better than us, and they anticipated what we were going to do better. Because they picked Draven, so we can't swap anymore, because if I swap and go top into him, I will lose pretty hard. So we thought we could fake that we're swapping, but I guess they realized that we weren't actually going to swap. And then they walked into our jungle. Nami lost all her sums and HP, so it was pretty hard for us to lane. And then they also split the map, so it was a pretty hard game.
Yeah, both of the games seemed pretty rough. You did have a quote about kind of the mental of the team overall, and that's what we got from the Inspired interview as well. Do you think the recovery after your previous match maybe didn't go the way it should have in terms of how you mentally recovered, how you recovered from a confidence perspective? Because I don't feel like I saw the FlyQuest that we know and love here today in this match.
I feel like for sure we didn't recover our mental fully, just in general as a team, as individuals. I feel like there was just a sense of kind of losing a bit of our confidence. And I feel like we carried that a bit into today, and we weren't able to fully reset.
Finally, maybe when you look across the whole year and the lofty goals that were set for FlyQuest, also because of how well you did last year at Worlds, right? And the fact that this is the end of the year, what do you want to say about the whole experience?
I mean, this entire year has been very fun to play. We made pretty much every tournament, and we played for like 11 months straight. So it was a very, very long season. It was really fun. It was really hard at times, but that's part of the competition, and that's what makes it so enjoyable. And as for our expectations, I feel like sadly we were never able to actually reach them or play up to them. And that's just something we're going to have to carry on with.
Yeah, it's just, that's the end of the road for you here at Worlds. Thank you so much for being so candid and taking the time. I really appreciate it. And good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Sharks and Masu, and shout out to the rest of FlyQuest, of course, for their amazing season. Now let's focus on the second matchup we have coming into today. It is going to be BLG taking on TES for a rematch of the LPL Split 3 finals. So the expectation here is that these teams, they should know each other pretty well.
Yeah, they know. They're somewhat familiar, one could say. I mean, it's an exciting matchup for sure, and it feels like that yesterday when we heard the reactions, we weren't sure if the LPL fans were ecstatic or if they were disappointed.
Yeah, we couldn't really read the room in terms of where their heads were at, but you already pointed out, Betty, BLG and TES, we've seen this matchup before.
Yeah, once or twice. Throughout the history, you can see that these teams have matched up so extensively, but I wanted to focus in on this year, where you can see that BLG has kind of had Top Esports' number.
Fuck,
it was only
man.
really in Split 1 where we saw Top Esports
Hold on.
representing the LPL at that first stand tournament, where again, those allegations of their international performances resurfaced because they didn't meet the expectations that the LPL had of them. But as BLG kind of took the mantle from them, was the international representative alongside AL, question marks still surround Top Esports coming into this tournament, even though they made the finals once again in Split 3.
And something to keep in mind, though, is that no matter regional results, usually things are really different when it comes to World. The preparation, the nerves coming together, and the LPL especially is really familiar with region kills, LPL versus LPL teams battling at Worlds.
Hold on, give me a sec, guys.
Yeah, so I wanted to investigate this just because sometimes it does not go as planned, and it feels like, especially when two LPL
I have too many
teams
cans
face
of
each
Monster
other
on my
at the World
desk.
Championship, everything kind of goes out the window. They get really, really, really comfortable because they are already comfortable with each other. So some of those nerve issues we've seen both teams talking about actually might not apply when they're facing each other. You can see some of the
fuck,
results
dude.
swapping back
I
and
love
forth
this team
between
so
regional
much.
finals and Worlds.
Dude,
Some
these guys
results
work
going
so
to
hard.
top, as we already talked about with BLG versus TES, BLG has been able to get the better of TES more recently. However, based on their gameplay for both teams here, which I think has been kind of disappointing for both teams, I would still favor TES in this matchup, which I feel horrified saying.
I mean, that's the scary thing. We really don't know who is going to show up today. All we know is we're looking at specific players individually. Knight is a man that is still a star for this BLG roster, and I know, Emily, we've been eyeing up that top side of the map for Top Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of 369, and I also think Bin has been underperforming a little bit, unfortunately, at this event. It could end up being, thus far, it's been, I think, his worst international showing in his career. So we'll see if he can step it up. Again, these two top laners, super, super familiar with each other, so I can't wait to see what happens.
A lot of nerves from both sides, and we know that it's gonna matter to what teams can both showcase today. So I went and investigated with an expert from the LPL with Candice, and I checked in earlier to see what is the Chinese fan sentiment surrounding this matchup. So let's take a look. Candice, thank you so much for joining me ahead of this game, BLG versus TS. What do the LPL fans think about this matchup?
I think most of them are kind of happy because we at least have one LPL team in the quarterfinals.
All right, yeah.
Make sure.
Yeah, we saw that the fans were actually cheering for when these teams drew each other. Do they have any preference on who they want to see advancing here? Both teams have been struggling so far.
Yes, both of them struggling in this kind of stage, so maybe we will wish the better performing team can get into the quarterfinal and make it farther.
All right, let's see who performs the best on the day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the interview.
And let's get into it. We are back for Top Esports versus
Shit.
BLG as we have a rematch of the LPL Grand Finals where BLG managed to pick up that 3-2
Gen.G fan? Yo, I respect Gen.G too, man. Oh, dude.
To make it here to Worlds as the third seed. I think a lot of people look at the battle between these two teams as BLG is a star-studded lineup that wins through their solo lanes, and Top Esports have some great players, but are much more macro-orientated and objective setup-orientated as a team.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I mean, the surprising thing, I think, for a lot of people has been, you know, not just at Worlds, but specifically at Worlds, Bin has not been playing to his standard. I think this year in general has been more of a down year for Bin. He has obviously had his moments, but still, even for a down year for Bin, you're expecting him coming in Worlds and against a lot of the competition that they've had, which is lower level
Went through the darkest era. It hurt so many people laughed at us, call us fools, kept believing, foolishly believing that we would hope would bloom again. See if our heroes are the ones who brought back the light.
More about the star on BLG, which is Knight, because this guy, I felt, was dragging his team, kicking and screaming yesterday.
Especially in that second game.
Everyone wanted to go home, and Knight is like, no! We've got Worlds to play!
So the Blanc game, he just gets that quadra kill down towards the bottom side jungle. The question is, will Bin step up? Will both these teams step up? Because both of them have been underperforming compared to the expectations that we had for them coming in. Both of them have been underperforming compared to how they played in the LPL.
Yeah, AL did make it through.
Having that domestic rivalry.
They'll have at least two. They'll have at least two.
That's what I was going to say, is this is often one of the phenomenon you see at Worlds, is that at Worlds, you are really out of your comfort zone, right? You're playing against teams and players that you're much less familiar with. You don't really have that level of familiarity. Now you come into Worlds and you could be having a really shocking tournament, and sometimes then you have these regional matchups and it's just right back to business as usual, and the teams seem to be right back in form because you have played each other so many times. Not only does the LPL play 7,000 games a year, they also scrim 40,000, so they've played each other a few times to be sure. And there's none of that fear, I think, and that kind of like uncertainty when you look across and you say, oh, you know, I'm playing against this guy. Oh, I'm playing against that
CVC
guy. Like,
Flying Oyster.
You know them so well.
You're not trying to recall.
No, VCS isn't entering the darkest era, dude. VCS is not. It's LGL that's the most fucked. VCS will be fine. I truly think that VCS will do fine.
Both of the international finals now coming into this year have struggled to refine that power, to refine that glory. Perhaps this can be that stepping stone for them towards quarterfinals and hopefully for them further on.
And I mean, for LPL fans, they're damn well hoping it is, because the feeling for a lot of LPL fans really is that they are losing a step on the LCK, that they haven't been able to be as competitive, that it is becoming, you know, back to the old days where it was kind of LCK and everyone else.
How many years have you been with CFO? I think this is my 4th year.
Really starting to pick up steam, winning a lot of
I started in 2022
back the other way once more.
on CFO main team, then 23-24 I was on B team, and then 25 I'm back. Well, I'm not on either, but
Nico up, obviously some of the high priority
I'm still a
CFO. It's probably
CFO.
just going to be that potential trade of Orianna for Azir.
But then you also trade away the Yunara. Having left that up, BLG can grab Yunara and Azir here, which puts them in a really strong position when you get to those later game team fights.
It absolutely does, and I was going to say, I actually would love if they grab Nico here, because if you take Azir, it doesn't really matter. You can grab that later, and the worry when you go Yunara sometimes is that then they go for like a Nico in a power lane and really try to bully that Yunara early, but by taking the Nico, I feel like it's often the band-aid that allows Yunara to get towards the later stages of the game. But this is a great comp here so far for TES. Very clear way to play the game, right? Ball goes on Jarvan, he jumps on Yunara's head, equalizer over the top, shockwave over the top, and you're clearly giving, you know, yes, you are giving over that Yunara, but you have a plan really to deal with it.
It's also putting people on comfort, right? Like, Kanavi's most played in summer was this Jarvan, 84% win rate on it. Cream's second most played was this Orianna with 9 games on it in summer as well.
Yeah, and Kanavi, I feel like hasn't really shown up at Worlds just yet, but to me, when I was
like
watching
Puckled,
a lot of summer
I don't know,
in the
it's
LPL,
like
I was thinking he might just be
the players and the coaches and everyone just put so much effort into it. I'm not gonna. I can't take credit.
I thought have been so intelligent. And so
I think they've all did such a good job, and
where he can really affect the map, really kind of throw a wrench in the gears.
I'm like, dude,
just one of those players that you have to always be wondering
like
where
watching Rest like get driver for the 6-man bow. I'm just like, dude, that's just like that's like, you know,
I wonder if we'll see Beishwan perhaps subbing in later.
Like a team that actually cares about each other and actually wants to win. And it's not just like, oh, you know, we're just like good. It's like, no, we actually like put faith and like hope and support into each other.
It does feel like BLG needs some sort of big front line right now to be able to kind of bring things together. You know, so Galio could be a potential option that they want to take away. I think that makes a lot of sense. Good match.
Oh, Cosmic Brownies, dude. I would give it my Cosmic Brownies.
I mean, it's not a bin champ, but like Orin to me feels like
well,
what would kind of
Kai Wing's from Hong Kong, but yeah.
I know, but I
don't think he's great on it.
I mean, I love food, dude. I'm such a fat fuck. I love food.
And there it comes. I agree with you in terms of stylistic tendencies.
Yeah.
I don't know, like,
but it's something BLG have reverted to using this summer.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing it a lot more this summer. I think just compositionally it makes a lot of sense. It's also quite a good matchup into the Rumble, and it's just what the comp needs. Like, Orin gives you the hard engage that you need. It's a decent matchup into the top lane. It's the only tank that's really viable and still available, unless you're going way off meta into kind of some of the weirder picks. So I do think it makes a lot of sense here. And now we just have to see what the bot lane is going to be for TES. Are they going to try to go for something really aggressive, look to punish, or is it going to be more standard, just try to match scaling for scaling? I think Lucian would fit the bill.
And Lucian Nami does sort of fit what you want to do. It's a little
Also
bit
go
weak into
Lucian
the Nico.
Braum.
Lucian Braum gives you a bit of protection into the Ornn, as you're saying. So there we are. Lucian Braum is where we will go. Allows you a bit more power.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, yo, that's so perfect, dude.
From the Braum
that's
can
so
stop
perfect.
the Call of the Forge God charging back towards the Ornn. BLG looking at their mid
dude,
lane,
like Rest going like, come on.
Counter pick.
Then being together.
If they do just want to go for something scaling, for the moment, hovering that Aurora.
It's so perfect, dude. It's so
He
perfect.
does go. We already have seen him play Ziggs once.
Like,
It was
it's
into the
so,
Azir
like,
matchup,
yeah.
And he did play
Oh,
well
it's like,
on
it's so, like, yeah,
And now
it
this
is
time
like,
maybe into the Orianna,
I don't know,
so
man.
Azir going to fall all the way through picks and bans. It will be this Ziggs, and now they're going to have not only some really
What the
powerful
fuck? What
wave
happened
clear,
to
but some
draft?
good
I wasn't
backline
paying
access of
attention,
their
dude.
own.
This is why CFO being the first is like so bad.
Finds a good engage. You know, Orin starts it off
Like
with
me
the ult,
focusing,
but of course, you're gonna be
dude.
having to play around
Like,
that Braum, which is going to make
dude,
things
imagine
very,
the
very
best
difficult.
sacks you've
You
ever
always have to
had,
watch out.
and you
With
just
that
like
goal of the Force
came
God,
and just
if
had
Braum
this
has shield up,
amazing
it's
like gush of like,
really gonna be
oh,
viable
like
whatsoever.
euphoria, like oh.
Assuming that
And then it's like, oh, there's still more
which
games.
that impeccable
And like,
It's
dude,
maybe a dangerous
fuck
assumption
these
based on some of the
games,
things that happened in
man.
this tournament. There have been some mishaps.
Are you thinking about the draw?
including,
No, I haven't
even
really
knowing
thought
the
about
build
it.
path on Nico for proto belts.
Yeah, the Kindle Gem first item wasn't
Like, the draw is
best
like,
for
whatever
Roger
happens,
Belts,
happens, dude.
When he was playing the Nika, but we'll see how Hung does coming into this team in summer, replacing Crisp, who went over to Weibo. With Hung coming across from Weibo, and after he came in, actually Top Esports started doing a lot better. You know, in
I'm
winter,
so
they
fucking tired, dude.
lost to,
I'm actually
Hung
so
Life in the first round,
exhausted.
obviously, but then when they were in spring, they lost to WE, placed 6th even after they topped the regular season, and then the introduction of Hung got them into those finals. Weren't quite able to take down their rivals today, BLG, losing 3-2 in the end. We're going to make our way onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of this LPL clash.
I mean, one of the big questions for me today really is how is Cream going to perform? Because I feel like he has played so far below his standard, his usual standard. And when you're looking across the other side of the map, Knight has just been such a monster. This guy's been absolutely on a tear, it feels like, here at Worlds. So if Cream is not on it, you do have that concern for TES that Knight could just really start to run away with the series.
I'm also concerned because he's playing Orianna into an early ganking Xin and a satchel charge from the Ziggs. You burn your flash early on, there's a lot of pre-6 ganks.
You got this game? I said BLG.
Ahead, we saw how much work
Make me tired, my bad. I'll get in the mood of things.
Yeah, absolutely.
You all need to work out, get some endurance, and you. I don't think that's how that works.
17-4 on that.
For this game, actually, I didn't even look at draft. My bad.
Being drafted by both these teams.
I do wonder if we'll see
no, I'm gonna say BLG. I think BLG's draft is better.
Times here at Worlds, it's really powerful early on, being able to tank 6 or 7 tower shots with just a.
I'm not a big fan of the Yunara Nico combo, but it's fine.
It's broken. Let's be honest.
Will you be streaming tomorrow? Will you be streaming tomorrow? That's a good question.
It has been left in the game, and people are abusing it properly, but it's really hard to abuse into a Lucian and a Braum, because even if you're trying to dive, concussive blows will just lock someone up for an absolute age. Your jungler can be there as well, but if the Zing goes in, how does he then get out afterwards?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. I mean, I still think it's one of these things that is really underused by pros. You know, even if they have CC to be able to stop it, that means you're having to spend the CC on this Nico, right off the rip.
I'll let's do some horror games. It's October. Let's play something that'll shit my pants in. Either Silent Hill 2 remake, or I'll find a different horror game with lots of jump scares to make me shit my pants.
BLG were able to.
I'll see what I have. Ooh, Amnesia of the Bunker.
And I think that's also partly why we expect
gaming
a bit more
art.
of them coming into this world. We saw
Will the 3-0 teams have side selection?
So far,
Does it make sense? Yeah, the 3-0 teams should have side selection, right? Because they're 3-0, so they're like one above. I think from quarter or semifinals onward, side selection is random. Resident Evil. I beat all the Resident Evil games though.
And it's Top Esports who execute it.
Yeah, really well done.
I'll think about it. What time will we be streaming?
Been so successful on it. He's just such a strong early game.
I'm not sure. Same time as usual.
Does get interrupted on the recall, so a little bit annoying for On. We'll see if Shadow can do anything.
Yeah, Amnesia the Bunker. The Silent Hill 2, like a horror game, like it's, I don't know. I'll find one. I have Amnesia for example. I'll just like look, see what I have on Steam. Let's see which LPL team is out. Yeah, basically.
They do have this
12 p.m. to 4 p.m. my time. Okay.
It just doesn't even matter. Hung flash forward.
Okay, I'll wake up early tomorrow. I'm gonna get some good sleep tonight, dude. Dude, yesterday I didn't sleep, dude. I was so fucking pissed. As stupid NA fans.
Pretty much done for. Didn't even need to get the concussive blow stuns off. The Scuttle Crab does go over to Shadow on this bottom side. You can see he's about 3 camps
Had
up
a bunch of
right
NA
now
fans.
over Kanavi, looking for a
So
wraparound
dumb.
gank, because Jackie Love and Hung both use their flashes. They only have a barrier left
I was
between
up
the two of
all
them.
night
But with
replying
the
to
rate pushing
tweets
in,
and
Hung can
stuff
step
and
forward
like
always
fucking
jump back
arguing
to
with
Jackie Love
people.
with the stand beside me, and Top Esports respect it. Put a ward in the bush.
Bro,
spot out
they're
Shadow.
so loud
This will
tonight.
allow Kanavi to step up towards that top side Scuttle Crab if
Dude,
he wants, because you know
I
Shadow
feel like
looking at
I
his
feel
CS
free.
numbers.
Yep. Surprised Shadow didn't just try to actually.
I mean, this is why I don't use Twitter, because like in the past I didn't tweet, because every time I get into like an argument with someone, I just can't stop. Like I enjoy arguing and fighting with people too much.
Knowing that they could be behind them.
Like I had so many NA people. Like the only one that was cool was like David Shynock, the 100 Thieves guy. Like he was like, "Oh, this is banter, you know, we're just talking shit." And I'm like, "Yeah, basically I am." Yeah, you know, speak your shit. I'm like, "Yo, okay."
Moving down towards that bot lane, they're gonna base Jackie Love send him.
Everyone
down,
else
so I
is
really
fucking
like
asshole.
this.
I don't know what the
Because
fuck
it
their
was
problem
clever.
was.
You know, from
But they're
Epsilon,
so mad at
Shadow's
me
down there, they had
for
that wave
shitting on
held,
it, dumb
and
NA
Jackie was
fans.
low on mana, so had to base, but 369 just goes
But it's
bot,
like
pushes that
they're like,
out, and
"Oh,
by the time
but
the wave crashes top, Jackie
like
Love's
all
gonna
the
be there to
casters
catch
are
it.
like supporting CFO." Like I didn't talk about the casters. The casters are fine. I specifically said like, you know, fraud, NA analysts and fans. It's like, "Oh, but Dom said that." I'm like, "Dom's not a fraud." Like, what are we saying? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, what do you want from me?
Towards the bottom side. Okay.
I'm like, dude, if you're not a fraud, it's not targeted towards you.
And those top laners matching up in
I was like so confused. Like, why are these people so fucking stupid? But like, dude, North American education, right? Like, I mean, North Americans are dumb as shit. So I should have used easier English.
Overall, thus far. Just a couple hundred gold really off of that first blood.
Like, I'm a fucking moron, right? So like, obviously I should have like been like, wait, okay, I'm a fucking idiot. How would I interpret this? And then try to make my wording better. Oh yeah, TSM fans are so horrible, dude. It's actually crazy. Is Ben gonna solo kill 369? 369 splash, right?
Scrap shield down, 369 down to 200 HP. Bin just
Wow.
walking forward. Now 369 has the equalizer, gets a bit of health from the level up as well and forces Bin away. Shadow's coming in from that tri-bush. Meanwhile, a Mega Inferno
Like,
bomb doesn't quite
dude.
hit. As 369 is able to dodge to the side of it. On the top side, On getting caught out by Top Esports. Jackie Love gets the kill. Equalizer down.
This is my
towards bot to
tweet,
clear out the way.
and
Shadow
people were
trying to play
look at the
369.
comments, dude.
Elk needs
So
to
many
run
people
away.
call me
369
fat and
flashes, Shadow's
bald.
win becomes lightning.
Nobody
Elk
called
backs
me
away
ugly.
from the tower, and Top Esports come out on top on both sides.
My weak side king, 369, absorbing the pressure. Been looking for a very good all-in off of that level up timer, but 369 survives it, survives the roam from
I'm
Knight,
NA, I
the
like
pressure
NA.
from Shadow.
Dude, I'm
Meanwhile,
NA.
on the other side, they get the kill. They zone
I'm
Elk
half
entirely off this wave.
American.
Elk
So
still
I'm
has
just
not
like,
been able
wait,
to
is
walk
this
back
not
to the tower.
how
And they're gonna keep
like
staying
Americans
here.
act?
He's losing
Like
so
North Americans are
many
like,
minions to
fuck,
this
you know,
tower.
oh,
This
we
is
suck,
brutal.
Just a moment ago, you
you
talked
know.
about the small
But like
lead
the
in
FlyQuest
jungle
best
for
in
Top
the
Esports
West
being the only
narrative
lead
and
that happened on
stuff.
the
It's
map.
like
Jackie Love is now
NA fans are so
700
annoying this year,
gold
dude.
ahead of Elk.
NA fans are so
And they're just gonna
annoying.
keep forcing
And they're
out
like,
the
oh,
wave
where's
on
the
this top
receipts?
side
I'm like, dude,
tower.
I don't take
15
screenshots
CS
every time
down,
someone
does
pisses
now
me
have
off.
his sums up, but he's
Like,
only
who the fuck
sitting on the
does
top.
that?
I mean, Elk
And
just
like, yeah,
watched about
I'm gonna
3-4
notice
waves
more
back to
negative
tower,
comments about
right? And
CFO
there's
because
nothing
I
you
care
can do
about
about it. You
CFO,
try to walk
right?
through there, you
So
are
obviously,
dead.
I'm heavily biased towards
Especially
CFO.
because we saw
So when
Shadow
someone
show on
says
the
like
bot side,
CFO
we see
sucks,
where
I'm gonna get
Knight is.
more
There's no one there
triggered
that can just kinda
than the
surprise
average
and bail
NA
you
fan because
out.
NA
So
doesn't give a
it's
fuck
just
about
really
CFO
good
and
aggressive play
LCP,
here
right?
from
So like,
TES.
yeah. Like, but I just don't understand why they're like trying to
but
gaslight me, acting
so
like
far,
no
it's been
NA
the
fan
TES
ever talks
show,
shit about
opening up that
CFO.
advantage for
Like
Jackie
none?
Love. Him and Kanavi have the lead, and
Not even
369
one?
is doing a really good job just kind of hanging on that bot side. He was able to bail out his bot lane, get them out of this tough lane where Jackie Love's out of mana, survive.
I mean,
on the
I
weak
feel
side,
like
utilizing
FlyQuest
that rumble,
lost in
almost has
draft
equalizer
like
back up.
twice
So even if you
today.
try to put pressure on him
Like the
again,
drafts are
he's just
so
gonna be able to
bad.
ult that wave and continue to chill.
Why people shit talk so much, but there seems like can't be anyone like AO.
Well, so far today, at least 6.
I mean, like, talking shit and, like, you know, making jokes is fine.
Relatively well executed from him.
The thing is like, yeah.
Coming out from Hung as the grubs come up. And we'll see Top Esports trying to set up a bit of vision towards this top side.
Like, you know, being like, oh, I'm NA, so I want to cheer for FlyQuest. Yeah, that makes sense, you know? But I just like, you know, I got triggered at the amount of like shit talking about like, you know, Rest, Kaiwing. oh,
but for the
CFO
moment,
only
BLG
wins with
not
like
reacting to the
Otacon.
drops being
Hey,
started
FlyQuest
by
is good. They almost beat Gen G 1 year ago at Worlds. I'm like, then it's like, oh, but you know.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have any interest in trying to
CFO beating T1 in a BO1 doesn't count, or almost beating them in a BO5 doesn't count. You know what I mean?
But
It's like
a pretty big win.
That's why I just got triggered. But like, I'm not talking about average NA fans. Yeah, like, yeah, there's a lot of support for CFO, and I'm really grateful and thankful. I was just mentioning the annoying ones because it's specifically like, yeah, there are annoying EU fans, but the thing is, it's like LCP versus LCS, right? If I was against G2, if CFO was playing against G2, I would also say, hey, annoying EU fans, apologize. You know what I mean?
Doesn't really do a huge amount into an Unbreakable.
Like, that's why I was like so confused. Like, what about EU's? Like, we didn't play against EU. Like, who? I mean, like, okay, we played Fnatic, but who gives a fuck about Fnatic? Like, I didn't feel like talking shit about Fnatic. Fnatic sucks. Like, CFO being Fnatic means nothing. So that's why it's like, yeah, number 1 NA, number 1, you know, APAC or LCP. Like, yeah, I want to talk shit. Yeah, CFO took a game from NA, from AL, but that doesn't count, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, NA fans are pretty annoying. They're pretty like copium-based, best in the West. Inspired is the top 4 jungler in the world. Where's Junja's name? Junja's not even mentioned. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, Boss was really good, but no doggo. Like, I don't know, man. It's just so weird. So I just complained about it on Twitter. But then, like, dumb NA fans just like was like, oh, you're talking shit about me. I'm like, well, if I say, like, you know, like, what is even a fraud NA fan? I actually don't even know. Like, I don't know what a fraud NA fan is, but basically, I was like, you know, if I say fraud NA fan, and that triggers in your mind, like, oh, he's talking about me, maybe you should think about your, like, you know, what you say. But whatever.
To get 2 in the top side.
What a play from the solo.
Blacklist with 3-0, CFO, they tried. Oh yeah, true, my bad. Blacklist wasn't trying.
Killed, and then double TP up towards that top side. 2 more kills going their way as they thought they had Jackie low.
Like,
it into a corner,
I don't know, I stayed up.
Not only do they
I
bail
was
him out
getting
again,
triggered by it. My phone would just notify me of another comment.
Yes, they are losing,
but I'm not going to talk shit.
They are going to lose a plate or 2 down to Bin, but still nice moves here from TES, who I definitely think want to stay aggressive.
Like, I mean, the only thing I would say is about how, like, they're just so free.
On there in time with the tangle barbs. Glacial Fisher going out though, and Knight's already used
talk about the game, my bad. Wait, ES is up 5-1. Okay, let's well, fuck CFO, fuck LCP, fuck NA. Let's talk about the LPL.
On the KP so far this game, deadly duo, just walking around the map there. You know, in that initial flash forward from Hung, I was thinking, are you really going to be able to have enough to actually chase him down? But they knew their limits. They catch up, proc the concussive blows, and that is more than enough to get the kill on tonight.
Yeah, they've been looking really rough.
Pretty aggressive, pushing constantly. Now Ziggs with
They've basically been winning games just because the Knight is just so good. Like, if you watch, like, HL or Gen G versus TS, a big part of that was Cream just getting astro-fisted by Chovy. So I thought, like, well, you know, they basically lost because they just had a void in the mid lane. Maybe Knight would just be better than Cream, and that would help them win. I don't think their comp is even that bad.
Top is playing well, but they need to be able to actually convert this into some objectives, right? That's the big concern now, because these kind of games always make me nervous, where you're getting kills and you look at the gold lead, and it's 5-1, but the other team has a dragon, you're only up 1k, and they scale really well. So it doesn't really mean much unless you can convert it into something else afterwards. So now they're going to try to turn this into a dragon here. TES in the area. Knight pushes out top, and now he's going to TP mid to try to cover there.
Jackie Love has flash. Crescent Guard coming out from Shadow. Jackie Love's going to have to flash, but Bin's on the flank, and they just have to abandon
him. Ooh, that's nice.
Down by the Ornn. Oh, from Hung.
Good Ornn ult. Nice timing.
But BLG, as they
hey, look at that comp, baby.
2 more kills to them, and now the dragon in there.
I'm with Kevin. Heading got the CFO win. Dude, I feel like I just had sex. I should be smoking a cigarette, relaxing.
You're doing well, but
Knight is knighting again? Where the fuck is Odor?
And now they
where the fuck is Odor?
They get punished. Cannot be spotted in this ward, so shouldn't be any opportunity to actually steal this away. It will
I can speak our Gen G, AL, CFO,
KT,
HLT1.
is essentially meaningless, right? It's
nothing
at all.
I mean, G2.
Back-to-back dragons. It's
okay.
Ocean Soul
I mean, G2
well
beat
on a team
Fly.
with an Ornn.
That's about it.
That is always a concern here, so we can watch this one more time. Shadow just full sends it onto Jackie, and Jackie flashes fairly late. Doesn't really have a
that's why I was kind of mad at CFO's first game, because, like, what the fuck am I going to say after? So, if CFO lost, I just end stream, though.
Elf grabbing the kill is ideal.
just gets BLG right back in this game. Elk only 500 gold behind now, has finished that Kraken Slayer, 35 stacks before he gets that extra gold infusion from the cult. First items completed across the board. Cream will scale up as Knight's caught out a little bit. Redemption being used for the extra damage. Cataclysm, Satchel out, but still the Demacian's down enough from Knight to get the kill, from Kanavi to get the kill. Shadow flashes and blast cones to safety. He's going to give up his red buff for that 369 covering.
KT and G2 are probably the most fraudulent top 8 teams.
Gets away, but Kanavi spear to the back finishes him off there. Maintaining 100% KP. This guy is everywhere.
Actually, on paper, maybe T1 would also be up there.
At Worlds thus far.
Agreed.
Definitely looking strong.
But yeah, again, Knight got solo kills.
Gold lead on Jarvan. That's not going to be enough to get it done here at the end of the day. You need to keep these carries in a great spot. And Jackie Love, wasn't able to kind of convert all of the pressure that they had been giving towards him, right? They had really been trying to.
Did you walk to everyone?
Yeah, he was in a
Genji HLE are looking really strong. I mean, AL as well, right?
Dragon ends up getting caught out and just kind of going down.
But I mean, yeah, AL had a pretty okay run.
Potentially look towards first.
What did they have? They had, didn't they? Yeah, they had Genji HLE in BO1s.
If you're top esports, this early game has gone well if you have good split push threat. If you can 1-3-1 well, because you've got grubs, you have a bit of a gold lead.
KT will win Worlds.
Solo lane is
Trust.
in okay spots,
if you think KT will win Worlds, they don't win Worlds. If you think they don't win Worlds, they win Worlds. So. Oh! Let's go! Holy shit! Great angle! Elk's got a double kill from that. Damn!
Jackie's not loving that. Elk grabs another kill, and now it's going to be objectives off the back of this here. BLG.
Oh, I think the BLG comp is better.
It's huge because you're going to get tower as well.
I think it's really good, like, way of poking and then initiating fight.
BLG, they'll get the objective, as you say. That's the feats of strength, unless Kanavi can.
And like, Ben is doing a good job with his Ornn ulti. Like, he's not letting Braum block it.
In BLG's favor, and they just walk out. You used your teleport. Yeah, Cream can just walk down towards the bottom side, so it's not too wasted, but still, a little bit of desperation there from top esports trying to collapse on that fight.
I agree.
Yeah, right now Worlds, I think there's 3 teams that are really strong: Genji, HLE, AL. The other teams have been looking kind of fraudulent. Like even T1, T1 kind of looked like ass. T1, BLG. I mean KT, kind of fraudulent. I don't know if G2. Maybe G2's also like it's kind of like weird. G2 beat BLG. But BLG, if that's a quality, then if BLG's fraudulent, then is beating them like anything. Forgot to mention FlyQuest.
BLG just fully taking over here.
Can't stop farting. Oh, dude, I was like that too. Felt really bad.
Normally, ever since these TP changes, TPs are like back to farm. That's about it. We've had so many nice aggressive TPs in this game thus far. Both teams really making it work.
Wait, can Genji and HLE meet in the quarters? Oh, dude, if that happens, I'm actually gonna fucking lose my shit.
Bin closing in on level 12, getting closer and closer towards those ornaments. And Elk now with a slight gold lead, but a slight gold lead on this Yunara, who had been focused very heavily. You know, Kanavi was down there early. They're utilizing 369 multiple times to get preferential lane setups.
I think
as well.
TS falling behind is actually not good. I think BLG outscales
1,000 gold lead for top esports to a 2K lead.
God damn, Shadow, he's trying to fucking ram someone.
There's a Drake
the draws today? Yeah, draws today.
Meanwhile, Cream is pushing in the top lane, but Knight is answering that with pressure down towards bottom side.
But this is just such nice map play here from BLG. Of course, Cream doing a good job trading what he can, but you do not win trades like
this. It's been a while since I saw AL and KT play.
Oh!
Wow, dude, this fucking game is so over.
Hung the next target, unbreakable no longer.
Yeah, this game is so done, dude. Holy fuck. BLG are playing this well.
They are getting ran around the map right now. They even got the tier 2 tower in the midst of that, so it is getting worse and worse. Knight had this incredibly low. Great engage once again here from On. There's the Protobell, gets him in range. They have that Ziggs ult to follow up. Everyone piles in. They knew Cream wouldn't be here because he had been recalling on that top side. So they just full send it. They kill the tier 2. They knock down the players. They take the dragon, and BLG are really looking strong in this game 1.
5 minutes away from an Ocean Soul. You look at the other side, Jackie Love has 7 stacks on a Road of Ages, and that's, Cream has 7 stacks on a Road of Ages, and that's it. You got an Essence Reaver and the Nobori Flicker Blades, only
TS is so fraudulent,
not in a strong enough spot to fight
You know what's
BLG.
crazy? TS looked so good in LPL playoffs. Like when I was making my tier list, I was like, dude, okay, so I put AL below TS because I was like, TS looks so good in LPL playoffs. Are they really going to be that fraudulent again? And the answer is, yeah, I should have gone with narrative. I should have just said, like, you know what, TS sucks ass at international events. Even though the event is in China, they don't even have to swim home, dude. They can just walk home.
Waste so much of their time. On again, gets a wraparound here, finds another great engage.
Dude, what the fuck?
And not only do they get 1 tower, they get 2 towers, and guess what Shadow's doing?
20
You
minutes.
get your whole jungle in the meanwhile. So yeah, you killed him,
SAC
congrats,
Kanafi
but you
incoming.
lost everything else.
And this is much more what we expected from BLG coming into this tournament. Everyone actually aligning and being synergized on their goals. Everyone feels like they know exactly where they need to be, when they need to be there, when they have to teleport, when they can look for the engages. In other games, you've seen On going in and the rest of the team running away. Here, BLG much more aligned on exactly how they want to play.
They really are, and it may just be that.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's that kind of game.
It's the reason he's won. Like, this guy's won the most titles of anyone in the LPL. There's a reason for it, and things like that just show how good he is. It's because he steals red
That's what
buffs,
you
though.
picked the Ziggs for. It's not about the lane match.
No. Come on. It's the most impactful thing that we've seen in this game.
Oh, that's a statement.
It's an incorrect statement. We can both agree, but it was funny in the moment as Shadow caught out a little bit here, down to about half HP, but all he's trying to do is get vision with On. You can see a slew of vision for BLG around here. Top Esports only have that Tribush warded. Cream's going to be the one to step up. Has that Horizon focus now complete. Articon is up if either team wants to play around it, and BLG seem to want to take that Barney. There's a flank from Shadow. He's all the way behind them here, Azael.
See, Shadow's looking.
Oh, it's On, actually, who's got the flank. It's all the Zin on the minimap, and On's going to find a Pop Blossom here. Top Esports, they don't know what's coming.
Fucking hell! The Orin alcohol interrupted, but besides that, dude.
As a great collapse comes out from BLG, they continue to flash forward. Cream trying to survive, and he just can't do it. The TP behind. BLG don't want to leave a man standing. Knight makes them kneel. A double for him.
Only LPL team I like. That's not really a hot take.
He is not off. This man is on today, and he
I don't know what Korean mid they
on
can
this
get though.
Nico.
That's the
How
problem.
many plays have we seen started off
Only one
by
shower
these
away.
beautiful Nico flanks? This one was perfection. Started by On and finished off by Knight.
Dude, you're making
TP's
the
down.
lick.
The flanking Ziggs to finish off the play. They
Kind of missed the LCK casters in this moment, especially when they say, "Oh, yay!"
And it felt like it was about
Yeah, we were listening to
Konami and
the
Hong, but that
Korean
was just the
casters for
opening chapter.
Asia
The
Masters.
climax is this
T1
play
Esports
right
Academy! Like they said that so many times. Every time there's like a ace or like, you know, a good play, they just synchronize it.
You have won the fight for the squad. And then you think maybe Hong Kanavi can get away, but not even that will happen because an
There's a
early
carbon match
reward
Drakes?
placed upon
Yeah.
Another assist for him.
Goody. I think Goody's better than Poby. That's why I was confused. Like, why the fuck was Poby playing when Goody was just like chilling? Why did Fnatic get Poby when Goody was available?
From the LPL #1 seeds, Elk now with 516 international
My
kills,
pubic beard is not enough to make a
Gala,
wig.
Another incredibly decorated LPL player for 9th all time. And I think Elk today having a great performance on this United has been well protected by
You think
BLG.
MCoy could upset T1? No.
Exactly where he needs to be.
I'd be
Drake
very
up in 40
surprised.
seconds. Ocean Soul available for Billy Gaming. For Top Esports, you're
I
looking
mean,
at a
it's
6K gold
possible,
deficit.
but I would
Wondering
put
how
it like a
get back into
10-15% chance
That
they
is the
win.
question on your mind, and I think the answer maybe you don't. When you're looking over at this massive
Like, I think
gold
Owner
lead,
and
Soul
Guma
Point
usually have been
tournaments
playing
have already
really
been
well.
coming through. And it's the
Upstairs
Night
and
Classic
Fnatic,
against
how
the
can
Mage
upset
Eyes
T1?
again.
True.
The Infinity Edge just got finished.
Apparently,
Everything
Hillsang is going to be on
in their favor that even
Fnatic
starting
again.
to look like paper.
So you got the upstairs Hillsang bot lane duo.
Just shredding through Top Esports, they don't have a true tank. It's a Sundered Sky Black Cleaver on the Jarvan, the Braum perhaps, but he's had to go Redemption because all supports do in this day and age. The Drake begun by BLG. Top Esports trying to collapse.
I'm hot.
They don't
It's
really
hot.
have the vision in here. Kanavi almost.
Oh, was it sleep? Oh, I thought it was real.
Forced away by the Mega Inferno Bomb. Hung having to run away. And there is the soul. The price is
okay, Mickey X, Wonder, and Leader. Is that sleep as well? Did I get fooled?
Not going to go for anything as they decide to back away.
Well, if you thought Finn was...
You know what's funny? Hillsang to Fnatic sounds more legit than Wonder, Leader, Mickey X to fucking SK. That one sounds like the parody announcement.
Ornaments coming through.
This CFL run has got to be a good for your chances of beating a girl.
Yeah, you can look at that small red number under the 47.7k and say, okay, BLG is 6,000 gold ahead. You add in a soul, which is about between 4 and 6k worth of stats, 12,000 gold ahead. And then you see the fact they have 26 more petals from the Atacon than their opposing team, and you say, okay, that's probably another 2k. So it's around a 15,000 gold lead. And the ornaments, 20k. Just
How about some scaling advantages as well? What else we got for us?
Just in such a strong position right now. For Top Esports, like you're looking for a pick, you're looking to try and catch someone out, but it's hard into double TP, it's hard into Crescent Guard because he negates so much damage, it's hard into Pot Blossom. Hung tries to step up to get a little bit of vision, but it's immediately cleared by BLG. 7 seconds on the Baron, they'll just push in these waves.
When I get yourself a Japanese girlfriend,
and it's also hard because no matter
that's
where
not
you
the
go,
problem.
it feels like On just spawns in behind TES.
If I could choose, I would choose.
To kick off, and here he comes again.
Looking for Kanavi, gets him right on the
Beggars
tip
can't
of
be
it.
choosers.
Kanavi with the Cataclysm will be able to survive. Call of the Fortune comes out. Bin flashes for it.
Walk around
And
the American
claps him
pass for hang around,
down.
get some
Top Esports now
attention.
at a man at disadvantage.
Actually, Legacy, my Japanese side gets me
BLG might
laid
just
more
push
than my
him for the win
American
here as
side.
Cream's being chased out. Instead, they decide the buff is the prize.
Like,
out
more
of this. We got
people
the
are
jungler,
like
we got the
into
AD
anime
carry.
and
Let's
stuff.
take the blue, let's take the Baron.
Then like I don't know, America.
He's got Horizon Focus, 10 stacks rod, man. This guy does not do damage.
Like I had more like ladies ask like, "Oh, can I practice my Japanese with you?"
Well, one thing you can say about On is he's never chicken, as he's hiding in this mid lane.
It's a new jungle camp.
Can you share your hair routine, bro? Oh yeah.
There we go.
Cool,
BLG
no problem. So what I do is I wake up,
the resets to come out here. I wonder if
and I'm done. What hair routine? I probably wash my pubes more than my fucking head.
To control ward, 14 stacks as well on Knight's Medjay.
Average girl's picky.
They can look for 1-2-1 if they want with the Ornn and the Ziggs being this big.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely can, but I don't even know, if they will or if they'll play through 2
Like that's like saying like, oh,
really try to
do American girls pickies? Like, well, they want to fuck Jabba the Hutt, you know?
And
Who the fuck wants to have sex with Jabba the Hutt?
So the burst is going to be that much more
Or like fucking the fat bastard from like,
really do feel like one fight away
what the fuck is it
closing
called?
out this first game in an extremely
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
dominant fashion here.
Oni-chan! Stop. You're trading my Jap. Austin Powers, thank you.
Cream, man.
I'm drop dead sexy!
That was already forfeit.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, in the mid lane,
they don't go with that, dude.
On will clear out the vision. Hung looking for that Winter's Bite. Does connect to the shockwave down, but Cream's almost dead. The bouncing bomb not quite enough to kill him off. Elko can step back forward. Shadow diving in. Only a cannon minion here.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm pretty sure there's a lady out there that wants a disgustingly fat, bald version with a small penis.
Before they have another wave to bolster their attack on this top side.
I mean, it's a
hey, 3 inches on a good day is not a thing to brag about.
So they're right back to full health.
Especially, I mean, if you round it up, it could be 5, right?
2 autos and a
and if you round it up again, it would be 10.
Just going to die.
You're so cute, yo, Joel. You need to fucking get glasses.
Close enough now that you can't just pick off an isolated member. They'll push him with triple
Bro, that's too much
cannons.
information. You asked? What the fuck?
The inhibitor tower has already fallen, so Shadow can just start whacking away at that inhib.
This motherfucker asked me about my fucking non-existent sex life. And I tell him, he's like, bro, I don't want to know about your micro penis. Fuck me, man, my bad. Oh, they're just so fucked. What is going on, dude? Dude, yes, dude.
It's not gonna equalize the game at all.
Yes, man.
Gets a couple, but BLG
no. I've never even like met a lady.
The early game heroics from Kanavi and Hong, they got so many early game kills. It just didn't even matter.
Who the fuck did they even beat? They beat G200 Thieves.
not giving Top Esports a moment to breathe, really, after the 17
Shayna
minute
devoured.
mark or
Ooh,
so,
I like Shayna.
just totally took over the game.
Those Nico flanks were absolutely insane.
What if they're
Desk, what do you think
not
about
too
it?
focused on the sides because they're packing foot long themselves? Then I wouldn't. I would be too insecure.
LPL's
Legacy.
history repeating itself here.
Dude, if I got
we
butt
didn't know
naked
what
and
to
then someone had a bigger
expect
dick than me, I'd
coming
feel
into today,
really
but
sad.
guys, this has been the
Fuck.
best version of ELG
Dick's
we've
so
seen all tournament so
small.
far.
And
I feel
smells.
bad for cursing Top Esports, honestly, because I was like,
You
it's been
use a certain
like
shampoo for your
they
pubes?
played,
I use
BLG, welcome
what's it called?
to
The
tournament.
danger-free
we missed
ones.
you.
I'm reminded that every year,
What is it called?
BLG find themselves in this 2-2 spot.
Yeah.
And
Don't
every year we
I
have
forget.
the conversation, is BLG
Head and Shoulders.
really that
Thank
good?
you.
And
Yeah,
then
you
at a
guys know
certain
more.
point in the tournament, they go, yeah, we're actually quite good. And all they needed was a little bit of home comfort. They're in China, they're in an arena that
Yeah, I think it's time to have a serious conversation on finding a girlfriend.
very well.
Dude, I've been
And
looking
even
for
though the
30
early game
years,
looked
dude. I ain't
terrifying,
seen nothing.
They find a phenomenal
They're
performance.
invisible.
BLG putting on a masterclass here in game 1.
Yeah, let's talk about that early game actually a bit because it felt like Kanavi was running the show here with his Jarvan. I mean,
Yeah, but
Ellie and I were
Kurt, that
talking
means I have
about
to
it in
go
the draft,
outside.
that we really needed to see Kanavi utilizing some of the power that his early lanes have. And right off the bat, we saw
Also,
him
probably
having that
using
early
a
game.
lot of money.
Yeah, this is
Let's see
exactly
if
what I
I'll
wanted to see
terrible.
out
We
of
lost.
Kanavi before, right? Even in their Gen G
We lost
series, I
0-2.
was hoping that he'd be
Bro,
a lot
go
more involved
outside.
with his lanes.
Fuck you,
especially
you
with
go
this
outside.
competition. It
You know how
really
scary
needed
the
to get
outside
ahead
world
because
is?
as
Dude,
we
there's like
started to
fucking
see,
like
especially around
people
that second
that are
Drake
happy
fight,
and I'm miserable.
really started to go
And they're like, oh,
BLG's
we're
way.
holding hands, haha.
The thing
And I'm
is,
just like,
even though BLG were
crying,
these
you know?
advantages, they weren't converting it into any early control.
and
We
then it's
saw
hot.
BLG get
There's like
both
bugs
early
and
game
shit.
dragons, and then
You gotta
while
walk.
they did concede the grubs, they were cross-mapping every time
Kevin cried
those
on stream,
towers were
yeah.
under threat. I was concerned for BLG because they put so much attention onto this rumble, and I'm like,
CFO
trying
gooded.
to
Doggo
farm this
cash
rumble
by
is not the way
parlay.
that you're
Yo,
gonna win the
CFO,
game. But it
Jayo.
turns out that all you need to do is rely. I'll use a bad joke. You just have to
Get
flip
fucked
the
in
switch
league
on.
all the time. Any more action.
I mean, yeah,
True,
I said it.
true.
I said it.
Great joke.
Dude, if I went
because, yeah, as you
outside,
said it, thanks to the
right,
variable system network,
I could probably die of a heart attack, or I could die of a heart attack on stream watching CFO play, and then someone could clip it, and then post it on Reddit on livestream fails, and then I'll be really popular.
But here, they just see the angle to go in. Shadow
You guys
is
aren't
already
thinking
in
like
place.
I am.
Elk is able to take out Jackie Love here.
Bro, I follow you
Really
because I
clean
watch
up.
my
It
games.
gets him
Oh,
into
thanks,
a
man.
great spot
Hey,
for the
I
rest
follow
of this
you
game.
because I'm
And
rich
On
as fuck
has
and I'm
been
making
someone
money.
Who's been really up and
You're
down
a
this
dumbass.
Year, really
What
up
the
and down
fuck?
at this
Nah,
tournament.
I'm kidding, dude.
I thought it was
I don't know,
like night and
dude.
day
I don't
watching
know.
him from yesterday to today on this Nico.
And
I don't know
like
how
that
to
you
talk to a
mentioned
lady.
earlier why this moment
Dude,
was so
there's no
defining,
ladies in
this
my
was about the time
stream.
where spikes
There's
were coming
not
through
there's
and
not a
divided
single
to
one
the
in my
side of
chat.
Top Esports.
My
They were
YouTube
ready to
analytics
contest
like
his health, and it was
98%
just
men. I am just
mispositioning that BLG was so
unappealing,
good at
okay?
recognizing and
This
capitalizing
is
on.
not
This was a window
appealing.
that they had
This
to
is
take
also
advantage
not
of,
appealing.
'cause with the
Like, who the
Herald
fuck wants to
secured,
watch
they
Jabba
then
the
could
Hutt
really lose
sound
control
like
over the
Mickey
game.
Mouse
Yeah, absolutely. And
watching
from this
League
point
of
onwards,
Legends?
It goes on
Oh,
and on and on
hey!
and on
Oh
again.
Oh my god!
With his
BLG is
Nico
making a
ult, he
comeback!
always
Look at
finds the
Shadow!
perfect
Great
angle to
auto
turn
attacks right there!
Yeah,
Oh,
so
but the
here
great
he
Nico
comes,
ulti!
right
Oh,
there
There you go.
what a
Foreman
crazy
Pop
fight!
Blossom landing it. The game
Yeah,
is
dude,
kind
that's
of already
real
over.
sexy.
At this point, it's really, really tough for TES to kind of contest. They're really pushed up. On is on the flank.
I'm a girl, I
And here we
swear.
see
Oh
him
yeah, dude, that's what all
celebrating
girls
his
say.
success.
After seeing yesterday,
Listen, every
there
girl
were
says
so
that.
many concerns
TIRL,
around, is it
guy
just
in real
Knight
life.
and
That's what that
4
means.
members kind of tagging along?
I got some
We
titties.
started by
Dude,
talking
my
about
titties are
this being
way
worst
bigger.
international
Dude,
performance.
listen, man,
We
I'm
really needed
rocking
to
like a
see
fucking G
other
cup, dude.
members
He told
of
me
BLG
Tanaka in
stepping
that
up.
fucking
So for
house.
On to start off the series with a performance like this has to be such a massive confidence
Oh.
booster to not only the players but also the BLG fans at home, reminding everyone why this is the first seed coming out from the LPL.
And I also like that they did put Bin on
Oh,
the horn.
fuck me,
Obviously, honestly, I
dude.
feel like everyone at home is like, we don't want
Start
pin on
OnlyFans?
Ornn, this kind of
Oh
space,
yeah,
but it
dude.
fits so well
Dude, they'll pay money
compositionally,
for me
and
to
I
keep my
thought
clothes
this
on.
is kind of the best we've seen him play, right? He looked really well coordinated. His ults are really good. You're laughing at me, Laura. I know.
It's crazy to think that that's what you need.
No one wants more Ornn gameplay, apparently. I do, though, because I thought it was great for this composition. That's been something previously in the past we've been a little bit critical of Ben on, right, where he hasn't been as strong on these tanks. So to have him come out and have this performance after being really, really shaky for most of the tournament is a good sign for BLG.
On the side of TES, though, seeing them backstage right now, they have 2 games.
I actually hate how 10 you are. Oh,
to come together.
dude,
now.
I just like self-deprecating humor.
They've been needing to fix a lot of things.
Like,
throughout the entire tournament,
think
but
it's
what is the
funny
easiest one they can
to make
implement?
jokes
really,
and
it was
laugh,
just that single
but like if I
moment
say
that
like,
turned the
oh,
game
Seb and Gwen,
around. The good
you know,
news
you're
for
so
top
stupid,
esports is that they
huh?
don't have to be
You
worried
might
about
get your
getting
feelings
Pico
hurt.
once again.
But for
Their
me,
early game plan
if people
was
make fun of me,
fantastic.
I
They
think it's funny.
executed upon it
Dude,
well.
as a
It was
League
just they weren't
player,
really
don't you
converting
find
those
it weird
kills
if people
into
are nice to you?
objectives, which means
Like when
that
I'm playing
while
League
they
of
were
Legends and someone's
about
like,
to be ready
hey,
for that
good
fight that
luck,
was gonna
have
swing the
fun,
game
I
and
just want
momentum in
to
their
fucking
favor,
type
it just got
horrible
put off
shit.
in the setup,
Like what
and
the
that's the one
fuck?
thing that BLG
What do you
would do
want
very
from me?
effectively,
Like
punish
League
you in
players
that setup.
hate
So I think
each
that coming
other.
into game 2,
So
they don't
I'm
need to
used to
change anything
that.
dramatic.
If someone's
They
like,
don't
oh,
need to overdo it.
you
They
should
just need to be a
die,
little
you're a
bit more aware of
horrible
their
player,
positioning
you
and
ran
good
it down my
steady
lane,
to bring us
don't
to game.
exist. I'm like,
We
yo,
have talked
I
about
understand
the
you.
nerfs coming into this series,
Respect.
especially Home, the coach from
Like
TS
League of
was
Legends is
talking
just like
about the nerfs
a
from
team
his
of 5
players.
players
Well,
that all
they
hate
better
each other,
fix
but
it
somehow
now.
have
They
to
have
work
get
together to
turn it
win.
around, but it
That's
has
just how
to
it
come
is.
down to
If someone's
the
being
next
nice,
one.
there's something
Let's send
fucked
it over
up.
to break,
Some
and we'll come
ulterior
back and see
motive.
if
They're
TS
trying to get
can
something out of me,
craft
like, you
this
know,
series
when a
and bring us
woman
to
says,
game 3.
wow, you're really handsome, I instantly know that woman wants my kidney or my fucking, like, you know, head or something, right? There's something going on. So, like, I know that, and then I can, like, you know, process that.
As a great collapse comes out from BLG, they continue
Yeah, dude.
Dream trying to survive, and he just can't
When people say, like, you know, when people add me after games saying, like, horrible shit, I laugh. I'm like, yo, that's funny. Good game. Like, yo, my bad, man. Good game. Let me fuck off. Like, whatever, dude. I like it when people talk shit, then people compliment me. When people compliment me, I think there's something up. Like, every time someone chat comes up and says, like, hey, wow, great stream, I really like your content, I'm like, okay, what does he want? Then he starts advertising his fucking Discord portfolio. It's like, look at all these fucking overlays I'm making. This will make your stream really good. Only $15 per overlay. You're like, what the fuck? I knew it. But when someone says, hey, you stupid bald fuck, you made me lose money, I'm like, yo, this guy's real. Fuck me, man. Maybe I am mentally ill. I need to go pee again. Oh, dude, I feel like shit. Dude, CFO matches make me like, I don't know, dude. I thought I was really gonna shit my pants during next series. All right, I'll be back. Oh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025.
Welcome back.
BLG are on the brink of advancing to the quarterfinals and joining anyone's legend as the two LPL representatives that we have there. For Top Esports, it's an age-old story. You know, disappointment when it comes to the vital matches, when it comes to the crux, often they flounder a little bit, they fail a little bit. We saw it in the LPL finals, we saw it last year at Worlds in the quarterfinals versus T1, we saw it at MSI in the past against G2. Often this team, when the pressure is on, struggle to
GCU,
perform. And we saw
Echo
that
Fox
in
taking
game
past
one.
TSM.
They managed to get out to an early lead through Hong and Kanavi having a great performance together. And BLG bit back, and now we move into draft for game 2.
Absolutely do. We'll have to see
Echo
how they can perform here. And I mean, I think it was always that concern for TES. I kind of got that feeling when they had this great start. They start 2-0.
Let's get this game over
they got
with.
Kind of easier draw. They go up against KT. When they got
bye
blasted by
TS.
KT,
I want to see plus some Godlike Jeff.
Like, okay,
best team in the world, T1. Oh yeah, dude.
You're like, well,
against
that's
MCoy.
So now you're 2-2, and now you've got to perform in this really high pressure moment. They get BLG, a team that's so familiar with them, and usually gets the better of them.
Yep. But
so
T1
it is definitely a tough spot to be in.
100 Thieves and
I
Fly
really
Quest.
do wonder, you know, if BLG would just leave the Azir up for a potential answer,
If it would
bring out
lose
like a melee
to
champion,
MCoy.
something along the lines of that Yone or you know, even like an Akali or a Silas,
You're
just
right,
like
man.
something from Knight to
You're
try
right,
to
Noko.
give that over.
Fuck, I'm trying to
That feels
think.
like their
Give me a
style.
sec,
Yeah,
give me a
they're
sec.
gonna
I actually
leave it
want
up
to
and
think
they're
about
gonna try to
this.
bait, I think, Cream into
It's got some Korean that was on
If you're looking for someone
Team
who
Liquid.
can just outplay their opponent on a champion that is meta and is seen as first pick, second pick worthy, it is Knight. Like that's what he so consistently does. For BLG, we always talk about Knight and Bin as the two key carries for the lineup. I think last game on really stepping up alongside Elk, obviously, who consistently gets those kills. Trundle and Azir, the two.
The mid lane, the
top
mid
spots
lane.
into that Renekton from BLG.
So now we'll see if we're going to get what I was kind of thinking, which would be something along the lines of Ione. It would mean they'd have to have an AP jungle, which could make things a little bit more complex. But it is one of those answers. Of course, if you want to go AD jungle, you can still go like a Kali or whatever, Silas, things like this. But that's kind of where my mind is at right now. But we have also seen, you know, more of these kind of different style of counters, answers like the Zig. So you can, you know, go that style too and play things like that are less common. But you know, people think of Xerath, people think of Vel'Koz, people think of Victor to try to outrange. But I really don't like the Victor matchup simply because, well, you can. Like, the thought process is basically, I just poke him with the E laser and slowly whittle him down over time.
Phoenix.
When people play well post 6,
Phoenix was on TSM. Yeah. He's role swapped, right?
Azir, forces your flash. The second ult kills you. So I am expecting still a melee champ. Aurora would be another option, but he's
I had to go back. I was like, okay, what was the original Korean duo? It was Pig with Phoenix.
Really,
I was like,
really
oh,
well
Phoenix.
as a pairing with the Vi. Of course, when the Vi came through, it also makes you think of things like the Ahri that he is very famous for. But it is going to be Aurora at the end of the day. I mean, Knight really can make anything work, and this is something that is going to put a lot of pressure, you have to think, onto Cream. That Vi-Aurora combo.
We've seen Knight actually bring out the Aurora twice versus Top Esports.
Yeah, it's on Echo Fox. He was with Dardoch.
Tournament, not just the finals of it.
Just Dardoch
and he lost both of those games. It was Top Esports coming out as the victors. The second one going 1-0-0-1. 0-0, sorry, not having as much of an impact as he'd like. And that was Cream on the Azir again in that second game. So we'll see how much impact Cream can have on this pick.
Knight has played it
first
this year, you know, 20 games on it throughout the year. You know, second most played behind just that.
Isn't that wild?
So it is absolutely a comfort pick. 369 on tanks. We have seen this many times before. Just going to be trying to neutralize what Ben can do on this Renekton. All the roles have been matched, so now it is just about targeting some of these comfort picks here. Elk, Ezreal, one of the champions he is most famous for. Caitlyn, of course, was already banned out earlier. And I feel like, you know, if I'm banning SBLG, you either want to ban enchanters like the Renata, or you want to ban things that can absorb the engage that you're drafting for. Things like Xayah would be what I would thinking of. I think Xayah would make sense as a ban. There's another option, things like Jhin potentially, but I really do think Xayah makes a ton of sense here unless you want to double ban enchanters, and Renata's kind of like the king enchanter against hard engage.
Also, Xayah is the most picked for Jackie Love in summer, so it's his most consistent champion, obviously plays it incredibly well, as do most AD carries all around the world, so wouldn't be surprised if we see that Xayah ban at all. There's also something like the Sivir, if you want to make sure your Vi engage can definitely get off, you can smite the spell shield away if you're going in with a cease and desist.
BLG low dangerous tank.
So we'll see if Top Esports decide to go towards that Sivir, or if if they want something like the Jhin that can stand a little bit
The
further
Zyban,
back,
I
have
think, is
that
actually really
range,
smart.
just use the curtain call to facilitate the start of a fight.
Yep, I mean, Varus can kind of do similar things too if you want to go lethality.
I honestly don't hate the
and just
Varus
sit
here.
back and try to
I
get
actually don't hate
out
it.
of that, but of course, Varus very susceptible to dive. Can be really difficult if they do get in on top of you. And
I mean, like, I don't know what
people
else they
have
would
not really been a
pick that's
fan
good
of the
against
lethality Varus throughout the tournament,
low
but it does seem
range
like that is
or
going to be the
TS.
option. They are saving.
So
fifth
I'm
pick
just
here
like thinking
for
like,
Hong,
yeah,
so
probably Varus
I'm
is the
curious,
best option.
You know, are they going to go what would be the expected pick, something along the lines of like Rel or just something, you know, standard hard engage, or
Oh my God.
is it going to be
Or
you know,
Alistar.
Enchanter trying to play for the 2v2 with Alistar there? It really does lower the priority.
If they
on
go
Rel,
poke
so
Varus,
instead
I'm
they're gonna go
AFK.
Poppy, so they're going to go more for the denial of the engage rather than having hard engage themselves. So now this composition from TES to me becomes really about kind of zone control and poke.
Yeah.
It's about, you know, pillaring out the carries. It's about poking them down with the Varus, using the soldiers to kind of create this line. And when BLG goes for this inevitable hard engage where they pop the Sivir ult and in-flies everybody, well, that's when Hong and 369 need to come in with the Pathmaker and with the Poppy ult and knock you back and peel for their carries.
Yeah, both comps
So
are
it's
bad.
Really two kind of
I think BLG has a good
ideas of
identity.
how to play the game.
Yes,
and I think
I'd be
that
like,
these make for some of the most fun games of League
in
to watch.
theory,
when there's
TS
such
team
clear
comp shouldn't be that.
ways that you
It
need
should
to
be
play the game,
better
and everyone's
than
trying
BLG.
to, you know, best
It should be
set up
good
for
into
themselves
BLG's
while
team comp.
denying their opponent's ability to execute on what they want to do.
Because you often find
Thunder has a
in
5%
team
win
fights,
rate.
there are so many different avenues you have to
Yeah.
think about, so many different ways to approach. For BLG, they'll be saying, oh, can we get the Aurora on a flank? Can the Vi come from behind? Can the Renekton sneak around through vision? And for top esports, they'll be thinking, who do we mark with whom? Does the Poppy need to be on the Renekton? Does the Poppy need to sit on the Vi? Do we need to have the Keeper's Verdict there for the start of the fight? Where can the Azir position? It's great to watch. We'll try and keep you abreast of it through the entirety of the fights as well. But I will say, if BLG get ahead, I do really like what they can do in this as well, because even if they go for that first initial engage, they have enough follow-up after it that if top esports aren't chunky, they can just mow them down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be one of these types of games that snowballs super, super hard, right? Vi, Aurora, that kind of composition gets way ahead. All of a sudden, your Varus and your Azir are just dead at the start of every fight, right? It can become very, very difficult to deal with. That being said, if this TES composition can stay relatively even for a long time, then you start getting into these luxury items. Then you're looking at GAs. Then you're looking at Zonias.
It is a
Then
poke
you're
Varus.
looking at all of these answers for what BLG's composition is meant to do.
Prediction
So
for this
there
game?
is some pressure. Of course, you do obviously have that Sivir.
I want to
as
see
your kind of like, that's your
TS
fallback
wins
plan or whatever
this.
you want to call it. You know, you always have
500
that.
CS Sivir.
I feel like poke Varus is so ass in this comp, though.
Damage early in
No?
that mid lane. Jackie Love.
Don't you just want to go on hit
Nothing up
and just
towards
like
top. Looks like he's gonna
play your
gonna
range?
Try and avoid on an Elk who are waiting to catch him out. We do have 100 international games for 369 all time across his career. Congratulations to him. Looking to make it at least 101 here at Worlds 2025.
Jackie being pretty annoying here, actually. Gets his Mana Flow brand proc, got a couple Comet procs, and they're trying to keep them away from that wave a little bit. Forcing them to walk
I feel like
the long
it's,
way at the very least. Of course, they got a bit of chunk on Knight, but he had time to base. Cream wanted to base himself, but did lose just that little bit of health. And Hong going to continue getting this Pokemon on. I mean, Alistar level 1 is just not a champion, right? And now you're down half of your HP, so that's kind of your 2 potions gone. Of course, you can rely somewhat on your passive, so you're just going to pop the 1 potion for now and try to heal it back up as Elk is just on this expected W start and
Using
try
that
and hold the
ricochet
wave.
to try and get the wave through as quickly as possible. Arm will get the knockback with the headbutt. Obviously no pulverize to follow it up, only being level 1 vision in that middle bush means that Hung can't push
Like,
forward
isn't
too
like Poppy
easily.
here like really
Try
OP
and use that range
as well?
and the shield from it to constantly trade
Or
in,
is this
but
Hung just like
with
not
the push
good
actually
enough?
coming out from On and Out,
That
they're going to
doesn't
get to
matter.
that level 2 first, which means Jackie and Hung have to respect it. Heal coming out from On as they look for the damage with the Boomerang Blade. Piercing arrow out from Jackie Love. They'll get 2, but they'll miss the minion. So it's a tiny, tiny lead for Elk on that bot side.
Well played by On. I actually really like the use of the heal, you know, both obviously to get himself back to full, but the move speed gets him in range, allows that combo to come through, follow it up with the Boomerang Blade, get a nice little chunk down on your opponent. So now Jackie Love is the one who has to use his potion. Elk still is sitting
like
on his. Of course, there is
Renekton,
a sustained advantage
Vi,
there for Hung, who
even
is
like
still sitting
Aurora
on
to
2
some extent,
potions,
right?
but nice
And
little bit
Alistar,
of
like their
trading.
main,
Both
like
these
Alistar's gonna be
laners
like,
are trying to
I mean,
play
Vi can
for
also be
every
main gauge,
little
right? But
advantage. TES getting the
I feel
early
like
chunk, but BLG
if Hung plays
So
the
important
Poppy
you do
well, it
just
should
before
be
the
really
level 2
good.
comes out, because either the
Apple
steadfast
Cyber
presence
just-
or the charge from Poppy would spell disaster there. You're either getting knocked
I
out
do
as
wish
you go in
369
for your
just went
CC,
his fucking
or you're getting
gnar.
knocked back underneath the tower as you go in for your CC. Both of which
Like, you
not
have
the
counter
best states
pick,
to
you
be in
just
as a
pick
cow
Cassandra,
at
it's
level
kind of like
2.
cringe.
369 and Bin constantly trading up here in towards the top side. Both of them will be happy enough. Bin's actually on his most played this split. 12 games on this Renekton. Won about 8 of those 12.
You can see On took a early recall. Elk had to stay around here. Is just going to use a spell shield there for a little bit of a heal. Jackie Love trying to slowly whittle away on this tower. Kanavi has arrived, but because On is here, I don't really think there's a dive angle. I think they were maybe saying, hey, it's worth spending a little bit of time here. I'm slower to start the scuttle, but if Hong went mid lane or Hong was looking for something else, then that could have been a dive.
Knight trading with Cream here. Shadow looking for it. Weirding out from Knight. Cream has to flash. Respects the Q flash there from Shadow.
Yeah, I like that. That's well played by Shadow. Basically, Cream has to, because if he late Q flashes on you, you're just dead. So just don't even use your flash. You can kind of play that game. Sometimes people get really risky and then not use their flash either, but well played, putting that pressure on. Knight's still quite low here, but wants to push in the wave, and I don't think Cream's going to be able to stop him.
Knight didn't know exactly where Kanavi was there, but kind of anticipated him having backed, hiding around the corner out of vision. You could see Kanavi say like, okay, a recall time is about 8 seconds.
Yeah, what happened to
We don't see
Order,
Knight
dude?
in the
He's not
lane,
gonna watch
and then Knight comes around the
BLG,
corner to
maybe
push out
win,
the wave.
maybe
It would have been a really
lose.
bad spot for him if both of them had just recalled and then the teleports had come back in. So Knight here will try and crash this next wave in with that 2-fold Hex. Hung coming across to bolster Cream as he TPs back into the lane, but Knight gets all the minions and now can just back away.
Yep, it's going to be able to hold that no problem. Both supports showing up mid lane at basically the exact same time. And the wave will just crash, so Cream is going to be able to farm that up, but the next wave will be pushing over into Knight. So not any major advantage created there. Bin has been laning quite well, though, in this 1v1, getting non-stop push, but also really being a menace on all of these range minions. You know, as 369 tries to walk forward and farm these range minions, he's always getting harassed. He is getting stunned up and chipped away at, which is, you know, has put him
Never mind,
down
on just fucking
close to that
headbutt him
10
away.
CS mark. There may be a couple more for him to farm, but still, really nice early laning by Bin on this Renekton, and that's what you want to see to really make this pick worthwhile.
It's going to end up being about one full wave if 369 manages to pick up all of these, but he's also got the plate, so in a really good spot. And as you say, you want this Renekton to get towards those 1 to 2 item power points so that when you get team fights around the Drakes, he can be trying to isolate Jackie on the back line. He can be another point of pressure. We talked about the multi-pronged approach, kind of a quadrant, really, coming out here from BLG. You have Bin from one flank, you have Shadow from another, you have Knight from another, you have On from another. You have these 4 points of that spear trying to get onto top esports, but for the moment with the push in the bot lane from Jackie Love and Hung, they will be able to secure this first Drake.
Sometimes, you know, you get fancy with it, you do what you're talking about, you know, all the finesse, and sometimes instead of 4 points of a spear, you just become one big club.
Yep.
Everyone just goes together, press all your buttons at once, see what happens, and sometimes that's the best way to play it. Knight hit 6, immediately used his ult onto Cream to try to get a chunk, but Cream just got out of there in a hurry, so he didn't really get much of anything for it. And now again, Hung shows up mid. Oh, nicely played there by 369.
Okay.
Flips in Bin and knew with the Pathmaker he was going to get put under the tower, so had to use the flash. That's the frustrating thing about Cassante is he can just hold this wave just outside his tower, and you always have to respect that not only do his abilities put you under the tower, they also kill the wave at the same time.
And then there's the all-out follow-up after it, so you're just locked into an absolute age. Cease and desist going down onto Cream here. Shadow's gone so deep, yep, has to flash. We all saw that one coming. The Emperor's Divide would have knocked Shadow back underneath that turret. We see the swap coming out first from top esports. Jackie Love actually going up towards top pit.
You say we all did, but I don't think Shadow did.
Okay, I think he saw it as soon as he got pulled back. I think he was like, okay, yeah, maybe not the best idea to stay here.
You have some time to think about what you've done.
It's like when you twisted advance someone and they dash underneath their tower. It's like, oh, maybe not the best idea. As first play from either jungler, really. We saw, you know, Kanavi spending a little bit of time around bot, but does get Cream's ultimate out, which means Knight can be a little bit more aggressive in the 1v1 in the mid lane. Bin's still staying up here. We don't actually see... Look, I'm trying to find something good.
That is very glass half full.
Out of it, man.
Great gank. You gotta have Cream's.
I didn't say it was great. It finds the ult.
No, I said it was great.
Sure. Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah, just like the red buff steal was great in the last
great.
I mean, not much is going on this game.
BLG are keeping Bin up here, though. You can
It's like chilling, dude. This farming.
Getting out some extra
I
experience.
don't even know who
Solo
outscales
He's only
more.
got the cull, and Bin is actually just staying in the 2v1.
This is going to be.
I kind of want to say TS outscales.
It would be hard to actually.
It is
get him
poke
out of
there,
this
so
lane
that's the
unless
one
Elk can push
disgusting
out
thing,
bottom and
right?
move up top. something along those lines. So for now, he is just going to be chilling.
Azir Trundle Kazande, that's probably better scaling than Renekton by Aurora.
You can see 369 has moved. Elk is bot, so this should be the grubs for TES. A nice early bit of lane assignments here for them. And Cream will just go down bot to catch that wave eventually.
Yeah, and this was my thought. Right? You know you have a numbers advantage.
Dude, they're getting all the fucking objectives.
So top esports will get the first Drake and 3 grubs. 2 of those objective slaying feats as Shadow tries to steal one away. Maybe they'll look for Kanavi. The smite for the slow enough to get that ball breaker in range.
Oh my god,
dude.
Yep, doesn't have the cease and desist and doesn't have his flash, so he can't even look for that.
When did he lose that?
On that great gank.
Yeah, true.
When he forced out the ultimate from the Azir.
Good job.
Yeah. But, you know, at the end of the day, not that big of a deal. BLG, you know, was getting a little bit behind here and there in the last game, but obviously the compositions are very different. And I do feel like there's more pressure on BLG to be able to create action. Of course, you can always just sometimes outplay, you know, in these late game compositions, and then it doesn't really matter. You know, you step one foot in the wrong spot as Jackie Lover Cream, and maybe you just die even in a late game fight. But when you talk about scaling, you know, I think a lot of times about, you know, ease of execution, and I do think what TES has drafted is definitely a lot easier. As Finn just going to ult to try to kill the wave, I think, but
trying
so much.
Caught up in the chain of corruption. Cold will heal him up. Ruthless Predator for the stun on Hong as well, but clears the wave. Shadow is here to cover just in case it went a little bit pear-shaped. Hong, if he steps further forward, there was a possibility of an engage.
You said if it went pear-shaped, but what shape was that?
Oh, that was, you know, a perfect apple.
Apple?
Spheroid.
So apple is the positive fruit and pear is the negative.
Spheroid as Hong. Cease and desist onto Jackie Love. On jumps in, flashes forward for the double pulverize. Jackie Love stunned up with a trample. The keeper's verdict finds them all guilty. But really, BLG will be happy with their prize of the kill on Jackie.
How about that engage from On? W to the Poppy, flash into the middle of them. Q, knock up on both.
Okay,
that
never
was
mind.
Clean. That's what you like to see from the Alistar.
Hong did not play that well.
Going to be able to make
definitely
that
not like
play
Kale.
work here. Said they had to kind of find
Kale
some of these
Poppy was
aggressive
fucking
moves,
crazy.
and they absolutely were able to.
But it's also one they shouldn't really have been able to find, because Steadfast Presence exists. Unless we saw Hong use it earlier on in the lane as they were trying to push it up. His Bin's caught out, all out from 369. He just wins out the 1v1, no dominance on Bin. On now caught out a little bit, but he's going to get the knockback onto Kanavi. Has to flash away as Bolt Breaker out. Will get the CC onto that Trundle. Knight trying to put the damage in from the side, and Emperor's backing out again as Shadow tries to retreat. Takes Kanavi, jumps back in.
Oh my god, what the fuck are they doing?
Knight's still so healthy. The Blast Cone knocks back 3 of
Oh,
BLG.
Knight!
Knight flashes the wall, and Cream is churned
Oh,
to
it's over.
butter.
Never mind. I'm
BLG
sorry.
by 2.
TES are just like
What
not
a
a
nice
team.
spike there from BLG,
What
staying around
the
with such
fuck?
low health. But On hangs around.
369 just solo killed Bin. I was like, okay, well that's fucking ass. And then all of a sudden,
in these skirmishes, when it is down to the slimmest of margins, it is always Knight that seems
Has Poppy
to
knocked
win
up anyone
out,
with that W?
Makes the roam happen here. The Ghost actually being pretty critical here for On, as he popped the Ghost pretty early, kind of just headbutts him away, runs away, and then Kanavi here flashes in to follow, but gets trample stunned, and then all of a sudden it's this difficult spot where Knight has arrived, gets the ulti down on multiple members, Shadow is able to turn and finish one off.
Oh my god.
Does get knocked back by Hong on his Q, but Knight, in the meanwhile, is pushing out Cream, so Cream can't actually stay around.
BLG's got a good prep talk. Hey, we're at Worlds. TES chokes at Worlds. No problemo.
In and out as their spells are up and
Like,
ready.
what the
And BLG just play that skirmish out beautifully and come away with a 1.3k advantage. But it is TES coming out of that replay with 2 dragons now.
We have a bit of a swip swap from game 1 as Shadow looks for
Do you
Cream.
work at a
Sees
glory
this
hole?
down. Knight looks
Isn't
at
that
the
just
damage
like an
of the
optional
twofold
thing?
Hex weirding out, not enough. Shadow dies to the soldiers. Just not
What
enough
the
from
fuck
Knight to
am I
get the
watching?
kill, and Cream happily accepts one. Knight now needs to run away. TP out as he knows with the pillar down, there's no more CC that can interrupt that cast.
Nicely done by Knight to escape, but Shadow, not some of the best ganks we've seen here in the mid lane.
The guy's 2-in-1, he just needs to avoid mid.
Yeah.
And I understand wanting to get Cream behind because he's got the Nash's Tooth and his ear scales really well into the game, but every time
You know
you
what's
go mid,
fucked
you die,
up?
Shadow, so maybe don't go
Dude,
there
is it
anymore.
fucked up to say
goes mid and
Live
this time,
Quest
but it
with a
doesn't force
beaten
anything, so he
BLG
got-
or
oh my God,
TES?
He goes
What
in.
is this
I understand the thought
gameplay?
process because they knew Cream had no ult from that
Oh,
earlier
no, I
play,
think
so
I think that'd be
the-
too
the
toxic. That's
idea
fucked up.
is
My
good,
bad.
but Azir is just such a safe champion.
The
Gets back towards that
fucking
tower,
man,
you
my
can't finish him
eyes,
off,
dude.
takes
My
a couple power
eyes
shots
hurt
himself, and
watching
then
this.
just gets knocked down by Cream. And now Kanavi topside. Ben could be in trouble again.
Meander, how you
Caught out
doing?
here as 369 looks for the
Oh,
Intoros,
would
gets
you
the
work
knockback
in a
after the
glory
pillar,
hole or
all
at
out,
a
pulls
glory
bring back. Dominus popped, but Bin
I
will be the
would
one
eat the
going
whole-
pop as Top Esports
Squad is a
find
negative
another
win con.
3-3 now.
You got the wrong
An incredibly even early game between these two teams.
quad.
Bin did a
Should've
good
gotten
job
quid.
creating some early advantages in that 1v1, but then it's 369 getting a solo kill on him. It's 369 setting up for a great gank here from Kanavi, and now just like that, the Cassante is ahead and is going to be winning.
I'm having a
in that 1v1.
fantastic day.
Built himself a nice early edge, and I mean, you really just have to stack armor against this composition. Sure, there's an Aurora, but like, in what world is the Aurora spending all their damage onto the Cassante and you're winning the fight, right? It just doesn't exist. So already has a full Thornmail plus the Tabbies. That is kind of everyone's consistent damage that is over on the BLG side. And sure, there's a Black Cleaver. Sure, the Sivir is going to scale well, but Cassante is just going to be a real pain for BLG's composition to deal with.
I just looked at Twitter. That Whipple TP to his own tier 2 while CF was saying Otacon was fucking crazy.
With those ricochet. Shadow
What
does have
the
that Emperor's
fuck?
Divide. Shadow dashes away with the Vault Breaker more just to clear the wave than anything
Okay,
more, but
Cream's
still 2
getting
plates over to
free
Top Esports
plates.
on the push.
On!
Almost gets the flash headbutt, but can't quite find it. Cream with a fancy feet gliding his way away. Top Esports here.
What is this, dude? What is going on with these teams?
Could play for the first
I legit thought they were like really good.
Off, and no real threat from BLG
Both look like
anywhere
fucking
else.
ass,
The wave,
dude.
pillar down, and
How did
wave
AL
is
go from
pulled
looking
off,
like, you know,
so
post MSI
Esports
looking
will
like
need to wait
dog
another
shit
20,
LPL team
25 seconds
to
before another
looking
wave
like they
comes
can
in.
win worlds?
I mean, Cream just
But
put that so
BLG and
well. I think it was
TS
a good
went
look
from like
from
looking
on,
really
but
good in
Cream
LPL to
really wasn't
looking like they don't even
anticipating,
deserve
right?
to
He
be
had
at
this ult already.
worlds.
He's just
Like, what
instantly
is
dashing
that?
out. So as that Q flash comes in, Cream just barely gets out of range. Good stuff from him. Really kind of playing on those margins. And then once that flash is used, you already know there's no flash on Bin, so there's not really any chance of a setup. He's always going to be able to react very comfortably with the Azir ult if they try to combo in or anything like that. So really playing to the limit. They wanted to put that pressure down there, but BLG holding on to the towers for now.
It's an interesting swap from game 1, because in game 1 it was Top Esports who got the early kills,
This is
BLG
what
who
you
got the early
asked
Drakes
for.
and the Grubs,
Heavy
and
is
now
the crown.
it's BLG who got the early kills. Top Esports will get the Dragons and now have started to even out the game. And for Top Esports, you're looking at its Mountain Soul. This Cassante will be unkillable entirely. Elk there stopped by the Spellbook Smite. And won't be able to back away. Has finished his cull, so has about a 600 gold lead in that AD carry role. Bin here once again using the Dominus just to clear the wave. That early lead that we talked about has really not materialized into anything more than that.
No, it hasn't whatsoever. And Nasher's Azir, you hit this and you just start doing so much damage. And Bin knows he had to clear out that wave, wanted to defend the tower. They do not want to lose that because that will be feats. But Cream is just going to keep pushing here, and he has the grubs. Every time Bin steps up, he's just slowly getting chipped away at. We'll be able to clear out this wave, though. Cream definitely having to work for it. The problem is they're not really pushing on anywhere else. So it's not like BLG are close to grabbing a tower elsewhere. And if TES
Like Kanavi looked like one of the best jungles in the world,
like
dude.
it's going to be feats going their way with the
I don't
tower as
even
well.
know
Should
anymore,
definitely be
man.
the first tower if they manage to get that hold, get the charge off. Shadow looking for Honk. Goes in for just a little chip damage. Heal out from Honk. And BLG, they have to be defensive. They have to step back a little bit. There's the first tower. Cream steps forward, knowing there's no jungler on this side of the map, knowing that Elkanon are up towards that top side. There's the beats for Top Esports.
Hey,
feel like they're
I'll get
trying
these.
to scale for second items at the moment, just accepting
Dude,
waves.
do I
rather than
really
being
want a
able to do
third
anything
game
right.
of this?
Yeah, they are, and I mean, the game is still close, but it does really feel like one of these games that is
I'm sorry.
maybe
I'm too
one
toxic,
fight
man.
away.
There's something
one
wrong
bad
with me.
fight from BLG, and they're kind of out of it. I mean, they're clearly feeling like they're in a pretty terrible position. If you're going to give up soul point,
Don't think TS is going to win this map.
Instead, they're just going to try to trade for Herald.
Doesn't it feel like they will?
But the other team, I think, is easier to play out.
It kind of feels like they will, but at the same time,
is now
like
going to be
Hong,
at
I don't know,
points.
dude.
And when you're
Hong's
playing a hard
pop is
engaged
not
comp
it.
here, you know, with
Look
this
at
buy, with this
Discord.
Aurora, and you're
Look
looking
at
at Mountain
Discord.
Soul. That's one of the worst, if not the worst souls to actually see as an opportunity for TES.
Especially when you talked about the Cassante just being able to build armor as well, right? It's getting buffed up 5% per Mountain Drake you have, will be 10% if they get the soul. And then you have the shield on top of it that scales off bonus health, AD, AP. It's so tricky for BLG, and we talked about it in draft. This is one of those games that does just snowball really quickly if one team gets ahead. We kind of focus on it from BLG's point of view, saying, well, if they get ahead and they can just dive in, they will wipe Top Esports off the map. But for Top Esports, it's like, you can't kill us. Like, we can just stand there. We have prio in every wave. No one can actually get the push in, and so we're never really under any threat.
Dude,
and it always
you're
feels
distracting
weird, you know, sometimes
me.
I think for people who are
Dude.
listening to hear us talk about a game in this way, because you look at the gold and you're like, it's 300 gold. You know, it's 3-3.
I hate you, dude.
But
I
it's
can't.
really compositional that it's coming
Oh,
down to. And that's why I
fuck.
do feel like this is going to be a one-fight game. You know, we're going to see the Soul come up here in about 4 minutes. BLG is going to show up, and if they win that, then they can maybe turn that into something more. You know, you win that, you get that Dragon, you get an Otacon, all of a sudden you build a big advantage, and maybe you can start to really push that in your favor. But if TES are able to win that and get Soul, barring some really crazy stuff, it's pretty much lights out. So that is why we are talking about it being, you know, so favorable, the position in the game for TES. They're just really comfortable compositionally and objective-wise.
I also think around the times they have to fight, which is 3 minutes time for the Mountain Soul, BLG at 2 items will be weaker than Top Esports at 2 items. They have a little bit more gold as well, but I love a 2-item Varus with Mana Moon fully stacked up. Cream has already got his Nashes too, building up to his next item with that Haunting Guys and the Faded Ashes. Like, in terms of relative power, I take the right side comp, the red side comp, at 2 items more than I take the blue side.
What happened? What happened?
Night flanks and then one
Man is distracting me.
There you go. And
I legit just got stun locked for like 5 minutes.
This guy,
Wait, I got stun locked for 5 minutes and nothing fucking happened.
To ever come out of the LPL,
I should
at
just
least
keep
the most
gooning, dude.
consistently
What the
top player
fuck?
to ever come out of the LPL. He does that
Dude.
in moments like this, in games like this. The question is, can
Like,
he do it? And even if he does it
nothing.
once,
I'll
it's not
stop.
enough. BLG need to win the first fight and then probably 2 or 3 subsequent fights to really get back in the game. They'll put the Rift Herald down mid to try and crack this tier 1. The pillar comes out to stop the charge. And Kanavi
Oh, I don't know
puts the
if it
traffic
works
cone
if
up,
it's
says,
that late.
excuse me, can't park here, sir. Kills off the Rift Herald before it gets its charge in.
CoStream? No, I can't.
For parking in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Just brutally murdered.
It's like just I get distracted by
Runeterra
Booba.
is ruthless.
Oh, of course it is.
Like
Cream though. Good, engage him.
Okay,
Shadow,
the
but
cat's Cream.
Emperor's Divide, he'll lock him up. Knight pops at the Between Worlds and then puts it down because he doesn't want to bounce back in as Top Esports begin to collapse onto
Also has
both
flash,
ways.
though.
Not caught out with that path
Okay.
maker on, has to flash away. Top Esports collapse incredibly quickly. 6 seconds on the Otacon.
Yeah, they do collapse really
Like,
quickly.
this is why I don't follow Booba on Twitter, dude. Whenever I look at my Twitter for work
and we can
get
see
distracted,
Simmer
it just
shoving
stun
up
locks
mid
me.
for free as
I can't
well.
focus.
So they kind of need to get more than just that flash, it feels like right now. We are expecting that bot lane tower to go down for sure. Elk won't be able to get this, though.
On with the headbutt back to Shadow here to try and protect his Alistar. And Tofu
It's
is
not a
getting that
normal
Q3
pick.
out,
Don't
gets mid lane
fucking
tower
lie
as
to
he
me,
traces
man.
Jagular, but the
Don't
spell
try to
shield
make me
doesn't
look
block the
worse
piercing
than I
arrow
actually
barrier
am.
coming out from Elk.
It's not
Meanwhile, Cream
normal.
engaging onto Knight, who uses the Wind to try and dodge away. The dive in by 369 isn't going to be enough as On's caught down towards the bottom side. Elk able to walk away in mid. Meanwhile, Bin continues to push a tier 2 perhaps for Top Esports towards this top lane. But with a TP coming in, Knight's looking for the re-engage. Waiting onto Cream, gets
Okay.
slow for the damage.
Oh my gosh, I missed the Q.
369 or Kanavi.
Wait,
Elk on the
oh,
flank, spell
okay.
shield, but now he's isolated.
Ah,
Has to flash
Todd.
with an exhaust. He's
Okay.
clumped around the head by Kanavi.
What is going
Esports
on?
find the kill. BLG get a couple of towers out of it, but Top will look towards the Otacon alongside.
Really nicely played there by Hong. Gets a multi-man knockback. Elk is isolated. Came over there at pretty low HP after the scuffle mid lane. They were able to force
Is
down
this
2
really
towers. He had a great spell
LPL,
shield
dude?
on
What
Jackie
is
Love's
this
ultimate,
level?
But now it's TES
I
forcing
think
the
I'm throwing
Otacon here.
Otacon.
BLG know they have to contest. They're falling behind.
Top
Wait,
Esports
where's
will be
Shadow?
up.
Oh,
Armor
there's
Matrix
Shadow. He's
is
in river.
shredded by this Otacon. 369 trying to block, weirding out, knock up onto him with the headbutt. Shadow
Why
trying
is he
to come in from
trying
the
to
bottom
block
side,
out-
but it looks like
oh.
BLG will just give
Oh,
up
they're
the
not
ghost.
even gonna
Otacon
contest
secured
it.
by Kanavi and Top Esports. They haven't given a single neutral objective over to BLG in the first
30 seconds till
21
Soul.
and a half minutes of this game.
And now we have to take stock of all the resources here because it's 20 seconds until Soul. They just got Otacon. You're looking at flashes. The flashes on all the playmakers except for Shadow are missing. Jackie Love still has his flash. That is really big because the Varus is the most susceptible to that dive. So that is going to help to keep him safe in this next fight. And TES have got to be feeling like they're about to tie the series. They just have to win one more big fight. 369 also has his flash, so that's a big playmaking ability. He could potentially get in onto Elk. They're first here to set up.
Oh, okay, there we go, Hong.
Hong. Pillar down as well.
Whoa! Kind of cool combo.
Him up on down. Elk
What
able
the
to step
fuck
up
did
and help
On do
out
that
his cow.
for?
Meanwhile, Bin's looking for the flank here as BLG.
Oh,
We've
that's
got 2 prongs of the Trident.
Yeah,
Top
okay,
Esports
TS
have all
is
5
gonna
players
win.
left alive. Shadow forced away. The Drake begun by Top Esports. Knight trying to get in there.
He's in a weird
can't find an
position.
avenue to approach
Hobby
through
is
the
a really
brick
good
wall
pick
that
here,
is
but Hong's not
369
really playing it well.
Going forward for Jackie Love. Ruthless
Oh
Predator
my
pushed away.
God.
Sees the assist onto that backline as well, but the collapse
Okay.
of Top Esports is
They
massive.
do
Between
it?
Worlds goes Knight, and Top Esports still managing to survive through it. They turn it around. Kanavi and 369 369 just diving in. Bin will get one in
Fuck me,
response,
man.
but only 2 left alive for BLG. Means Soul is the prize for top esports.
Oh, this is not gonna
Good
be the
try there
separate
from
trade.
BLG. As Knight is going to hang around, he knows
He
they
didn't
can't
get this
give
out of
Soul. It's going to
containment.
be a total prayer over the wall. And it was pretty darn close to being answered as we
You
can see
think
our
he's playing it
MasterCard
well?
priceless
I don't know. I
moment
feel like
of
Hong
the
is not
game.
playing the
TS
Poppy
claimed the
well.
Soul. But BLG had a good start to the fight. Bid found a good angle onto Jackie. They do kill him off, but the problem is Elk dies at the same time. And when Elk goes down, who's going to kill the front line? From TES, there's just no consistent damage. So Bin gets in, gets the slow onto Jackie, stuns him as he goes over the wall. But then you have to look at what is happening on the other side. Elk here tries to get into the mix.
Nice KDA
immediately
player
knocked down
runs
by
away.
Kanavi, as well as 369, and then there's just not enough consistent damage. And then great try over the wall. Let's see how close it does get. Wow, okay. So it was a perfect smite. from
Poppy?
Kanavi.
Auto smite at 970 is enough damage to get the kill. So well done all round.
Yeah, but then he like
Right, Top
flashes
Esports
and like his
secured
W
that
doesn't really
Mountain
knock
Soul.
up anyone.
For
Like he's not
BLG
interrupting
now,
like
you've
Bin
seen
or
what a fight
Vi
can be, but now you have to try and do that again
or
into a
Alistair with
Mountain
his
Soul.
W. Like I guess that one time he did when Alistair just went in 1v9 for some
526
reason.
international kills for
What the
Bin.
fuck was that?
Who has surpassed Perks for 7th all time. Congratulations to him. He's going to get a few more at least at this Worlds, you have to feel, because
FlyQuest wins at the last
another
2
game
worlds.
at least in this best
GAM,
of 3.
PSG, Team
Absolutely
Liquid,
expecting at least one more
BKS,
game at
Seeker
this point.
Whales.
TES not going down without a fight. And it does feel like two pretty
Sorry, I
controlled
got
games
distracted.
on opposite sides.
My
you know, when you
toxicity's
think
coming
through.
out.
I do feel like even though the gold has been closer in this one, I feel like the last game was maybe closer. You know, this time it just didn't feel like BLG ever got any real advantages, and TES has kind of felt inevitable because of the dragon control, because of the composition. They're playing it out really, really well. BLG do still have some pretty good wave clear with Elk, but the problem is TES, I think, are strong enough now with this super tanky Kasanta. You can just turn the dive. You can just take it forever.
And that's exactly what they do. Elk has to flash away. Meanwhile, there's a TP behind
Okay.
them. Season assist all onto Jackie Low.
Oh my god, they're going so hard.
And BLG are looking for the fight. Kanavi still very healthy. Hung almost going down. He's going to have to flash away. Shadow
Cream
gets
wasn't
killed
there.
off. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Jungle up for AD.
They're called
Kami.
Jitter Green Wings.
Just going to run back up towards that top side. They might try and catch Kanavi as he walks across. Bin with this Predator. Can't get the stun. Goes in.
Yeah, I
Chopped down
did
by
think the
Kanavi.
TS comp was
TP coming
better. I was
back
worried
in.
that Hong would
As
play the
369's
Poppy
gonna join
well.
Top Esports on the push. Surprised that Elk was able to survive that. The tower helping out a lot.
But the fact that Shadow's down and the fact that Azir is still up means this Baron is up and available. If you can't dive them, force them to come to you.
Wait,
And that's exactly what
this is
TS are doing.
3v4.
Bin doesn't have that ultimate. 369 looks for the Entofos. Hung's looking for that flank position. The Baron down to about half HP with the Predator stun onto 369. The disengage.
Okay, here it is.
goes in.
Ooh,
The Emperor's
nice!
Too, but not Elk. Kanavi's going to chase him out.
Okay.
Though. On trying to protect his AD carry, but he just can't get there in time. It's roast beef for Top
Never
Esports.
mind.
They claim to, and will turn their eyes back towards the Baron.
Not a carrier
It's just a
Poppy. Okay,
beautiful
that's.
run of
I mean,
play
maybe
there
I'm being
from
overly
top.
critical.
They go mid, they force the dive. They can't fully make it happen. So then, with that kill on Shadow, they know we are just going to bring them to us over at the Baron. They immediately turn off that Baron, and Cream is able to find a great ult. They chase down Ult, they kill him off, and now feel like they have full control here. 369 just kind of pushing them back, and then they decide, all right, just wait for Hong. As soon as he arrives, we are going to go. Kanavi goes in, the pillar comes down, flash from Cream. Knight does respond, and the spell shield was there from Elk, but he gets the other two. Elk is chased down by Kanavi as well as Cream. Knight can do nothing but watch. And they
Okay.
know this one is all but
It's
over.
not a very new
Cream
bit,
doing a
yeah.
great
Does
job
feel
there,
that way.
separating the
Just for fun,
AD
can
carry
you
from
watch
the
European
protection in
Circuit
the
here in
form of On
Twitch?
and Bin.
So
And
what
as
is
soon as
that?
you do
What
that,
is
you
European
can just chase him.
Circuit?
Like, he doesn't have the damage to get through a Trundle who is sitting at Spirit Visage Triforce, the upgraded plated steel caps. He is in such a strong position. Top Esports generally just in prime control of this game right now. And this is, I think this is part of the difference between how BLG win games and how Top Esports win games as well. Top Esports, the most macro, most objective setup-orientated team in the LPL, whereas BLG, they love to get pulled into a skirmish from time to time. And you see that here. It's 11-6,
Oh.
it's a 3,000 gold lead, there's a soul for Top Esports. It's all done, but the Nexus is falling, and Top will just take it slow. They're like, okay, we'll push through bot, we'll force you away. We don't have to take the fight. They're still going to look for On, but with Redemption coming out, Kanavi still trying to club him. We'll take him. Chain of Corruption down as well onto Shadow. Goes in with the Season Assist. Knight looking for the damage, but Kanavi's too healthy to do anything about it. And they're just methodical. They'll force you off, they'll take the towers, they'll look for the inhibs.
Oh, really?
BLG can't find a way back
What
in.
the
BLG just simply don't have the damage in a lot of these skirmishes to really even threaten them whatsoever. With the Mountain Soul
And some
Shield,
boots?
with all of their gold lead,
What's
they
that
are looking
mean?
to end the game and tie us up right here.
The LPL finals went all 5. Top Esports and BLG looking to make it go all 3 here. One win between either of them and that quarterfinal spot for Top Esports. They just need to take down this Nexus. BLG trying to defend. Elk using that ricochet. On goes in with a double pulverize, but the tower's almost fallen. No Nexus towers left alive. Bin
What the fuck, man?
Find the stun.
Yeah,
On forced away.
I thought Team
BLG
Comp was
forced
good.
away.
It's really
And
hard.
Top
They had a really
Esports
short
will
one.
force us to a game 3.
A beautiful bounce back here from TES. So many top fans, you have to know we're worried after that game 1. Would they just go down in a sweep? Would they be able to bounce back? And the answer is a resounding yes.
It really is, and questions arise around the draft as well. The Azir left up for Cream to pick. He had a great performance all round on it. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that game 2.
Thank you, guys. Honestly, I don't know what to think about this series anymore, because coming into today, especially given the two teams' performances, I was expecting the biggest fraud-off ever. Turns out we're getting game after game the best performance we've seen from both these teams so far this tournament. So what do you have?
I feel like this was a great representation of the team styles.
On
In
is
game
off.
1, I felt like that it came down to single carry performances. When I think of BLG, they have superstar moments, they have highlight plays, they love to fight, and they kind of use their individual skill to outperform the best teams in the world. But for Top Esports, it was more of a calculated, crafted effort where at various different points, we were highlighting different members and debating who really was the star of this team, who was the player that really defined the moment. But I felt like that every single player
You know
had
what?
key moments throughout the game.
Something
They
I wanted
slowly
to do-
control it through good objective control, superior team fighting, and an overall big bounce back from game 1.
And we saw the opposite scenario, Emily, compared to game 1, where here it was BLG getting the early kills while TS were the ones stacking up those objectives.
Yeah, and I think a little bit it starts in draft. I wouldn't say necessarily the
Dude.
game itself was decided in draft, but I
What
do
the
think
fuck?
the most important
The
thing
line
here for
inspired,
me
just
was
pick
that
me whatever,
R5
let's lose
poppy.
in
When
peace.
Vetty and I were both looking at this draft, we were like, okay, BLG have drafted something they're super comfortable
I don't know
with.
who's more tilted,
I
is Sail or
wasn't
Fly
surprised to see the
Quest.
first pick Renekton come through. I'm not going to say I liked it necessarily, but was not surprised by it,
Oh,
right? Was
man.
not surprised, especially by these first 3.
Why did he get
coming out
2-0'd?
of
Inspired
BLG.
really watched his
TES
entire thing
have a
get
lot of
fucking
really
rolled in 5
good
minutes.
champions to deal with what BLG want to throw with them. The Azir became super, super important. We've had a lot of discussions about Cream's Azir across the year and across last year as well. The Trundle deals really well, and then this is such a great Poppy angle, and you could see at times it seemed like
Get invaded,
BLG
no one's
kind of
able to, wants to help.
forgot that a Poppy
Wish
was
that
in
was
the
some
game,
fucking
or
entire
could
team
be in
sounds
the game,
enticed
right?
regardless.
So, and I think this Poppy ended up being a really strong pick for TES.
Absolutely. And I think that when we look back at how things were going in the early game, I was really worried
I'm
for
not
Top
promoting
Esports.
Gamba.
I thought it was simply going to be a matter of, oh, BLG's going to run away with it, because as you highlighted, Law, the early game kills were going the way of BLG.
No, I mean, I don't want to not watch
contrast the game
Worlds,
one,
dude.
BLG weren't converting that into early dragon control, into a snowball. And when you have a composition like this, it's really important that as
Can't
BLG,
hands diff
you're
teams like Gen
snowballing
Z
through these
this way?
objectives, because you want to, on your power
Fuck
spike,
me, dude. Okay,
force
that's
your
a good
opposition into
comparison.
fighting, which Top Esports, they kind of played their own game.
Yeah, Top Esports played their own game, and as we see these
Did it-
early
I
objective
mean, I don't think they
controls,
banned
the only
every
one they
game,
lost was
though.
Herald. They were able to stop that with
That's
the
true.
Trundo pillar, right? So BLG couldn't even get the credit for that. They also were able to
Duck is
clean
an
up
absolute
Otacon,
idiot.
and
How
I
do you
think
let
it's
these picks
another
through?
example of just, I keep telling people like, man, you guys, like, I swear, Top Esports,
did
they're
take,
pretty smart team. I
Sion
remember
from
telling you this at
Driver.
the beginning of the year, and you're like,
Yeah,
okay,
No,
they did,
they
yeah.
took it
whatever, Emily, like, you're trolling.
took it
you
from
watched
Rest.
their first stand. They're absolutely abysmal. But you
Except
can see
Driver
it
wasn't
here.
even
It's
playing that
exactly
game.
like
Yeah,
you
that's
said,
true,
where
dude.
it's kind of a clash of these two play styles, and this is exactly how I expect Top Esports to play.
And for me, like, my big point of criticism does go towards Shadow, he was in such a fantastic spot, and under
In the
zero
end, Quad
pressure,
became the very
felt
thing
the
he
need to force
replaced.
ganks
A
mid.
vegan
And
mid
twice we
laner.
saw him trying to kill Cream. Twice Cream got the better of him, and I feel
Justice
like because he got
for
so many of the early
Jensen.
game resources, he had to be that driving force. And so when Cream turns around and gets the solo kill onto him, all of the win gets
The
taken out of
eyelids
BLG's
disappeared, his
sails,
head was
and then
swelling,
that's
his
just where
ears
Top
started
Esports
bleeding. Are you okay,
slowly but
Doggo?
surely
Ask
take full
Honku.
control of the game.
I've never been better, Honku. I see it all now. They're not going Baron or Dragon. They're going home. He said before rushing FlyQuest all by himself, killing everyone on
but even
site.
that doesn't work out the way they want to.
Holy shit.
Yeah, this didn't end up working out at this point. TES are just so far ahead, right? Like Jackie Love kind of goes untouched, is able to kill off on here, and then you see BLG think they might be able
2
to
years
do
together,
something
0
with
Series
this,
1 versus LPL
as
LCK.
it
This
plays
roster's
out when
done.
TES, I'm just waiting for it to get there. Here we go.
Yeah, they just have to wait.
Second. Yep. So Vin just sees an angle onto Jackie Love, right? And he's like, okay, maybe we can take this. Honestly, at this point in the game, it was still a little bit doomed where as soon as Shadow goes in, he falls, and Vin isn't really able
it's
to
1-1.
have that
It's
kind of
1-1.
great- He was never able to have the impact on the Renekton that I think he was thinking of when they locked that pick in.
Isn't Vi a
And
bad
I think
champion
for
currently?
BLG, it's back to the drawing board. Because when we move towards game
I don't
3,
think Vi is
what we've learned
bad.
is that
I just think they
red side is
kind of
very
showed
valuable.
their
We were
draft
talking
a
about it
little
prior
because
to
they
the
went
game
1,
that it
2,
felt
3,
like
right?
Top Esports wanted to be on red to deny
So it was like
some
it's
of these
pretty
counter
obvious,
pick
and they didn't
abilities
ban
from
like
the side of
Poppy, who's
BLG,
really good
giving those
disengaging.
solo laners the agency
So,
to run rampant on the rift.
I just think the
And now
draft
moving
was bad.
back, we've just
I
literally
think
been
Vi's
told
been
that
doing
BLG
okay
is
at
not
Worlds,
only
right?
moving to red, but they're subbing in Beishuan as well.
Do we like it?
Never mind.
Here's the
Vi's
thing.
losing
This
a
is
lot.
what they do,
Yeah,
right?
that's what
like,
they do.
It's also like,
Wow, there's something
as
Beishuan.
Benny already touched upon, Shadow
Oh,
had a
wait,
few
Vi has a
really
30%
big
win rate at
unforced
Worlds.
errors,
Woo,
right? In
never
both
mind.
of those ganks that he was talking about, Knight didn't have his ult up. He used
I'll
it
have to see
elsewhere.
off
At one point,
draft,
Knight was all
but-
the way back under his own turret when Shadow tried to go in onto Cream. So I think like as in terms of these two junglers, I think he's coming in because of the performance, also maybe for a breath of fresh air. He'll be playing for the solo laner specifically. He's a lot more, I would say, facilitative than Shadow. So we'll see.
I can't imagine the pressure he's under. He starts the tournament against 100 Thieves where he loses. Everyone's like, get him out, put Shadow back in, and now he finds himself in the
Owner's Vi
elimination
being abysmal,
match,
yeah.
where they're
But
"No
like
problem,
Inspired
buddy.
today played
All
Vi
the
pretty
way
well.
on.
It was just the rest of his
Got
team,
this.
like the draft was
the pressure
awful.
cannot get bigger than this here. And honestly, BLG on one side, they were the world's finalists last year. They want to prove that quarterfinals is just the beginning for them. And on the other side, you have Top Esports. They want to beat those international chokers allegations. Let's see who comes out on top in this LPL versus LPL matchup in Game 3.
Oh, god damn! Let's see draft before I do predictions.
Brick wall that is 369. Bin going forward for Jackie Love. Ruthless Predator flashed away. Cease and desist onto that backline as well. But the collapse of Top Esports is massive. Between Worlds goes Knight and Top Esports still managing to survive through it. They turn it around. Kanavi and 369 just diving in. Bin will get one in response, but only 2 left alive for BLG. Means Soul is the prize for Top Esports.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The greatest players in the world are here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9! You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen G! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners! Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Baker flashes in, and down goes Knight.
Oh. Let's see the draft and then we'll do predictions. Oh man, dude. Dude, I write something positive about CFO, 43 likes. I talk shit about NA fans, 474 likes. Dude, it's so funny, dude. What the fuck, man?
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer? And isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
Fuck. I don't know the Chinese character Flying Oyster.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where we are here to see our 7th quarter finalist decided between BLG and Top Esports, who is going to join the other 6 teams up in that final 8.
You were looking pretty pleased with yourself as you're saying that.
Because I remembered how many teams had already qualified for quarterfinals.
You're giving me a look, you're like, yeah, you
I
see that?
was like, it is 7, yes, because we have one more
You
series.
see how I can count off the first hand.
I can
On
go
the
to 6
second one.
and 7.
Yep.
I'm way too old for a joke like that.
I don't know. I have to see.
In my days, we had like 6s and upside down 6s, and those were the funny numbers. And that was about it. But yes, we do have a small delay on stage because Beishwan is subbing in for BLG. The last time Beishwan won on BLG was actually the first game of the series against Top Esports in those grand finals. And since then, we have had him come in at the start of Worlds, lost that first game against 100 Thieves, and now he's coming in again in this game.
Couldn't handle the heat
Top
from
Esports.
100 Thieves. Needed this whole time to recover.
100 Thieves, incredibly impressive.
There you go.
I love the way
True.
they played their style. I thought it was really fun to watch.
Going.
I'm disappointed they got knocked out.
Thank you.
But
But
now
we'll see
we
if,
have to talk about BLG and Top Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see
and see if Quid goes to Carmine Corp.
No, stop that.
Import them. Import them.
No, he's ours.
We got JoJo. We can get
No,
Quid.
stop it. We'll see
Yo,
how.
Busio, you want to come across?
Stop it. We have to talk about LPL.
Okay.
We have to see how Beishwan is actually going to do here, because it is a tremendous amount of pressure on a player, all jokes aside, who hasn't played a lot at Worlds, right? You played that first game of the tournament, and now it's like, all right, bud, time to sub in. By the way, if you lose, your year's over.
Yes.
And that is a lot of pressure. But the other side of that, and people love to talk about this a lot with 6-man rosters, is that you have been watching the series alongside the coaches. You were getting a different perspective. You're getting to see the pathing that your opponent is going for. You're trying to look for tendencies that maybe you could actually take advantage of. So we'll see if Beishwan can have a good performance here. If he can really just make it work for this team,
dude,
because the pressure is on.
Luria is the fucking best, dude.
For the LPL. And at risk of going out in Swiss, and especially with the draw that they had, it would be a
dude. Oh, to my followers, if anyone says that top laner is trash again, I hope you keep stubbing your toe on the corner of the wall every day. Enjoy the pain. Oh, dude, so true.
But generally, there's that reputation of someone from the
dude,
LPL
I love
kind of crashing
Luria.
out at Worlds, and
her shit
no one
is
wants
like
to get
S
painted
tier,
by that
dude.
brush. It was supposed to be IG. They're already gone. They had the excuse of we had to play T1. Come on, guys.
Yeah. And for Top Esports as well, going 2-0 up and then losing 3 best-of-3s in a row to get knocked out is pretty devastating. Having only won one game out of 5 so far, 6 in fact. I can count that high. This will be the 7th game they've played in those best-of-3s.
What?
Thumbs involved in that.
Yes, I do.
Ooh, we're seeing Kiana first pick.
Rise, Karma banned away by BLG, who picked the red side. LeBlanc
Interesting.
and Caitlyn banned away by Top Esports, and it is first pick
What?
Kiana for Kanavi. Now, I am of the opinion that Kanavi is one of the best, if not
Oh,
the
Wukong
best
is still
Kiana
available.
players in the world.
Oh, never
The problem
mind.
with it is, you rarely get to see it on him because it is banned away from Top Esports all the damn time. So I love him on this champ. I think he's incredibly good. We've already talked about how strong he is in the early game, gets himself ahead, and then snowballs it to victories for Top Esports.
Yep, and we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to perform here on this Kiana. Of course, the Kiana, much less about the early game generally. It is more of one of those junglers that really just kind of power farms and looks to take over in these, post-level 6 fights, generally speaking. But there is another powerhouse on the other side as far as those team fights are concerned. You're looking at the Wukong,
Yeah,
you're
LPL
looking at
Kiana
Rakan.
is good.
That is a
Navi's Kiana is
very
pretty good.
strong start to any team
And
fight.
Beishwan is the
as
Kiana
1-2
player, so
over on
taking
the
that,
BLG side.
I don't know. Wukong
Karma
to
has
me
been
is like
fanned out.
really
Nico
strong
was already
too.
played earlier. Some of these really kind of like lane dominant supports that you might punish a Rakan with
Oh,
are
don't
already off
Annie.
the table.
Dude, fucking why Annie Kiana?
Like just a bit more
Is
range.
this such a
for
fucking
Corki
like
to
ass
look at that range
combo?
damage. We already have the Corki locked in for Top Esports. Looks like Cream might.
I mean, Talia's available, no?
Annie, which is not something he impressed on too much in the LPL. Instead, Oh, maybe a little bit of engage potential with the Leona coming out for Hung.
Yeah, and he has yet to win so far at Worlds.
Wow.
Devo got Kevin in a good mood. Oh, dude, I'm in the fucking best mood.
Losing all of the games,
There's nothing
so
anyone can
definitely
say
can't be
to
tough.
make
Leona
me
was
feel
kinda like
bad.
that old school Rakan answer where it's like, oh, Rakan goes down, you know, goes in, you lock him down, point and click CC, try to burst them out, because Rakan has always been so reliant on being evasive, really. But it doesn't feel like, for a long time, I don't feel like it's really a counter. It's
Galio
maybe just an
GG?
answer.
Why would you go
I feel like all
Galio?
it tends to do in the 2v2 is really kind of make it passive, because the Rakan is not going to look for any sort of hard engage. You're just going to maybe give up the push,
Like,
you know, and fish with those gleaming
I
pearls,
think
just trying to
Talia would be a
keep your
much
health
better
high, and
option
it
with
just becomes a bit of a farm fest.
Kiana.
I do like when you've already seen Leona Kiana, Xayah early. We saw it got banned out last time, so I think grabbing the Xayah early does make a lot of sense. Of course, you can try to like draft range in mid lane.
That's
for
Talia
free, but
ban.
let's be honest. When you're pairing
Hey, I'm surprised
alongside
BLG
the Kiana,
didn't
like,
want
you already are kind
Talia.
of deciding you're going to go in. Like, there's got to be something to dive alongside that Kiana. So I feel like regardless of what we see the Soul Laners be for TES, the Xayah should be quite effective.
Talia and Cassia, the next two bans, see that mid lane pool being pinched. Both the teams have their junglers and their bot side of the map already locked up, so top and mid is where we are likely to be. Wouldn't be surprised if Bin gets counter for top side here with Knight picking something blind, but you can of course do it the other way, say, oh well, we think Knight can dominate Cream more than Bin can dominate 369, who's been having a pretty good series so far.
I would tend to agree with the Knight getting the counter pick. I feel like he's been by far their best player
Yeah.
in Worlds. I don't think it's even remotely close. So to me, if I'm going to go
Yeah,
all in on one player, it's gotta
if there's
be
something
Knight. I mean, even
good
in
that
the
you can
losses,
blind
I feel
pick
like he has been the guy that
for
is the
mid,
hope
or
for
like
the
something
team,
OP,
so I really
you can go
would like to
blind
see
pick
them
for
just
Knight, but
indexing
I
to
think
him.
you should just blind
I
pick
also feel like,
top.
let's be honest, what top lane matchups are even that abusive anymore? Like anything where you pick an extreme counter, you just get lane swept on.
It's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in the past you could look for something like the Smolder and say, I'm just going to stack
I mean,
up
can't
on
you just
you
go
now, you're
Rek'Sai
playing
here?
AD
Knight Quinn, now you're laning against another AD carry, and you're like, you know, it's just like, the counter picks in top lane are very uninspiring at Worlds, thanks to lane swaps. So I feel like it's not an issue whatsoever. Galio is kind of interesting here. So Galio, of course, could go mid or top. Does follow up really,
Yeah,
really
that's
well
true.
on the Wukong as well as the Rakan. We don't know what the matchups are going to be. I mean, if it's Mordekaiser, I think that you're probably just going to have to be sending it mid. I don't think you're really going to be wanting to play into that matchup. It does feel pretty rough. The other thing is, I mean, you can potentially pick two champions that are pretty good into it, but then you do risk getting really blasted by a counter, because one of the things that pros do sometimes like, if you're
Abessa's
thinking about
banned.
playing in mid lane, is things
Abessa
like
is
Smolder,
banned.
like you actually called back to, is just kind of free stacking off of it. But if you go Smolder, and then they move it top.
That's what I
and
was
then
like
you're playing
thinking,
into,
like,
you know,
Rek'Sai top
Knight
could be a good
LeBlanc or
blind.
something like that. Then
goodness, yeah.
it's probably go home fast. So I don't think you're going to do that. I think you are just going to take this Mordekaiser here, assume that it's going to be going top, and then probably go for a more standard mid lane pick.
I mean, Cream could still look towards
Who's in
Zanny.
style,
Wasn't
or
too
team
impressed.
up
He does
there
have
and
66%
take ups?
win rate on it across the LPL summer
Ooh,
season.
are they going to do the Smolder I was talking about? Wow, they
That's
are.
the Smolder, yeah.
So
okay.
this is, I think, a lot more risky, but maybe
Smolder
their read
mid?
is that there's no way that Bin's going to play it, right? You know, if that's your read,
Ooh, the
then,
Camille.
hey, you're going to be able to get this mid lane matchup. Bin, though, of course, does get his choice of the counter. Jax is his iconic pick. It is the matchup that I definitely think can outscale and eventually start to win out against that Mordekaiser. But I also just kind of like the Mordekaiser in isolation.
Is getting
when
the
you're
top
thinking
of the
about
Mordekaiser
team
really
play,
that
because
bad?
There's a lot of different ways you can actually have success with this. You know, Wukong goes in to throw down the Cyclone. As Wukong's engaging, Mordekaiser just ults it, takes it out of that fight, you know, kind of remove the ult from the fight. Similar things can happen to the Jax. Jax hops in with Counter-Strike, ready to get in on your backline. Ulted, taken away.
Rakan, Galio. If you're in the lane with the Galio and he's trying to hero his entrance in, you chuck that Death Realm on him and he's unable to join up with the rest of his team. I love it. I think it's a really solid pick. It's whether or not it can be as effective as you want, because you do need those quick trigger reflexes if you're going to stop people finding the true engages in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be so interesting because it does feel like there's a lot of lane-focused picks, you know, over on one side. You know, when you're looking at the TES comp, you have these things that are supposed to be answers. They're kind of trying to put Knight in a difficult situation here with the Smolder, which I do really like in isolation, but then you have Smolder and Corki paired with this Kiana. That kind of feels like you have you're a bit of two different minds. Of course, Corki can still poke, and Smolder can like ult over the top on an engage. It's not like it can't work at all, but it does feel a little bit disjointed to me. That wouldn't be like, if you knew this was your other four, you wouldn't pick Kiana, I don't think, right?
I agree.
And so they are sacrificing something as far as how cohesive the comp is to focus on the lane matchups. So now you have to get something out of the lane matchups, in my opinion. Otherwise, you look over at the other side, and Knight may not be on a hard carry, but the comp just is so easy to see what they're going to do.
So nice front to back as well. With the wombo combo, you go in, you lock up the back.
I'm going to say BLG. That's my pick. Lock it in. BLG's winning this.
Like, BLG's comp is stock standard. Top esports comp is...
It is kind of cringe to put, like, Knight on Galio.
Yeah, and also, it's not like you just have to, but we have to get through everyone to get on the Corki. No, you can go on the Kiana. You can go on the Corki. You can go on the Smolder. You can really just, like, press your buttons. Any of them is fine. You can lock them down, burst them down. So, is a lot of power there over on the BLG side. We'll see, can TES really create some differences here?
Kevin's life!
I also feel like though Smolder, of course, you know, you just don't have a lot of power as far as the scaling. It's pushed pretty far back, and the scaling is nowhere near. I think people still have not adjusted to like the nerfs that happened forever ago, where you know you used to be able to actually increase the threshold for execution. Now it just increases the true damage burn.
On Kevin's porn addiction.
As far as the threshold for the execution.
What?
And
Why
so
we just, dude? Please, can we just like do something else?
But of
like
course,
my hair?
You know, especially if you go through some of the more aggressive builds. Like if you go Essence, Reaver, Rapid Fire, IE, when you're on 3 items and you're on 225, you just press Q every time Rapid Fire is up and you are poking them down.
That's gotta be something I care about.
You can force bad engages by putting on that pressure.
Whoa, Bale, fuck up. That's even worse. Why? Can we just kill me? Nah, I'm kidding. Stop. Stop.
+100% win rate on red side this series, so see if BLG can continue that form on his Rakan as well. 79 and 29 on this pick. Rakan has just been ubiquitous with great supports over the last few years. The heal and the Gleaming Quill have to be used. Hung and Jackula getting the early
Yo, I saw your messages, but I didn't respond because I didn't want to jinx it. But yeah, dude, CFO 1-2-0.
You cannot get hit by. That feels like it just absolutely cooks you. So now On going to be trying to hit some of these Qs. Hopefully will be able to help heal up L.
Yeah, dude. No, I saw your messages, but I was like,
of course, you touched on.
I don't know. I'm very superstitious when it comes to games for some reason.
Well, 17 and 4
so I just didn't respond.
Yeah, last played it in the grand finals against Bin though.
Yeah, I saw it.
2-7-1.
Home the truth, not me.
Game. So in recent memory.
No, he watched though.
Oh yeah, sure. That was it. Yeah. It's just.
I read his messages.
Before we meet
he was messaging me on Discord, but I didn't respond because I didn't want to jinx the
a
team.
false sense of security.
That's smart.
Run it down in the LPL finals to knock him out in Swiss of Worlds. you gotta think a couple steps ahead here, Medic.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm not as giga-brained as 369 apparently.
Well, that much is clear.
Good damage though coming out from the top esports.
I think the Zai pick here is actually kind of like
Cream
OP.
Just stacking up, and you get to that 2-2-5 is the mark you really want to look for the Smolder.
But honestly,
I'm sorry. If I cheated Puddlecock better than you, I apologize.
But one of the reasons that you get so much faster into these melee matchups is
barrier coming out from Jack.
The barrier's not blocking anything though.
Might land the root onto Jackula, but does onto Hung.
But it's just the idea that each breakpoint actually accelerates the next breakpoint so much, right? You know, once you get 25, all of a sudden you're AoE stacking off all their minions.
Oh, great taunt onto Creamer. That's splash away. Beishwan looking for the chase. Red buff slow, not enough. Flash for flash exchange there between Beishwan and Cream.
Yeah, Beishwan thought he might have had enough damage, didn't have the calculation correct there. As it's 369 TPing down. This is what they did in the Lucian game as well to kind of bail out, Jackie and give him this preferential lane setup. But that is, a flash kind of for nothing for Beishwan because he had already gotten the flash out of Smolder, couldn't finish off Cream. But once you get to 25, you start AoE stacking all the minions so fast. Then it really speeds you up towards the 125. And once you have 125, it's kind of unavoidable because you're just getting splashed through the minions. Anytime you go for any last hit, he doesn't have to queue you anymore. He's just queuing the wave, and you're going to get stacked on. So
that's pretty much, yeah.
Little bit you get really accelerates that next breakpoint, and 369 being very annoying with that.
Really nice timing as well because Bin is already.
I mean, Moonbomb should be happy that
this wave, which means there's going to be no one on the top side.
She knows a member of a quarterfinalist team, maybe semifinalist.
A little bit of
she should be honored, okay?
It is a cannon wave. You can lose
knows
one
a celebrity.
Minion, probably the cannon, and another, maybe even 4 minions off this wave.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. He's even going to valve the wave to be able to get a fast reset.
If CFO wins, I'm like the happiest person on earth, and I still can't stop talking shit.
I'm so fucked up. So like that right there is almost a kill worth
What
of
do you
gold
mean? Yeah,
that you
honor
just
to
earned
know
for your
me.
team. So it's
That
one
you're
of these things that
blessed
doesn't
to
seem
be in my
immediately
presence.
obvious, but that's 300 gold
And I
ahead
gave
now
you
for
a
Jackie
cool
Love, and I think that's
nickname.
often earned by 369. Like, he deserves credit for that.
He did a huge job in that bot side. It's a whole
Everyone
level of
else at work is like,
experience
oh, Mrs. Spun, how are you doing, or whatever, right? I'm like, yo, Boom Bomb, what's up?
Power farming of the Kiana. If you
They don't
get
call
into
you that
early
at
jungle
work,
and take
you
away
know?
some of these camps, it just gets you
I'm just
scaled up
saying.
that much more quickly. Kanavi running the
Like a
first strike here on the
privilege.
Kiana, something he loves to do for that extra gold. For that
Big
extra
time
acceleration
streamer, long time
towards
cuck.
his lethality items. Profane honey draw often when we look first.
Yep, obviously is something that's going to help accelerate, but also the upfront burst. So much of your damage comes out during that first strike.
I mean, I think Wukong's a really good trade,
it really
right?
Is a powerful damage.
They gave up Kiana, but they got Wukong.
Can mean quite a lot when all of a sudden your combo is doing
Wukong
1,000,
Zaya?
2,000 damage. A couple % is significant. So definitely is a powerful rune there. Cream, of course, picked up a call on that first base, so he is just scaling, looking to play this out.
Playing a dragon and scaling. Good one as well.
Yeah, thank you.
We're like a
Not
kid
too
and yet
bad.
to be
That was
pulled
very
out of
nice.
danger all the time.
It's off to a smoldering
So?
start, if you
Oh,
will.
good one, good one. Bin lands the stun of the 369. Not
Kittens
really
are
much gonna
cute.
happen down towards this bottom side goal, basically even between the two teams in the early game. There is a Drake up. We saw a ping coming out on it from BLG. We'll see if Beishwan decides that is his first objective. Has push in the bot side.
Can't believe
Won't be able
that'd
to
be
get
a
in the mid.
5.
Smolder on the other side. On's going to land the knock up here into the blade. Call of the damage on Jack Levis.
TFL trying to make it a fast 2-0.
Into the Eclipse, just trying to walk his way away. Saves his AD carries life, but Jackie
Empty
Love now sitting
fumble.
at 200 HP. Does have Kanavi coming
What
across.
do you mean?
And Cream could flap
He's level 6.
Flap his way in as well. As you say, Elk not yet level 6. Doesn't have that Feather Storm. Kanavi's going to cut the wave. Cream wants to call in a bit of assistance. Has Mom on the end of
Knight
a telephone.
Knight has
Meanwhile,
ult. Knight can ult
moving
in.
across with that hero's entrance. Drake secure for base one. Now Top Esports know they have a man advantage, a numbers advantage.
Here it is. Here's
the
Galio.
hero's entrance.
Oh, it's huge.
By Elk and Hung. Is hung out to dry underneath the
Oh,
tower.
Knight's in there.
Double torn
Holy
as well.
fuck.
They'll look for Kanavi next. He's down.
Okay.
Knight makes
Cream
the
doesn't have
meal,
flash.
but the
Oh my god, they don't have
Cream
mana.
is huge.
Oh! Oh!
Jumps in
Oh!
the Gleaming Quill.
Oh!
Fall. Cream takes a tower shot.
Oh!
Wins the war, not enough.
What the fuck?
To blow him over. Top Esports initiate the dive.
Holy
Lose
shit,
the
that was so
2-1
close.
and
That
lose
dive,
the
I
Drake.
thought it was going to be a
That's no
fucking
Knight.
huge
That man is a
disaster.
king. Moves up to the top side to turn it around.
I thought
And
Knight
honestly,
was about
so
to fuck
bold
them
from
up.
TES to go for the dive, knowing that he was coming.
Yeah,
He
I
walked
was like,
across
yo,
vision. They
Galio's
knew
on
that
his way.
Galio was going to be there. And it felt
I mean,
like
2
they
for
kinda
1,
overestimated
it's
how
still
quickly
like,
they would be able to get this
still not
kill.
good for TES,
BLG's
but
bot lane
I
delayed
thought it was
for
going to be
so
way,
long.
way worse.
Hong goes in. They started off, with the smolder up, but the Galio ult is there at the very beginning, and you can only get in onto the Rakan. He kites it out really, really well. Then Knight flashes forward. Elk is there to follow it up.
Yeah,
They do
I
get
really
some
thought they
kills
could get
back here.
more.
And you have to remember, Wukong was taking the
I guess
dragon
the
in the
Corki
meanwhile,
was kinda
stealing
big.
the enemy camps in the meanwhile. So it's not an even number play. Even though it didn't look like that bad, it's everything that's happening on the other side of the map that really makes it hurt. And I just kind of am shocked that TES fully committed to it.
Top Esports now with 5 players up towards this Grubs. Top Esports got one. Bin jumps in with the counter strike. Does get the stun onto Hong. On down to half HP. Flash away from Bin. Death grip onto base one.
Oh my god. Ooh, that Wukong ult.
In fact, goes over to BLG. They're off for the Grub as well. In the end, a 2-4
That was actually
exchange
huge.
in the Grubs. Top Esports have lost a man, and Jackie Love has to valk across the wall. Will be a 1 for Nib.
Bold only has
exchange in
76
favor of
stacks. I don't know why
BLG.
they're forcing so many fights like
Knight,
this.
early Sork boots on the Galio. This man wants to get aggressive. And when a team on the other side has so many squishy members, you can do a lot of damage on this Galio. We often see kind of like tanky AP or 1 AP item, into full tank. So we'll see exactly where he wants to go with this build. But Knight is definitely not afraid to go full glass cannon if he thinks it is appropriate.
He's the guy that builds Darkseal into Medjai's at every opportunity, right? This guy knows exactly how much damage you can put out on every champion. At the moment, the only lead for Top Esports is down on Jackie Love in that bot lane. 120 gold, his advantage, but BLG ticking over to about 300, 400 gold in totality as their lead. H1 just going to be able to farm up his own jungle as Hong looks for a little bit of vision. It's much ado about nothing. You have to feel.
Only
just
2
trying to
threes
track
and
people, no
quarters?
neutrals to fight over, no camps on this top side to fight over.
It would
They
have
might
to be
look
back
for a
in like
dive
the
onto
days where
Bin,
there's
who
only
has no
3
flash, no
LPL
Grandmasters
teams,
left
right?
For him either. The plate's going to go over to 369. Hex flash forward from Hong. Bin needs to find a way to escape. He blocks the Shield of Daybreak with the counter strike. Perfectly played from Bin. Now needs to run away. Zenith Blade tickles his toes,
I mean,
but
got
doesn't
quite a
quite
bit.
connect.
I mean, beautifully timed by Bin, but I feel like as TES, you're the team that has time on the dive. You don't need to force. You just need to walk up, stand on his head as Leona, and wait till he presses E. Then once it's down, the dive is free, right? So you have to play around that counter-strike. Instead, he kind of played that dangerous game where it is a bit of a flip. Ben anticipates it perfectly, and now it's Jackie Love under pressure on this bot side. He's looking like he's going to be the one getting dove.
H1 has the Cyclone now. They should just go for him straight away, but with the teleport coming out, they decide against it. Hong got
Evi suffer?
the unsealed spellbook. He'll TP in. And because of that, with Kanavi backing him up, should be just BLG backing away.
Cream now.
Dude, why is he so mad at Evi?
Also, over 100 stacks here, already at 10 minutes. So he is at a really good pace. Of course, this does generally just accelerate, again, as you get further and further on into the game. Once you hit SM Reaver, you are just trading infinitely. Been nice little trade, but Cream still getting some more stacks and should be A-okay with Kanavi here to cover.
Interesting to see Knight's the one who's matching into that Mordekaiser on the top side. Bin is actually going to match into the Smolder.
I think the idea is just that you don't want the Smolder getting free stacks off of Knight, and he's going to have less threat. You know, that's at least kind of my read on it right now. So you're sacrificing Knight's lane, but trying to really keep down Cream. I think that's probably their main concern. Is
CFO
like, right, how does the other team win?
TSBLG.
Maybe it's Smolder.
Yeah. I think
and
so.
Cream does have his Essence Reaver now, still working away on that 125, but he's going to be there very, very quickly.
Like, I don't know, dude. These teams look so bad.
Second before we get into what is likely to be the next fight. Drake coming up. It's an alternator for BLG, for Knight on this Galio.
Some games he is BLG.
Like right now, I think the three teams that I think are really strong is AL, HLE, and Gen G.
Kanavi, good route, but H1 going in with the Cyclone. There's the hero's entrance. Supreme display of talent, and the flash used by Kanavi.
Wow, Kanavi's
Cream,
not playing this.
Target. Cyclone secondary going to get the knockout. Oh. Not enough again. That's Smolder.
H1's playing well.
A couple of times in a row now. Jackie Love covering
with
mid as on comes across.
Record.
The Drake is up for BLG, and they might just walk H1 around the corner to go and get it.
At the end of the day, it's a trade of flashes for the junglers, trade of ults, and then you also got Knight's ult, and you got a really nice chunk of HP.
It's been a while
since
Mad Lions is like strong.
Because cooldowns-wise, they did lose out.
Do you think Gen G is stronger than AL?
They definitely won, and that is going to put them on a 2-0 Dragon lead here, which is starting to feel a little bit like game one, you know, when you're starting to think
like that match against AL Gen G was pretty close, I feel.
You know, control, forcing your opponents to take
like I think Kale's popping. That shit was fucking French kiss, dude.
Yeah, no teleports.
A chef's kiss, my bad, not French kiss.
On does have the quickness, and he's on his way across. Kanavi caught out. There's the counter strike. Okay. On coming in.
Oh, nice on.
Already dead. Hung has to flash away. Meanwhile, underneath the tower, 369 is chasing on out.
What the fuck? Never mind.
Jackie with the flash auto's enough. It's 2 for naught for TS.
Nicely done there by TES. This time they make it work, and not only do they kill Ben, they're going to deny a lot of CS. They're going to knock down this tower
stronger than Fly?
Well.
Oh, I mean, like, but FlyQuest is the best in the West.
So a lot of resources
coming to this side. I think FlyQuest could win Worlds, dude, as the best in the West.
He is going to be on his own, so he's just sitting in that.
Like, when you think of best in the West, you think of 2019 G2, right? So.
And now a lot of question marks
FlyQuest,
over by that red buff, but it is already gone.
I mean, who did they beat? They beat.
This time, 369 and Kanavi do a pretty good job
of kind of softening
him up before they really fully commit into the dive. He's already missing a third of his HP. Kanavi goes in, really big chunk of damage, even though the Zenith Blade misses, even though the Shield of Daybreak is counter-struck once more. Hung can flash out, and the extra members do allow them to finish off.
I didn't realize how bad this was.
So does 369.
Don't you ever talk about the Curious Gift for wildcards team Mad Lions?
And as a result,
had one year they were good.
It's going to come down to these objectives.
Didn't they top
feats.
Didn't they meet top 8 once?
On the feat of warfare, they're only one of these objectives off, whereas TES would need to get the next 2.
Herald up in 50 seconds. That will be the first point of call for both of these teams.
FlyQuest could beat Prime T1.
Blue across the board.
They beat T1 in Prime and Scrims. True.
Gaming Grand Finals was just the bait.
Yeah, Scrims matter, right?
1-0-1 on this Mordekaiser, forcing Bin away.
And we did get the Rocket Bell here for Knight, so definitely looking for a very aggressive option, whether or not he'll go into just like Zhonya's kind of tanky AP from here, or if he'll go into more traditional tank. I feel like if you're going Proto Belt, you're probably just going Zhonya's second, and you're just really putting that upfront damage in, which can be quite a lot. Also, like that On did go for the Mikhails here. I do feel like when you look over, it's Hong and then no one for the engage. So if you're just fishing with that Leona ult, and you can just be able to have cleanse on your Xayah plus that Mikhails.
The quickness follow-up, Supreme Display is coming out. out, but the counter strike from Bin is enough to get one. They'll look for Hung as the second. Knight teleports in. Hung falls 2 quick kills.
Wow.
For BLG, the Rift held there for them. That
Good
will
catch.
be Beats.
Nicely done by BLG. Really quick
4
play.
teams. Do you remember that
Nets them
shit?
a couple
Yeah.
kills
But yeah.
and gets them feats. As
I mean,
you
they
said,
made
and
it though.
Even though they are
But,
down
yeah,
in gold,
I get what you're saying.
really favoring their position here once again.
But that's like the
feel
same with
they're
like
in a good spot.
Western
Beats
teams
is gonna
in
be a
general,
decent amount of
though.
combat power. They're going to get the Herald, which is likely going to result in a tower. But Cream is getting farmed here, just continuing to try to scale up. 163 stacks right now. Bin going to be looking for him, though.
Triforce, Cream does have the flash and has that flat. Counter-strike out. Cream's going to get
Ooh,
stunned.
the
Grandmaster's
damage.
fight coming. Where you going, Cream? Back to your teammate. Mom there for a bit of a heal.
Oh!
But Bin slapping him as
Oh,
he gets
what the
solo
fuck?
kill. 369 here to join Elk, trying to bolster the defenses of Bin.
Oh,
as they get
Bin!
the counter-strike down on
Bin
dashing
just woke
around.
the
Bin knows
fuck
he's gonna
up!
die. He's in the death realm.
What the
and
fuck?
369
I
will
mean,
hit
okay,
him
she was
across
playing
the
that really
face
fucking
with a
well.
mace to even it out
Dodging
1 for 1.
everything.
Still great
Bin,
play
okay.
from Bin. The red buff, I believe, finishing off Cream there. And you get the flash off the Smolder, which is critical.
And you get the Rift Hold in mid lane because all of top esports
It don't matter if
were
you win in
dragged down
scrims,
towards
if you
that
ain't
bottom
learning.
side to
Hey,
try and
crazy!
react. That will even out a bit
Don't
of this
bring
goal
that
deficit.
logic
BLG
here.
found
We're talking about
themselves
an
in.
NA
It's down
team.
to 1K from about 2K a minute ago.
Yep. Really good moves here. Now you're just going to use the Escape Herald to try to drive it down towards bot, but it will be finished off there by Kanavi. But you can see
The
Elk
best
already
in
pushing
the
in towards
West,
that
dude.
tower.
No
Assist
way they
pings
lose.
from TES as they
Is that
want to try to
good?
defend
Don't
it,
you
but
remember they
feels like
went
they're
to
probably
5
just
games
too
against
late
Gen
already,
G
as
last
BLG
year?
members are hovering.
And they also went to
Mongo
5 games
looking
against
for
BLG
Night
this
Rest. The
year.
Flash respects the fact that 369
They
was
didn't
coming
win the
across. His
series,
jungler
of
and
course,
his top
but
laner
they went
are
to
all the way on the
5
top side of the
games.
map. On here, can Grand Entrance and make a quick exit with the battle dance.
I mean, they got all 5 down here, so TES
Even though
needs to get
FlyQuest beat
something
G2,
because
G2
Bin is
should
gonna
not be
the
happy
little
about that
problem.
win.
There's no TP, so no one
It
can
was
answer
really
Bin.
bad.
On gets the flank onto Cream here. Elk
But
with
if
the
FlyQuest didn't win,
damage.
they would have been
Death
really
Grip not
happy.
gonna connect. Solar player down, lands the stun onto On, but Rakan not really the target that you want. He still has the quickness. Meanwhile, top esports continue to push in for the tier 1 on the bot side. Redemption being used. Supreme Display does catch on Elk, but he cleanses and Featherstorms away. The charge
God
from
damn!
On under the tower.
What the fuck?
Means absolute destruction for BLG.
Did they even use Galio ult?
369 as well. The
Oh,
tower
fuck.
still stands, but 369 tanks it up. In the
Wait.
end, a 3
Okay,
for 2
Knight, that
exchange,
Galio ult
but
was
Bin
fucking ass.
continues to push in
Oh,
the
wait, that was a
side
4v5.
Yeah, Bin wasn't even there. It was a 5v3 for a while, and then the Wukong arrives. It's still a 4v5.
Kevin's trying so
Meanwhile,
hard.
Bin is just getting so much gold up on that top side. TES,
I don't know, they're talking
painted
shit about
themselves into
NA.
a corner. They all moved down towards
Dude.
bot to try to prevent Elk from taking that tower.
I've been
and then they
watching
realized,
like
oh, we
League
got
for like
5
what,
members here. We got
12
no
years
TPs.
now.
We need to force,
It's
but
just
there's no objective,
it's
so
just how
it
it
had
is,
to be a
dude.
dive.
Just
And
talk
it's
shit
BLG
about
again,
NA.
First towards
That's
this
how it
dragon.
is.
369 is in the area. We'll see if they can contest. You really don't want to give up Soul Point here.
Yeah, you got to try and fight it, but Bin comes in with a counter-strike. Now 369 isolated. Kanavi's going to try and jump across this wall, puts down the control wall for a little bit of vision, but On goes in with the Grand Entrance, looking for that knock-up, hits the Gleaming Quill. Kanavi jumps in, Kanavi gets it, steals it, pays for it with his life, but he delays the soul, and that is what top esports needed from him.
Yeah, that is well worth it for Kanavi. I think that is a massive steal from him. Cloud Soul is insanely strong, especially for a lot of these champions in particular. You cannot be giving that over. Hung is going to have to spend the ulti just to try to get away here from Knight, who is going towards that zone. As I expected, has the Seekers ready, so that big playmaking tool. Now all of a sudden, Beishuan or Bin throw themselves in the back line. Galio comes over the top, can do so much upfront damage, then go into the Seekers and really create this zone of control, buy the space for Elk to do his work.
Cyclone used by Beishuan there just to make sure that he walks away from 369 safely. Talked about the ability for Kanavi to power farm on this Kiana, but dying there at the Drake loses his entire bot side jungle. It's a great steal from him. Waits out the Grand Entrance, uses audacity to jump across the wall and then
BLG. I
manages
know.
to land a smite, but after you go in there, you know you're done for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I know. That's one of the things that triggered me. It was like, you know, like, oh, FlyQuest will almost beat BLG. They're so good. Like, the BLG fucking sucked at MSI. Like, you saw them, like, completely get fisted by AL the, like, series after. I was like, what?
Cream is going to have 225.
That's why I made that tweet about, like, you know, NA, like, fraud.
He has gone for Shojin, which is kind of more that like a little
But then,
bit
like, dude,
bruisery,
the
or a little
fucking,
bit more tanky.
I mean,
Of course,
dude, you
if
should see the
continually
fucking,
get out spells, it starts to stack up. Works
all
pretty
those
nicely.
messages,
Usually when people go Shojin, they still
all
want
those
rapid
fucking
fire, which doesn't mean your
replies,
IE is
also
super delayed,
butthurt.
and your kind of consistent damage is a lot lower as a result. But it is a faster spike than the IE rapid fire style build. So Cream's still going to be really, really strong. Next wave, he has that 225. And then that really does, once you get the rapid fire, put a lot of pressure on your opponents, because you kind of just start having your team stand around you. You walk up, every time rapid fire is there, you cue someone, splash through the team.
Yep.
Exactly. And you start to really rot them down. You force them to look for engages, and TS are trying to do just that. I wonder if they had vision of this Wukong recall, because no one's here.
Teleport. He's going to TP up towards the top side.
LCP first, second seed beat the respective seeds of LTA. Yeah, that's true.
Now pull it up towards this top side.
So I mean, like, you know, all things considered, I think LCP did a, you know, good job. I obviously, you know, I want them to do better.
On, looking for the quickness, doesn't land it on anyone. Has to dive onto 369. The
I
heroes
don't
coming
know
out
about
as Kanavi secures the Archon. 369.
This is a fight they want to take.
In the middle of them all, Elk with a feather storm trying to pull back with the blade caller. Base one almost down.
Oh my god, this fight looks so bad.
Is flapping his way onto the backline, has to flash away.
Cream has 236 stacks.
Into the pit.
Oh, never mind, doesn't matter.
Are coming out on top.
Ooh, the stun damage.
Cream, now it's all on Jackie. The bot lane's the only ones alive. Top Esports will claim the fight as they get the Archon. But it was goddamn even through it all.
It was an insane fight here. And 369 to me was a real hero. Look at this. He forces out the Gallia wall, then goes into an ult of his own, completely immuning it, negating that entire thing by himself. And look at the space he's creating. We talked about their lack of frontline. 369 says you shouldn't have counted me out. And then Cream just goes all the way in, but this stasis from Knight plus a CC means Bin can flash in and finish him off. And then Bin very nearly had the 1v2. Jackie had to flash in the pit just to help him there, as Elk and On are winning out on the other side. This is a game of inches. Absolutely insane fight there.
I mean, it's also Hung having the
You
time
can talk
to
shit about
head
being
splash
better
across the
position
wall
for position
when you have
otherwise.
a blade caller and a grand
Yeah.
entrance from the Zaya
I mean, like,
and Rakan
you
that
know,
are being used.
I am sad that PSG didn't do like as well as I
difference
hoped.
between the two teams. A Cloud
I wanted, you know,
and an
PSG to
Archon for
beat
Top Esports with two
VKS
clubs,
and move on, but I
a
think they
Mountain and an
wouldn't have
Infernal
made it
and
too
the
far.
Feats of
And
Warfare
I
for
think
BLG.
Secret Wales, like, you know,
equates to
I
about
wish they were like, you know,
700 gold or so,
1-3 and
nothing too
2-3. I feel like that would be
yet
like,
for Top
you know,
Esports.
Yep.
good
and,
result.
We saw that Seeker's being used, but no problem, because Knight has
Yeah,
the
Dire
Zonius.
didn't
He
really have
got
a
it
great
right
tournament,
after
and
that fight. So
I don't know,
it
I
is
feel
gonna
like
be up
Betty
and
didn't show
available,
up
but
really.
Definitely the danger of using a defensive ult. 369, you really can't
I feel
go
like
for
Karsa
that
played really well,
because
though.
He'll just press R of his own. He's going to avoid that completely. You kind of want to be using it aggressively, you know, with On or Beishuan onto Cream or Jackie.
Because
That's
I know
really
how
what
hard
they
they've
are
been
looking
working,
for here.
like scrimming
So
and
I
stuff.
love the way that BLG played it out, but still, it's going to be about this next Dragon fight here.
Yeah,
TES
I mean, they
taking
did have a
position
really
in the
rough
river,
draw.
pushing up mid lane first, clearing out
Their
these
first two
wards
draws
now,
were really rough.
and they are going to be
Yeah,
pretty
Gen Z
tough
into
to walk
HLE,
into.
like for a team like PSG, like yeah, I can't expect them to beat that, right? I mean, I can't really expect anyone to beat Gen Z HLE like that, except for AL, of course.
But he's going to pop the decoy to get away. Death Grip out as well. Won't find its connection. BLG playing for this mid lane wave. Jackie Love coming across
And like,
towards
also
Knight,
like,
puts down
yeah,
the Gatling gun and hits a
the
few
scrims
autos.
from
Scream
PSG
still stacking
haven't
up
been really going
250
well,
now
right?
on
So,
that passive. Bin trying
like
to
you're
play
losing in
under
scrims,
control,
you're losing
but
on stage.
can't
It's
get
really
rid
like
of that
rough.
control ward. They do still have a ward in the pit. BLG pushing further forward here, looking for
Don't
as many
pack the
flank
bags.
positions
Yeah,
as
I mean,
possible.
Yeah, neither team having the confidence.
I just think they're at their limits.
Very chunks.
Beishuan just has to flash away. Hung flashes for the solar flare. Nimbus strike from Beishuan onto the minion wave, arriving just in time to save his life. On dashes.
Is you by the age of 40 on your wish list?
Blade, but you feel it's starting to swing. Top Esports, they're finding that rot damage, that poke damage, and it's BLG who are being pulled.
I don't know if I would
all
live to
ways
40.
Sunday.
Yeah, I think that's earned them the Dragon. You can see double recalls coming through.
Like Secret Wales is like a really young team.
Trouble, but we'll be able to
Dire
jump out to safety
underperforming,
now
like
for sure.
I think
They
it's
should
fine.
be starting this off. They will have time for the Wukong to maybe
Like
get back
Dire
in the area,
Histo are
but
like
Knight has
18.
no TP. I don't
So if
think
they
there's
can like
any
get good
real reason to try to contest
and be
this,
more
but Bin is still
consistent,
sitting
like
in a
especially their
dangerous position.
consistency. I still
And
think they're
maybe
really
gonna try to look for
inconsistent
something
as a team.
afterwards. been positioning to try to maybe catch Cream as he does walk down.
I like it because you also have Beishon coming in from the
They're
top
gonna
side
go.
here. There's the TP. They go into
Yeah,
Cream.
I'm not
Cyclone
worried about
down,
Secret
Bin
Whales,
can't
right?
get in range for the counter-strike.
Like Secret
Big
Whales
Five
team,
is
I don't
the
think
wall.
he changed
Supreme
much.
display of talent doesn't find
Like
anyone.
maybe
Mom's gonna
top.
heal him up now. His outfits is Cream up towards the top side. 369 on Beishon in the Death Realm. Will get him. El's gonna get one for one exchange so far as Bin dives onto the backline. Hung trying to retreat.
Yeah,
from Knight, but
they're the
369
youngest
there
team
helping
at
out. Man's gonna
Worlds,
flash
dude.
to the pit. Kanavi caught out by Bin and on no range for them, but the counter-strike just short. Kanavi, can he escape? Knight has that flank.
What does that even?
Team has
Can he
given up
can
the
he even go
ghost on
Baron?
him. He tries to dive onto Oak, but for it, he just dies.
Dude, BLG and TS are playing so bad.
But how close
it's
are
so
these
crazy
fights?
how bad these teams are.
Really crazy.
That's why I was like
These
making a joke
fights
that
are
maybe
so
FlyQuest
Bin
could beat
just
these
waited around for
teams.
so long,
Because
was
like it
not
doesn't
on
feel
vision.
like I'm
They
watching
go for
two
the engage
LPL
onto
teams,
Cream,
dude.
but Cream honestly has really great positioning. Flaps over the
Like,
wall,
look at-
avoiding pretty much everyone.
What the
except for
fuck,
the
Kanavi?
flanking Elk. Zaya comes
What
in.
is going
Great
on?
pull back on the feathers to be able to finish him off, but at the same time, 369 has already beat down your Wukong, taking him out. And Jackie Love, he's the backup AD carry. He's still alive and still firing. And it does mean Kanavi is kind of
Bro, this match is like
dry,
Cheever's DFM.
but it is still the Dragon going
Dude,
to
if-
TES.
like,
Another
hide
close
the
fight.
names,
The gold remains.
right? Hide the
practically
names.
Dead even.
Who's playing? You
We
would
are
think
just
it's
in
like
for such a
yeah,
treat
like an
here,
LCP
this
wildcard.
final
Like it doesn't
game
feel like this
between
is.
two of the best
It
teams
doesn't
the
feel we're
LPL
watching
has to offer
LPL
is
1
really
versus
delivering.
3.
And you're really seeing part of what top esports
Like,
are
it doesn't
trying
feel
to do
that
in some
way.
of these fights, which is pull them around, try and separate them. Because
And,
we talked
like,
about
yeah,
it in
that's why I'm like
they
so
don't
like
have this
confused.
traditional front to back. We stand
Like, because
behind
in
and all work
playoffs they look
forward and let
really
our smoke do
good.
all the work.
Like
You've got
LPL
Maul
playoffs,
putting
both
someone
these
in
teams
the
look
death realm.
so
You've got
good.
Leona looking for a stun on the other side. You've got Corky flying across. Kanavi trying to stun someone up. Whereas
Yeah,
BLG
this
haven't
dude,
quite
I mean,
found
dude,
that
FlyQuest
more
could win.
traditional front to back.
I
You
mean,
don't just have the
G2,
Wukong
okay,
engage
G2 can
into a
actually
hero's
beat these
entrance,
teams.
which is what
Like,
you
real
want.
talk, I
And
think
you have to
G2 are
give
better
credit
than
for
these
top
teams.
esports for
They
not
might find
allowing
it here.
that.
They're surrounding
looking
him.
for it now. On's going to get caught up towards the top side. Dashes away.
Like,
Has that
what the
gleaming pro
fuck is
TP
going on? They're
as
like
well as
missing
Bin goes in
abilities?
for the counter strike. He lands.
Okay,
And
he's
Kanavi's
in there.
gonna decide Tanner's gonna
Not
get
bad.
him
This is a
stunned.
winnable
The second
fight.
Beishon
Never
Jackie
mind,
Love's already
Rakan's
caught up
instantly
on.
dead.
Top esports just immediately turn it around.
Oh,
Beishon's trying to
Beishon!
swing around with a cyclone, but it's a Tempest for BLG. Now 2 for 2. Elk on
I
the
mean,
back
Cream
foot.
and Jackie Love are
Gets caught in the
perfectly
justice
healthy.
punch.
Okay,
And
Elk.
Elk
Oh!
finds the route.
Huge.
Finds the Featherstorm. Jackie answers.
Never
Jackie
mind.
flashes in. Jackie
Oh, Jackie Love.
for top esports pulls it from beyond the grave.
Jackie Love
Oh, never
finds
mind.
the moment here in the mid lane. Bin goes for the massive engage. Look to try to find a multi-man counter-strike here, but TES
What the
are able
fuck?
to hold on here. There's just too many threats, it feels like, on TES. Look
Like,
at Bin
Jax goes
flashing
in?
forward into the midst of everyone, getting that counter-strike
He only
down,
gets
but he's
one
pushed
stun?
back. And Jackie
Dude,
and
oh
Cream,
my
they
god,
are
Rakan
free-firing.
E'd onto Bin and
from
it
here, it looks
instantly
like it is actually
died.
cooked for BLG until
I think he
Elk
got hit by the
finds
Leona
an
ult.
incredible fight, knocking down multiple members, and then here on the side, goes forward, flashes for the pullback onto Cream, knocks down the Smolder, but Jackie still has resources. Barrier there, flash forward, knocks them both down, earns TES the Baron, and the first significant
Yeah, both
lead.
teams
And look at
could
the
lose,
heartbreak
dude.
there on the faces
Dude,
of the BLG
both
members.
teams can lose
Shadow
to, like, the other
distraught
competition.
as
Like,
his team loses what could be the game-deciding fight.
Do I say
really
Amkoy could beat them, dude?
The Baron secured for top
If,
esports.
dude,
Hung,
watching
Jackie
this,
Love,
like,
and Kanavi
legit, dude,
have
I
it.
don't
I'm not
think
sure
it'd be,
if
like,
369, yes, he
crazy
did.
if
Came up in
Amkoy
time
beat them.
to take it to. Now with the Red Bull Baron power play 2K already collected.
Gala
by
didn't have
top
ult?
esports. Looking for vengeance.
I didn't see the
in LPL
timer.
finals, when
It might
they
have
went
just
down in
came up.
5-2-3.
I mean, I think the
BLG,
biggest crime is on
the
just
story's
ending
the
the
same.
engage.
The book has been written. The engagers, if you find them
On
onto this
just
backline,
eat
it
onto
does
Bin.
work. You have a cycle, you counter
I think he got hit by the Leona ult and then just
tools.
instantly
The
died.
top esports ability to split, ability to scatter when that engage comes out has been sublime so far.
And I have to give so
Yes,
much
he's doing
credit
better
to
against
Kanavi,
Western
369
teams
and
and
Hawk, who are
BLG.
making that job so hard. They're saying, yeah, you want to engage? I am walking into you. I am begging you as you were
Dude,
trying
I
to
mean,
get
yeah,
close
they
to
did
my
beat
carries.
G2.
You cannot just walk up for free
Dude, they
and
beat
flash
100
on them. You
Thieves.
will take
Oh
damage.
my
You will
god,
get punished.
BLG didn't beat
And
100
if you try to
Thieves
go for
this
that
year.
engage and you fail, even
Dude, we're
just by
so
a pixel,
bad.
Cream and Jackie
That's
will
crazy.
make you pay for it. They are just destroying them at this point. As the third item is through for both of them.
Oh, dude,
Now
it'd be
that
so
rapid fire
cooked.
I
It would
talked
be
about is
absolutely
there.
fucked.
The game is 10
Only
times
one
easier to play. It
LPL
feels
team
like
in
as
quarters
older,
in
once you have
China.
that third item, you get the rapid fire. You are just laughing at him.
Yeah.
Take a breath, but take a moment. Cloud Drake's up. Will only be third
Oh,
for top
dude,
esports. No
it's
soul
not
for them
true,
yet, but
though.
I'm pretty sure they're happy with the extra movement speed they're getting out of these 3 clouds. The ability just to dodge and dip around the fight. And now they will be on Soul Point. 4,000 gold their lead for BLG. A 2024 that was so close but so far. 2 finals. Weren't quite able to take it over the finish line. Now a 25 that has been up and down, to say the least. Managing to pick up the win in the summer finals, but being eliminated before even making it to quarters here in China, in your home country.
Who did they look good against?
Zenith played dodged
Oh,
away.
BLG looked good against VK. I mean, no, actually, that's not true. VKS, dude, they could have won a game.
I mean, especially when you're looking at the
Dude, that's crazy. The #1 LPL team, I would say, would have almost, like, they should have lost the game against fucking Brazil, dude. That's fucking wild. Holy shit!
Cleansed away by Elk, but look at how low BLG already are. Elk is going to be able
Well, now
to
I know why Order isn't awake.
Continue to push in. 369 looks for the flash death grip, doesn't get it through the decoy. Top esports on the advance.
Losing this.
369 short change to E there, misposition on his cursor, so it didn't actually fully extend, but it doesn't matter. They take the tier 2. They're going to crack the inhibitor towers here. You can see assist pings are deep. They're going to try to look for a TP play here. Bin's trying to find
I think team comp wise, Galio makes sense. I just think giving it to Knight, your best player, is fucking dumb.
Bin with a stopwatch ongoing in grand
Okay.
entrance. Meanwhile on the top side, 369 the target for
I mean,
Elk.
Jackie Love and fucking
Bin looking for
okay.
a engage, dives in onto Jackie Love. That's 2. Bin's doing it. Knight flashes away, but Kanani dives in. On with a battle dance. The counter strike from Bin.
Can he punish this?
369 down.
My
It's
God.
a triple
Oh,
for Bin.
holy
It's
shit.
looking for more. Make it 4 for BLG.
They caught him.
Somehow they hold on.
BLG hold the line against the odds
Oh,
here.
no.
It
He's
looked
getting
like
ready.
TS was about to wrap it up.
Dude,
But
what
BLG
the fuck,
saying
man?
no, you will go no further. They're able
Dude, this
to
fight
find
was
the
so
angle. Your
messy.
home's already low. Bin just forces the issue, goes straight in. Beishwan as well as Almer threatening Jackie as 90 beat in.
Oh my
and look at Elk over the wall the whole time. Elk has such beautiful positioning. 369 only finds the ult
Yeah,
onto
Jackie
a
Love's
Wukong,
in the middle of
and he
no
can't
man's
even hit him
land.
during it. He's over the wall. Elk is untouched. The solo laner's getting so much work done here for BLG as Elk gets pulled in, but flashes back.
I mean, Elk,
Bin
this
and
E.
Beishwan just bouncing back and forth, and then
So
that
good.
feather pull catches the smolder, knocks him down.
Shadow's like,
and
fuck!
BLG,
What
they're
is
not
happening
dead
to my
yet.
team?
I was having
Why
a
did they sub me out?
I had that pure momentum in my head right there.
Oh
when you
my
need him,
God,
Bin stands
dude.
up. He's had a quiet world so far. It's been Knight who's put the team on his back.
I mean,
but now
yeah.
Bin
But
with a
dude,
quad
I don't know,
3K
man.
gold
Both
lead for him,
teams are
doesn't
just
matter
flashing
too
like
much.
crazy.
Has the frozen heart, 3
We,
items on
we,
base,
would
one
have,
Knight
we
and
would
2.
never imagine a best
You can see Jackie
LPL
has
of
that shield bow, so
16
going to be even harder to knock
elimination games
down.
got
Critically
cast
Cream,
like
no
how
IE yet.
XP
Really wants to get
rocks.
towards that. And Elk has just been playing stellar in these team fights. He is on 4 full items, has the Infinity Edge. And he's going to have to do so much of the heavy
Dude,
lifting. He is the consistent damage for the team. It's
legit.
up to the
Just
others
like
to
watch the
create
LPL
space, but
Grand
he must
Finals.
capitalize on those
You would not
opportunities.
think
And
these
if
are the
he
same teams.
mispositions, he's
You would
gonna
just
be
think that like, oh,
instantly
they're
dead
just like, you know,
against a comp with
subs
this
or
many
whatever,
threats. But look
or
at
trolling.
BLG. Threatening a potential flank. If TS move up here, they might just go.
The strike, they dive in immediately. Hero's End just coming out as well. Kanavi able to flash away with the supreme display of talent. 369 on that front line, catches out Beishwan. He's putting the Cyclone. Jackie Love trying to Gatling gun through Beishwan, and he'll find him. Bin jumps back in on there with the quickness. He gets 2 with the grand entrance. Hung trying to escape. The dive in from Bin again as he chases
Bin's
them
playing
down.
well.
Counter strike out, only
Oh
finds
my
the
God,
Leona.
Cream's
Stun
damage.
He's gonna dive further
Cream has
forward.
360
The chaos.
stacks.
Can Bin jump out? He dives back in somehow. The counter strike enough to keep him alive.
Holy
the orders from
shit.
Gatling gun. Knight's going to retreat. Top esports now on the front foot. A man down though.
What a close fight there. You thought Cream might have taken over, but he couldn't finish it off. It's blinking health bars.
No, I mean,
It's
this game
Bin
is really
just
like competitive
juggling
and
it
fun.
so incredibly well.
But it doesn't
Going
feel
forward
high
with
level.
the counter-strike into the stasis. Counter-strike back up
It
again.
doesn't look like we're
creating
watching two
incredible amounts
Eastern
of
teams
space
play.
for his team. Bin is showing
This
pride.
looks
His name
like-
is synonymous with Jax. He is known
God
for his
damn,
champion, the best
It's
Jax
no
in the
damage
world.
versus no
This guy
tank.
is just insane when he is playing at his best.
Holy
and he's stepping
fuck.
up in the
It's
moment when
LTS fun?
BLG needs him most.
Dude.
But it is 20 seconds until the
I
potential
dare
Cloud
anyone to try to
Soul.
spot
TS
the
has claimed
difference.
The last 3 Cloud Dragons
If I
in
took
a
nameplates
row.
up, Dude, I don't think people can find the difference.
If you thought it was hard for them to find engages,
Oh, is this Thailand League?
Give over that cloud
where they
soul,
play
you
for
are
no
probably
money?
Both never finding the
yeah.
engage and never getting away
Cool.
after a failed engage.
Just never be able to escape. For top esports,
It's cool. This is the worst game of the tournament. Just
what the
instead of
comp
all
is meant
Chinese.
to do.
That's crazy, dude.
Catch out the engage with that Death Realm, then just allow the Corki in the Smolder to spit out damage to engulf their opponents, but BLG have been so good at stepping back, and once again, Beishuan is looking for that flank position. The Cloud Drake
Beishuan?
begun by top esports. Beishuan looks
Okay,
for
they
the
find him. They know.
Cyclone.
Here it
It's
is.
a category 5,
Oh,
but
he's
it's
in
knocked
W.
into the wall.
Oh,
The
the
Drake
Galley
secures
ult's kind of
the soul.
huge.
For top esports, they begin to retreat. Mom comes down.
Where,
Green
oh,
by
wait, they didn't get the
Beishuan going
capsule
out
though.
now.
Oh, wait, they're losing the whole
It's
game.
hunting season.
Oh, fuck.
Cream, he finds 2. Jackie adds another.
Wait, is that game?
Top esports find the fight, and they'll march down the bot lane.
Beishuan looked for the engage, but Kanavi instantly denies it, stuns him into the wall, and seals their fate. Top have done it.
Top won't go through the bottom lane. They'll go through the LPL champions. They'll go through to the quarterfinals. Top by name, top by nature. In the battle
Holy
of the LPL,
fuck!
TES rises victorious and makes it to quarters.
What a battle. To me, that's the best game of Worlds thus far.
That was so fun.
Such an incredible
I thought he said that was so fucked.
game between these two teams.
Oh my god.
TES with a very difficult to execute on composition here, really making it work in the key moments. Lightning fast
I mean,
reactions.
it's better
there
than
from
me
Kanavi
with my
to
high-pitched voice.
seal the game.
Because that Cyclone, if that's on that your backline for long enough for a Counter-Strike, a quickness to follow up, you are just all done for. Perfection from Kanavi in the end. Top esports, the ones that will go through to our final 8 for BLG.
Dude, I haven't seen Order all day long.
You have to say, we're gonna hand it over to the
Oh,
analyst
dude,
desk to
that's
break
so
down
fucking
that series.
sad.
Breakdown what? I freaking love League of Legends, man. That was the most kill we had in
Your
a game.
pick'ems,
at
my
Worlds.
pick'ems are
LPL
fucked.
versus LPL. That is all I expected here from a matchup like this, guys.
Yeah, we got to see BLG solo laners take over game 1. We got to see this this series, top esports play a lot more controlled, and then we just got to see 2 teams bash each other's heads in for game 3 as BLG take their final bow. I'm so sad that we have to lose one of these 2 teams, right? Because
Dude,
I think
honestly,
neither
I
team
feel
had
I actually feel sorry for Knight. I think Knight played really well.
These 2 teams have
I think the rest of his team is kind of ass. Ben was bad. I mean, today he kind of played better, but for the most part, he was also kind of bad.
Rough times that they had this
I wanted
year,
BLG to win Knight and his 4
really
backpacks.
sad to see them not go back to the bracket stage to try to kind of defend that position.
Listen, as funny as it is to fucking watch Order cry, I feel bad for Knight. I think that guy did played really well.
What a
Like,
performance
he
it
should not
was,
be getting
because in that
eliminated
game
by
3,
fucking
even
Cream,
when their
dude.
backs are pushed to
Holy
those Nexus
shit.
towers, they still find those
Time
incredible
for T1 to get knocked
I
out,
mean,
dude.
Bin on
T1
the
gets
Jax
knocked out.
really
Holy
showed
shit.
up today.
Yeah,
But again, it also
BLG's
just
out.
shows the
They're
resilience of
done,
top
dude.
esports,
They
the
lost.
caliber of these
They didn't even
players.
make top 8.
369 bringing out his signature Mordekaiser, basically making
Dude,
it
BLG
impossible
lost
for
to
Beishuan
fucking.
to ever
They
work
lost to
with Bin
NA
to get
and
onto the
EU.
back
They
line.
got a
But
fucking
these fights were so
China
neck
versus
and
China
neck.
matchup,
God,
and they
watching
still
Alchemy's
lost.
fights, Jackie loves positioning. Like, we know that the LPL is known for their team fights, but this was just a beautiful demonstration of what this region has to offer.
I'm so glad you called out so many of the champion choices too, right? Because when their backs up are against the wall, LPL teams will always default for comfort, right? That's how we got the Bin Jax. That's why we get the Mordekaiser from 369. Like, even if it doesn't make sense to our viewers at home who haven't been watching LPL, it definitely makes sense to them in terms of comfort. You could see it in these team fights from both of these top laners,
Shadow made
right?
better?
And
Yeah.
I mean, shout out to Cream. I know he's
They're-
had a rough
I'm
tournament.
surprised
I know
this
he
ban
had some
pick lost, though.
mispositioning errors in this
You know what I'm
game,
saying?
even
I
on
thought
the
BLG
Smolder.
won
However,
draft.
Hopefully people believe me when I say this is someone who has been able
Yeah,
to
go help
contest
with quick
Knight
text,
this year.
right.
Like, he has improved so much as we see that damage coming out of the Smolder in this game.
Yeah,
And
they-
so
they-
I
they
really,
didn't-
really
yeah.
hope that he can kind of brush off
Yeah.
the nerves now and have a
BLG
better performance
never-
going forward.
And this is a huge
Yeah,
opportunity for top
BLG
esports to
never
finally
played an
change
Eastern
the
team until
narrative.
now,
Finally
and they lost to two
the
Western
quarterfinals.
teams.
We heard the elation of the fans
Dude,
in the
legit
arena to see
FlyQuest.
Jackie
Yeah,
Love
they
back
didn't.
at
I
another
mean, they lost to
quarterfinals.
an
It's
Eastern
gonna be an
team, but at
exciting
least
one,
they
and if
didn't lose to
play
a
like they
Western
did
team besides
today,
G2,
They
right?
are a scary opponent to go up against.
Vintage
Like, FlyQuest probably beat better teams than fucking BLG, dude.
Cinema in this best of 3 series.
That's
and we have one less
crazy.
team yet to qualify to quarterfinals. It is going to be Movistar Koi going against the world champions T1 right after this. Speechless. Absolutely speechless.
As well as Bin goes in for the counter strike, he lands it onto Kanavi. Supreme decided Tanner's going to get him stunned. The Cyclone from Base 1, Jackie Love's already killed off one. And Top Esports just immediately turn it around. Base 1 trying to swing around with the Cyclone.
I don't think any team can get a draw like BLG.
Now 2 for 2 out from the back, but Knight gets caught in the Justice Punch. Elf flashes, finds the route.
TS? I mean, okay, now TS lost to KT and Gen G. T1 is kind of close, to be honest.
Jackie Love finds the moment.
Because the only Eastern team, T1 played was Gen G, right? And they lost. Jesus, wow. Yeah, oh, yeah, maybe the damage, I didn't think about it. I thought BLG's draft was better, but maybe I was wrong. Try all champions for free. Yo, that's kind of cool. The player stuff, Faker. God damn. I gotta get Wilder from my fucking phone. Yeah. Okay, yeah. But I mean, like, what's it called? I mean, if you want to include CFL as an Eastern team, right? But usually when we say Eastern, we just mean LPL, LCK. Like, T1 lost to Gen G, BLG lost to Top. Because T1 gets to play against MCOY. So that's like a Western team. Next time maybe board? Yeah, maybe. But we'll have group draws, so we'll see the top 8 matches. When will they consider LCP teams as Eastern? It's just like not the same caliber, I would say. I don't know. It is kind of weird not to include them, but at the same time, I do kind of feel weird. It's just faster to say Eastern team than say LPL LCK team. But I guess that would be a better way to classify it.
It's Europe's rising star versus the reigning dynasty in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Spain's MKOI, the #2 seed from Europe, face T1, the greatest team in league history, with everything on the line. In just 16 minutes and 47 seconds, T1 crushed Mad Lions at MSI 2023. Now Aljoya returns stronger as the rebranded MKOI charge toward their first Worlds quarterfinal since 2021. As for T1, the defending world champions haven't finished below semifinals since 2020. They may not look dominant this year, but history says never underestimate T1. Will MKOI's tenacious hunger rewrite history, or will T1's legacy burn through once again?
Once more into the fray at the Swiss stage of Worlds 2025, and what better team to close us out than T1 as they take on Movistar KOI. It's true what they said in the video, you can never count them out, but can we count these boys in? I think it's going to be a hard battle for them, and they are trying to very much conquer their demons, make it to that next stage at internationals. You heard it there, 2021 for Aljoya, that breakout year for him, but since then, no longer able to make it to quarters. And I don't know how hard or difficult it's going to be today, but I wager, Maurits, very difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't want to break the news to you, but I think we can all be honest
shocked.
about it. I know when it comes to T1, the plot armor is just insane. This team always clutches up, particularly at Worlds. So as we take a look at MKOI, obviously I think have been a really interesting org to me in that they've both been fairly consistent in being able to make it to internationals while simultaneously struggling to really make a mark.
Do you mean MKOI's been consistent or Mad Lions and getting 17th, 18th? What are you saying there,
But they
Mau?
made it.
But they're there!
That's true. They're there. They're there once again. We know it's going to be an uphill battle, but I do want to give them the time of day, Emily, in terms of their story, because I want to remind people of spring in the LEC.
Let's
it was
go.
a similar situation to today where nobody
Oh,
believed
my
that
notifications
they
are
could take
popping
the title.
off.
Nobody believed that they
People
could
are
take
finding
the
my
games and that they
tweet
had
about
grown enough to show that
talking
promise. Well, I
shit
think
about
here it
ENG.
is a story of can you do that again and
Dude,
overcome
600
that
likes
even if
now.
you want to take down the world champions.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for watching MKOI this year for me is you see they have the absolute ability to kind of punch up
Look at
and
this
do
stupid fucking
super,
tweet, man.
super well, like you
I'm gonna
said,
pin
against
it.
opponents that you wouldn't necessarily pick them in those matches. However, we've also seen them fumble a bit at this tournament against opponents that aren't nearly as strong as T1.
They had the reverse sweep versus Team Secret Wales, but it left a lot to be desired. They're up versus T1 Maurits, and now I gotta say, do you agree they've gotten a fraud draw, and why are they in this position?
Okay, that is a loaded question that I will not answer as such. Leading question and loaded question. What I do want to highlight is that for T1, it feels like a retread of the last 2 years. And I keep bringing this up because I think there's a lot of people that will only tune in for Worlds and they'd be like, I've seen T1 win the last 2 times. Why do I keep being told? It's because it's important to know this team, even though they're the 4th seed, brought Gen G to 5 in the LCK playoffs. And I think we're seeing some underperformances compared to domestic performance, which I don't know if they're going to be an issue for MKOI, but if you're a T1 fan, you want to see them fix those today because it is an important tempo in going into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge thing for T1 as well, right? Coming out of that 100 Thieves lineup, or 100 Thieves match yesterday, I think they would have wanted to look a little bit stronger in that match.
And
Dude,
something that
it's
I want to
funny
talk about
because T1 looked really
Carrier,
good
to me, when
in
he's good, and we
LCK.
saw that for multiple
Split
games throughout this
3.
year, obviously many times in the last year, is
But, like,
the
they
most
fucked
impactful
up
support in
playoffs
the
so
world.
hard.
It's really hard to put into words how much this guy does for T1, and I just don't think that thus far we've really seen that level of impact from this player at Worlds.
I'd make a case he can be the best player in the world. I think
sure,
he can break
yeah.
it outside of that support role, and if he is not playing up to his usual level, of course that's going to have a great add-on effect onto this team. Is that where you nail it down also, Emily, the support role, or is it because the whole team isn't working as such that then, of course, support also suffers?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, I don't think Carey has had the performance he would have wanted. I also think a lot of it is a team issue. I think someone you want to be looking for to kind of start having a he has such a rock solid mental, I think, in a lot of these cases, is Gumayushi. I thought he had a really strong performance yesterday, even with Keria sometimes being a little bit behind the rest of the team on some of these engages. And this is
호 선수
a huge
만나보겠습니다.
meta for AD carries.
호
Right?
선수
They play such an important
만나보겠습니다.
damage
8강
role in
진출
so many of these
축하드립니다,
comps,
꽁씨.
as we've seen already.
이렇게
And we saw
승리와
him
호
clean
선수
up in
만나.
Oh,
so
he's speaking
many
Korean?
team fights
인터뷰 정말
yesterday.
감사드리고요. 여기까지가 도고 선수였습니다.
And he steals all the
감사합니다.
objectives.
Exactly. He can also be a
인터뷰
jungler.
정말 감사드리고요.
That's actually the
여기까지가
biggest
도고
criticism
선수.
of Owner yesterday was that he got a little bit too used to having a third smite. But for me, Guma and Owner both. I know that Owner smites yesterday weren't necessarily the best, but for me, the team fight setup is coming from him. The knocking down is coming from Guma. And we still have some of the clutch moments for Faker. We still have some glimpses of domestic Doran, but I think that T1 is going to be looking today to see everything kind of come together. And again, we go back to 2023. There were also questions going in, and they had a nice walk. They all came together, and the rest is history.
It's true, it's true. I do want to bring up some, not counterpoints, because that sounds like I think MCO is gonna like 2-0 T1 or anything like that. But I think when it comes to talking about Guma and his consistency, for me, Supa is a really, really big question mark. I think he had one of the worst series he's ever played versus Team Secret Wales, and that's not the Supa that I know and have come to love in the LEC. And whenever we've counted him out, he's had better performances, and I know he's going to want it today. Alvaro, on the other hand, is someone who I've always found incredibly consistent for the side of Movistar Coin. I think, Emily, even in those runs that weren't that good at Worlds last year, he was always the shining light. But is it all going to be enough is, of course, the question.
I mean, I think that I'm glad you brought up support, because I think support jungle is actually still massive right now in the meta, right? And I think when I think of this Movistar Koi team playing at their best, it is, sorry, I'm going to pronounce that.
No, it's cool. They're movie stars.
It is from Elyoya, who's kind of the heart of this team.
Marcus is real shy waiting for host replies for 40 hours ago. It's funny. I just thought it was like a joke. People were like mad at him, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I just thought it was like a dumb joke, you know?
Elyoya still chasing that 1647 redemption. He wants it erased from his records. But let's see how the fans have voted at home. You can vote every single day at MasterCard GT on X. Well, not when we take a break, but you know, whenever there's matches. And they are calling the match for T1 with 73.8% of the votes.
That's not that many.
What?
For T1 standards, that's low.
Yeah, again,
we're looking at 80.
Whenever T1, I'm usually expecting 80%. Yeah,
so
it's pretty funny.
Well, that's how you know that T1, you know, they've been a little bit shaky. And I can't wait to eat my words, you know, because we've done that the last 2 years when it comes to T1.
Absolutely. I think nobody will blame us for saying that, because it's just happened 2 years in a row.
60%?
They have their eyes on the prize. They don't usually
we'll see after the group draws or the playoff draws.
So could
we don't know who we're playing yet, Puck, so
help them or kick their
but we'll
chances
see
away.
after
I don't know,
this
but
series.
I'm going to give my full support to Movistar Koi as they go up against T1. Come on, give us a show, boys.
And I think that's all we really want. Classic bias. Shocks wants a show from the boys. This desk, though, there's going to be no bias, even those two LEC cashers. Dragos and Dagda.
Wait, what?
Oh, did you not get that? Did you not get the memo?
Get the email. I didn't
oh,
get the
okay, all right. That's my bad. We show a normal
50% either they win or they don't. True. When will the next games be? Tuesday to Friday.
Three
You don't know yet.
teams have already made it through, but one LCK team is built a little bit different, right? That is T1.
So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be quarterfinals. And then Saturday, Sunday will be semifinals, and then next weekend will be
the number
grand
one
finals.
most beloved team in the LPL if they did manage to make that happen, I imagine.
It's also because we've just seen BLG get eliminated. If T1 are now eliminated alongside it, that's both of our finalists from last year's taken out of the equation.
But I mean, like, I think our draws are pretty
would be
good.
incredible, but I think a lot of people expecting T1 to be able to take this. They have been exceptionally strong over the course of the year. At some points, even the strongest team in the LCK. So it's going to be hard for Movistar Koi to take them down.
Uphill battle, to be certain. The MasterCard fan vote, you know, they were surprised it wasn't 80%. I will say T1 still expected to be the heavy favorites. Again, for both of these teams, they haven't had the most awe-inspiring run thus far, right? Neither one of these teams has beaten an LCK or LPL team in Swiss. But of course, T1 did start the tournament by beating IG. So a little bit of a different story, a little bit of a different tale, and we'll need to see what both these teams, you know, true level really is at, because there have been shaky performances. We heard about Supa, T1 obviously. While they clearly dismantled 100 Thieves, there were still a lot of kills given up. There were still a lot of moments where
okay,
feel
let's
like Thieves might
see.
be able to take a win.
And a lot of that was
T1 also hasn't been looking too good.
From 100 Thieves, where they were able to catch T1 out in rotations, but T1 were able
I
to
would
fall
say the
back towards what
main
has been
gap is
exceptionally
probably
strong
mid
for
lane.
years
Like
and years and
Faker
years.
has
Their
been
team
like
fight
kind
had
of
objectives. Finding those
struggling
moments
in
where they're able to
lane.
pop off and have their
I do
carries
think
take
Owner
shape.
and
So
Guma
I think
haven't
that's
played
basically
the
what T1 are
best
gonna be
so
trying to
far.
look to do here. Whereas for Movistar Koi, I think it is a huge amount on Elyoya and Alvaro to try and play through this early game, find some early leads, ban the Bard, try and find out if you can take it to T1 through that strong early game.
I like starting with Ban the Bard.
Yeah.
You know, it really is one step at a time, baby steps, explosive early game, and of course, for the EU fans out there, they're still carrying the trauma. Shock's brought it up before, but look, we look back to the 1647 era, that Mad Lions roster was ahead, Rob. We talked about this.
Yeah.
They were getting kills in every single early game.
They
Fun
got
fact,
first blood every game.
if you watch just the first 5 to 10 minutes of all of the games from the 1647 series, you would really think that T1 were losing.
Except for game 3.
Game
with the 1647 game,
yeah, there might have been a little bit of mental boom after game 2.
We'll see.
Again,
also,
it's not
T1's
enough, right?
drafts,
We
I
have
mean, like,
seen
everyone
for
likes
that
to
was
blame
the story
T1
for
drafts,
sure
right?
against They got those early
But it
leads.
is
They
kind
could
of
not close it
ass.
out. They could not bring it home. And even against Team Secret Wales, we saw some of that same shakiness.
It is weird,
hoping
dude.
for
Like,
that level up in
3
performance to
years
give us
of
the
like
compelling
playing
series.
with this like
7
squad,
out of 8 teams
their
locked
drafts
in for
have
the
always
bracket
been like
stage. One
so
more to follow.
inconsistent.
Expectation is it'll be T1, but again, never say never when it comes to the world stage and upsets.
Yeah, I am curious what the game plan is here for Movistar Koi, because even when they were in LEC, one of the things we always talked about was their preparation. Now, obviously, much shorter timeline to try and get that preparation done, but still, this is a squad that tends to kind of download their opponents and then figure out,
So what's
okay,
the
we're
event?
going to try and pay for
I mean, yeah.
side lanes, picks, team fights,
Group
whatever it
draws
might
are
be.
after
I think
this,
in
so,
sort of
or
instance, when you
playoff draws
looked at
are
what
after
Bunch of
this, so.
Thieves were pulling off yesterday, I
Might
wouldn't be
as
surprised
well.
to see them go for this kind of
What else am I gonna
style
do?
with the things like the
Jerk
Talia,
off
the
for like
Galio,
5
the Eyes,
hours?
Try and find those picks and find those ways to get the game in their favor off of those picks, because I think if you allow T1 to just kind of slow the game down and play for team fights, I think that's where the individual performers on T1 will shine, and I don't know if Movistar Koi can keep pace.
Good question. We'll be able to identify pretty quickly as we enter the mid-game in this game one. Of course, for now, though, we're headed to the Champions Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. Bard already banned away. Check. One thing off the to-do list on how to beat T1. Of course, there's about 50 to 60 other steps in the process, but that's one.
Yeah, step 2 and 3 is what's happening with Orianna and Azir, because Trundle now going to be banned away, leaving both Ori and Azir here. So I personally, if I'm looking at T1, don't give across the Azir. I think that has been exceptional for Faker for an extremely long time.
Yeah, I think I
Orianna
prefer the
has
Azir,
been
but
the stronger performer at this tournament.
if you want to first pick
The
a
problem is
champion,
whenever you say the name Faker and you say exceptional
I
performer
wonder if
for
it's
a
better
long
to
time,
go,
you just start listing
a lot of champions.
A healthy
Wukong.
portion of the entire League of Legends roster. We were watching the replays again. It was Cassante mid last year. It was
Cassante and
Nautilus mid last It's gotten weird over the years, but this could
What do
be
you think
a
about
more
the
conventional
Gam
mid lane
Kyrie
matchup. They
rumors?
opted for the Orianna. Now, I think it is important to call out where there have been some struggles in inconsistency. JoJo has
Yeah,
been
I'm
pretty
fine
solid,
with that.
and Orianna remains that super.
I mean, like, yeah.
For a good reason. So
That's all
see what
right.
they can do with this is an immediate Cassante picked up, not afraid to blind pick versus Mirwin, even with the luxury of red side counter pick.
Yeah, it's also been a champion Mirwin has, honestly, I think been
It
one of
doesn't,
his
like,
best
instill, like,
champions, so I'm not
confidence,
surprised to
though.
take away. The Azir is going to be picked up next. I do think, though, because you've still got options here for, like, the Wukong for Elyoya, which has also been a very strong pick from, the Orianna Wukong, a strong combo. I think MKOI still are going to be relatively happy with the way this draft is going so far. But again, for T1, I
Cam's
think
just
it's
man.
what
Fuck
you
me,
want,
man.
your bread and butter. It's
Toxic.
Faker on Azir, strong front line.
Kevin is the
You're going to get
greatest
something
by
like,
volume, size,
Varus,
weight
someone along those lines for bringing that
X-Men in
bottom
the
side of map
world.
if you'd really like to.
I'm the
even Zaya,
biggest.
and you're going to be fairly happy with the way things are going.
I'm the biggest
are.
League of Legends expert in the world,
Taking
okay?
their time, they are going to opt to lock in the Xin instead, so potentially indicating a more aggressive.
Elio's has been the most
plan in the
consistent
early game.
VCS support all
Obviously,
year.
we've seen Wukong kind of, I would say, be the pick of the
Ooh.
tournament. It had
That's an
meta
interesting
prio
one.
a lot in all the regional playoffs, but I feel like in this tournament especially, it's looked super dominant. Now paired alongside the Corki, so MKOI a lot of early to mid-game power here across these last 2 picks.
Yeah, that's
kind of
actually kind of
interesting. I
interesting.
think MKOI is saying, look, if we don't win early and win hard, we don't
Because
really
like
have
I
a
mean, like
chance here.
Taki
So
had.
going for a very
It's kind of
strong
weird.
early
Like
game
Taki
with Zinzao, you don't have to
hasn't
wait for
been
that
really
level 6 on the
consistent.
Wukong.
Elio might
Try
be,
and
but maybe
find
it's
these early
like
skirmishes with the
floor is
strong power
higher
lane
than
that you
other
have in the Corki.
supports. The
But it was
ceiling's
gonna be
probably
answered
not
by the Bars. We
higher.
kind of expected this. Just like a
Whatever.
very
What do you
strong
mean,
lane,
whatever,
something that
Moon?
Guma
It's
usually
true.
is exceptionally strong on. So I think for
Who's
MKOI,
bigger than me?
it's going to be
Exactly.
all focus on this early stage.
Where, however, are the bans going to be focused? Obviously a bit of a mismatch. MKOI can shape the jungle matchup, but support's going to be
Dude, I hate the fact that Guma has to play Varus while
being
Super gets to play Corki.
is always a terrifying
So
prospect.
cringe.
We might not be in, you know, Caitlyn's support era, but it still haunts me at the very least.
Yeah, I'm also curious if we end up falling back to like things like the Gwen in that top side, like especially when you have the.
But I would
the
argue
Zelda,
that
you got the
Taki
instant armor
outperformed
comp,
him
the
in
twist
like
with
the key
both of
moments
those,
of split
but we'll have to see
3.
if that is going to be the plan.
Like I feel like
Because it
that's
does give
a
you
big
very
reason.
strong
I mean,
front line
oh,
and
his toe also
something that
played
is
really
very
well.
good at synergizing with these engage tools from Alvaro, which has been his best style of champion. We'll have to see what the game plan is, because you haven't seen much Gwen at this tournament, so it may just be an Ornn ban instead for T1 to try and take away some of that tank v tank matchup in the top side.
Is that option going to be for now? Is the Rumble instead, so limiting that long range. Of course, you do have the Varus, who's that immobile carry, and the slow, the damage from an equalizer can just make Guma's life pretty miserable, whether it's on hit or poke Varus, although poke, I think, is the assumption at this stage. One final ban here for MKOI.
Draft? I'm kind of leaning towards MKOI, to be honest.
It can be really tough here for MKOI.
Keep in mind, yeah, even if MKOI does
really
have a better draft, T1 should be the better team. So it just depends. Like, I don't think T1 are going to lose draft hard enough.
Probably means we're going to see at least probably just 2 more melee champions from inside of MKOI.
I have a friend watching. I have to keep laughing off your ego and justifying why we are friends. How many have excuses? You have a friend?
Champions out and about now. Obviously with the Bard band and the Poppy.
How much are you paying him?
Hey, look, Alistair, Nautilus, Terrell, we're happy to just take that matchup in a basic sense and see what MKOI want to
I'll start like that.
Okay, MKOI. Playing with our hearts, perhaps. Engage. Which, again, if you are
Warhound's
trained
not
out
bad.
at all, this is one of his best picks.
Okay.
Like
$30 bucks an hour?
It's actually going to be the Mordekaiser coming in on the top side. So not just Bwipo anymore.
Kind of cheap,
Anyone
though.
and everyone pulling out this pick and can disrupt a lot of what T1 want to do in these team fights. Clutch ult can make all the difference.
The Kiana would surprise me here.
I don't think the Jarvan's ass.
I don't think you've got the setup and the way that your team fights want to play are fairly easy front to back.
Owner Kiana?
Owner, maybe feeling himself here today.
Confidence. Kiana going to be picked up here. Obviously, can be fantastic engage CC or follow up CC, but isn't always going to have the same reliable teamfight impact of the Jarvan.
I figure pick one. 6th world champion, be my
used to feel like
boyfriend.
an
What
LPL
the
special, but it has
fuck?
just been rising in
God
priority.
damn. What's up,
Yeah,
Gooners?
we've seen
Yo,
Owner
what's
play it
up?
once before. Didn't end
How
up
you
winning
doing,
on
man?
us. What we'll have to see is, as you say, it's been more of an LPL pick than an LCK pick.
I kind of like MKOI's draft more.
This, ball rolling, Kiana
But I
is
don't
an
think it's going to
exceptionally
be
strong
enough to
cause, but
win.
it's not exactly in a list of champions that I would expect
Like
to try and
T1's
play
draft.
in the early stages, right?
One
It's
thing
here
is, I don't think
sit in
Owner's
lane and
good
smash
enough to
the game
play
up. Varus just
Kiana.
looking to push waves
And also don't like the
consistently
fact that
and kind of
Kubica has
win
played
out through that
Varus.
respect. So trying to find these moments to snowball this Kiana may be a little bit tough.
That's why I'm kind of leaning towards
But I think if you're a
MKOI.
T1 fan, you're sitting there pretty comfortable.
Kobe Star
because,
Koi.
Faker, 139 wins, 61 losses on Azir. Most played champion by more than 80 games. So I think if there's anyone who, whatever happens in early game, could scale up and bring this home, that is the man that I'm looking at.
Guma have a habit of it.
Yes. But that is, of course, the historical, the prestige, the pedigree of Faker. More recently, as the desk highlighted, Guma has been the guy to look at. We'll see. Poke Varus is one of those champions that, again, it all depends on if you can land the Qs. If you can get those early advantages, Guma has been able to connect them in just about every situation. See if he can do that once again. So get ready for the first game in this series. Again, the final team to move into the top 8 here at Worlds will be MKOI.
I don't play
Will
League
it be
anymore.
T1?
You want T1 to win? Simple. Makes sense,
One of
dude.
the favorites, but MKOI.
I really don't play League that
shot.
much these days, dude. But I think T1 winning would be better.
Fans
But
who have trekked here out to Beijing. I just heard one very guttural roar of Vamos Koi. Sometimes it could make all the difference.
And for MCoy, they're hoping.
Yeah, I like MCoy's draft more, but I don't think it's going to be enough to win. I don't think MCoy are going to play it well enough.
So significantly less worried about that. And no word placed yet, but Carrier, there goes. Pop over the wall, just try and spot out the early clear.
Mirwin and Doran, of course, get eyes on each other. Small health advantage for Mirwin in that trade, but it means we're not going to be seeing any kind of creative swap.
Super ratings? I saw it for a second.
Got aggressive trading early, which I love to see.
Didn't they say like
said,
both Rest and Driver are worse than Bwipo or some shit? Like what the fuck is that all about?
So what initially looked pretty positive for JoJo Faker, good awareness of the keystone there just to keep that trade going, and is still keeping that tempo stacked at least for another second or so.
Both pots burned immediately by JoJo. So we're going to see if he can try and look for that early health trade.
Dude, the Hooper ratings have been like kind of ass.
Through, either way, as you say, like Harvey trading in this mid lane, that kind of favors, honestly,
Hooper and Spy have the highest
maybe
scores.
Take a bit of a pressure play here towards the mid lane earlier than outside the Kiana. But I'm also looking at that TP in the bottom lane. Varus, Gumayushi, and
maybe Inspired did well in the first game at Vi, but the second game he didn't do anything.
With Carrier having that unsealed spellbook, that's potentially 4 TPs that T1 have to start moving around the map. And I think that's where we've seen MCoy struggle the most is when they're trying to play on these 1-3-1 side lanes.
Yeah,
caught out.
I was kind of shocked that Bwipo's had a higher score than Rest and Driver.
With the Orianna,
like to me, I felt like he was getting kind of gapped in like both lane matchups.
But getting caught out on side lanes, a common story for a lot of teams at this tournament, right? But that's pretty far away. Currently, still seeing some. Oh, okay, all right. Well, you know what I appreciate about this, even as an EU pundit, is that at least you get your oopsies out in the early game. You know, PVE oopsies instead of mid lane gank oopsies, as we saw in the previous series.
It is a bit
Do
of a
they even know about that?
Which is, you know, you get the bad karma out of the way at the start of the day. And
I don't know how
the day has
like
to go well because you
well known it is that
so that's
Bwipo says some
basically what
misogynistic comments.
Just a little whoopsie.
Oh, it's intentional.
Get it out of the way, and then it all goes good from here.
Yeah. Okay, I feel you.
I guess I gotta start saying some.
We'll not go for an evade. We'll see how this one works out.
Sorry.
Pretty difficult for him to.
I can't increase my Hooper score.
For a steal here, goes over. Never mind. He's waiting over the wall. Oh! Beautifully, Owner. Likely gonna have to flash here. Lock him in.
Okay.
Get the chance. Doesn't even try to get over the big wall. MCoy with first blood.
It's the good
Owner's down.
Coming back for Alyoya, managing to pick up the first blood here off.
Where the fuck did Alvaro come from?
Even the fact he moved Alvaro over was just perfect. Moving over, Owner ended up using that invisibility at the start, which meant he didn't have any left. And then Alvaro able to move in here to help out Alyoya. And this is what we're talking about. That jungle support synergy is so high for this team.
Yeah. 100% and really well played by the team overall. So unfortunate for Owner. He has the grass blade, which means that once he sees in, he should be able to go invisible, reset with the Terra shape, get the grass again, and just be out there, right? Be stealthy. But
I think Alvaro's pretty good.
Because he uses everything in that
I do like Alyoya Alvaro the most on this team.
That's the bot lane prio paying off. Of course, for now, T1 have an advantage of their own, and JoJo's pretty
like
far
skill-wise, I think they're the best.
For Owner. JoJo continuing to step into Faker, but he just does not have any health. Phase rush, he's going to get him out for an extra second, but Owner just finishes the kill off effortlessly. Is forced to use the flash, but a nice fire back.
JoJo took a while to spot Owner coming in towards that mid lane. Ended up sticking around that little bit too long. T1 make the play, and that's exactly what you need. We were talking about Owner wanting to try and snowball, step behind, but now answers back with a kill.
I do like
and
Supa as like, you know,
control this lane
spectator
for Faker
though.
in the mid lane.
Yeah, credit to Faker playing so aggressive to get that health bar relatively low. You hired it. Highlighted it earlier on. Of course, since you highlighted, they had already teamed
like what's
back,
it called?
More, but clearly,
like his cocky attitude. It's like Doggo, but like less skill. That's a good comparison.
On that as well as trying to trade hyper aggressively here. So the more kills that can go towards that mid lane, the better for the T1 mid.
Area, decent bit of damage. Powered auto going to connect. Ospawn back, but Guma crucially hitting the arrow, proccing those blight stacks. He has already moved in. It looks like taking the rafters. So a lot of little trades across the map. Of course, ultimately, it's still an overall gold lead to the side of T1. So what felt like a nice, promising early kill has been really well answered. As this entire wave, I mean, the Rakan can get the money, but that
doesn't feel as good.
That doesn't. It actually feels pretty terrible. It's pretty bad. If you cancel some resets here, might be okay.
It doesn't matter too much because that extra TP on Gumayushi. So it means that he should be able to still come back in as he likes into this bottom side of the map. It also meant that if they tried to go for any sort of swap there with Supa, would have been able to be matched as well as.
Okay.
Level 6, immediately going to go all
Merwin has to flash out. He's not even level 6. Oh, now he's level 6.
After he doesn't connect on the all-out Pathmaker, just decides not to pursue any further.
Yeah, Mirren flashed over to hit level 6 as
Lose
well.
past
so ends up
15
getting
to
that
20
ultimate
minutes.
available, which means he may be chasing Doran as that
Yeah.
ultimate wears out, but Mirren having him
Probably.
flash in these early stages.
But I do think their comp is like pretty good. That
Small wins for
Faker
T1.
going in, immediate knockup, it's not going to stop the pushback.
fuck?
Push divide, Jojo Pune running, but Owner happy to grab
I mean,
another
Alvaro
carry
has
on the way as well.
flash.
Instead, going to turn his attention to the wave. Elyoya finally here, but it's just too late. The lanes
Oh,
from
Meander.
getting picked off so
Why
quickly.
have you forsaken
Tyrion
me?
Even now tries to
Oh,
deny a
sweet
little bit
baby
to farm.
Jesus. Oh,
Great timing there from T1. You can see
fighting
Empire were aware
Alistair
of the
and
level
they're
6
losing.
and the flashless Orianna being a problem, but instead of Alvaro being able to cover, T1 just send more members mid and end up with another kill now towards this Kiana.
And again, this is the first pick Orianna. This is the matchup that MKOI opted into, and this is Jojo, who I believe has been the most consistent player for this team up until this series, where he is being
I don't know about that.
and really taken out of the equation. Credit to Faker. This man is constantly using the E, the shifting sands to get in, keep that man low. And Jojo just had no room to play, while T1 already starting up that first Drake.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy to do so. Again, like, you have Doran burning that flash on the top side. You have Guma, Yush, and Keria winning out on bottom lane thanks to their aggression as well. And you can see that CS lead opening. And now huge wins in the mid-jungle. MKOI, we're hoping to fight early, but it just feels like it's already starting to slip through their fingers.
Definitely does. Faker comfortable in the mid lane. Gold leads everywhere except for Alvaro, who, of course, has the extra assist and picked up a couple extra minions after that last bot wave was pushed in. But getting cheeky here, getting aggressive.
T-Quill's lost to this? Oh my god, Mira.
Make it out. Oh, yeah.
So
Looks like he will be able
mean.
to take away the red buff, but Guma
Why
is there to
is he
contest.
able,
Has
dude?
used the ulti. TP now on the way in.
He did
That's
well.
Keria looking to arrive to the party. Slow, steady retreat here as Elyoya gets lower and lower. Super there to cover as well. I think they would have liked to force out the Crescent Guard from Elyoya. Debating if they can turn this back onto Guma. Guma quick
Okay.
flash to safety. MKOI nice
It
patience,
should have been
knowing they have
Gam.
the control
Fuck
ward there
that,
to cover
dude.
them.
Ain't no way
Also,
Gam's
denying
doing better
Guma
than
Yushi
Secret
from against
Whales.
the wave does end up moving across eventually, but meaning that they had to invest this time, or sorry, invest the time in getting that play in the tri-brush and don't get access to the wave on top side. So at the moment, MKOI at least finding these little windows that they are trying to pressure on, and it does give them early access to Void Grubs. And I don't think you can really contest this as owner. May just try and sneak one with the smite.
Level 4 for Alvaro. Throws the Gleaming Quill, so has been spotted. Owner not concerned whatsoever, knowing that Elyoya is on the grubs. I think MKOI should just be happy getting 2. That is a smite from Elyoya. No real reason to fistfight here. You don't have control. Mid lane. Jojo
I don't,
move
yeah.
up. It's an even wave. Elyoya
I mean,
continues to
Owner's
going
knocked
carry
up, but Owner's level
Guma
6.
Guma marked. Won't be charging in. Owner just wants to take this one. Yes, smite should be no way they can stop him, but Owner doesn't want to risk going down for it. So 3 grubs. Well played from MKOI.
I think Owner miscalculating on the smite and how much damage he could do. Couldn't quite get that button down and ends up popping out. So MKOI, nice little advantage for themselves and even denying Guma Yushi this reset.
Pretty big as Guma doesn't have access to that teleport. Did a really good job early at building lane advantages without using it, but now in this position is just going to have to go for a bit of an honest reset. Instead, he's going to opt to stay and push one more wave even into the cannon.
Should be able to just push out the wave and then reset and match Super back on towards his top side. He's not going to be too sad about any of it. But again, I think like a lot of back and forth here in the early stages. MKOI have been able to find some success in the early stages, but you can look down at the bottom of your screen and just see these small.
Where the
gold
fuck
leads
is
that are opening
TSM?
up for T1.
Oh, buddy.
And I think if they
I got
continue
news for
to
you.
use this over towards things like the Dragon in 2.5 minutes and keep that pressure up. That's really where
TSM's been dead for the longest
Item
time,
completions
dude.
are huge in League of Legends,
Their
right?
corpse
So the
is
goal
already
really
like
for Owner
attractive
right now is
flies.
having that Profane Hydra. Sunder Sky will be big for Elyoya, but doesn't have it yet. Now they're trying to make a play on Faker in the mid lane. He retreats back to the safety of the control ward, and Keria is here to cover. Level 6 before Alvaro, so no access to the quickness quite yet. Overall, gold has evened out. 3 grubs for the Drake, the biggest difference.
Alvaro's still level 5 though.
Instead of a nice little bit of vision ahead.
Hell, see Dyrus, what happened?
Owner and Keria moving in there, and Faker's fine
What
here.
were you,
Still
in
has
a
flash,
coma?
still has the ability to dash away
God
into this
damn,
bottom side
dude.
river. So nice job by him kind of solo contesting this area.
And Owner is very scary right now, Rob.
Yep.
Oh,
Level
dude, that
7,
Dyrus interview
double
where he's
buff.
crying, oh, breaks my heart.
Ready to get in there with the first strike.
This
For now,
became
luckily, he's focused on
TSM's
PvE,
top
but I get a little
lane,
nervous every time
sacrificial,
he
like,
pokes his head out
lamb.
in the lane. Guma only level 7 to Mirwan's level 9. As long as he doesn't get clipped by anything, it should be okay. But Mirwan's flash is going to be up shortly. Could be a problem. Keria now ready to respond, ready to support if need be.
It is still a little difficult to make things happen on this bottom side because you can pop the ults carry and get out of the Mordekaiser ult, but you still then kind of want that for if you're going to set up the tower.
Oh my god.
So get a little fishy, especially even if Mirren just goes for the ult onto Gumayusi instead. So I think happy enough to just back away off of that one and just cover Gumayusi on the push. But again, like Guma, this long-range Varus is incredibly difficult to deal with, and he's been exceptional on this pick for such a long period of time across his career. And one of the things that he's become known for, I mean, even when you look back at stealing Barons at Worlds, so not exactly like he's off of any sort of comfort for himself.
No, definitely not. Right? Those early item spikes for the lethality bars can be so cheap, as well as, speaking of, he has now finished the Sundered Sky. Can be a big tool for sustain, although generally Qiyana can be one champion alongside a lethality bars who can burst through that Xin if he's not able to get that ultimate down and really deny a lot of that effective sustain. As TP coming in on the bottom side, Mirwen locking up Gumayusi, taking him into the death realm, but he just quickly walks back.
Burr's getting fucked, no?
Gumayusi may have overstayed as well.
Never mind. Oh, let's go, Merwin!
Knows he has that one in the bag. Carrier now running out to safety.
Where's
Extra move coming in. That's the power of the spellbook. Ghost.
No, it's gonna be CLG, dude.
Caught a bit of sleep.
Oh, I really like Hot Shot in Italy, GG.
Might have been a bit of a caster curse, honestly. Hyped him up just for him to get 1v1'd.
But he's not used to running TP, you know, so not exactly in the best of spots to scare you.
Now sprinting out, flashing as well. Finally going to use the Unbreakable. This man is determined to live. Has a taxied off of Elyoya, but no one else is coming. They're going to use the Shockwave as well. Carrier will eventually fall. Surely Carrier will... Okay, Carrier has fallen. All is okay. Sorry, the EU fan came out in me for a second there. I gotta put him down. Put him back in the box.
Look, I understand. You've been hurt before, but he is dead. The cat was in the ground, and it does mean
Where's
Dragon will also
Doublelift?
follow.
Doublelift
2! As well, helping to
that guy was going to lead NA to win Worlds.
It's nice from MKoi.
Where is he?
And a big punishment of Gumayushi's TP and the overextension to try and save him afterwards.
Definitely. And for a team with a lethality Varus and an Azir, you would have loved to be the person getting this second Drake when you've already gotten the first, to start stacking those Drakes to guarantee a fight where MKoi at some point are going to have to fight into you. Instead, unfortunately, a bit of a flub from the bot lane of T1. Mirwen looking to rinse and repeat here.
Double CoStream, true.
Does connect onto Guma. Do they want to keep the dive going? They don't even need to go that deep. Just obliterates him. Carrier going to get taken out. Well, they know he has no unbreakable will. MKoi. Grab another 2 in the mid lane.
Out of nowhere, MKoi starting to pick up a few of these kills, and it's off the back
Dude,
of
Rascal
the
Jesters,
play earlier where
the saddest thing about them, I mean, they were a shit team, but
just
dude, their uniform and name was S tier.
And important to note there, Observer's highlighting well, a wave is the cost of that play, but perhaps that's why T1 felt comfortable, thought that MKoi were going to send someone up to catch the wave, skipped the step, did not anticipate MKoi making fast plays, but we've seen
Flash to this day.
MKoi loves to do. They're willing to take those riskier angles. Now starting to feel less and less risky, because the Swifties, Mordekaiser, it's scary. I'm just, you know, that is a hard man to stop from getting into your back line as Faker tries to make the difference himself. Does get the flash out of Jojo. Jojo keeping the extension going.
Whoa, flash.
Back from
nice.
Faker. Carrion owner there to
Not
cover.
bad, Jojo.
Either side going to grab a kill, just a flash and alt trade on both sides.
The thing is, though, it does make Jojo way more vulnerable in an upcoming fight, especially at the Rift Herald in 50 seconds. Having no flash gives owner that target on his back. So I'm curious how MKoi want to try and keep Jojo safe. Is this forego this?
I'm actually like, now that I've calmed down and I'm not like shitting my pants, it's starting to get cold.
Good question.
It's been raining a lot the past few days.
To trade blows on the top side.
Boom!
Dorn,
Look how I look, baby.
So that will be a push advantage.
Oh, wait.
For the team. Supa can
disarm.
Can try to get
I couldn't find the arm.
Big strengths of the champion. Even when Corki has his Trinity Force spike, is that he can just clear those minion waves so effortlessly. So another wave, losing a couple of creeps, another bit of gold chipped away from MKoi here, courtesy of Dorn on the top side, but Jojo Pyun's been assigned.
If MKoi wins this,
5 seconds.
Holy fuck. Oh, rip viewership.
They really don't have the damage to kill a Kana, Krooker, and Cassante. They will continue to tickle him, however.
He's going to be relatively fine for the moment. But I think with the way T1 have established themselves here, I don't think MKoi can really contest. There's a big wave that Jojo wants to get in top lane.
It's a risky bet. Top wave and mid wave essentially even. Mirwen going to push in on the bottom side, though. Try to deny some CS, try to get some plates, so MKoi recognize They're down a man. They don't want to commit the TP.
Carrier?
It's on the carrier. Two-man knock-up with the pulverize. Good damage. Down force using Unbreakable Will, but he's so low. Super pushes for a bit more, and it's the big one to get it done. Redemption coming in the mid lane. It's going to heal up the minion as well. Keep the push onto this tower.
Oh, there he is! Oh my God!
Elyoya! Are bloodthirsty and fearless in the mid lane. Faker trying to respond with a push in the meantime, but it's MCoy with a massive lead.
These mid lane collapses are working for MCoy. They're getting the
Don't
kills.
worry,
They're
they
getting some
throw
waves,
me.
but again, they're dropping one wave on top of that tower.
Cringe.
Two Faker
You don't
on the
know
top
that.
side of the map.
You're just jealous of
But overall,
Super.
like, mid tower for top tower, get the kills. They drop a wave in mid for T1 as well. MCoy are going to be happy with this.
In a good position. And again, the champions that they've drafted, the Zen, the Corki, you can see how they give them early control of the lanes, but they're not getting completely outscaled here. And Carrier, it's been a bit of a rough one this game.
Yeah,
Carrier's positioning is fucking crazy.
That ultimate early. Like, there is no objective that you really need.
Dude, if MCoy wins this,
okay, I'm gonna be fine, I can
think about how bad FlyQuest looks. Basically, this is a loss. Even though FlyQuest isn't playing, this is an L for NA.
The flashless Varus punished on the back end.
And again, the story for T1, even in some of these shakier games, has been Guma being the rock when Carrier fell a little bit short, but now they're both struggling in the context of this game. Keep an eye on the item completion, see when they can get a greater advantage, but can't afford to be complacent. MCoy clearly playing without fear here in this game one.
Don't worry, Auto Chunk is coming up.
The fact that you've already got a good chunk of damage onto that tower.
True. It's always 50-50 until that Otacon goes down.
Still not up for the Orianna.
Shadowing.
Otacon throw?
Do they want to push for the play here? Credit to MCoy. Might not know about Carrier, but have enough people here on the bottom side to make sure that Jojopune is not pushing out alone.
They have the vision in the top side jungle to spot out Owner, and he hasn't shown on any of the wards. So I think that's what
that's so good. The ward covers the top side?
She has to be in the bottom side, but Jojo
finding out firsthand exactly where Carrier is. Lockdown coming in. Q-Flash goes in forward for Dorn. Push back coming through on the Pathmaker. Pulls him out of the redemption. Knocks him down. Owner picks up the kill. Killing spree for the Kiana.
That was patience from Carrier.
That was Mad Lions right there.
He waited in that bush. Knew that eventually Jojo would walk up and face check. And that's the dragon now for T1.
So important for T1. So much time invested on the bottom side, and they are able to grab the pick. TP coming
Dude,
in from
spent
Faker.
10 years on bot side.
Make sure that they have all members present.
They get tier 2 mid?
There's a bit in the darkness, debates if there's an angle. Thinks better of it as there's a bit of prio in the mid lane. Some minions denied.
Hey, that's tier 2 mid, right?
But making good use of that Trinity Force power spike. The Spellblade damage to the towers can't be underestimated.
The 3 Void Grub buff as well, doing a lot of work for them in that one. So MCoy getting at least something back. And maybe more as they want to try and push in on Doran. It denies him access to the top side of the map. More turrets for them.
1v1 on the bottom side. Mirwin starting to retreat.
Merwin's doing a good job. This is the Merwin I want to see, dude. Not that pussy-ass fucking Scion Ornn bullshit. I want to see him play Mordekaiser.
Tower on the top side. T1 likely to finish off this tower in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and for T1,
like I don't know, man. International MCoy versus like LEC MCoy are so different. It's tilting.
Exceptionally well with the Azir and this Varus as the game starts to go on, but I think for
who won these maps? I think MCoy has the better draft, but T1 is the better team.
They're going to be happy with as well, so it is going to be a case.
Do you know where my goat Ramune is now? Ramune played in LGL the split.
And see if they can just power.
But he retired. Like the thing is, he joined DFM. I thought he was good, but he never clicked well with the other DFM players. So he just brought back Saros.
103, 1K individual gold lead. We've seen from a lot of Corkies at this tournament what you can get done. We saw a bit of it in the mid lane when they took down Carrier, but if they can keep that momentum going, make
Ramune played in LGL, and he was pretty good. He's still, you know, respected.
Very commanding position. But as EU casters, and if there's EU fans out there, you might be starting to
Ramune, Roki, and Saros were like the 3 Japanese mid laners. And I think Saros was the worst of the 3, but he has the best accomplishments.
If you game ever in your life, you should be a little bit nervous about how this particular objective is going to unfold. We've seen great moments, but we've also seen a lot of throws. T1 staying composed, though. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
MCoy are looking like they want to try and hard force of this, though. All 5 members on the bottom side of the map and no TP among them. So T1, as long as they can play this slow, keep the waves pushed, they're going to get value from Doran in that top side.
They're by DFM, basically.
Does have the
And then when they
barrier to
couldn't
keep
get
himself
when they
healthy,
couldn't
but
win
a
with
CC
three
paired with the sheer amount of
Japanese, they
damage
kicked
Onyx
him
is
for a
able to
Korean.
just take him out. They don't have control of that tri-brush
In comes
crucially.
Arya.
MKOI slowly trying to work their way in.
DFM was like, wait a minute. 3 Koreans is better than 2. Lock it in.
Does have access to the redemption, but instead is just going to opt to reset. Herald used in the bottom lane is
Basically, if you want to be in, oh wait. Oh, Super flashed in to use the fucking. What the fuck?
But it's who body blocks.
I've never seen an ENG flash. Oh, never mind. Gooba.
Center right between the eyes to find the double as MKOI are now on their
Oh, this is actually really bad. Oh, they lose Otacon.
MKOI carries tried to combo.
There you go.
but
There's
it's
your answer.
T1
Otacon
who were
throw.
able to find the fight that they want with the positioning and the snipe from Guma. They managed to get the Otacon off the back of it.
Yeah, Super flashed forward to make the Orianna all connect, but it wasn't enough.
A damn good deal for T1.
Samver?
Powerful individually in terms of what he
I don't
could
know.
do in a fight. What he did do in the end, nothing. Stunned, finds a bit of a lockup, isn't able to finish the kills, even if the shockwave combo looked good for a moment. And Guma, despite that deficit,
Because Samver's Korean, that's the problem. You just have to throw true.
The downside for MKOI fans, the fact that you couldn't quite pick off Owner despite the play here and the Valkyrie getting interrupted by the Supreme Display attack.
Actually, that's kind of criminal. What the fuck? He just walked.
0 escapes left. Elyoya
He just let
off the chains of corruption.
Owner just get in point blank range on his ass.
Elyoya's gone too far forward. And ideally for MKOI, they play this slow. They keep T1 separated and they can actually make a play in that bot lane turret. But just with the way things went, MKOI get caught and T1 find their moment to fight back.
that thin line between confidence and hubris. Right, the sweeper giving Owner just that half a second more of information than he needed to make the aggressive play. And Supa, if that Valk gets him out, it's a very different situation. Because that CC connects, isn't able to use any of that power even now as he hits that 2-item threshold, the fully stacked tier. Giving him the upgrade, right as Guma's also going to get his, admittedly. But we take a look at the gold, it's Owner who just continues to pull ahead. Has opted for the Umbral Glaive. Going to deny more and more of this vision away from MKOI.
Is this even like...
It is a little bit like that series yesterday from 100
Okay, I don't need to see more. Yay, dude, you never know.
Favor, but when
You don't know what's going to happen.
Setup and how to play the map. T1 just ever so slightly ahead now. MKOI, there's even they brute force their way in through the mid lane. Faker is separated.
Hot charm is there.
Okay.
For a brief moment. Now he's pulled him to the
Throws in there.
When Alti is really going to do nothing, but Owner's still able to retreat forward now. Alvaro taken down. Owner
Oh my
coming over the
God.
wall. Pop out in a brief moment. Wants to get the grass blade. Doesn't have
Owner's
time.
dead? I mean, never mind. They're all dead. Oh, Carrier! Holy shit! Tony put a kid!
But there's too many people. There's not enough sky to sunder. There's nothing left to guard. Jojo
Jojo came back in time. Oh! Never mind.
He just doesn't have the damage yet. He doesn't have the
You're right.
items.
Never mind. Meander knows best. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud.
Confirmed, tries to predict Jojo, and it just doesn't work. Doran looks like he's about to fall. Nice sidestep on Guma's Q, but Doran just barely able to walk away.
It's the Canadian mid laner trying his best, but it's Faker who's better and snipes him out.
I don't even know if that was necessary. That was the insult after the injury, Rob. No man left standing. Alvaro died at the start of the fight. Respawn. Faker's still sticking around like he might kill him again.
And the fight here, everything onto Owner to try and deny him. But it's Faker who's now shifted up from the top side, picks off Alvaro to start this off, and you can see MKOI.
Otacon gives you experience and adaptive force. So depending on your champion, you do AD, extra AP or AD, and then yeah, if you get a kill, you do small AoE damage, but that's not that great. The other team showed.
There was really nothing he could do. And I swear to you, if you were just joining us, that 5 minutes ago MKOI had a 1,000 gold lead. 5 minutes ago, they were just face checking a brush at Otacon, and everything seemed fine and dandy. And now here we are, and I think this is what makes T1 and teams at the top level in League of Legends so terrifying, as it is one fight, 2 fights that can shift an entire game in the blink of an eye.
And it really does come down to like their ability to set up well around objectives in the team fights. Like looking at that Otacon, it was okay, we can catch members of MKOI out where they shouldn't be. MKOI, Supa, and Jojo try to make that play, it doesn't work. And now, I mean, Jojo, to give him his due, is trying everything he can with the fancy footwork, but there's just too many members of T1 standing whenever he gets that shockwave, and there's not enough damage with the build that he's gone at the moment.
Nope.
Baron does.
T1, right?
You can see AP AD and then empowers the minions so they move faster and take less damage, do more damage to towers.
The taxi play to make sure the knockups are connecting.
To give them their due, Gumayushi did an exceptional job in lane of getting a lead with the punishment on towards Tsupa, but as you say, as they started to move on into that early to mid game, that's really where Kerry in particular started to get caught out. You started to see MKoi finding picks onto Gumayushi off the back of that, but now T1, this is where they're dangerous as a unit, stepping forward, choking out MKoi's vision. And Faker playmaker.
They're trying to control vision here.
0.5k, just about.
Okay, I guess MKoi have to back.
Shadow Flame,
okay.
The Verdant Barrier. 10 stacks, he hasn't even upgraded to the book yet, but honestly, he probably could. That is a terrifying Azir. MKoi, I think, in a weird way, happy that he's in the side lane and not right up in their face. So now they have to try and hold on to this tier 2. The wave being ushered in, a bit of poke onto Doran, but they don't really have that much damage. No pen for Supa quite yet.
And now, as Gumayushi, you're delighted with life. Because the fact that
there's a 5k gold gap now. Holy shit.
Everyone on MKoi is so nice with 3 items completed. MKoi trying to check the Baron, see exactly what's happening, but that river is very dark and full of dangers.
That it is, and again, the Umbral Glaive for Owner. They've already seen one blue trinket.
Carrier's gonna hit level 11 while Alvaro's still level 9, dude.
More on the side of MKoi to try and spot out when the Baron is going down, but they don't really have someone on the side lane who can go toe-to-toe with Faker. Doran is a tough threat to deal with as well, so it's just so difficult for MKoi to fight on even terms now. They had their chance in previous fight, but T1 with this kind of advantage just starting to smother them.
Is it copium if you think that
especially when you're going up against this
MKoi could win one game?
It's very difficult to get control back in your own jungle. You step forward, you end up walking towards a wall, and suddenly a Supreme Display of Talent comes over and you're not having a good time.
I love that ability.
Yeah. It's so
it's a
long.
mouthful. Yes. You can say ultimate, I promise. I'm going to say, I'm not saying the name.
But sometimes if you yell it at the top of your voice, it really does work.
You're right. You look nice and staccato, gets the people fired up.
I don't think I had that in that sentence, though. Uh-oh.
Supa.
Who's Boom?
Falk out.
Kaboom?
What is the talent, though?
Kiana.
Wait, Otacon gives ability haste?
She is very popular.
Isn't it Adaptive Force?
Guma potentially caught out. Alvaro not able to hit the charm. Only connects on the carrier. Redemption going in. Q flash
you mean Finger Boom?
Redemption response from T1. This is a bit of an awkward start. Mirror losing a ton of health. Pulls Carrier into the Death Realm, and now it's Doran into the backside. 4 members strong from MKoi. Slowly working through the health bars, but down goes Mirwin. Doran only losing about 60% HP.
If you're blind deaf and love moving around, because you still got this.
Yeah, MKoi trying to go back to
go watch Front Eva open stream. I can't open the stream.
I've seen through their plan. I managed to pick off Mirwin
I can't co-stream
before
his
any
stream.
real damage is done, and now they're over towards the Baron. But again, face check, it is not fun.
It's not. Supa losing about 20% HP just for walking in. TP in for Doran, solo zoning Supa, gonna ult him back through the wall. It's gonna take all of MKoi to turn. Doran now trying to retreat back into the waiting arms of his team. In the meantime, the Baron has been taken out. Faker and Owner easily 2-manning it. MKoi, brief moment where they have control of mid, but really nothing else for them to get.
The T1 going to be happy enough with that. Doran will give his life, but it's the Baron. And now that the Baron is taken, it's very difficult for you to try and deny the siege from T1.
And this is part of the reason why we see Azir prioritized so heavily, right? Is he is a control
Dude, it's fucking Doom, dude.
Other than Cassio, he's like the only mid laner who obliterates that objective. Any other mid laner, and you're not 2-manning that objective while pressuring somewhere else at the same time. But T1, no strangers to rapid early Barons. It was a signature move from all those years ago. And MKoi only getting further and further behind.
Yeah, for MKoi, I think you're hoping on a miracle shockwave. Jojo near Shadow Flame.
Dude, I don't even remember that team.
Oh, hang on, Alvaro
on the flank. Nice backstep from Faker. Able to get a bit of CC down. Shockwave
going,
but it's really not doing the damage they need. That's the supreme display of talent.
I mean, Kiana's not really that good, dude.
MKoi getting the objective bounty. In the meantime, looks like the tower did fall in the bottom lane. But they're just being zoned off, pushed away. May come down to the 50-50 steal if El Yo-Yo wants to poke his head in.
Nah, I think it's done for. This is what I was about to say, was the fact that you don't really have that damage on Jojo, and that Banshee's Veil on Faker just makes him so difficult to lock down, and he is the key target. So great itemization coming through from the T1 mid laner to keep himself safe and really deny the win condition from MKoi.
Yeah, and that MasterCard priceless moment was essentially just T1 denying MKoi any potential moment they had. And mounting the comeback is now Owner sprinting through the jungle.
The thing is, like,
members of T1 around every corner, ready to lock him down. Supa really does not do enough damage to Doran. He's able to zone him away. Hex flash over the wall. Alvaro locked up and interrupted. Owner trying to one-pop him, but Alvaro lives for an extra second. Nice shockwave, but really only connecting onto Carrier. With that major cooldown down, it makes it so easy for Faker to step up, for Guma to step up. Big chunks coming through from the Varus Qs. The piercing arrows connecting.
Yeah, it's over.
And T1, now that they have the Baron, now that they have access to the bottom lane, will they just go for the throat, or are they going to take their time?
Dude, I don't know, man.
Unstoppable for a
They're
moment.
just like getting outplayed macro-wise. People are getting caught out left and right and fighting for no reason.
Yeah, the Gatling gun is a tickle for Doran. The shockwave is a cattle prod for Keria. There is no damage on MKOI's side, and T1 are just kicking down the front door. Reset's going through now, and they want to keep up this pressure. TP back out onto the map on both top and bot, or top and mid, but is this something?
TP. Faker feels good because he has a death cap, and oh god, he wants to use it! Redemption going in! That looks completely insane, but my man, did he do the math?
That was a display of talent. that was some damage from Faker on that play. MKOI kicked to the curb after that.
The brief moment where they thought they might.
Oh, is that the online era?
By himself. All right. We've learned.
Dude, I remember that year, the first year of PCS, the online era. Dude, it was so bullshit. TFO had to go to the studio and compete while PSG got to play from home. And there's like pauses and delays and stuff.
In this series,
and then they were just like at home chilling, and we had to like stay at like, you know, not even like a gaming cafe. It was like some like.
But the poke.
Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck it is. It was like a diner or some shit. So we couldn't like play solo queue, couldn't like do VOD reviews. You had to watch on like a phone.
Nice initial bit of damage, but he comes out relatively unscathed. A lot of cooldowns.
That was horrible. But look, I mean, I complained and they were like, "Yo, you know, we'll fly into teams." I was like, "Damn, okay." Like we'll fly them in for playoffs. Respect, dude. Respect. That's why I like the PCS a lot.
Overstayed a bit, but it just doesn't matter because they're not hitting Faker.
Yes, you have a play.
More than enough damage to finish the job. The super minions are here too. It is long. It is drawn out. It is only getting more difficult, but Doran remains standing. T1 remains standing. They've only lost Carrier. The Nexus exposed.
That became Peter Dunn's failed development project.
Gonna end the game, Rob. They took their sweet time. They wanted a couple extra kills. The icing on top of this game one cake. Faker looking for another. The double to finish it. T1 coming in hot in this first game.
They didn't want to just beat MKOI there. They wanted to crush them. Finding those extra kills, making sure there was no man left standing. It was a close fought early game, but T1, they woke up.
Something, supreme display of talent. That's pretty much all we have to say here. T1, incredible stuff. Desk, how'd you feel about that one?
Well, I feel like I already knew that Faker was pretty good at Azir, and then I got reminded again. It's the long con. They play Orianna, they let him play Azir so that we don't get those two anymore in the comeback that's coming, right?
I mean, they are both off the board. You're right.
That is correct. Hey,
you're right.
Great game from T1, I want to say, after initially perhaps dropping a couple of kills too much, or too many, I should say, in the early to the very early mid game. But you had that sinking feeling, didn't you, that it wasn't going to last?
I think everyone did, unfortunately. But first, I do want to give some credit to MKOI here, because I think their early game plan was actually in line with what we've seen other teams use.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, right,
this game, like, it was exciting, then just like, boom, T1 was like gonna win. You're like, fuck me, dude, we're just bored.
Farming champion rather than, oh, I'm gonna be interacting with my lanes super early at level 3, level 4, etc. Right? So I liked that, and we talked about setting up everything for this team. It's Alvaro and it's Elioya.
Oh, we won't see Faker's here anywhere in this world. T1 wins next game. 100 Thieves better than MKOI proven.
I agree. I think Alvaro was kind of everywhere, it seemed like, that he needed to be, and that created
I wouldn't say
them.
that.
I think they were very resolute on the picks that they got.
But it's hard to
Roma
compare.
And the picks that they had mid. But the thing is,
like,
when
MKOI had a pretty easy draw compared. Like, 100 Thieves had the hardest draw of all time, dude. And they won one of those games. That's crazy.
One individual moment, but I think the larger theme for me, as you saw from the case with T1, is that
who the fuck wants impunity?
Right, we're talking about like Jojo getting ganked repeatedly in mid. That's one of those. We're talking about when he walked up early on, we're talking about the fact that even despite them getting those early picks onto Guma and Carrier, who in the early game did really struggle in this one, what did it actually lead to? Like, were the leads substantial enough for T1's team fighting not to come back? And the answer is very obviously no.
Just say 100 is going to play League anymore. I know, but like...
I think, or just before.
Yeah, this is just before Otacon, where T1 kind of find a window to be able to kind of clean
I don't know.
out.
I don't think 100 Thieves is better than T1 or MCoy.
Because as you alluded to, Chronicler, after a lot of these fights, they were able to actually pick up a lot of objectives.
And I will say, I had a big rant
Like,
about
MCoy did
Movistar Koi
beat,
last time
like...
they played. I don't think that is apt in this case. I think I really saw a good early game
Yeah,
out of them, and
I don't know.
can't really blame them for the mistakes that they made against a team of the caliber of T1.
Yeah,
because
100
they will
Thieves
close
is-
the door a lot harder than
Like, they
anyone
showed
else, right, in their defense.
good moments,
However,
but,
if
like,
you're gonna be thinking about
they weren't
winning the
ever in a
series,
position
the
to
thing is
win.
you can't make any single mistake. And Maurits, you probably can't leave up the Azir for Faker. Let's check out our HyperX Reflex replay, where it was really the death warrant that was being signed for Movistar Koi in this game.
And this game was already kind of slowly starting to slip away from MCoy, right? We had the fight in the jungle where Ona got the catch, Guma got the snipe, the Otacon was taken. That's kind of where it felt like the tides were turned.
He has
This was the
BLG
fight,
T1
actually,
and we
I
got
take my
AL
argument
HLE
back.
T1.
This is where the game truly broke. And
Really?
this is a stark reminder as why no single LCK team lets Faker have this champion. I am very confident. I think that Faker's laning phase just hasn't been up to par to what we've seen domestically. This is an ongoing thing, but there is one champion where you can be certain that he will deliver.
Two days. Sunday, Monday, nothing.
It was the height of summer. We're well into October. It was hot. Everyone was like, this is on par with when we let Carrier's bar go, but now it's not just Carrier's bar. It's like, oh, the last couple of... This goes back, I don't know how many years.
He wins world championships on this champion, like with this champion.
He is currently in, I don't know, what is it, like the top 8 of most iconic plays of
Yeah,
all time?
28th is the next one, but we'll only have one BO5 a day, so it can either be a 3-0 or, you know, 3-2.
Leaving a 0 for Faker. Where
This
do we
is the
place?
worst.
This is the worst?
I actually, this is to me the worst.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the most egregious.
I
mean,
They knew, right? They knew. They must have known.
yeah, it's just his most iconic champion. It also
Oh,
just
my
allows
back.
for such amazing
Holy
setup
shit!
in these team fights. You see
Azir
how
damage.
he is going in,
What the
setting up
fuck?
these shuffles for himself
Why
without
duck
any
is?
CC even towards the end, right? And so I think, yeah, I mean, the other good news for Movistar Koi
Alright,
is
I'll
that
BRB
Sirius is
again.
no longer on the table.
Oriana
Hey.
also not.
Yeah.
So
After the next game, it might be the last of the day, and we might go straight into
Andy,
group draws.
I saw good things out of them in the.
No, you know what?
beginning
You're
of that
not
game.
mad enough. Every
Alright,
time
I'll
we
be back.
had a mad.
Great matchup
This is bad.
versus.
This is
bad?
not good.
Okay, I'm super pissed. This was ridiculous.
no.
I can't believe what I
I
saw.
don't
How
believe
dare
it.
you give up that advantage at Atakan? Koi's choose red side, I believe, which is I don't know if I'm mad at that. I don't think so. But no.
I think it's a cool move. Like, I feel like when we see people swap to red side and draft, as we saw in the last series, right, with TES and BLG, it's because you want to get really good counter picks for certain members of your team. In MCoy's case, either they're solo laners, because we know Mirwin and JoJo can both cook a little bit in terms of champion picks, or support for Alvaro, right? So
I do think it's telling that T1, despite everything and despite the early deficit, still was able to come back.
Yeah.
It's still that stability that the team is known for.
They're
But
on
the early
course.
game remains a little questionable.
And it might have been
Iffy.
rough, but still they're one game away from being in those quarterfinals again. And then, what can happen then? Who knows? We'll have a quick break and we'll be back with game 2. Yes, that was implied,
I know.
Emily. We'll be right back. It was rhetorical.
I'm at buzzkill.
Arm is there. Lockman Owner, but he goes invisible for a brief moment. Now he's pulled him to the death realm up against Mir when Alti is really going to do nothing, but Owner's still able to retreat for now. Alvaro taken down. Owner coming over the wall, going to pop out in a brief moment. Wants to get the grass blade, doesn't have time. That's the shutdown, but it should be Suba uncontested. Instead it's Carrier coming in with the pulverize, and now it's Yo-Yo versus the world. He goes in on a faker, but there's too many people. There's not enough sky to sunder. There's nothing left to guard. JoJo wants to make the difference, but Guma grabs it. T1 coming in hot in this first game.
We have a new mode for you that we're calling ARAM Mayhem.
It's ARAM, but with Augments. It combines all the fun augment-fueled variations of Arena with 5v5 ARAM gameplay.
We want every champion to feel special and get to explore some combinations and fantasies that they don't normally get outside of Arena.
It'll be live with patch 2521, so look forward to some mayhem coming to the bridge soon.
Today was a pretty good day. I think the matches overall were pretty fun. Yeah, Worlds feels a lot faster this year because of no play-ins.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 as MCoy and T1 face off for the final spot. Top 8 here. Next stage, best of 5s, but after that first game, MCoy sent reeling, and we're going to have to see how they recover as we get ready for the next advance.
They look so close at times. They gave us the hope. It was some of those picks where I was like, oh my god, maybe we've got a moment, but...
Oh, dude, you're making me hungry. I'm actually so hungry right now.
Back to how they can set up around objectives, which just looks so good.
As a team that's comfortable in those complicated team fight situations.
Yeah,
even
drinks.
when you see Carrier picked off.
Man, why you gotta do this to me?
A couple times, it just doesn't end up mattering. They find their footing, outperform in those clutch scenarios.
I'm gonna grab
Faker
a quick
meditating
snack.
ahead of the picks and bans.
I bought some
If you're an EU fan, maybe you're hoping
Inari sushi.
It's hard to catch Faker sleeping, to be honest. This guy is incredibly strong.
Damn, they all
When
have
he gets
green
the strap, he's like,
keyboards
he
and
kinda
red
showed
mouse.
us.
Oh my
So I
god,
think,
they all
coming
have
into
it.
this for MCoy, it's
Holy
gonna be a
shit,
case
those
of
things are bright.
Clearly thought you had a plan for his year. Okay, that doesn't work. What's going to be the next couple of rotations? Because again, it feels like we're going to go back towards things like the Talias, the Rise, these kind of picks. And is it a case of, hey, we're going to try and give across a Rise, which has kind of become the next like go-to alongside Talia, answer with a Cassiopeia, or do we want to just try and pick up an early Talia for ourselves, which has kind of been a very strong mid-jungle pick for him.
Yeah, Jojo can certainly look very comfortable on it. And again, mid-jungle support is where we generally look at for this team to really define early game. It's true of most teams, but I think it's just especially true of MKOI. When they're at their best, it's because those three players are working together beautifully. Now, as we get into picks and bans, reminder that this is elimination. This is match point for T1. Could potentially be saying goodbye to MKOI. And they've made it to 2-2, which is better than they did last year, but it's definitely not the road that they were looking for. Weren't able to take down a stronger opponent in terms of the overall tier list. Got a game off Fnatic. Got a series off of Team Secret Whales, but would love to mount a comeback here against T1. Well, for T1, first time we've seen them drop more than a single game in Swiss or in groups back when we had group stages, but are certainly continuing to ramp up and rally. And now they're going to get their hands on that first pick, Wukong, Sion, Poppy, Yunara banned away, the Bard, the Talia, as well as the Nico taken away on MKOI. And I said that maybe Faker would be sleeping. MKOI want to make it a reality.
Yeah, I think it'll just
Never
be
mind.
Trundle. And I imagine they'll either take the Rise here, or they will try and go for some sort of support pick here for Alvaro and basically say, look, you take the Rise, then we get the Cassiopeia and we can try and set up for strong team fights. But we'll have to see if that is the bait or if they want to just take the Rise for themselves. Like Jojo, it has been a pick for him the entire split.
Yep, 2 games on it. Has won both of them. Movistar Koi. Wouldn't feel bad to be able to grab that. And now we're going to see a return to the Ambessa. And again, if you're not familiar with Mirwin, he's known for a couple of things. The funny champs, as Otawamne would call them, the niche counter picks, the fringe characters. And then this year, really,
Ambessa?
in winter, Ambessa Cassante. Ambessa Cassante, whenever the option was there. So Cassante, of course, gone because of Fearless. Ambessa will be the option.
Yeah, and I mean, it is an exceptionally strong pick for him. And we saw Big Dokes yesterday making T1 work hard. when he got his hands on this pick, but there is the Rise. And this is what we're talking about. I think that's the idea here for MKOI is give over the Rise, take the Cassiopeia into it, and now you've got decent team fighting and backline threat when it comes to
Portuguese is pretty nice, not gonna lie.
And now the Cassiopeia try and play through the team fights. The only thing is, traditionally you'd want something like an Ornn in that top side to try and provide that front line for the Cassiopeia.
I haven't been there forever.
They're a little unsure of if they want to go for that here.
Can be a bit tricky. Do love to see the Pillar plus Miasma combination, locking people into that grounded effect. Although now we have
I'm surprised they didn't go Renekton, but
will we add Doran to the list of certified Rek'Sai players? That is the question. Will this be the game where he joins Flandra?
Ooh.
At least a few others.
Keen up there as well.
Keen definitely up
Sendai,
there.
okay.
So Karma going to be the immediate ban. Obviously no attention.
Oh, by the
from
way,
either side to
GCF
that particular
folks,
bottom
watch me to
lane
the
matchup.
mod.
Zig's an interesting one. Wouldn't have expected it, but I guess you already have a decent amount of AD coming through from MKOI's side.
Yeah, I lost my
Also
shit.
just works very well with the Ambessa.
I basically just like orgasmed on stream.
So if Ambessa goes in with the public
So now I'm
execution,
just like
throw them the Mega Inferno Barrel
my
on top of it and try and
smoking
get off. I do like the
post-sex
Caitlyn
phase.
ban. That was one of the big things I was looking at for Gumayushi in that bottom side, especially when you've got decent side lane threat in both the Rise and the Rek'Sai. Having that Caitlyn to start to snowball and being able to farm up in mid lane would be a little bit of an issue. Kai'Sa also a pick that Gumayushi could end up opting in for here, just because you've already got like both Wukong and Rek'Sai that can be those dive buddies for the Kai'Sa in this sort of fight.
Yeah, see what the angle is here, because you're right, there is so much dive on the side of T1. This is usually where you want that kind of follow-up. Sometimes you see Jhin, although Atlas would be mad at me for probably mad.
You can relax now? I'm kind of relaxing.
You either want the champion that can follow the dive or the champion that can support it from a distance. And
like, I'm kind of tired.
Hovers, we have the Braum now locked in. Really good against so many short-range, dive-focused champions, but when you look at the nameplates, when you remember...
Like, I got a
MKOI,
limp dick,
their
dude.
team is usually very reliant on Alvaro for that playmaking, and Braum is certainly not a champion who has that same depth, that same potential to really make those games.
I am really hungry.
It does mean you're heavily reliant on Mirwin to be in the fight as well.
It's been over 6.5 hours since I last ate. Well, actually, no, I just had United Sushi, so I guess that's not true.
Very little when it comes towards engage
No,
tools.
fucking
I
Ricer.
wouldn't be surprised they're gonna say if we
I
see
hate
the
you so
Lulu
much.
come through for T1.
Can you go back to
because
talking
he's
shit
also
about
the
CFO instead of talking about
Darius playing
food
with
and making me
Hearts a bit.
hungry?
Sivir locked in. Another champion who is pretty good at empowering those dive threats with the On the Hunt. Also scales quite well against a shorter range composition. Really no big long range poke
It's
champion.
always my goal to make your fat ass crave food. I'm always craving for food, but like, you know, I try to distract myself. Motherfucker, dude.
What will the final option be here? It's Vayne. Okay.
Okay.
And you know, I honestly, you have to respect it. MCoy, if they go out here, they're going out on their terms, and their terms are no one plays range, absolute fist fight to the death, which are great terms.
Yeah, look, it worked against Fnatic. Maybe it can work against T1 Super, hoping that this Vayne can once more bring them forward one more game. But this is
and then after this, I'm gonna like chill, download some games,
with honestly,
and then we're gonna chill for Sunday, Monday.
So for people like Doran,
We got 2 days of no league again, so I'll just do something else.
If I'm MCoy trying to keep our carries alive.
Yeah, Supa certainly some tools to protect himself, but JoJo gonna need someone standing next to him.
Short range for T1. I mean, Cassiopeia should be pretty turbo
I think the
here.
difficult thing is, and I'll just put a little asterisk.
Yeah, I'm gonna
next to
eat,
this
but I'm
game,
gonna
is
eat and
because both these
download
comps are
stuff.
Relatively short range. If one team gets a, let's say a healthy early to mid game lead, we might see a rather quick deflation of the hype that we're trying to build. But for all of our sakes, for the viewers at home as well, I hope we have an explosive back and forth.
If I'm an MCoy fan, though, the things I do like is, again, You're opting in towards these strong level.
I don't know, something to play for tomorrow and the day after.
That can really get access to the map and try and make things happen. And that's what I think
I usually play like a lot of Japanese stuff. Like, so recently I played Silent Hill F. I played Yakuza. I still have 2 more Yakuza games. I have Silent Hill 2.
Hey, we can kind
I played all the Resident Evils
hit this like 2 items
in the past.
across the board, and then just look to dive on these 2 carries and blow them.
But I'm thinking like October, you gotta play horror, right? So I'm gonna look into my Steam, see what horror games I own,
more information,
and go from there.
In the meantime, we gotta take a nice look at Keria, contemplating, thinking. Should I have picked Pyke? Would it have banged? And the answer is yes. Would it have been good? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing into a Cassiopeia and a Braum, like really good disengage, I don't know if Pyke is exactly what I want to be playing.
But it would be a flex if they won with it, because
it would.
Playing as Pyke against a miasma is a nightmare. But here we are. Okay, issue resolved. We're now into the game.
I'm gonna start touching my phone.
Timo!
Timo!
Okay, a lot of T1 fighting. I was waiting for the. Where's MCoy? I hear it.
I think he tried. Yeah.
I hear
there
it.
There, we go.
There it is. Gaining some momentum there. Oh, it's the knife grab. Owner ready to fight. JoJo ready to fight. It's like level 1 Twin Fang. Mirren and Doran going to trade blows. He favors Doran early on, though, as he has that built-in sustain, but either side going to get a grasp proc. And what are you looking at here, Rob? There's a cornucopia of interesting matchups to talk about.
I think a large portion of it is going to be on eyes on Elyoya and Alvaro. They got a nice invade off the last match, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get a similar story here.
Yeah, I'll call you after Stream Star.
In the early stages. Faker as well should have decent push against the Cassiopeia, unless you can go for this hyper-aggressive trade with JoJo on level 2. And in that case,
did you play 5 hearts under 1 roof?
For MCoy to try and like brute force their way into T1's jungle.
But it's important to know.
What the
you can
fuck?
See here on the top side of the map on your mini
This is
map,
a dating sim?
Mid lane, but on the mini map you can see Supa wandering in
There's sex?
the top lane.
I have a lot of hentai games, but I can't stream any of
Early
those.
ward here coming in from T1 to spot this swap. So Supa will be able to play really aggressive
Back
into
to
Doran,
school
but it's also
deal.
going to free Guma and Keria to really just hard shove these waves in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think the fact, though, that Supa will have as much control as he wants in his top side is much more important. Doran as well, you obviously want to try and go forward aggressive, make these trades so that
fucking hell, man.
She doesn't like when she can't actually get access to the wave because she doesn't get to stack up that healing on her bar. So from the MCoy
Yeah,
side,
I'm the master at dating sim, so why do I suck at real life dating? Gotta get some experience chatting with the ladies. You know what? That could be a good idea.
Matchups. Going to connect the Noxious Blast, but not in a position to Twin Fang. Faker giving the respect. No stranger to this matchup, right? Through all the eras of Rise, Cassio has always been an option, always been a counter. So we'll just back off.
Dating sim wouldn't be bad. I'll take a look, see if I can show off, you know, my skill sets.
Curious what happens with
Hello, madam.
Yoya moving towards this top side. Doran.
Can I see your tits? I mean, no, stop,
At least
stop,
not
stop.
terrible trades in the beginning, but always an
Fuck,
opportunity.
dude, I
for
got
early
that
dive
Japanese in
and
me.
make something happen. It's just that Rek'Sai is very good at dodging away from some of these plays because of the tunnels, because of the flashes.
Want sex immediately? Okay. What's wrong with that? You're acting like it's a bad thing. Isn't it a compliment if I say, hey, I want to have sex with you? I don't understand. How's that an insult?
Will try to chip away, but does need to respect the potential for an instant flash knockup. Try and turn something back. Alvaro and Keria matching each other here around the mid lane. And again, we have a situation early on that it feels like favors MKOI in terms of overall lane prio.
And look at this, they're going to double reset, so both the Vayne
Chat can give you
and
advice
Mesa
on the
going
responses.
back
Oh,
as the
yeah,
Rek'Sai
that's a
TPs
great idea.
down.
Chat.
So is the Vayne comfortable enough to move in towards this bottom side?
Like 50 versions together, trying to pilot one guy, trying to get laid.
The AD carries and the sports against each other.
Max isn't even here anymore.
I know.
Shame.
Trade.
Bot lane. Okay, so just a delayed initial start to the laning phase. Supa is able to grab.
I don't know. I thought it was a compliment if I asked that kind of question.
We'll be able to push this in, and one of the long-time struggles of Vayne, as long as she has been a champion, is general lack of wave clear. So should be pretty easy for Guma to just sustain a push here on the top side. Will cost him a decent amount of mana, but of course, absolutely no AoE in the kit. So Supa just going to be accepting his position under tower here for now.
Okay.
Nice call here from Keria. It kind of ends up as this ward to spot it exactly what Yoya and Alvaro up to, because this is what I was talking about. Like this duo are both
he clipped Faker.
Incredibly strong on the
wow, Faker lost half his health.
Some of those auto attacks
Supa's recognized that fist fighting is the solution. Who's going to get it? That's the third stack. Knockback on Guma.
Oh!
In the 1v1,
Solo
Supa comes out on
bolo!
top.
The Vayne dueling power is so strong, and even with the barrier, Gumayushi isn't able to match Supa early first blood for MKOI.
And again, that's part of the reason why we've seen this matchup before. In the 5v5, Sivir can be a powerhouse, but in the 1v1, Vayne so strong here early on. MKOI now looking to keep that advantage going, but it looks like T1 may have caught the
MKOI?
double knockup coming in for Doran. Owner
Oh
now
my
with the chase.
god!
Needs to get the hell out. Mirwan not
Oh,
doing much
oh my
interrupt.
god,
Still
look how many
flashes.
flashes they're using! Oh, they're getting fucked. Oh, they're so completely fucked.
Now needs to leave as well. Flash over the wall to safety, but Keria immediately falls
Oh,
into Blade.
fuck!
Now it's Alvaro knocked up. The solo on the top side immediately counteracted by T1 in the bottom lane.
The Tremor sense doing work there, spotting Yoya and Alvaro as they went into the brush.
Yeah, that Rek'Sai, Tremor sense.
Pick them off where they stand.
Doing massive work there. Holy shit.
Real credit to T1 for the quick pulling of the trigger on that bot lane counterpunch. Mirwan going to use his TP to reset onto the top side. Of course, flashless now, which might make things a little bit trickier as he tries to race to that level 6. Supa moving down to the bottom lane, has the recurve bow, will feel really comfortable isolated as we take a look back at the all-in here. Level advantage for Supa.
Yeah, managed to step away from the return of the boomerang, which does a lot of work here. And again, it's just this silver bolts. I'm pretty sure he's put 2 or 3 points, or 2 points into that there, rather than going for the tumble as with the amount of damage that was coming off those silver bolts.
You didn't need a flash for whatever.
High against the silver in the early stage.
Yeah.
Honestly, I know it's just tumble, yeah.
3-foot tumble. Additional damage, right? Huge steroid if you dodge out on the boomerang blade. Ricochet, again, Sivir, great scaling option, but the early level is certainly not where she has a ton of damage in that short kind of all-in trade. Good poke. Not nearly enough there, however, and Supa happy to have that XP advantage as well. Level 6. Final hour. That damage steroid could be big.
Dude, haven't I talked more shit about LR than he has?
Found some kills. But it feels like T1
I don't know. I mean, people ask so many times, like, oh, what do you think about LR? What do you think about LR? And I always say, like, dude, the comms I feel like are so shit.
And you're kind of putting your eggs
Also, I
into
don't like the way Reckless plays support, but I mean, it could be a good way to play support. I just think that, like, you know, when I see a support, it's like, oh, I can't play Alistar, but I'm really good at Janna. I'm just like, what? To me, that blows my mind, dude. I can't understand that. But maybe I'm just too shit at the game. That's why I don't want to say Reckless is a bad support. It's just like, I don't think I can make that call. I'd have to be like, I would ask the support main, like, hey, what do you think?
Yeah, Triforce.
You're an average LoL enjoyer? I enjoy League. Like, I enjoy all levels of League. I think it's fun.
Get accelerate into it, can do a ton
This
of
is
work.
the fucking CEO of Tier 1 team.
Trade blows here in the mid lane as
Yeah, I mean, but the Western CEOs are so weird, dude.
Kills really to be had, and
Dude, Sentinels, like, CEO was like,
does have the vamp.
he got so pissed at someone like making fake leaks, saying that they paid $3 million for like, I forget who the fuck it was, like Faker or some shit. He's like, this is not true. We would never spend $3 million on one player. I'm like, dude, it's like a parody account.
Has kind of been carried through this early stage, alongside Super being in a decent spot. So at least for MKOI,
Yap on any bullshit. That's true. That's true.
Whereas for T1,
I guess if you are the CEO, you have to be more safe.
A ton of pressure now towards Faker and Jojo Pyun.
You gotta be more positive.
On the last game, burn flashes on Jojo, rinse and repeat over and over, and just make this Casio incredibly uncomfortable.
Definitely a solid option as Doran gets a little tricky with the tunnels there. Luckily does not take a tower shot, but now it's Owner coming in behind. Mirwin, of course, has the ulti.
Okay.
Public execution back into Owner, trying to get tricky with
wow, they're waiting so much.
Ready to come through, but he just has no time to press the button. 2 spins coming in, but Mirwin!
Whoa!
He
Wait,
gets
what?
a kill back onto Doran! A catastrophic miscalculation!
That's the second time T1 have tried to dive and Abessa this weekend, and it's the second time it's backfired.
How the fuck did they fuck up that dive?
With the final hour, but he's hitting the wrong target. Guma
I thought that dive was gonna work 100%.
Chase, that's the heal coming up for Carrier. Takes over to level 6 in time, and there's no cleanse this time around. Alvaro comes in to try to find more. Flash over Super into the bush. Guma not afraid to flash forward, but now he's face first to Elioya. Concussive blow, stacking 3. Alvaro desperate for the 4th, but it's Faker coming in from behind.
Okay, I don't know why Super stood around.
Alvaro locked up the hubris of Super once again.
God
punished.
damn, dude.
It feels like
what
this
the
balance
fuck?
of powers, where when Super does well, Mirwin must have a terrible time. All right, the bot side must have a terrible time, and now we're seeing that swap elsewhere, where Mirwin gets the turnaround and Super overextends.
Like, well, Super ulted.
That Braum was nowhere nearby.
And then, like, Leona, but he just stayed around trying to fight?
Certainly in the isolated 1v1, and it probably stronger.
I'd have to see that again. What the fuck was he thinking? But how the fuck did they fuck up this dive? Like, look at this, dude. They're so patient, waiting. I was like, oh, this is so good.
Job here. Just so watch the shield. Holds onto it for so long.
Yeah.
And at this stage, I think, okay, that's the execution, but the shield from Mirwin. Really well played, and then picks up the kill.
Yeah, like, okay, here, right? Like, look at this. Why is he going? Why is he queuing forward? I mean, I guess Carrier hit level 6 during that fight.
The support, but definitely did not. And the flash from Guma into the bush means he can get the auto attack before any stun comes through. And Faker flashing over the miasma to get topside. Looked great, and ends up working out for T1 with another kill.
Yeah,
true. I agree with that. Yeah. They should probably direct their hate towards Riot more than LR. And yeah, I mean, CL should probably just be like, you know, just happy and not try to like start shit. I mean, I don't know. That's more of an Eastern CEO.
It's everyone on T1 focusing on Super, making sure this Vayne cannot get ahead. The Ghost from Carrier.
Like Western CEOs want to be like, you know, in front of the camera.
Just be careful. Pillar down. Forced to flash. Smite for a bit of extra slow. Ulti already down as well from Elioya. That's one tank.
Wait, this is a
Carrier going to fall. Elioya still a powerhouse. Owner getting locked up. 2 stacks because of blow, and he uses the clone.
Time to OP.
They're not going to over push into Guma, but Carrier a little overconfident, continuing to push forward there.
Nice job by the MKOI duo to pick him off. Could have been a bit more, honestly, but the Trundle Pillar not quite a backup off Kuda.
Okay, Merwin.
Training against Doran, doesn't want to look for the public execution. But still, it's very back and forth. T1 are slowly pulling ahead, as they did get the extra kills in that initial bottom side play. But still, MKOI, they are fighting every step of the way.
That they are. Elioya opting for the Sundered Sky this time around. Given how many short-range champions there are, I think it makes sense, but it is compared to the completed Trinity Force of Owner. So Owner, much more burst damage, but a bit more sustain for Elioya.
But I think that's the terrifying part, because burst damage against things like Vayne and even this Cassiopeia, who hasn't gotten towards like the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs yet, is going to be a bit of a disaster if you start to move in towards his fights. Mirwin fishing for
Fuck me, man.
Not quite able to clip him.
No, he's not. Guma.
Dude.
Focus. Now that he has the Essence Reaver completed before even the Blade of the Rune King comes in for Supa,
I mean, okay, MKOI are not playing well,
deny Supa for any opportunity to force those
I kind of think they would have been better than BLG and TS.
This man's played Zerg at some point in his life. I feel confident saying that.
Yeah, it's only a Not quite a 6-pool available in this game, but MKoi is going to be happy to take away some of these plates on the top end of the map. In return, T1
Robo,
gonna be getting that
Levi,
dragon, so
Faker,
looking
double
for these
Mickey
trades,
X. Does
but
this
again,
team win
T1
Worlds?
kind
Right
of
now?
playing around-
No.
Oh, hang on.
Doran. Potentially a little bit overconfident. Slowed up. He's just going to get taken out. I think thought that he could get a bit more. The rest of the team is on the way. Faker is here. Carrier is here.
But they were so far away, and you're tunneling into the Cassiopeia with the miasma. Like, that's the worst option out of all you could have done.
That was bad. That was a goof. Big old goof from Doran.
I don't think he's getting the rec side.
Nope, he's
The rec
Oh.
side license.
Yeah, I mean, you can make it top 8, but did you get the Rek'Sai license? I'm not so convinced. It's Faker doing a good job of trading here. Nice
Okay,
sidestep
Faker's
on
got the
Noxious
movement.
Blast. JoJo needs to get out. Hasn't hit the Noxious Blast, so doesn't really have the movement speed. Conqueror procs. Faker happy with just the flash.
Oh my God, they're still fighting this.
Nice initial lock up on a
Oh, nice. Alvaro? Okay. Oh, they don't have any ults, though.
Owner getting good chip damage down. Oh, yeah, the flash still keeping
I mean, okay, Super does. Super. Oh, wait, Owner! Oh, shit!
Doran arriving just in the
Oh, never mind. Wait, Berg's here! Holy fuck, they're still fighting!
Still standing, but he doesn't have the
Did he have, like, no ults, though? No Cassio ult?
Firing back.
That ultimate is so close to getting off.
Don't pistol ult? I mean, they had Braum and
but it's a
Vayne.
bait as Doran finds him in the bush. They're going to continue
Oh
to
my
push forward.
God.
Seconds on the public execution. Guma, does he have access to the spell shield? JoJo and Mirwan hesitating for a second. Tunnel interrupted. Mirwan still walking up. But my God, what a fist fight on the top side. 14 kills, 14 minutes. That's a pace of game I like to see.
I mean, this has turned into an absolute banger, and it starts.
I'm
with
glad
this
you're
trade in the
happy.
Jungle as Faker just trying to keep JoJo here, so Carrier can manage to get up towards the top side. It's a good flash from JoJo, and MKoi looking to turn this around, but look how far away Mirren is from this fight as the TP comes through for Doran. It's a numbers advantage, and Owner, again, that burst damage, so good in setting up for this play. Supa goes forward hoping to get the kill, but it's actually the Realm Warp that ends up sealing the deal. Supa then takes damage from the Rek'Sai, which allows that ultimate to pop through, and Mirren eventually shows up at the end of this, but with no ultimate, and a lot of his teammates gone, there was little he could do.
Solid fight for T1, but the gold's still close. It's really the objectives where T1 are starting to pull ahead. Mountain Drake next on the menu, 2.5 minutes, but 10 seconds on that Herald.
The nice thing here for Supa, though, Blade of the Rune King now completed, so is in an okay spot if Alvaro doesn't get caught here on the top side, where you can hope to try and play around his 2-item spike, but like Doran, Owner,
I have
Faker,
food,
all
but I'm like,
so
do I want to
well
order
when we
like
come into this kind of
gyoza and like
20,
ramen
23
from the
minute
shop?
Carrier potentially caught out once again. Alvaro taking a big chunk of damage, though. That's the Unbreakable use. They get Carrier's flash, but Supa's still taking his time to clear mid, and this is one of the things that's going to be so frustrating for MKoi, is it just takes a year for them to get mid prio.
And that's the MKoi, every single game so far have been doing this play of
Can't believe
abandoned
any out
sides,
of worlds
overload
Swiss
mid,
will
and hopefully
still have
catch
more
people out,
world
but
spots
T1
than
have started to
PCS.
get, aware of the
Yeah.
rules, and now they're just losing minions top,
I mean,
they're
that's
losing
Riot's
minions bot,
favoritism.
and the TP
Always
for
doing
T1 to
whatever
contest.
to save the
Head flash
LCS.
over the wall from Carrier. Solar Flare available. The Cyclone as well.
Seattle did win.
Alvaro with the blinking health bar is going to be forced to retreat. Does have
You know what,
access to
Legacy?
Redemption,
You make a very good point.
Spot him.
Hey, you know what? I'm not going to argue with you, Legacy. You're the smart guy. I'm the moron. You're right.
Riptail put down immediately.
Seattle did win. I should get
Cavalry
order
from
some
MKOI
food
is
from
here, but
Uber.
T1 are here en masse.
I'm not going to
And
argue.
this tower will fall with little MKoi can do.
Mirwan starting to kick a fight off, though. Ulti forced out
Okay.
from Owner. That's Redemption coming forward. He's gonna mount up back into the Herald, looking for
Look
the
at the
triple
fucking
knock.
Rift Herald!
Drive through the entire
Oh my God, it
team.
hits all of them!
Backline. Owner's just hitting everybody.
Wait, and he did nothing but
Pulling
whatever.
back
It
to
looked
keep
kind of
their
cool.
members standing. A lot of cooldowns traded, but no one going to drop. Faker contesting JoJo a bit, but it looks like JoJo just forced to TP out. Doesn't want to take the isolated 1v1.
The battle
As a
Herald
fat
was
fuck
enough
to another fat
to get a
fuck,
little
get
bit
that
more
food,
there
boy.
for
Damn,
T1.
dude.
And as you say, with JoJo TPing
Hey,
out, I think
respect,
it's just
man,
top
respect.
by third for T1 as well. So mid, top, control over this top side jungle. T1 again starting to push these advantages as we crest the 15-minute mark.
And we've perhaps recognized a problem with the man in the mid lane, now 2-0-2. We complained about his Azir, but there's also a World's Music video where he's this
LeBlanc.
champion.
Oh, wait.
Yes. Yeah.
Kevin should have a
maybe the
feast
goats
today.
go for a reason,
Today?
because what we've learned of
Yeah,
Master
yeah,
is
you're right.
no
I'm not
right
feasting
champion
every day.
It's a decent trade from Jojo trying to go for it, but this backstep on Faker once more, which was famous on his Riven, to actually be able to sidestep away from the Cassiopeia, and then immediately forces the TP from Jojo.
This cast, we will be praising Faker. This is what we've decided. He doesn't probably need any more,
3
but
plates
just in case you
in.
forgot.
See, what is even
the
available?
first international event I got to this year. I gotta like, it's a
You gotta
full
make up.
year
First
of
strike and
Faker
then
praise
MSI.
saved up. Yeah.
Fair. He wasn't even at the first one, so I respect that you were saving it for first stand too. T1 going to grab their 3rd Drake of the game. MKOI not feeling like they're in a comfortable spot to contest.
Oh, wait, what? Gyoza.
You can see why, right? Steadily falling behind. 1.5k doesn't seem massive, but it is tough. They have less wave clear overall. They really haven't found an opportunity to take control of the side lanes, and you saw in the 1v1, Cassio is still really hard to play in the Rise, right? You need to hit the Noxious Blast. You need those empowered twin.
Yeah, I
flames.
really
You
want
miss
Gyoza
one
right now.
ability, Rise is easily going to outdamage you.
Yeah, and with the phase rush, it does get very hard very quickly thanks to the extra movement speed. But I do think MKOI, if they can hit that kind of 3 item, are in a decent spot. It's just a case of slowing the game down enough for that to happen. But we're getting aggressive on the bottom side.
Yeah, Curry?
T1 with 4 members down here.
Titan, are
Does
you?
open up a window for a
Titan!
bit of pressure on towards the mid lane. Faker
I
going
fuck
to
with
drift across
Titan.
here to try and cover. But how aggressive does he want to be? Is he straight on top of Mirwin?
Be a bit risky. MKOI don't have good information. They don't have good ward coverage on the bottom side jungle, so they did see 4 in bot lane, but it
Dude,
took
that
too long.
when it's like the Gyoza, like the fried dump when it's crusty on the bottom, you crunch. Fuck me, man. My mouth is legit just watering.
Top side of the map.
Oh, Katsudo's good too. Ooh, maybe I go Katsudon.
Bottom side, getting closer to that 2nd item.
I want something Japanese though. I'm gonna go Japanese.
Setting up the vision control, waiting for people to be in place. So Kerry even hex flashing over there to make sure he's not spotted until he leaves on the to get his vision down. But again, like this is get pressure made, get that push with the Sivir, slowly but surely eke control here from MKOI. This again, like you have opportunities from MKOI to fight back with the Cassiopeia ult and the Braum if T1 are disjointed. But you can see here, like they are just not. They're
now that the LT experiment is over, LA really did die fucking nothing.
Better push, right? And they have the advantage in terms of overall.
I mean, the
gold.
crazy thing is,
he would like to 1v1 Doran and force a greater.
What's it called? They killed. They fucked over Brazil to try to boost LCS viewership, and then once Brazil started beating LCS, they're like, oh fuck, we can't have that. So they just like separated the teams again, but they gave 3 slots to LCS and only 1 to Brazil.
Yeah,
I think it should. They should do the 2 for LCS, 1 for Brazil, and then just 1 up for grabs. I feel like that's the way they should do it, but whatever.
Yeah, and I think the fact that
There's so many NA fans was like so toxic to Furia for going to MSI. Like, Cloud9's ranked number 16 in the world. How come Furia is ranked 30, but they get to go? I'm like, dude, you guys are so fucking stupid.
Leverage. Albro looking for this engage as Dorn's off to the side. Has been caught by the Condemned. Guma flashing backwards. Already used the spell shield. It's Mirwin in the midst of the entire team.
Oh!
With the petrifying gaze. Supa's still untouched for now. Slowly they're chipping through the help. Dorn's about to fall. That's the Silver Bolt's proc.
Is that Uzi?
Across all of
I'm
MKOI as
backing
they start
out.
to retreat. Guma, Faker, still alive.
And I just let
Durrell
everyone
Wolf
show up.
available.
Well, the thing is crazy. There's only 10 teams at MSI. So if you're gonna, Merwin's in there. Damn! Carry's dead. Oh,
Supa gets the kill, but Faker untouched for now. Again,
oh my god, this is
MKOI
also
playing on the
low.
edge. Owner about to be hand delivered. Elio looking for the angle
Oh,
with the
they
pillar.
split.
Extra movement speed for Jojo. He's not going to be able to escape. They turn back onto Owner. MKOI still standing.
Faker goes for
Well,
the
that might be
kill.
ranked lower than Gam. Deserved.
And MKOI, when it looked like things were going dire, somehow find the fight that they need. And it starts off the back of this evade, where the exhaust goes onto Ayoya, but that dive isn't really there. Supa on towards Doran in the top side. Jojo ends up flashing over the wall with this great setup coming through from Mirwin as well onto the back line. And the fact that Mirwin holds onto his public execution for so long here is insane, because the stun from Supa onto the wall, they back away, and Mirwin hiding here. Gumayushi, great reaction.
Well, I mean, if there's like 10 teams at a tournament, why would you argue that the world like ranked 16th team should go? You know what I mean? It's like, well, if you want to do by that, You'll just have 5 China, 5 Korea. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, but you don't want that. You want DEI teams, right? You want diversity. Then Brazil deserves to be there because they have more viewers than LCS.
So many tools to stay safe, to dive in, to use that stealth.
Like, it's just like, you can't argue, like, both arguments is like, doesn't work. And I'm like, oh.
Powerhouse, he is still so vulnerable.
It's also
a mediocre cup like ASI to Exos and Frauds with no any fancy app. Dude, I would watch that.
Constantly keeping up the pressure. Instead, they were kind of.
Well, how the fuck did they lose Otacon?
Resource into Oyoya, but T1 resources well allocated here. As Otacon just going to go down because they're trading this for Dragon.
MCoy presumably know this is happening as they set up around the Drake. Just don't want to give up Soul to this T1 team, but losing Otacon is huge. The XP advantage, the adaptive force. MCoy buy themselves a few more minutes. You talked about it before, 3 items, 2 items. Maybe they feel like they just need a bit more time, and this does give them time. This is a tough thing to come back from. Otacon often underestimated in terms of the raw power, the raw stats that it gives you.
I do think, though, the time bought is actually a win for MCoy. Like, Riley is going to be massive for Jojo Pyun in these fights, and kiting back from Owner, kiting back from Doran, even making the fight difficult for Guma Yushi if he has to walk over a Miasma. And then as well for the Vayne, who Quincy's Rage Blade now is a big spike for Supa, so can be much more of a threat in these fights. And we just saw T1, even though they tried to get the jump in the last fight, MCoy can find their moments in these engages.
Definitely can, right? In the extended fights, once owners use those ultis, once Carrius uses initial cooldowns, Braum passive becomes so oppressive. Vayne, such short cooldown on the tumble, the silver bolts. We know what the team
TSW chant, true. TSW! Why does, oh, I guess W, that's why.
We saw the same thing from 100 Thieves yesterday, right? We saw good fights, but the problem was those good fights never turned into good objectives.
Secret whales!
And now MCoy find themselves in a very similar, precarious position. They need a fight, and they need to turn it into something greater. It's not enough to go even. It's not enough to scrap with T1. You need to best them.
And it's hard to do so when
G-A-M, G-A-M,
1-3-1,
time.
a very strong push for T1 we talked about in draft. Now they're starting to use that to clear out waves. Look at Owner constantly hovering mid. He wants this pick onto Supa so badly.
Just for a bit more. Hovering. T1 though ready to collapse. The tunnel's all set up.
Dude, why is MCoy being like competitive? Isn't that kind of like weird?
There's no major objective on the map quite yet. Baron in 12 seconds. It looks like they just want to get a little bit of pressure, a little bit of prio on bot side to make it easier for them to access.
They're struggling.
But look at how T1 are moving on the map. So Faker pushes in top side, immediately starts to shift mid, lets Goomba start to teeter down towards bottom side, which immediately denies MCoy that access onto the bottom lane, despite T1 being a little bit behind when it came towards where they were positioned on the map. And MCoy just haven't been able to answer with this because oftentimes they're using Mirwin to try and sneak
Dude, watch
around
MCoy just win game 2 just to fuck us over and make
vulnerable
us watch
carries in the
more.
Vayne, the Cassiopeia. So T1 just playing the map and slowly starting to get these waves further and closer to the towers of MCoy.
Yeah. And of course,
JoJo's making Faker look like Faker right now.
Members of T1. Guma just walked up mid lane, and if MCoy had just sent it there, they probably would have killed him or at least.
ASI was such a big mouse part of it. It kind of was.
They don't know where anyone else
Asia
is.
Masters was a lot more fun to watch than ASI, if I'm being honest. Like, ASI was kind of a letdown. Like, it felt like teams were kind of like just trolling and didn't really give a fuck.
It is littered with blood wards, but also has been cleared out of anything that was remotely red. So it does make it.
Like, it did feel like the level of play was worse than Asia Masters.
And now the resets come through. 2 minutes until that dragon. Baron is up and available, and you have to play the dance of MCoy of how do we keep both sides of the map safe.
That you do as Mirwin starts to trade blows
the fucking, yeah, with Vikings, that was so sad.
Using their control wards in their own side of the jungle rather than neutral place, although they finally push that vision line
Don't didn't look good versus Huskies either.
The third item completed. It will make those fights so much easier, so much more difficult for a lot of the short-range threats.
Oh, he knows Gan slapped JDG. JDG looked so fucking the dog shit. I was like, dude, why they even play?
And then force the fight at us.
I wanted to see, like, you know, Shun and Pays like pop off, and then I don't know, dude, the whole team did not give a fuck.
To take these trades on the bottom side against Mirren, so I don't think you really have the 1v1 potential as Mirren to force that objective by yourself.
Definitely seems that way. Owner drops a control ward. Slow, steady choke out of vision. Farsight available for both Jojopyun and Supa. again, it's a long cooldown, so really want to wrest control back from T1 here. Do have a pretty fast Baron once again. Rise amongst the champions who can really shred through that objective.
Okay.
Same for MKoi if they can find an angle.
Yeah, 37 flowers,
very slow in
13.
retaking, but it does give these little windows where carry it resets, pick up a bunch of wards, Doran able to reset as well.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
If you're looking at Supa, he's completely tapped out, and this is where T1 try to get aggressive, knowing that Albro doesn't have the vision to contest them if they can clear it.
I'm not sure if the observers are able to hear us.
Yeah, AL looks solid
between these two teams. MKoi sees so little of the map. Honestly, T1 might as well be playing with map hacks. Look at this. They have bits, they have pieces. The only reason they even have a remote idea of where T1 are is because they know this dragon, this soul, is spawning in 14 seconds. Already Faker taking control of mid. MKoi.
Like, I do think AL's found their form.
Admission for them even to group here is going to be a wave of minions.
Oh my god, dude. Can he even win this fight?
They're betting it all on this play. That's the solar flare, but no immediate fall. Block up on the Jojo Pune is good. Doran going in as well.
Oh my god! Oh, Jojo flashes forward!
But another knockup coming in just in time to keep Guma standing.
Okay, never mind. It's over. It's fucked, right? Never mind. Supa pop off.
Well, T1 ready to come in with the realm warp. Ready to turn it back. MKoi, though, still 3 members strong. Doran debating, where does he go? What is the angle for this fight?
Supa's lost the ultimate, though.
Dude,
He's
AL,
way more vulnerable in this fight, and Doran
Oner's down.
to go for it. No flash available for him, though.
You gotta kill Yoyo or else they can't do this dragon.
Supa. So much damage could come out of this vein, but if a single piece of CC connects, there's likely little they can do to stop any further damage. Heal comes in from Alvaro. Objective getting lower. Knockup coming in from Doran. Alvaro taking out of the equation, and Faker's now on the hunt, looking to zone Supa out as well. Elliot needs to take away the dragon, needs to deny the soul, and he will do so. Still standing for a damn long time, but not enough to turn the fight. Faker, Doran, Carrier, too strong. MKoi might get the objective, but they lose just about everyone.
And the Baron is still a target here for T1, and Owner is about to
Why
come
is
back
this
up
so
onto the map.
competitive,
Faker
dude?
even looks like he just TP'd to the top side. Wasn't sure if he was scared of something, because it's only Vayne that was on the map.
No, it's adrenaline. I think he thought they were just going to immediately go Baron.
But he's going to reset and move back up towards his top side. And T1, they barely don't get the dragon, but if they can get the Baron off the back of this, it can still be huge for them.
And the gold is so close. The gold lead that you see on your screen is a bit deceptive because items completed is relatively similar. It's really just the petals giving T1 the greater advantage here as they now start this objective. Mirwin not even sure if he can step up. MKoi after that last fight don't feel confident to contest. T1 taking the Baron at 29 minutes.
Sukiya's good. FlyQuest lost to this. The FlyQuest lost to everyone. Or almost everyone.
Dracos, he talks about the short range already.
I don't know what you're talking about.
This is a huge book.
Public execution. It looks like they want to get some exit kills in the meantime. Locking up Owner, looking to take him down. Faker and Gumayushi on the way in, but the redemption already used. No other summoner spells. So we'll just be the single pick that will slow down this Baron, but MKoi know that they need to play for more. They can't afford to let T1 choke them out.
The Rileys onto Faker, though. The slow, nearly enough to keep him in place, but that will slow down this Red Bull Baron power play from T1 because they just don't have the members on the map.
Yeah, and Yoshinoya, those are really good. Those are my two favorite places.
Gives them a little bit more space
Japan.
to maneuver. 3 minutes to the next Drake. Again, T1 at Soul Point. Wave clear advantage in their favor. Likely they should knock down at least a few of these tier 2s, but for the next 15 seconds, Owner isn't around. It means
In Japan, I used to live close to one.
As you highlighted, the pick gives them some time.
Ultiya's
power play means that T1 cannot.
It's all right.
Should give them mid tower as well, and that'll open up. Well,
I just feel like
but I was gonna say
the others have more variety.
Some deeper vision. A huge portion of this game for MKoi is
there an
played
Ultiya here?
in the darkness, not being able to figure out where T1 are on the map. Now the deeper vision here, Carrier should be able to
enemy
spot out,
character.
as it is just a control ward.
Oh, there
So
is
exactly what's
Ultiya.
happening. But still, they just need to get back to base, spend the gold, and come back onto the map and keep T1 on their side.
It's tricky now for MKoi, surviving the siege, right? Guma with the ricochet can just make.
That's like fish, Karage. Yeah, but
try to defend their own towers.
there's like curry and like cheese curry.
MKoi overcommit here. Oh, you'll walk face first into Guma. Lockup is there. Ulti connects.
Okay.
Nice petrifying gates. Kick things
Guma's
off and
fucked.
down they go. MKoi with one more fast play.
Oh my god, dude, they're missing everything. Wait, Doran!
Turn back. That's to get them right back into the wall. Lockup for the concussive blows, but the tunnel's keeping Doran standing. All of T1 immediately retreat.
was kind
they
of
want
ass.
nothing to do with this. Doran will be sacrificed. T1 punished.
Flashless Gumayushi was caught by Aoya, and that miasma barely keeps him in check. So MKOI can chase them
now
down.
I know why he like.
And by some miracle, MKOI are constantly finding these
lost to
picks
this?
that are holding them in this game. Look at the top left of your screen. That Red Bull Barn power play is negative for T1.
1.2k all that separates.
What's
the Flowers as well.
happening?
Of course, still putting T1 in a
I'm
favorable
fucking
position.
starving!
Still feeling like they're in a strong spot. But MKOI making the risky play happen, waiting in the darkness, not willing to just go quietly.
These motherfuckers, man.
Moves them up into the top 8, 4 for 4 LCK seeds, advancing to the quarterfinals. MKOI need to win here and win again, or they will
Dude,
be
4
sent
for
home.
4 for LCK is kind of fucking wild, dude.
If Super resets here, is the adaptive helm finish for him as well, making him significantly safer in these fights. 6-3 and 4 in the vein. We were questioning
I got solution for Twitter woes.
late game, and now
Are you maybe a big time move? Big and famous? Dude, my old man can't lift much. Tell Guma Torn to chill.
Mountain Dragon for them makes them very tanky, which is exactly what you want against this kind of burst heavy team from T1.
Makes a lot of sense. 38 seconds.
Maybe just tweet in Japanese and English? What do you mean?
Waves get priority in the mid lane.
I do tweet in English. I don't tweet in Japanese because
Flashes up.
I mean, Japanese fans got anal about the way I spoke.
Missing his barrier alongside it, so maybe vulnerable if MKOI can get on top of him and Miasma can lock him in place. But MKOI now taking control here once more in River.
Faker waiting off to the side. MKOI no vision up into mid lane.
Like, dude, Japanese like leagues, like you gotta be so polite and shit. I just mean like, I'm like, dude, this guy's fucking dog shit. Like, what do you want me to say?
Trying to distract the members of MKOI.
Oh, Jojo!
Right back. Alvaro tries to find the disengage lock.
Oh my god, dude, they're missing everything! Okay, they're still going. Super! Oh my god! Oh, he topples forward! Holy shit! Oh my god, dude, Super's playing as fast as he can, but his team fucking sucks! Oh my god, these are so tanky! Oh shit!
Faker finishes off Super and holds the game for T1 in his hands.
Dude,
it looked
and Bessa
like
missed
Super
ult.
might have been able to hold
Cassio
it,
missed
but
ult.
now with the Dragon Soul in T1's favor, what looked like desperation in the fight may just crumble before them.
The priceless moment. T1 holding the line. MKOI so close. A few too many ultimates going awry.
And it was Jojo who tries to make the play here, flashing forward to get on towards Gumayushi, but that misses. Mirwin goes for the public execution onto Gumayushi. He flashes
look at this, dude.
and keeps himself safe. And with that, T1 at
The
least have
Super.
that damage from their AD
Oh my
carry.
god, everyone's trying to
Ricochet through the
fist
fight.
Super.
Faker uncontested topside, and Super is playing out for his life here. Desperately trying to move around the fight, picks off Gumayushi, but again, look at these repositions from Faker, constantly threading onto key carries, the realm warp to get on towards Super, and MKOI tried desperately to play both sides of the fight, but T1 get the access that they need.
Damn good fight, but in the clutch, T1 holding
Yeah,
on.
CFO beat T1.
Sustained damage. You can see the story really is Super Mirwin trying to go toe-to-toe with Guma and Faker. Initial exhaust now coming out. Aoya just chunking away on the clone. Both sides still ready to fistfight. Advantages.
However, MKOI's name tag, and I might have thought this was the World's Finals.
3 seconds till they can take that objective. The Soul makes
Maybe.
that much more tanky. The true damage is
Super's playing well. I don't know, dude. Jojo's missing a lot.
On towards MKOI's carries. Faker still has his. And if MKOI try to play the fights front to back, maybe they have a chance, but Owner.
If the team name wasn't MKOI, I would actually believe that they have a chance of winning. Is that fucked up to say?
MKOI, that's an advantage
like,
for the fight.
It's so hard to believe in MKOI beating T1. But if it was like, I don't know, let's say like any other team name, right? Like before Worlds, like if it said BLG, be like, ooh, maybe they could win this.
Going in, Guma, that's the pillar. Mirwin taking his time waiting for the
Oh
spell
my
to be
god,
utilized.
dude.
Sidesteps from Gumayushi not to get caught by anything else. A lot of ultis traded, but neither side burning too much.
Nobody wants to overcommit. MKOI know that
There wouldn't be a Vayne in the World's Finals, but with Fearless draft, it's possible.
That control ward in the pit, though, MCoy didn't take it away, so it means T1 know that they have the time to play slow, to ease into this. Faker flashing forward, trying to get more out of JoJo Poon. JoJo Poon taking his time.
Oh my God, JoJo!
To follow up, Doran looking for the knockup as well, and just now Supa's finally able to join the fight. The Realm Warp gonna bring only a few minions in, but that's a clutch pick for T1.
MCoy separated as they try to contest the mid wave while keeping their approach on Baron free, and T1 pounce. That was exactly what they needed in the moment. And just like that, T1 are getting objective after objective.
Just that bit of difference. They've got so many cooldowns in the setup, but once they get that pick, full confidence to send it on the objective. Faker not afraid to walk face first into JoJo, trusting his reaction times to just dodge the petrifying gaze. And it feels like this Red Bull Baron power play may be the last in this series. MCoy once again in a position where they have to hold the line. Last time it was picks that stopped this from being a problem, that stopped the Baron from getting full effect, but they're completely on the back foot this time around.
And that's the thing, it's no longer about where you are in your build or what items you could try and hit. It's the fact that again and again T1 have been able to find those fights.
Yes, MCoy chose red side.
They're picking off JoJo at the start of these fights, and then
Dude,
it just
a
becomes
40-minute
Super versus
game
the world.
for
And Vayne sometimes likes those odds, but in this sort of situation, T1 have been able to shut Super down every single moment.
I don't think anyone's playing odds against T1, brother. No matter how good, no matter how fed. There's a reason they're the two-time, the back-to-back.
Absolute
Both
cinema.
these teams, a bit of an awkward road to qualify, but all that matters is getting there, making it to the next stage. T1 on the precipice of taking
Not really. I mean, if you're talking about, like, I don't know,
cusp of elimination,
smut films, then maybe.
have to hold the line.
Like Anal Invaders 3 or some shit, then yeah, I guess it's kind of similar.
Very quickly.
MCoy making sure, and he looks as bad as possible.
Doing work. As T1 just letting the minions do the work for them on the bottom lane. There is no one that can really approach these waves, and that wave clear is abysmal on MCoy's side.
That it is.
Yeah.
Everyone trying to contest.
I mean, if MCoy won a game, it would make NA look worse.
If he doesn't have to. Another inhibitor tower falling.
But even then, they're still making NA look pretty bad. They had that one game against G2 that people got super excited over, and they just ran the fuck down.
To sneak away from them as T1 continue to put a stranglehold in this game.
Super walking up stun initially onto Owner, does still have access to the GA. Double ultis, both supports trading, and T1 with a quick retreat. Happy to have two inhibitors, no need to risk anything else.
Looking for, they found Guma. They end up interrupting him, but no public execution to follow. Guma had the flash if he needed to.
Get the TP at the very least out of Carrier, who's there to cover for his AD carry, but on the hunt as well, so both still available for Guma.
I didn't sleep well last night. I had trouble sleeping. I'm pretty sure you can figure out why.
Very quickly. MCoy gonna find themselves thin on the map once more. T1 starting to escort these minions in and then move up towards this top side.
MCoy begging for a chance at one more 5v5 despite the gold deficit, because they know if it comes down to PvE, if it comes down to waves and prio, that they just do not win. Doing everything they can to clear the waves before T1 are in a position to threaten.
But it's not just one fight. Mid-towers all still stand. Bot lane fully stands. MCoy need to find one fight that can fall into another, that can maybe get that domino going in their favor.
Once more into the abyss, once more from Movistar. Koi, Owner locked up for a brief moment, on the hunt used. MCoy retreating.
Wait, this is Elder Dragon.
Already.
Are you gonna flip Elder?
5 members grouped for MCoy.
Super minions in the bases. MCoy start the Elder. They need to find this fight now and quickly.
TP there for Doran, and he's immediately going to use it to go to the base. He wants to threaten the back. MCoy don't have great tools to respond to this.
Oh my god, MCoy is so fucked though. You gotta win this fight or it's a GG.
There as well. Rise with the Realm Warp. It's Faker and Guma alongside Doran to try to hit it all. Mir1 doing his best to hold the line. TP coming in for JoJo Poon. They're not gonna be able to cancel it.
JoJo's out?
JoJo Poon, they need to make this work.
50-50.
They don't have the angle. Guma with the perfect spell shield is still gonna remain standing.
Oh!
Move on to the top 8.
Game over.
2025. MCoy.
Holy fuck.
Everything was taken from them in a moment. MCoy looked like they might have been able to hold on, but T1 continued to stride forward towards playoffs, to continue forward to defend their title.
A valiant effort from MCoy, but T1 outmatching in this best of 3 to qualify for the bracket stage. Let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Movistar Koi sang one hell of a last song, but it wasn't enough because the eternal dance that keeps on giving is the one of this T1 roster who once more make it to the knockout stage of the World Championship and now can continue their road to possibly their third in a row. And when you hear those facts, I think it puts into context how hard it was for Movistar Koi today, despite them, and forgive me the pun, fighting like absolute lions in that last game.
Yeah, one thing I really love to see from this Movistar Koi lineup as they take their final bow to this Beijing crowd is they and 100 Thieves to this T1 team, right? Like they both knew it's going to be an uphill battle despite the fact that T1 isn't looking at their most powerful or their strongest. And I loved that Koi went out fighting like they wanted to, right? Like they did not deviate from their style. They did not play scared. They locked in a draft that was difficult to execute in my opinion, but something that they felt really comfortable on, especially with this Supa Vayne pick, right? Like we do know it is one of his pocket picks. Effie is looking at me like she's like, I don't know.
I thought it was great.
Oh yeah,
Except
no,
like he had the one snafu, but I think
like it was obviously something you could even see in team fights, the way they were playing with Fog, the way they were trying to get picks. It's difficult
Oh my
to
god,
execute,
there's still people tagging me, complaining about who are these
I
frauds.
absolutely did as well, but on the other
Dude, I can't
is of course
be asked,
the fact
dude.
that T1 had complete
Oh,
control
fuck
of all
me.
the objectives of everything on the map.
Oh, I
of all
can't.
The
Why are you
dragons,
so
of all,
mad?
like, practically everything, and I feel like you
Dude, they're
make
so
it very
butt.
difficult
Any
for
fans are
yourself
so
if you
butthurt, dude.
put all your eggs in the
Your
basket
team
of we're
went
gonna
home
win
early.
that big team fight. You just have to take
you
a
know.
look at the rest of the map, and you cannot make any mistakes.
Yeah, T1 put me in a really awkward position here because compared to domestically and even what we saw at MSI,
Mute the tweet.
I think we're
They keep
still seeing
tagging
a lot
me.
of the issues for this team that have plagued them. I think in the later
I don't know.
summer,
Do I
right?
even
T1
bother
summer is a meme for a
responding?
reason. But then they also just keep winning. So it leaves me in the unfortunate position of like, what does this really mean? For T1 going into quarters, I don't know. I have no idea. This
If
team
we see
just
that HLE match,
it just
would be
keeps
so spicy.
happening.
Yes, but you know what remains the same? Faker in the mid lane. He is your
True.
Oppo player of the series for his Azir, of
Oh.
course, in game one. But also, I think, probably not the game winning because there were a lot of moments for them to win the game, but that game winning flash onto Jojo to kill him and to get the advantage in that late game that was becoming dicey. He's just a GOAT.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell, we already talked about why you don't give Faker this Azir, right? As we look
Touch grass?
at his
Dude, that's a
stats.
torture.
I mean, I think the
Zero
big thing,
deaths!
yeah, like
Zero!
this Rise was also so good at repositioning because you have a comp from MKoi who wants to separate, who wants to make picks, right? And
Yeah,
get
this
you down
Rise
with
looks
the
so
Casio,
different.
get you down with the Vayne. His repositioning on this Rise, like you're reminded as to how comfortable he is with this pick, why it's a signature pick for him
Why
alongside
did
these here. He didn't die.
He didn't die.
Look, Rise is deceptively tanky. I don't know what to tell
It should
you.
be after this.
Deceptively.
Yeah.
That's crazy
you know,
because
it's-
of the skirmishes
he's
in
really
that last
good.
game. It was a skirmish every second.
And for me, T1 so often we keep saying they can't keep getting away
What if
with
there's a
it. And
break?
for Faker, it's like, when does the plot armor run out?
Never.
We keep going. Oh, you know, and even me. Yesterday, and I think this was justified. You know, his laning phase didn't look that good. He had the Talia shuffle, but outside of that, I don't know, little shit. And then he has the
I guess-
undisputed
Yeah.
best performance of anyone. I
It's-
think on the
maybe
rest
in
today,
another 5-10
14,
minutes.
14 in a series.
I'll run a
at this
short
point is just
ad.
an accessory.
Come on,
then he has the
man.
World Championship rings as well, some MVPs in his backpack.
Oh,
it's
man.
really, really crazy. Not that this is, of course, you know, it's not.
Let's see.
They went
I'm
up
gonna check
against
my
Movistar Koi, who
Uber.
put up a
They were heavy
fantastic
favorites.
fight.
Yeah.
But they were heavy favorites. But we also have to take into account, we talk about T1 in this manner, and we know that they're going to power up, but this was an incredibly easy run. So the fact that we have question marks with their performance, I think you have to kind of qualify in the fact that some of their opponents weren't the number ones in the world, and a lot of them actually were probably near the bottom end of those AWS power rankings.
Well, you could even argue like the fact that this went to 40 minutes. I've seen T1 in winning positions. They normally don't struggle this much. If you've watched this team domestically, you will know they are one of the teams. The saying is Gen G, you know, you don't really get to play the game, but you just kind of sit there and you watch the game happen in front of you. T1, they will chain dive you, and as soon as they get a lead, they are the most aggressive team by a far, far margin in the region. And that, I think we're still not seeing that form, right? And that is why, if you are an LCK watcher, I think there's still the trepidation, but the results don't lie, right? They are back at quarters again.
Are you worried about Doran?
Extremely, yeah. Because Doran, unfortunately, as we all know, I think actually had a solid MSI, had a really good ramp up to MSI. I think is also one of the big reasons why T1 is even in the position that they were in the first place, because domestically, he was their rock. But I was really hoping that we would get, you know, one of the flashes, or like one of the moments that we've seen have really plagued this player internationally. But it hasn't passed yet, and it needs to pass going into quarters, because against a lot of the teams, you do not get away with some of the plays, like going in on the top dive, or a top, was it
Bot,
1v2?
Yeah.
On the Ambessa again.
Again, Ambessa, annoying.
Yeah.
We are getting ready also to hear from, I believe, Elyoya later, so that gives us a chance to kind of close off the chapter on Movistar Koi and their year. And if we reprise their year, they had a wonderful championship that they won back in spring. They had things that they left on the Rift internationally, and I think they're going to feel similarly here, because the draw before this for them then, conversely, was actually not as difficult as it could have been, and I don't think they will be too happy with that. And I wonder what they're going to say, because there are glimpses of things that are great about this team, but there are also, unfortunately, mistakes that they do keep on making.
And I think it goes back to that KT series. That, to me, was the one game where you just so very clearly felt like they were the ones that were in full control, and they weren't able to make it happen.
Okay, I believe I do see the interview getting set up, ready for that, and I think it's always amazing when the players after a loss are willing to kind of talk to us as we take, to close out the series, a look at this post-game breakdown. I gotta say, there was a big cheer from the audience for that, I think, 8,000 damage fight by Supa. Like, the crowd was, you know, they're Uzi lovers probably, and he played Vayne, so that has something to do with it. But yeah, Sovereign for T1.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing coming out of Koi, again, this is a really difficult composition to execute, and I do want to give them credit for, again, knowing where they wanted to try to make those picks. I do think that's actually another reason why it took a little bit longer for T1 to close this out, is because they were really looking to try to ambush. So, I mean, sad to see them go, but we'll see what T1 can do towards the future in the quarterfinals.
Yes, very sad for Movistar Koi indeed, and I do believe that Lore is now standing by with Elyoya in the Verizon post-game interview.
Hey Elyoya, thank you so much for joining me after this one. I'm sorry we have to meet in these circumstances, but talking about this series, talking about your preparation and everything, we know that when it comes to T1 especially, it's only going to come down to details. We saw that in game. What do you think you guys were missing today from the draft, and what happened in game?
Yeah, I mean, I think game one, we were lacking some, not sure what to say, if it was confidence or, I'm not really sure. As of right now, I think we were in a really good position. But again, when the Atakan came, we struggled for the sequence. They got some good picks. They got Atakan, then the next fight,
they should be doing one.
I mean,
right?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we
And they're setting it up.
So, mostly I think it came up to details today, so yeah.
It's crazy because you say confidence. I feel like you had that confidence, especially coming into this game too, especially with this Vayne pick, with the aggression that you guys have been able to put in game. Looking back at the Worlds run that you had overall, what do you think you could have done better as a team?
Well, we can think of many things that we could do better, but I would say mainly was the mid-game sequence. I think around Atakan, around these moments, we struggled in the game into KT, in the game into G2 we also did, in the game into T1 today. So I would say for sure it's this one what we should have worked on more, I guess, because yeah, it was still not good enough. So
we'll see. CFO, we can get
pretty good job
ALKT, right? And then or G2 Genji Hanwha. So 2 out of 5 possibility
something that
of
I admire,
weak team
time is the hard work that you guys have put all year. The fact that this bunch of players, you believed in them from the get-go. You sticked with this team and you knew that you could take it as far as you could. And looking at the LEC, you were always a top team. You managed to win Spring. The improvements that I see from MSI to Worlds, they were there. What are you going to draw as positives for MCOI this year and the progress that this mix of players has made?
Yeah, I mean, positives, I can think of many. I would say this roster has what it needs to win Worlds, and it's what we are gonna work for coming into
He's
next
the best
year.
team in the tournament. If we match them, they are.
I mean, yeah, I love every one of my teammates. I think I wouldn't obviously change anyone. I think the group of 5. If we get to fix some issues that we are having in training coming into next year, I know our time will come at some point. So yeah, I really trust everyone in my team, and I think it's just some individual things we need to change, and we will be in the top.
I love the fact that you know that you guys want to stay together. Any closing thoughts that you have for your fans? Words of encouragement for Europe, maybe G2 being the last one standing for the West?
Yeah, I mean, let's put all of our support into G2 because they are the last hope of Europe, obviously. As of right now, I think they have done an incredible job. I mean, I think it's one of the first time I'm complimenting one of my rivals, but honestly, how much they improved during summer and how much in a good shape they are right now. Even Skumont, I think, coming from a rookie level he has right now, it's pretty mind-blowing. So yeah, I would say do as good as you can and make Europe proud. Come next year stronger, because we will challenge you and we will take everything if you guys don't.
I believe in you, Yoya. Gracias por todo. Thank you so much for sharing those words. Shox, over to you.
Thank you so much. We will immediately go over to the draw show. Just as an explanation, 3 bowls on stage right now. The teams are grouped together in the bowls consisting of their record. The first bowl is the 2 teams that went 3-0. The second is the teams that went 3-2. And the final one has the teams that finished with a score of 3-1. Of course, the 3-0 team should be on different sides of the bracket. So the first draw we will see is to put those teams on either side of the bracket. Important to know is that the first matchups that will be drawn for 3-0 will be out of the pool of the 3-2 teams. Then whatever team is left from the 3-2 pool will be put in a randomized draw with all of the 3-1 teams, and we'll get our final 2 matchups from there. That is all the info. Any hopes and dreams?
There's the explanation.
I know. I'm sitting here looking at
KT or AL.
3-0 team,
Fuck.
thinking about how
we knew that.
a 3-0 team has never made it to grand finals. I don't think so.
Why?
Just being like,
It's
okay.
fine. This is just a normal KT Fin experience.
Yeah, okay.
But here we go. It's AL first.
Anyone's legend.
Anyone's legend from the LPL. It's shaping up to be the hope of the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did look like the most solid and stable team, right? When I think of AL as a team overall, I'm more curious to see, as we see, there we go, KT drawn into the other side of the bracket.
Okay. Don't draw CFO. No CFO for this one.
Coordination, due to their drafting, and I still don't think we've seen that strength yet. So I'm really curious to see their opponents.
And now for the opponents,
Ilslo is cool.
Of course, with the first team that was drawn going up against CFO, TES, or T1.
There's a 1 in 3.
Here it goes. There's a TES team in there for
1 in 3 chance to get another LPL team kill.
I know everybody here really does not want that team kill. So
No CFO, no CFO, no CFO, no CFO, no
Is it
CFO.
going to be upside down? Is it going to be up straight? What is it going to be?
What the fuck?
Oh my god, what a phenomenal LPL versus LCK battle.
In quarters!
In quarters! Immediately to see if that magic against
CFO,
the
CFO, 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 CFO.
Get him, TES!
CFO!
KT's opponent.
Oh god.
Who will it be?
Oh! Holy shit! What the fuck?
I did hear, I forget exactly who on
Damn!
yeah, Honkyu it was, who really wanted to draw KT.
He gets his wish!
He got his wish.
There we go. That means TES is still in that 3-2 pool, and they will go in the rest of the pool. Gen G, G2, and HLE, which is pretty darn insane, I have to say. Broken Blade did say he wanted to play Genji, and I'm gonna say I don't want them to play Genji.
I think that's the right attitude to have, no matter what. However, having watched a lot of Genji,
Cage was probably crashing out.
Taking a bit of a risk there.
Oh my god, dude!
So of course the
Dude, if HLE Genji,
AL side of
that's gonna be
and the
so
second
fucked.
In the other, that would be ALT1. So that's a pretty, I think if I have to look at how to compare the two halves, that's already shaping up to be pretty intense. So let's see. G2!
Dude,
Here it goes, European friends. You're holding on to your breeches, this is it.
G2 Genji.
Take a deep breath, take a deep breath.
Wait, which side is that on? Is that top or bottom?
Quarterfinal, if I remember correctly. G2 back then, 3-0, then what's it gonna be?
I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it. Come on, Sai, do something good for us, please.
Oh! No way!
Tonwa Genji!
DES!
So there's a LCK.
No!
Oh.
Come on, man!
What the fuck?
So we've got
HLE Genji, one of them is gone in the first round.
Bracket, Emily. Are you not too happy? What a phenomenal matchup, though, we're going to be seeing. But it is a team kill for the LCK.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah,
just looks absolutely.
TS, I think we're on the other side, dude.
No, I mean, this is a position of luxury, obviously, for me to have that many. Not ideal. But what you're gonna do, that's the risk you run when all 4 of your teams make it through. This was, of course, the LCK finals that we had very recently in Incheon.
What an amazing job.
Oh, shit.
Honestly, right? So we have ALT1, G2, TS, that side of the bracket.
Oh no, the LPL T1's on the side of both
there is
teams.
no way we could get an LPL LCK final. There's no way. Right? They're all in the same side of the bracket. ALT1, G2, TS.
Yeah, we got.
I mean, you're saying T1 just raced through LPL teams.
No, I'm saying even if like this, you mean? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, my hubris.
I was like, what? So you're just calling T1 going to finals?
That's insane. I can't believe I just said that because I'm fully indoctrinated by what they've done the last 2 years.
I mean, I think that's valid.
It's not valid.
Well, based on the plot armor we saw today, that Faker is still sporting. That said, though, actually, if anything, if
this is what you get single elimination.
Enemy, I think that LCK versus LPL, unless CFO can have the run of really,
it's actually very likely.
I know it's kind of insane.
It's extremely likely, actually. Hey, I think EU could have done worse.
LCL final, easy win. Yo, let's go.
Worse.
Yeah, what was the result again for G2 versus TS, the most recent one?
Exactly. What was the result when Fnatic played IG before the knockouts at that World Championship in 2018? They beat them. They beat them 3 times and they lost in the final. So, are you saying G2 can't lose to them and then beat them in the best of?
I don't think they beat them 3 times, they beat them twice.
I'm referring to
like
when they 3-0.
Counting TS
3-0 TS.
I
was trying to throw you the phone.
He was setting up
me under the bus.
I was like, what?
I thought you were talking about this championship.
No.
That would be
I would never do that. That's so mean.
That would be more logical. Oh,
you guys are only mean to the LPL on this desk. I getcha.
That's not true.
No,
just final thoughts. I mean, KT, CFO, I know it's not the hardest draw they could get, but CFO, they're looking to take that scalp, you know, in a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me with KT, I think KT are a little bit relieved with this draw. I definitely think if they had gone up against T1, for example, I would have definitely called that for T1 based on the way these 2 teams have matched up more recently. And that would also be a little bit of a seeding grudge match from the LCK, right? So I think, like, it's going to be really interesting, especially with the way that mid lane
I hope Genji chokes.
I think today he was really good. I think this tournament,
hey, but we gotta still think about KT, man.
From him at MSI versus BDD, who at sometimes has been the one dragging.
Is KT favorites against CFO?
Right, so.
Because that's going to matter a lot.
As a KT fan, I'm like cautious about it.
Cautiously
but like,
optimistic.
I'm not, I don't think this is the worst draw.
It isn't the worst draw you could get. But speaking of Honkyu, I did
KT
have a
are the
chance to catch up with
favorites?
him earlier after they
Good.
qualified.
I think KT is the best team ever, and they're going to destroy CFO. Wink!
It was an absolutely historical result for CFO to qualify for the knockouts, and I'm here with Honkyu. The first thing I have to ask is, tell me about this history you have made at the World Championship to qualify for the knockouts.
Honkyu doesn't speak any English, that's why he's so good.
那你们也是在刚刚的胜利中创造了我们赛区的历史，10年来第一次进了8强。那现在感受怎么样？你觉得这件事情对你的意义是什么？
就蛮开心的吧，因为终于隔了10年，然后终于又再次进到8强的这种感受。
Right, so I'm pretty happy about this. It's been 10 years and we've made it back to the quarterfinals again.
Maybe, maybe you'll get there. When it comes to how your team has improved, I think the team has shown tremendous
I've never been more confident KT. Yeah, Vestian. KT are really strong. I'm excited to watch KT win.
What do you feel you have improved at the most
Very
across this
excited.
year?
那在这一年，你们其实进步的幅度也是相当大哦。那同时在国际的舞台上面，也是有很多人就是正在瞩目着你们的，甚至在关注你们的表现的。那你觉得这一年下来，你们进步的程度最大的地方在哪里？还有就是你希望接下来还有什么
KT look very good right now. I have a lot of confidence. Yeah, me too.
进步最大的幅度应该是从 MSI 回来的那一次吧，因为就是学到了我们。
Wait, what's Puckle doing? Why is he doing the opposite of Jinx and KT?
比较多一点。
Right, so I think our greatest improvement came from after we came back from MSI. I think we learned a lot about lane swap, a lot about how to kind of manage the game towards late game phases, and yeah, I think that's our biggest improvement so far.
Can you tell us what you wish to prove in the knockouts now that you have this historical opportunity?
那接下来进到淘汰赛之后，有什么事情是你想要向世界证
明 KT or G2, yeah.
就像我们6个人，就是可以越打越好这样子吧，然后让世界看到 LCP 的实力。
Right, so I think us 6, I hope that we can keep improving as we play more and more, and we hope to prove to the world that LCP has also got what it takes.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vivian, for the assistance as well. And that was Honkyu.
That was really great to hear from Honkyu. I'm glad that he was able to talk to you after. Again, this is really historic for the LCP/PCS/LMS. I loved the flashing of the Flash Wolves emote, right, as a nod to that team. And I think
all 4.
I can't understate how consistent CFO have been, right? They're the only team that's made it all 3 times.
So. CFO, yeah, dude. We have to beat T1. We beat T1. Now we have to beat KT, and then we have to play against probably Gen G, right?
The most successful 6-man roster team
oh,
at
man.
Worlds, and probably out of a lot of teams in the world. No.
I
No,
think
not really.
we've seen examples like there was obviously 2021 EDG. We've seen 2022 DRX, but this is the only team that actually feels like it has 2 top laners, right? It doesn't feel like okay, if one is
IQ bracket. That's true.
Swap, it's not really that tied to performance, and they clearly get along so well. It's just such a feel good
okay,
story
I'm done. I'm hungry as fuck, dude.
Break through that final hurdle and actually make it.
Okay, CFO versus KT. I don't know when that will be announced.
So, can't even believe BLG is out of it. I didn't see
but
it feels weird.
What's it called? Quarterfinals starts on Tuesday, so we have 2 days off.
The World Championship,
no league, and yeah, I guess I'll try to find something to do during that time. But
for you, I believe. On October 28th, that is day 1, we'll have HLE versus Gen G. On October 29th, KT versus CFO.
Oh, wait.
On October 30th, G2 versus TES. On October 31st.
Oh, the 29th, Wednesday, CFO.
Halloween, AL versus T1.
Oh.
Wow. Just seeing the matches there, I'm getting goosebumps.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we're going into
I'm
knockouts,
good. Let's go.
baby.
All right, I'm gonna fuck off. Yo, thanks for watching. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, CFO. CFO's the best. Go fuck yourself as always, and I'll see you next time.